No more pretense. I shall lay my cards on the table. Indeed, I am a man of considerable wealth. The experience of living among the common folk comes to an end. It is time for me to return and inherit my vast fortune. Gazing down upon the brilliantly illuminated metropolis, a modest employee from a gaming company, Xia Ping, spoke with an air of tranquility. System loading progress 98. Wealthy benefactor development system successfully bound. Ding, deposit of 200 million, Supreme Black Card 1. Ding, Solar God Yacht 1. Ding, 16 shares of Xinjiang Group 1. Ding, intermediate physical enhancement potion 1. In the past, I was timid and overly cautious. But from this day forth, I shall compel the world to bow before me. Chapter 1. No more pretense. Time to reveal the truth. Ningjiang City. Shanghai Games. Within the company conference room. Xia Ping, what on earth have you done? Were you not confident that your proposal would satisfy the investors? Instead, they nearly withdrew their funding. Fortunately, Zhou Tao submitted a new proposal that gained their approval, thus calming the investors' ire. What explanation do you have for me regarding this matter? Within the conference room, a man exuding an air of authority reprimanded loudly, his face betraying barely concealed fury. Before him stood a young man of handsome countenance and composed demeanor. Xia Ping's expression darkened. His proposal was in fact flawless, yet the rotund Zhou Tao had taken liberties as the chief planner, altering it recklessly. Consequently, the situation deteriorated. Not only was he left to bear the blame, but Zhou Tao also presented his original proposal to curry favor with the investors. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Xia Ping lifted his head to defend himself. Boss, that proposal was modified by Chief Planner Zhou Tao. The one he presented afterward was my original version. Zhou Tao, balding and portly, glared at him, his voice turning sharp. Xia Ping, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you insinuating that this is all my fault? At such a time, instead of reflecting on your own mistakes, you dare to slander me. Zhou Tao cast a glance at the boss, forcing a sycophantic and fearful smile. Boss, it is my failure to properly manage my subordinate. Please do not heed his baseless accusations. Humph. The boss scoffed, his face still bearing an unyielding chill. Xia Ping, your work has faltered, and now you dare to malign your superior. If this continues, I fear the company may no longer accommodate you. Blood surged to his head. Xia Ping's fists clenched tightly, yet he ultimately managed to force a smile. I apologize, boss. I was merely momentarily swept away by emotion. The boss, with a frosty demeanor, swept out of the room. If you mess up once more, Xia Ping, gather your belongings and depart. Only Zhou Tao and Xia Ping remained in the conference room. Well then, Xia Ping, your wings have grown. You dare to report me to the boss. Zhou Tao sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Understand your place, Xia Ping. Ensure you placate the investors properly, or you shall find no respite in the days to come. Damn it! Were it not for your dog-brained schemes and incessant desire to flaunt your authority by recklessly altering my plans, none of this would have transpired. Xia Ping ground his teeth in frustration. Having spoken, Zhou Tao intended to depart, but after taking a few steps, he abruptly returned with an odd expression on his face. By the way, during our planning team selection for outstanding employees, you were initially chosen, but given the recent events, I shall be reallocating your spot to someone else. Bang! The conference room door was slammed shut. Xia Ping stood in stunned silence, ultimately slamming his fist down upon the table. Damn it, this is sheer bullying. His eyes reddened with indignation. Yet in the end, he released his fist and dejectedly lowered his head. On the north bridge of the city, Ningjiang City, a municipality with a population of millions and a thriving economy, shone resplendently beneath the night sky. Xia Ping leaned against the bridge railing, gazing down at the illuminated city, a cigarette in hand, exhaling smoke slowly. His current mood was rather dismal, as he vividly recalled being summoned by his superior to take the blame for his mistakes, followed by a scathing reprimand from the boss. In his heyday, he was quite the figure at school, tall and upright, with a head of glossy black hair, exquisite features, and strong lines. His sunny smile could easily captivate the hearts of blossoming young ladies. During his university years, he was even dubbed the campus heartthrob. With commendable grades and athletic prowess, every time he played basketball on the field, he would elicit a chorus of gasps from a throng of admiring girls. Yet now, reality had dulled his edges, and he had relinquished his ridiculous dignity, bowing and scraping for the sake of rent and utilities, swallowing humiliation time and again. For the sake of survival, he must endure. A great man avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. I refuse to believe there won't come a day when I can turn my fortunes around. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the godly rich system. Do you wish to accept? Accompanied by this sudden announcement, a line of shimmering text appeared before Xia Ping's eyes. Xia Ping stood agape. Is this the legendary system? Am I about to strike it rich? He suddenly felt parched and excitedly shouted, accept. Ding! Host consent obtained. The godly rich system is now loading. System loading progress, 56. As he awaited the completion of the system's loading, Xia Ping's heart swelled with anticipation. The godly rich system? The very name implies tremendous power. Previously, I endured humiliation for meager wages, yet was forced by circumstances to swallow my pride. But now, that era is over. Xia Ping smiled faintly, retrieved his phone, and opened the department chat group that he loathed yet felt compelled to keep active even on his days off. System loading progress, 86. Ding! A message popped up in the chat group. Xia Ping, please revise your performance metrics again. If you feel it cannot be accomplished, come in for overtime on Sunday. Huh. Has Xia Ping angered the chief planner again? Overtime, overtime. Huh, what a disaster. Huh. Xia Ping chuckled softly, his fingers moving swiftly to send a message. Everyone, enough with the charade. I'm coming clean. I am actually a wealthy individual, having experienced life sufficiently. It's time for me to return and inherit my billion-dollar fortune. On Monday, I shall submit my resignation at the company. Finally, Xia Ping made a point to tag Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao middle finger. Chapter 2. Congratulations to the host for winning the forest cabin. The chat group initially fell into silence, only to erupt shortly thereafter. What the hell? Has Xia Ping gone mad? Is this for real? Isn't his family from the countryside? How on earth has he become a second-generation wealthy individual? Is he just putting on a facade? Xia Ping, are you joking? Please explain. Some people are taking this seriously. This is hilarious. Who are you trying to fool? You with the lowest job title? Ha ha ha. Are you perhaps entranced by a novel? But Xia Ping had already turned off his phone. System loading progress, 98. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the world. The city lay beneath him, countless lights sparkling like jewels, awaiting to be plucked. I shall eventually stand atop this city. No, not just this city, but the pinnacle of the entire world. Xia Ping's heart brimmed with ambition. System loading progress, 100. System load complete, binding host. Godly wealth cultivation system, binding successful. Suddenly, a line of small text transformed into a radiant light screen. Godly wealth cultivation system. Host, Xia Ping. Age, 24. Physique, 12, normal is 10. Charm, 86, normal is 50, maximum 100. Wealth, 68, 671. Assets, none. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Godly Wealth Cultivation System. The purpose of this system is to assist you in becoming a gentleman of elegance, unparalleled charm, exceptional intellect, supreme martial prowess, abundant assets, and an affinity for ostentation. A qualified, godly, wealthy individual. Xia Ping was immensely delighted. Although the description seemed to be laced with some extraordinary terms, it appeared promising nonetheless. After all, how could a qualified, godly, wealthy individual lack a bit of pocket money? Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 233.3 billion yuan. This amount is available for your discretionary use, and a bank card has been placed in the storage space. Valid globally. Xia Ping stared in disbelief. 233.3 billion? They just hand over 2 billion right off the bat. This is utterly absurd. I could never earn this much in several lifetimes. With a thought, he discovered a storage space in his mind, approximately 1 cubic meter, housing a black bank card adorned with purple patterns. With another thought, the exquisite, mysterious bank card appeared in Xia Ping's hand, accompanied by a small note detailing the account number and password. Does this card actually hold 2 billion? And it's valid worldwide? Yet, there are no identifiable numbers or markings. It looks completely fake. But if the system claims so, it must be legitimate. Xia Ping took a deep breath. Calm down. It's merely 2 billion. With the system, becoming the world's richest is not beyond the realm of possibility. I need to adjust my mindset. Just a small matter. A trivial affair. At that moment, the system's notification chimed again. Ding. Main storyline task initiated. How can a qualified, godly, wealthy individual lack a residence of their own? Main storyline task. The system will spin a random wheel. Please say stop to draw and obtain a property of your own. As soon as the words fell, a vibrantly colored wheel appeared before him, spinning at a dizzying speed. So soon with a task? A property? What will I draw? A villa in Hawaii? A vacation estate in Europe? Or perhaps a grand mansion domestically? Xia Ping thought with glee. Stop. The wheel gradually slowed, finally settling on an exceedingly tiny green segment, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a forest cabin. Relevant documents have been placed in the storage space. Dear host, you have completed the first step of the main storyline task, acquiring your own residence, a forest cabin. An image instantly flashed into Xia Ping's mind. Amidst lush bamboo groves stood a bamboo house resembling a primitive tribal dwelling. A forest cabin? Where is my luxurious villa? What happened to my grand mansion? Give it back to me. A probability of 0.000004. How unlucky can I get? Upon entering the storage space, he indeed found several documents and certificates, property deeds, land transaction contracts, building ownership certificates, all accounted for. It even included a detailed map. Upon closer examination, he noted, Forest cabin, owner Xia Ping, located in HB province, Shenangjia. Xia Ping suddenly sensed a palpable malice in this lottery. To proceed to the next task, the host must visit the coordinates 1106-4906 East, 317-5975 North in HB province, Shenangjia, within 10 days, to collect his house. If even the system is genuine, then it wouldn't be surprising to receive a house located in Shenangjia, would it? Xia Ping shook his head in resignation. However, having acquired over 2 billion for free, and the system never stated that the drawn house must be inhabited. 10 days to collect. Today is August 3rd, Friday, so arriving there before the 13th should be manageable. Just as Xia Ping was lost in thought, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Due to the host winning the forest cabin with a probability of 0.000004. You have achieved the challenge of the impossible. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an achievement reward, a high-end Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 98 million. Friendly reminder, the Rolls-Royce Phantom has been parked at East Lake Park, with keys and related items placed in the storage space. Chapter 3. Wow. This car is rounding up to 1 billion. Xia Ping gasped, even more astonished than when he received the 2 billion. He had heard of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, a newly launched sports car, its exorbitant price of 98 million deterring many potential buyers. Rumor has it that there are very few limited editions globally. Such a car is not something one can simply purchase with money. Had it not been for the system, even with 2 billion in hand, Xia Ping could never buy it. This represented not merely wealth, but an embodiment of status and identity. Though he did not draw a mansion, he inadvertently achieved an accomplishment and received a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. 98 million. This is rounded up to a small target. With a thought, the elegantly crafted black car key materialized in his hand. Xia Ping's heart raced. Driving a luxury sports car down the road was a romance and temptation that nearly every man finds irresistible. East Lake Park is located just a short distance from the overpass, approximately a few hundred meters away. At this moment, the parking area of East Lake Park was bustling with onlookers, many wielding their phones to capture the moment. The Rolls-Royce Phantom. Its bright silver body reflected the cold glow of street lamps, exuding an aura of coolness and severity. The design was futuristic, accentuated with sharp lines and angles. Purportedly inspired by the great white shark, the front wing projecting an aggressive, battle-ready demeanor. Just a glance ignited a fire within. Wow, what kind of car is this? Uninformed. This is the Rolls-Royce Phantom. I've heard it costs 98 million. Whoa, what kind of big shot drives a car worth 1 billion? Bow down to them. My goodness. Is there a hidden wealthy individual among us? Please, rich person, take me under your wing. So stunning. I want to take it for a spin. My heart is racing. You want to try? If you damage it, they might sell you to cover the costs. My car stands beside me, and I suddenly feel an overwhelming sense of humility. I hesitate to drive it out, fearing that a mere brush could cost me hundreds of thousands. What is so special about a sports car? It merely consists of 4 wheels and a steering wheel. My friend, I sense a distinct air of envy emanating from you. Let me lend you a tissue to wipe away your drool. All eyes are riveted on the sleek sports car parked silently before us. Many individuals frantically snapping photos to share on their social media. At that moment, a young man rushes in from outside the park, pushing through the crowd toward the front. Excuse me, coming through. Some in the crowd are displeased. Why are you pushing? Do you think you're the only one who wants to see the luxury car? Don't crowd. Indeed. Summer Ping remains silent, slightly out of breath, as he stubbornly makes his way to the front. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, appearing not much older, excitedly takes photos from various angles. Upon noticing Summer Ping's arrival, he glances at him and chuckles. Hey there, here to check out the car too? Sort of, Summer Ping replies, for he indeed has come to admire the vehicle, as it belongs to him. Upon closer inspection, Summer Ping is instantly awestruck, his heart racing with exhilaration. This Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow is simply magnificent. Is this car truly his? The bespectacled youth, seemingly a car enthusiast, speaks animatedly, his face alight with excitement and a hint of boastfulness. Let me tell you. The Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow features a carbon fiber body and is equipped with the latest twin-turbo gas engine, capable of delivering 810 horsepower. It accelerates in just 2.1 seconds. It's simply astounding. Then he notices Summer Ping approaching the Rolls-Royce. Hey, don't go over there. That car is worth over 90 million. Don't touch it. The bespectacled youth exclaims anxiously. Other onlookers also take note of Summer Ping, clad in inexpensive casual attire. What does that young man intend to do? Hey, you're blocking my shot. Step aside. Young man, you can't just touch that car. If you damage it, you're done for. Summer Ping merely shrugs and retrieves the car key from his pocket, pressing a button before turning back with a smile. Everyone disperse. Beep. The Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow seems to awaken from its slumber, its dazzling headlights illuminating the surroundings blindingly. Buzz. The gleaming doors open gracefully like the wings of a bird, inviting its owner inside. Wow. The crowd stands frozen in disbelief. This unassuming young man is, in fact, the owner of the 98 million Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow? Shocked. Incredulous. A few girls, snapping back to reality, gaze at him with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, handsome, do you need a warm bed? So rich and good-looking. Simply perfect. As Summer Ping settles into the car, his heart races just as fervently. He savors the soft, comfortable seats and caresses the exquisitely crafted dashboard. The only words that come to mind are pure bliss. Roar. The twin-turbo gas engine roars to life, emitting a thunderous sound that stirs the blood. As he slowly pulls away from the parking space, Summer Ping presses the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow surges forward like a silver streak of lightning, disappearing from view amidst the awe and envy of the crowd. The bespectacled youth stands dumbfounded. That car is his. Remembering his earlier boastful demeanor, his face flushes with embarrassment. What a disgrace. After a long pause, he finally murmurs, now that's a true tycoon. Not only is he handsome and wealthy, but he is also so low-key. Chapter 4. Checking into a luxurious 5-star hotel, accompanied by beauties for shopping. Evening. The Qingyuan Park Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment, stands proudly adjacent to Qingyuan Park, renowned throughout Ning City. Boom. The sound of a jet taking off resonates from afar, rapidly approaching. A silver flash darts from the distance, executing a graceful maneuver, nearly colliding with the adjacent greenery. Ahem. Inside the car, Summer Ping wears a slightly detectable expression of embarrassment. The security guard, serious and sharp-eyed, scans the surroundings. Upon spotting Summer Ping's Rolls-Royce, his expression changes instantly. Though he may not recognize it as the 98 million Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, he certainly knows it's a Rolls-Royce. Let him through. The guard straightens his posture, respectfully saluting, and hastily raises the barrier, not daring to show any sign of negligence. A figure of such wealth cannot be offended. Otherwise, a mere word could cost him his job. Summer Ping drives slowly into the hotel. Outside the lobby, several individuals notice the dazzling sports car, and upon recognizing its identity, they are all struck with shock. The Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. Wow. Buzz. As Summer Ping steps out of the car, he sees two people hurrying towards him. Hello, are you Mr. Summer Ping, who has reserved the presidential suite? The lead person is a young woman in a golden cheongsam, appearing in her 20s, with a delicate face and an alluring figure, her makeup subtle, yet captivating. Her long, dark hair is tied back, and as she smiles, her eyes crescent like the moon, exuding charm. That's me, Summer Ping nods. Mr. Summer Ping, I am Jiang Ying, your dedicated service attendant. During your stay, I will be at your service. The attendant beside Jiang Ying also respectfully adds, Mr. Summer Ping, please allow me to park your car in the VIP parking area. Thank you, Summer Ping replies, handing over the keys. Jiang Ying smiles and gestures, please, follow me. Beep. At the dedicated elevator, Summer Ping's face is recognized, and he steps inside as a cheerful electronic voice announces, welcome, Mr. Summer Ping, to the presidential suite at Qingyuan Park Grand Hotel. Indeed, as expected of the Qingyuan Park Grand Hotel, renowned for its quality and swift service. I booked just an hour ago, and they have already arranged for dedicated staff, inputting my information into the system. Summer Ping silently praises. Beep. The elevator doors open, revealing the expansive 720 square meter presidential suite. Lavishly designed, it features a comfortable king-size bed and an en-suite bathroom, blending the opulent elegance of modern Western aesthetics with the serene beauty of traditional Chinese charm. The suite boasts modern wall lamps, a spacious, inviting sofa, a flat-screen television, and a refined tea table, all complemented by large floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a breathtaking view of the artificial lake winding through Qingyuan Park. The temperature, humidity, and lighting have all been meticulously adjusted to optimal levels. Mr. Summer, welcome to Qingyuan Park Grand Hotel. Moreover, several graceful, smiling service attendants stand ready, prepared to cater to his every need. In summary, it is simply exquisite. One night here costs more than my entire annual salary. Damn capitalism. Sinking deeply into the plush sofa, Summer Ping reflects, gazing out at the stunning view beyond the window, as the weight of the day's earlier woes vanishes, leaving him feeling utterly rejuvenated. Mr. Xia, here is our menu. I would be delighted to recommend some of our signature dishes and beverages for you. Should you have any specific cravings, please do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall arrange for our chef to prepare them exclusively for you. Jiang Ying chuckled lightly as she leaned forward, presenting the exquisitely crafted menu to Xia Ping. The proximity allowed Xia Ping to catch a whiff of a delightful fragrance emanating from her. I'll have this and this. And also a bottle of the 1995 Chateau Petrus red wine, he ordered. Certainly, sir, Jiang Ying replied. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ping took out his phone and effortlessly transferred 1 million to his mother. Ding. The transfer of 100,000,000 was successful. Instantly, his phone buzzed with a flurry of messages inquiring about the sudden windfall. Xia Ping deflected the questions by claiming he had won the lottery. This was something he preferred to reveal gradually, lest his parents' hearts couldn't handle the surprise. Under Jiang Ying's guidance, it was not long before a procession of waitstaff arrived, presenting an array of dishes. The bottle of 1995 Chateau Petrus was also placed before Xia Ping. Known as Petrus from Pomerol, France, this petite winery, although lacking an official classification, is heralded as a paragon among the prestigious estates of the Pomerol region, even earning the title of the King of Wine in France. With its exceptional quality, it often commands attention at major auctions and is considered one of the most collectible fine wines globally. Xia Ping, possessing a modicum of knowledge about wines, had long heard of this esteemed vintage. Thus, he refrained from hastily indulging in the meal. Instead, lifting the decanted wine prepared by the sommelier, he gently swirled the glass before savoring a small sip. The wine was velvety, with a round and smooth texture, exhibiting a refined and intricate style that was rich in layers. It felt as though gentle hands were caressing his tongue and palate, delivering a refreshing sensation that penetrated the soul. An exquisite wine, Xia Ping exclaimed in admiration as he relished the luxurious wine alongside the accompanying dishes. Soon, dinner concluded, and feeling somewhat drowsy, he turned to Jiang Ying, who stood nearby, saying, I plan to wash up and rest. You may take your leave. Certainly, Mr. Xia. Please feel free to contact us should you require anything. Jiang Ying smiled as she departed, yet a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she turned away. It had been a long time since she had encountered such a handsome guest, wealthy, polite, and amiable. With a charm rating of 86, Xia Ping exuded a unique aura, coupled with the confidence that emanated from acquiring the system, igniting a ripple of emotions within Jiang Ying. What am I thinking? He is merely a guest. Returning to her senses, Jiang Ying's face flushed deeper, and she hastily made her exit. The following morning, Xia Ping awoke early, stretching and gazing out at the beautiful scenery. He felt invigorated. Initially, he had been somewhat dazed, questioning if the system was merely a figment of his imagination, a mere illusion. However, the sight of the system panel before him and the black bank card, along with property deeds lying quietly in his storage space, grounded him in reality. Ding. A new main quest has been issued. Please check. Host. Another task? Xia Ping's expression shifted as he opened the system panel. As the saying goes, people rely on their attire, and deities depend on their adornments. A competent, wealthy individual cannot overlook their appearance. Main quest. Please proceed to a shopping mall to procure attire and accessories that suit your appearance and demeanor. Upon completion of the task, the host will receive a mysterious reward. A mysterious reward? Xia Ping's interest was piqued. Well, now that I possess a fortune in the billions, it is indeed time to invest in clothing befitting my status. At 7:30 a.m. in the presidential suite's dining area, Jiang Ying finished setting up breakfast and brought over a cup of aromatic coffee as she noticed Xia Ping searching for nearby shopping malls on his phone. Are you planning to go shopping, sir? Yes, I have that intention, Xia Ping nodded, lifting the coffee to take a sip. A wave of fragrance enveloped him as the warm liquid slid down his throat. Initially bitter, it soon blossomed into a sweetness that burst forth from his palate. Delicious. Xia Ping marveled. Sir, this is St. Helena coffee from St. Helena Island, a blend of bitter and sweet, rich in flavor, and a favorite among our guests. I brewed it myself, and I hope it meets your expectations. Such fine coffee must be complemented by exceptional skill, Xia Ping chuckled softly. His smile radiated warmth akin to the winter sun, leaving Jiang Ying momentarily entranced. "You flatter me," she replied, regaining her composure after a moment. "Please enjoy your meal. If you plan to shop, I would be happy to assist you." "That would be quite unnecessary," Xia Ping hesitated. "Mr. Xia, this is part of our dedicated service for the presidential suite, a special offering from our hotel." Jiang Ying smiled gently. "Very well, then accompany me," Xia Ping replied unexpectedly, acknowledging the value of the luxurious presidential suite at the Qingyuan Park Hotel. It was indeed worth the price, especially with a lovely companion for shopping. After breakfast, Xia Ping and Jiang Ying ventured to the Hengqin World Trade Center. This esteemed establishment, owned by the multinational Hengqin Group, stands as a landmark in Ningjiang, offering a blend of entertainment, leisure, dining, and shopping, truly an ideal shopping destination. "Mr. Xia, if you wish for something specific, I can procure it for you. You need not venture out," Jiang Ying suggested amidst the bustling crowd within the vibrant mall, having changed from her elegant black qipao into a formal black office attire. Jiang Ying's uniform accentuated her alluring figure, making her even more radiant. To have someone shop on my behalf would strip away much of the enjoyment, wouldn't it? Aren't men typically averse to shopping? Jiang Ying questioned, puzzled. Perhaps that is because they have yet to experience the true joy of shopping due to a lack of funds. Xia Ping teased, shrugging as he strode ahead. "I have unwittingly become the very person I once despised. Yet how delightful." Jiang Ying hurried to catch up, feeling relaxed and at ease by Xia Ping's side. To onlookers, they might have appeared as a couple. Men passing by cast envious and disdainful glances at Xia Ping, incredulous that such a disheveled fellow could be accompanied by such a stunning woman. "Why can't I have one like that?" Inside the Global Trade Center, numerous luxury boutiques lined the corridors, featuring renowned brands such as Brioni, Armani, Louis Vuitton, and Dolce & Gabbana, along with lesser-known names like Cirrus and Eurocop. The selection was vast and varied, ensuring that whatever one desired could be found here, provided one possessed the means. However, those without financial means typically refrain from shopping here. At most, they merely wander aimlessly, gazing without intent to purchase. Yet, is that not rather humiliating? In the past, Xia Ping lacked the standing to acquire such luxurious brands. After meandering for a while, Xia Ping spotted a spacious Versace boutique, brimming with an array of exquisite items, and entered without hesitation. Chapter 5. The Gigolo? Who is the patron? At that moment, the store was not bustling with customers. As soon as the sales associate noticed a patron, she hurried over, her face adorned with a practiced polite smile, enthusiastically inquiring, "How may I assist you today?" Jiang Ying, dressed in high-priced attire, exuded an air of elegance, embodying the essence of a refined lady. In stark contrast, Xia Ping donned what appeared to be inexpensive garments from a wholesale market, suggesting he was merely a subordinate, thus garnering little attention from her. The saleswoman's smile and focus were entirely on Jiang Ying, offering only a cursory glance at Xia Ping before dismissing him. "Madam, we have just launched our latest collection." "Oh, we'll just browse at our leisure," Xia Ping replied casually, glancing at her. The sales associate's ostentatious demeanor caused his brow to furrow slightly, a flicker of discontent passing through him. Consequently, he interrupted her and began to peruse the items nearby, occasionally pointing at one to solicit Jiang Ying's opinion. The sales associate was momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of their relationship. Could they be a couple? The man is rather handsome and possesses a commendable physique. Perhaps he is merely a kept man. After scrutinizing Xia Ping, the sales associate quickly formed a self-assured yet misguided judgment. Her expression soured. She thought he was something special, only to discover he was a gigolo. Audacious enough to interrupt me? Given his attire, he likely had never worn luxury brands in his life. What pretense? Nonetheless, Jiang Ying's demeanor suggested she was affluent, so, despite her internal resentment, the sales associate maintained a facade of cordiality, continuing to tout the most expensive garments. "These are our latest fashionable offerings, some of which require appointments to acquire elsewhere. Please, take a look at this." Throughout her presentation, her gaze remained fixated on Jiang Ying, for she was the true patron. Although it appeared as if she were shopping for that gigolo, the ultimate decision rested with this lady. Jiang Ying, standing by, felt quite helpless. Although the sales associate was enthusiastic, she was merely accompanying Xia Ping on his shopping endeavor and offering him minor suggestions. It was not her intention to make a purchase. She was simply Xia Ping's devoted aide. I don't feel any of these outfits suit me," Xia Ping remarked, his brow knitted in concentration. The system's task required him to acquire an ensemble that matched his appearance and demeanor. However, after selecting a few options, the system deemed them unsuitable for the task. The sales associate, still ardently promoting to Jiang Ying, regarded Xia Ping with increasing disdain. Indeed, a naive and unsophisticated lad. These are creations from world-renowned designers, epitomizing aesthetics and fashion. Choosing to ignore Xia Ping, She once again turned her flattering gaze toward Jiang Ying. Miss, allow me to recommend this piece. Let us check out other stores, Xia Ping interjected, shaking his head and striding toward the exit. If the clothing here did not meet the task requirements, there was no reason to linger, especially with the incessant chatter from the bothersome sales associate. Of course, Mr. Xia. Jiang Ying replied apologetically to the sales associate before following Xia Ping out. What? The sales associate stood frozen, utterly stunned. Did that lady just refer to him as Mr. Xia? Had she misjudged entirely? That seemingly humble fellow was the true patron? Sir. Yet Xia Ping paid her no mind, having little patience for someone who looked down on him. The sales associate was consumed by regret, lamenting that had she been more cordial, perhaps this transaction could have materialized. Xia Ping and Jiang Ying proceeded directly into a nearby Armani boutique. Armani, too, is a renowned luxury brand, ranking higher in both prestige and price than Versace. In contrast to the flamboyance and eccentricity of Versace, characterized by Karl Lagerfeld's signature sunglasses and paper fans, Armani embodied a more aesthetic style, neither avant-garde nor traditional. Its simplicity elegantly straddles the line between tradition and modernity, blurring the indelible boundaries between the two. As Xia Ping wandered through the Armani store, he felt that the garments here resonated more with his essence and appearance, pleasing to the eye. No wonder a popular saying in Hollywood goes, when in doubt about what to wear, choose Armani. Before long, his gaze was captivated by several pieces. System, are these acceptable? Xia Ping inquired, receiving an affirmative response. Done deal. A surge of joy coursed through him, prompting an involuntary tune to escape his lips. The sales associate, noticing his interest, seized the moment to enthusiastically introduce the items. Sir, your taste is impeccable. These garments are meticulously crafted, exuding a unique luxurious quality while seamlessly intertwining modern sensibilities with traditional aesthetics. They are perfect for a dashing gentleman like you. Though he recognized her flattery, Xia Ping could not help but feel a wave of satisfaction wash over him. What do you think? He held several garments against himself, glancing at Jiang Ying. Quite splendid. They accentuate your character beautifully, Jiang Ying remarked sincerely. In truth, with Xia Ping's striking looks, even the most mundane attire would look good on him. I'll take them all. Pack them up, Xia Ping declared with a casual wave of his hand. The sales associate beamed with delight. This was a significant sale. Sir, your girlfriend possesses remarkable taste. Look, this is our latest dress. Would you like to purchase one for her? She suggested, taking the opportunity to recommend a striking dress. Indeed, it's quite lovely, Xia Ping nodded, admiring the pale blue dress adorned with delicate patterns. Wrap that up as well. Certainly. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying felt a twinge of awkwardness. She was well aware that she was not Xia Ping's girlfriend. Perhaps he intended to buy it for someone else. With their arms laden with bags, Xia Ping and Jiang Ying exited the store, having spent over $100,000 on their shopping spree. The Armani sales associate personally accompanied them out, her smile wide, relishing the substantial commission she would earn from this fortunate encounter with a wealthy patron. Meanwhile, the sales associate from the Versace boutique, glancing out the window, caught sight of Xia Ping and Jiang Ying emerging with their haul. Her complexion drained of color. A wave of regret washed over her. Those purchases should have been hers. In truth, she had overestimated the situation. Xia Ping's departure from the Versace store was primarily due to the clothing's failure to meet the system's task requirements and not solely a reaction to her demeanor. Chapter 6. Is there anything more expensive? Astonishing. As they exited the store, Xia Ping handed the dress to Jiang Ying. Here, this is for you. For me? Jiang Ying was taken aback. She had thought that the gift was intended for someone else, perhaps a girlfriend, only to discover it was for herself. No, Mr. Xia. This is too extravagant. How could I possibly accept such a valuable gift from you? She exclaimed, flustered as she waved her hands in refusal. Please, accept it. Xia Ping replied nonchalantly. Consider it a token of appreciation for your exceptional service. If you refuse, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Besides, it's not as if it costs a fortune. With that, he strode forward, leaving Jiang Ying in a whirl of emotions, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Could it be that he felt? What am I even thinking? She chided herself, glancing at the exquisite garments worth several $100,000 in her possession. She snapped back to reality, offering a self-deprecating smile. He was a wealthy young master, while she was merely a hotel attendant. What was an invaluable gift to her? For him, was but a triviality, a mere act of generosity. Xia Ping then led Jiang Ying to a Rolex boutique. Among the myriad of prestigious watch brands, Rolex was his favored choice, primarily because the name resonated with him in a pleasing manner. Welcome, greeted a tall man in a suit with a warm smile. What type of watch are you interested in, sir? Or would you like to browse at your leisure? Faced with the dazzling array of golden timepieces, Xia Ping felt a twinge of indecision wash over him. I seem to desire them all, he mused internally. However, He knew that, despite his wealth, purchasing an entire store would be an egregious waste. Do you have any recommendations? He inquired. Right this way, please, the salesman replied with a slight smile, guiding Xia Ping through the selection. Take a look at this Rolex 116500LN, a highly sought-after model. This CHNR variant is also exquisite, adorned with red diamonds. The salesman walked a few steps further, continuing, and here we have the latest release, the Rolex Starry Sky, though it is somewhat on the pricier side. Xia Ping's interest peaked. How much is this one? Sir, this model is priced at 450,000 yuan. However, its craftsmanship is truly worthy of its cost. The salesman eagerly elaborated, carefully observing Xia Ping's expression. As anticipated, Xia Ping frowned slightly. Spending such an amount on a watch seemed rather extravagant. Yet there was a glimmer of hope if he showed genuine interest. 450,000. This was a significant sale. Success now hinged on his persuasive skills. The salesman, fully committed, began to extol the watch's virtues, only to be interrupted by Xia Ping. Is this the only model available? We do have options at lower prices, around 200,000 and 110,000 yuan, the salesman replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice, yet maintaining his cheerful demeanor. No, Xia Ping shook his head. What I meant was, do you have anything more expensive? The salesman's expression momentarily froze. You mean, you find this too cheap? He exclaimed, astonished. Of course. We do have a luxurious version of the Rolex Starry Sky LY, priced at 288 million yuan. It is a limited edition. Then I shall take this one, Xia Ping affirmed, nodding with satisfaction and making a swift decision. Please hold on. The Rolex Starry Sky LY is so valuable that it is kept in a safe and requires our manager's approval for retrieval. After about 5 minutes, the suited salesman returned, accompanied by another man holding a wooden box. Good day, sir. I am Zhang Shun, the manager of this store. Are you interested in purchasing the Rolex Starry Sky LY? Yes. Is it ready? Xia Ping replied nonchalantly. Indeed it is. The manager maintained an exceptionally respectful demeanor, knowing that a sale of over 2 million was a rare occurrence for him. He was determined to ensure the customer's satisfaction. As the box was unveiled, the resplendent Rolex Starry Sky LY was revealed. While listening to the manager's incessant praise, Xia Ping scrutinized the details. Dazzling diamonds encircled the starry dial, exuding opulence and prestige. The design, reminiscent of a starry night, featured vintage blue Roman numerals, embodying a unique elegance, complete with a special magnifying lens for viewing multiple time zones. The exquisite craftsmanship reflected the watchmaker's dedication and artistry, merging mechanics with emotion, a perfect masterpiece that would enthrall countless enthusiasts. Yet, its princely price would deter 99 of watch aficionados from even dreaming of it. 288,000 for a mere timepiece. The thought alone would send an average person into a frenzy. Excellent, Xia Ping said, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he waved his hand. I shall purchase it. After processing the payment, the Rolex Starry Sky LY became Xia Ping's possession, which he promptly donned on his wrist. As he rolled up the sleeves of his inexpensive shirt, the watch sparkled brilliantly, capable of dazzling even the most discerning eyes. In no time at all, after spending several million, Xia Ping's shopping spree came to an end. He escorted Zhang Ying to the parking lot, locating the silver Rolls-Royce Phantom, and sped away amidst the astonished gasps of passers-by. Upon returning to the hotel, Xia Ping entered his room and carelessly set the garments aside, his mind entirely preoccupied. The delightful chime of the system's notification resonated in his ears. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold adorns the Buddha. A true affluent individual must not neglect his appearance. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward, medium physique enhancement potion X1, now stored in your inventory. Physique enhancement potion, medium, increases the host's strength, speed, endurance, and physique by 25 points. Usage, consumed directly. Wow. Xia Ping exclaimed in astonishment. This system not only promised wealth, but seemed poised to transform him into a superhuman. Glancing at the system panel, he noted his original physique was rated at 12, slightly above average. This enhancement potion would triple that. From his inventory, Xia Ping extracted a sealed vial, 2/3 filled with a crimson liquid that bubbled and simmered like molten lava. Just a bit of discomfort? What is there to fear, compared to the power I will gain? A modicum of pain is trivial. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, uncapping the vial and downing its contents in one swift motion. The liquid had no flavor, only a searing heat, as if he had truly consumed lava. At last, a surge of warmth erupted from his abdomen, coursing through his limbs. Xia Ping writhed, his skin flushing red, akin to a boiled lobster, as beads of cold sweat emerged on his forehead. What the hell? This is merely mild discomfort? He cursed inwardly, feeling as though the system had betrayed him. Xia Ping writhed on the ground, grappling with an agony beyond the comprehension of mortal endurance. After a protracted struggle, the pain gradually ebbed away, leaving him gasping for breath. His parched lips glistening as he offered a wry smile. I never anticipated the potency of the medication would be so overwhelming. However, as he lightly waved his arms, he could feel an invigorating surge of power coursing through his veins, akin to a relentless tide, an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. At that moment, the system interface had transformed into Godly Wealth Cultivation System host, Xia Ping age, 24 physique, 37 charm, 86 wealth, 229 for 104. 767 assets. Monday beneath the office building housing the illustrious Shanghai Games, a low hum resonated as Xia Ping emerged from his resplendent Rolls-Royce silver shadow, its sheen glimmering under the sun. He adjusted his collar with a subtle flourish before making his way into the building. The game company he worked for, Shanghai Games, had leased the third floor of this edifice for its operations. While not a colossal enterprise, it was nevertheless commendable. Gliding through the entrance in a Rolls-Royce, clad in Armani from head to toe, and adorned with a Rolex, Xia Ping exuded an air of authority that left the security personnel and receptionists awestruck. Their faces a tapestry of reverence and envy. One guard even saluted him. They instinctively assumed Xia Ping was a prominent executive or a distinguished guest, too intimidated to obstruct his passage. Observing their expressions, Xia Ping could easily surmise their thoughts. They likely never imagined he was merely there to resign in a most unpretentious manner. Upon entering the elevator, Xia Ping reopened the previously muted WeChat group chat. Hundreds of messages flooded his screen. A cursory glance elicited a faint smile. The majority of messages were filled with discussions about their own ostentatious proclamations. Most participants expressed skepticism towards his words, filled with doubt and derision. They believed Xia Ping was merely venting after being reprimanded by Zhou Tao, suggesting he had lost his composure and even mocking him for dreaming of sudden wealth, advising him to curb his cinematic fantasies and confront reality. In the real world, they insisted, overnight riches were but a myth. They were well aware of the indignities Xia Ping had endured. Could a scion of wealth truly withstand such treatment? Navigating between the rows of desks, Xia Ping made his way directly to Zhou Tao's office. As the chief planner of the company, Zhou enjoyed the privilege of an independent office, free from the confines of the communal workspace. Look, here comes Xia Ping. This is going to be entertaining, some of his former colleagues from the planning department remarked, their faces twisted with mockery. Hardly anyone believed his claims from the other day. What had once been a moment of bravado now seemed destined to culminate in an apology and a return to the grind of overtime work. Xia Ping's straightforward manner often earned him the disdain of superiors, and many colleagues found it convenient to pick on him to curry favor with Zhou Tao and his ilk. They could hardly bear the thought of Xia Ping prospering and eagerly awaited his downfall. However, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed the luxurious attire he donned. Is that a full set of Armani he's wearing? No way. Could he truly be a tycoon? Is this for real or just counterfeit? It doesn't look fake to me. And he even has a dazzling Rolex. Has Xia Ping actually struck it rich? Did he win the lottery? Impossible. The crowd fell into a state of bewilderment and shock. Unbelievable. Xia Ping nonchalantly rolled up his sleeves, a smirk playing on his lips. Yes, I'm deliberately flaunting it. Are you envious? Does it irk you to see me thrive? With a dismissive air, he strode into Zhou Tao's office without even bothering to knock. Xia Ping. Zhou Tao, who had been dozing at his desk, startled at the unexpected entrance, quickly sat up, assuming it was the boss conducting an impromptu inspection. However, upon recognizing Xia Ping, his countenance darkened. You actually decided to show up? Did I not tell you to come in over the weekend to work? Have you completed your tasks? Zhou Tao's irritation was palpable. And what about those messages you sent on WeChat? Do you really think I want to dock your pay? With a flick of his wrist, Xia Ping placed a stack of documents on the table. This is my resignation letter, along with the final components of my previous work. I prefer to see things through to completion, he replied with an air of calm. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, a smirk graced his lips. And regarding that proposal you claim to have authored, since you insist on taking sole credit, it would only be fitting for you to see it through to fruition. This way, you need not fear anyone encroaching upon your glory, correct? Resignation letter? Zhou Tao was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a furious laugh. You jest. You think you can just walk away? This project is a disaster because of you, and you expect to simply leave without consequence? The undertones of menace in Zhou Tao's words were unmistakable. At that moment, Zhou Tao felt a twinge of anxiety. He had relied on Xia Ping to handle the project, anticipating accolades for himself, yet he was woefully uninformed about the details. If Xia Ping were to resign, what would become of him? The boss held this project in high regard. Should it fail due to his incompetence, not only would his salary and bonuses be at risk, but losing his job was a very real possibility. Therefore, He could not allow Xia Ping to depart, at least not until the project was completed. I warn you, if you attempt to leave now, you will be liable for the company's losses. I will ensure no other gaming company will hire you, and you will find yourself utterly disgraced, Zhou Tao declared, pounding the table in anger, only for his tirade to be abruptly halted. He suddenly noticed the peculiar glint in Xia Ping's eyes. In those dark orbs, there was no sign of the anxiety or forced restraint he had previously witnessed. Instead, they mirrored a tranquility and indifference, laced with an unmistakable disdain and mockery, as though he were observing a clown laboring to entertain. Xia Ping had once fantasized about wielding power to humiliate those who had wronged him. Yet after acquiring the system and experiencing the opulence of the wealthy, such thoughts had lost their allure. He found it almost beneath him. His aspirations and worldview had shifted dramatically. Now, Zhou Tao was merely an ant scurrying at his feet. Zhou Tao abruptly realized he could no longer fathom Xia Ping. At some point, the aura surrounding him had become imposing and profound, instilling fear, something even the formidable business magnates he had encountered lacked. But how could this be? Xia Ping was merely a lowly worker. How could he evoke such trepidation? Surely, this is but a figment of my imagination. Zhou Tao straightened his posture, attempting to project an air of authority and intimidation. Listening to Xia Ping's seemingly hollow threats, Xia Ping found it amusing. With a final glance of pity, he turned and exited, pondering what delightful meal awaited him for lunch. As he glanced at his dazzling Rolex, Zhou Tao remained in a stupor, realizing only after Xia Ping checked the time that the latter was indeed adorned with a Rolex. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the other party was clad in designer brands. Could it be? He couldn't possibly be a wealthy individual. It had to be a facade. Zhou Tao's expression turned sinister, his anger boiling as he rushed out. He could not allow the project to slip from his grasp so easily. If he did, it would spell his ruin. Even if it meant his demise, he would take Xia Ping down with him. The employees watched in astonishment and confusion as Zhou Tao dashed out like a madman. He pursued until he reached the first floor. Just as he was about to call out to Xia Ping, he suddenly spotted the gleaming Rolls-Royce Phantom. He had heard of this luxury vehicle. Only the most elite tycoons in the country could own one. An unbelievable thought bubbled up from the depths of his heart. Could it be? His heart trembled. Buzzing. The opulent car door opened slowly, akin to an eagle spreading its wings, as Xia Ping pressed a button and took his seat. What? That car truly belonged to him. Zhou Tao's face turned pale, his body nearly crumbling, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Anyone who could drive such a car undoubtedly had a formidable background, commanding power and influence. Even the boss of Shanghai Company would have to treat him with utmost respect. How could a mere game company's chief planner like him dare to provoke such a person? Thank goodness I didn't pursue him. Initially, Zhou Tao intended to chase after Xia Ping to continue his threats and insults, but now he realized it would have been akin to the old immortal consuming arsenic, seeking death. However, recalling his previous words filled him with despair, as he fervently hoped Xia Ping would dismiss him, forgetting about this insignificant character in a few days. Otherwise, he would be utterly finished. Shanghai Games was located on the third floor of the office building, and at that moment, numerous individuals were peering down curiously. A Rolls-Royce. Xia Ping, wasn't he boasting? I thought he was just wearing knockoffs. This guy is genuinely a wealthy elite. P.S. resigning while driving a Rolls-Royce. This move is spectacular. I must add him on WeChat. I need to secure this powerful ally. Xia Ping, oblivious to Zhou Tao's pursuit, entered the Rolls-Royce Phantom, started the engine, and sped away with a roar reminiscent of a beast. Now, I officially bid farewell to my past life. I am free. A new life awaits. As the wind whistled past his ears, Xia Ping exuberantly proclaimed. With a smile playing on his lips, he addressed the car's AI, Xiaohe. Master, how may I assist you? The boyish voice emanated from the car's integrated AI system. Naturally, Xia Ping had whimsically named it Xiaohe. Please connect me to Jiangying. Understood, Master. Hello, Mr. Xia Ping. How may I assist you? Book me a flight to Shenanjia for tomorrow morning. Certainly, I will make the arrangements. A cabin in the woods is just a cabin in the woods. I'll consider it a vacation. Besides, there should be some rewards, right? After hanging up, Xia Ping reveled in the roaring wind around him, exclaiming, Shenanjia, here I come. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Xia Ping arrived at the airport with a simple travel bag, heading toward the first-class boarding area. Upon entering the first-class cabin and settling into his seat, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Unlike the cramped economy class where 3 people were squished together, each first-class seat was spacious, adorned with genuine leather, and could recline into a lay-flat bed. In front was a charming little dining table, a cabinet stocked with beverages and books, and a high-definition LCD television screen. Chapter 9, An Unexpected Encounter with a Beauty. Xia Ping reclined comfortably for a moment, then glanced to his side, only to discover that his neighboring seat was occupied by an exquisite beauty. Her ink-black hair cascaded down to her waist, her serene eyes resembling a tranquil mountain spring. Dressed in a light blue gown that revealed her fair legs, she exuded an effortless elegance and ethereal charm. If a score of 100 were given, Xia Ping would rate her a remarkable 98. An absolute beauty. Xia Ping found himself somewhat entranced, even oblivious to the fact that it might appear impolite. His cheeks flushed slightly as his heart raced. He was not the type to be rendered immobile by a mere beauty. Nor was he an innocent youth devoid of romantic experience. In school, his looks and athletic talents had made him quite popular, garnering confessions from numerous girls. And he had encountered many attractive women. Yet, none could compare to the one before him. Her presence perfectly aligned with Xia Ping's taste. And her aura deeply captivated him. She was indeed his ideal type. It seemed the beauty had sensed Xia Ping's gaze. Her brows furrowed slightly as she turned to look at him. She caught him engrossed in reading Bacon's essays on life. Hey, Iwan, what are you reading? A petite girl with shoulder-length golden hair bounced over from the restroom, skipping to Iwan's side. Nothing much, Iwan replied, redirecting her gaze. The golden-haired girl glanced at Xia Ping, then back at Iwan, her face breaking into a peculiar smile as she leaned in to whisper. The guy on your right is indeed quite handsome, and his aura is impressive. Iwan, are you harboring any thoughts? Tea on you. What are you talking about? Iwan shot her an annoyed glare. Oh, come on. There's no need to be shy between us, the golden-haired girl giggled. I'd be happy if you had a crush on someone. With so many boys pursuing you, I thought you were what was I? Iwan inquired. A hint of confusion in her tone, before noticing her friend feigning fright by dramatically clutching her chest, and she quickly understood. I'm genuinely angry. Don't. Xia Ping was intently focused on his book, yet not a single word registered in his mind. After using a physique-enhancing potion, his hearing had become significantly sharper, so their seemingly discreet conversation reached his ears, leaving him feeling tremendously awkward. Approaching them now felt ill-timed. Iwan, what a lovely name. It's the first time I've felt this nervous because of a girl, Xia Ping mused. His thoughts in disarray. Could it be that I've fallen head over heels for this girl at first sight? A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over him. I could ask for her contact information later. His eyes slowly closed as he drifted into a deep slumber. Sir? Xia Ping groggily opened his eyes to see a flight attendant leaning over him, a smile gracing her face. Sir, the plane has landed. He had overslept. Xia Ping murmured. Suddenly recalling something, glancing around, and realizing the surroundings were empty. He smacked his forehead. Oh no, he had forgotten to ask that girl for her contact information. A wave of regret flooded him, but he resignedly shouldered his bag and walked toward the first-class exit. Sir, a young lady with golden hair asked me to give this to you, the flight attendant said, handing him a folded piece of paper. Xia Ping unfolded it to find a WeChat ID, accompanied by a playful doodle of a ghost face, with a note that read, Handsome, I support you. This is Iwan's contact information. Chapter 10. Now, this is what true friendship looks like. Xia Ping suddenly recalled the blonde girl with whom she shared a close bond. A smile illuminating her face as her spirits lifted. Look, she thought, this is what true friendship is all about. Shenangjia, also known as the Shenangjia Forestry District, is an autonomous region directly governed by Hebei Province, situated in the northwestern part of Hebei Province. It is the only administrative division in China named after a forest area. The name derives from the legendary Emperor Shennong, who is said to have traversed the woods, tasting various herbs to alleviate the suffering of the people and teaching them agriculture. This area is renowned as a tourist destination, celebrated not only for its natural beauty, but also for its air of mystery and the tales of legendary wild men and other enigmatic phenomena. At 10 o'clock in the morning, at Shenangjia Airport, Jiang Ying had already arranged accommodations and travel logistics for him. As Xia Ping disembarked from the plane, a prearranged BMW awaited him. Are you Mr. Xia Ping? Inquired the driver, a slightly portly middle-aged man who respectfully opened the car door for him. Xia Ping nodded in affirmation. I am Wang Xia Wang, and I will be responsible for your transportation during your stay. Please, step inside. Since the hour was still early, Xia Ping decided to head directly to the destination of his task. The quickest route to the cabin nestled in the woods was through the scenic area of Shenangjia. And since he was in this captivating place, how could he resist the urge to explore? The BMW glided toward the Shenangjia scenic area, and in the back seat, Xia Ping glanced at his phone. No approval for the request, he mused, scratching his head with a wry smile. Could it be that my lingering gaze earlier had caused her displeasure? Not far from the scenic area, Xia Ping alighted from the car, grabbed a quick bite at a small eatery, and began his trek toward his objective. In the distance, a commotion echoed. What is happening? He wondered, furrowing his brow as he noticed a crowd gathering ahead. Upon approaching, he discovered what appeared to be the scene of an accident. An electric bicycle lay overturned in the middle of the road, beside a white Toyota, where a pallid elderly man clutched his left leg in pain. A young man was furiously berating the elder, his voice laced with indignation. "Hey, old man, are you blind? How could you not see such an obvious car?" The young man gestured angrily at the noticeable dent in the front of his white Toyota, his face dark with fury. "You clearly crashed into me." The elder seemed bewildered, at a loss for how to react. "Preposterous. Why would I crash into you? You old fool are clearly trying to extort money." The young man's tone dripped with contempt. "Do you have any idea how much this Toyota costs? Over 500,000. His outrage was palpable as he scanned the crowd. "Look, everyone. My brand new 500,000 yuan car has been damaged by this scammer. Though I am affluent, I refuse to pay him off just to avoid hassle. That would only embolden these fraudsters." The young man spoke with an air of self-righteousness, and the onlookers, swayed by his demeanor, began to side with him, given the increasing prevalence of such scams. Why is this elderly man still engaging in such disgraceful acts at his age? What a shame. Don't his children care? Indeed, we mustn't indulge these fraudsters. He should be taken to the police station. In the midst of this, Xia Ping internally scoffed. The positions of the electric bicycle and the Toyota were evidently on the crosswalk. How absurd to think the elder was attempting to scam anyone there. A wave of condemnation surged through the crowd, all failing to apply critical thought. The young man, aware of the psychology of the spectators, continued to monopolize the narrative, ensuring the elder had no chance to speak and leading the crowd toward his desired conclusion. "Everyone, bear witness. We must fight against this social malfeasance." Just as Xia Ping prepared to intervene, a sudden, authoritative voice rang out, surprising him. What an outrageous fabrication. A graceful figure emerged from the throng, rebuking the young man. This elderly gentleman was clearly struck while on the crosswalk. How could he possibly be the fraudster? Is that her? Xia Ping thought, astonished. The valiant girl stepping forward to defend the elder was none other than the stunning beauty he had encountered on the plane, Iwan. The petite blonde had inexplicably vanished from the scene. The young man's expression faltered as he struggled to formulate a retort. In a fit of desperation, he turned to the elder, menacingly declaring, "You must pay me, or I will call the police. This matter cannot go unresolved. Call the police by all means. Let them assess the scene." Iwan shot back, her demeanor now transformed from the serene and ethereal presence she had exuded on the plane to one of righteous indignation. Her face flushed with determination akin to a defiant child. Xia Ping marveled at this juxtaposition, finding her newfound fervor to be even more captivating. "No need to panic, sir. The police will not wrong an innocent." Iwan reassured the elder, noting his unease. "He is merely attempting to intimidate you. We cannot allow him to succeed." "How dare you? You filthy whore. You think you can meddle in my affairs?" The young man, now seething with rage, lashed out at Iwan, his temper flaring. In a fit of fury, he swung his arm toward her, aiming to strike her face. Xia Ping's expression darkened. This scoundrel had gone too far. In an instant, he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, positioning himself before Iwan and seizing the young man's wrist, causing him to stumble backward. "Do you still consider yourself a man for striking a woman?" Xia Ping admonished, his brow furrowed. "Why not simply accept responsibility and compensate for the damages? You meddlesome brat." The young man retorted, consumed by rage as he aimed a kick at Xia Ping's abdomen. Unable to contain himself any longer, Xia Ping stepped forward, arms poised like a drawn bow, and delivered a resounding slap across the young man's face. The force of the strike sent the man reeling, his body spinning wildly before he crashed heavily to the ground. The man spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, incredulously pointing at Xia Ping. "Do you dare to hit me? Just wait, I will." At that moment, Xia Ping nonchalantly waved his phone, saying, "I've recorded everything that just transpired. Would you like me to upload it online for you to experience the taste of becoming an internet celebrity?" The young man's expression changed dramatically. If his actions were broadcasted online, it would ruin him for life. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to catch on, voicing their discontent. "This guy is too much. Not only did he hit someone, but he's also trying to turn the tables." Exactly. Even the elderly are not spared. What a scoundrel. Amidst the cacophony of accusations, the man struggled to rise from the ground and staggered towards his damaged white Toyota. "Wait," Xia Ping suddenly called out. "What do you intend to do?" The young man was furious but instinctively halted, turning back. Xia Ping's earlier slap had instilled a fear in him. After hitting someone, shouldn't you take the elderly to the hospital? I'm fine. Just twisted my ankle a bit. A little rest will do," the elderly man timidly interjected. Xia Ping lowered his head to check, and, finding no serious injuries, coldly remarked, "You hit someone. Shouldn't you compensate?" The young man's face twisted in frustration as he fished out his wallet, pulling out a few hundred yuan notes. "Is this all you can offer? I see you have plenty more in there. Don't push your luck." The young man was on the verge of exploding with rage, but under Xia Ping's calm gaze, he immediately wilted. He withdrew a thick stack of money from his wallet and hurriedly left. Elder, take this money. If you feel unwell, you should still see a doctor. The elderly man expressed his gratitude profusely before riding away on his electric bike, while the surrounding crowd, seeing that the excitement had come to an end, dispersed as well. Chapter 12. Exploring the scenic area, growing affection. Xia Ping turned to the side and smiled at Iwan. Hello, it's nice to see you again. The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt a bit strange, as they had never spoken before, and she had not accepted his WeChat request. Is it you? Iwan appeared surprised, but quickly added, thank you for stepping in earlier. Who knows what might have happened otherwise. Nonetheless, you were rather reckless. You shouldn't try to be a hero all by yourself, Xia Ping teased. However, I didn't expect your sense of justice to be so strong. It was quite charming to see you stand up in the crowd. Iwan huffed, her cheeks slightly flushed. Isn't that what one should do? Hey, Iwan. A golden-haired girl dashed over, panting. I saw a large crowd gathered from afar. What happened? Upon noticing Xia Ping smiling at her, her expression shifted to one of playful flirtation. Oh dear, I couldn't have come at a worse time. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Iwan pretended to kick her. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Chu Tianyue, Iwan's best friend, she said with an air of confidence. Xia Ping, he replied with a smile. After some explanations, Chu Tianyue finally understood what had transpired. Upon learning that Xia Ping was also headed to the Shenangjia scenic area, she waved her hand. Since fate has brought us together, let us explore together. As one of Huagua's renowned scenic spots, Shenangjia boasts numerous attractions worth visiting. Shenangding, Banbai Rock, and Dalongtan, among others. Famous for its pristine and mysterious nature, Shenangjia features towering mountains, deep valleys, dense forests, and a complex climate, captivating visitors with its enchanting seasonal scenery. Earning it the title of Heavenly Garden of Shenong. Wow, look at the golden snub-nosed monkeys. Chu Tianyue exclaimed, snapping numerous photos of the agile creatures darting through the trees. They were indeed adorable. Iwan also appeared excited. She is quite lively, Xia Ping thought, chuckling at Chu Tianyue's exuberance. Haha, she's always like this, like a little child. Iwan quietly laughed, just as a gentle breeze tousled her hair, making her look exceedingly alluring. Xia Ping found himself momentarily lost in thought, captivated by her beauty. Don't stare at me. Iwan felt a bit shy, her cheeks turning crimson. Xia Ping snapped back to reality, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps it's because you are simply too beautiful? Due to Xia Ping's earlier assistance and their ongoing conversation, their relationship had grown more familiar, especially Iwan, who felt remarkably at ease chatting with Xia Ping, unlike before when she had been apprehensive about men. Upon hearing Xia Ping's bold compliment, Iwan's face reddened even more. Resembling a ripe pomegranate ready for harvest, exuding allure and fragrance, which made Xia Ping's resolve waver. Ultimately, however, he restrained himself. One must not act impulsively. Patience is key. As the afternoon wore on, they had nearly explored all the attractions in the scenic area. Chu Tianyue and Iwan decided it was time to return. Although reluctant, Xia Ping bid them farewell. Aren't you coming back with us? Chu Tianyue asked, surprised. I have some matters to attend to, Xia Ping replied, pulling out a map from his pocket. In fact, a distant relative of mine has passed away, and since he had no heirs, his estate has been passed down to me, which apparently includes a house located somewhere within Shenangjia. Finding a house in such a place seems rather strange, Iwan remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. I don't want to either. Xia Ping mentally grumbled, lamenting his bad luck for drawing the short straw with some cabin in the woods. Moreover, it seemed there was a subsequent task involved. If he did not go to claim it, he could not unlock the next step or receive the rewards. He was quite eager for the system's rewards, whether it was the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost worth 9,800 or the physique-enhancing potions that would significantly boost his strength. All were worthy of this journey. Ultimately, Xia Ping bid farewell to Iwan and Chu Tianyue, setting off alone towards the location marked on his map. Ding! His phone suddenly chimed, and upon checking, a smile spread across his face. The other party has added you as a friend. Come chat. In high spirits, Xia Ping hummed a tune as he made his way to his destination. Chapter 13. Arriving at the cabin in the woods, receiving rewards. In the dense jungle, Xia Ping advanced with remarkable agility, far exceeding that of the average person. So this really is the Black Bamboo Forest, he frowned. Only a portion of Shenangjia is open to the public, and the most mysterious and perilous area is the deep Black Bamboo Forest. It is said that in there, any electronic device, even compasses, would fail entirely. Coupled with the threats of poisonous miasma and wild beasts lurking in the depths of the forest, as well as dangers such as mudslides and falling rocks during rainy days, it is strongly advised that no one enters. Even well-equipped expedition teams dare not guarantee their safety. Faced with the ominous and terrifying Black Bamboo Forest before him, Xia Ping felt a headache coming on. This system was truly treacherous. Who could withstand such challenges? Hello, system. This is exceedingly perilous. You must ensure my safety. Perhaps, swayed by Xia Ping's reasoning, the system fell silent for a moment before conjuring an ethereal map before him, marked with a small red indicating his current location, alongside a meticulously plotted route. Considering the host's present circumstances, the system would provide wireless connectivity, navigational guidance, and hazard avoidance. Xia Ping exhaled in relief and began to traverse the path delineated by the system with caution and alacrity, well prepared to confront the grasshoppers, mosquitoes, and snakes he might encounter. The system would issue alerts in the event of perilous terrain or encounters with wild beasts. At long last, he arrived at the designated endpoint. Just before nightfall, dragging his weary body, Xia Ping reached the location marked by the system. However, in the next instant, he found himself utterly stunned. What is this? Before him lay an endless expanse of dark, shadowy vegetation, with not a trace of a dwelling in sight. Is the system mocking me? Xia Ping roared in fury, kicking a nearby stone, only to trip and fall heavily forward. Shit! He cursed, landing face first into the ground. But when he picked himself up, disheveled and covered in dirt, the scene before him had dramatically transformed. In the dim bamboo grove, a clearing had mysteriously emerged, revealing a two-story, verdant bamboo house. It was precisely the cottage depicted in the image. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ping seemed to grasp something. He took a step back, and the bamboo house vanished, the view reverting to the seemingly infinite thicket. One step forward, and amidst the distortion of the air, the bamboo house reappeared. An illusion? Or perhaps a folded space? Xia Ping marveled, pondering if this was a manifestation of the system's capabilities. It was simply marvelous. The lower section of the bamboo house was elevated, supported by wooden pillars, primarily to evade beasts and flooding, and could also serve as a pen for livestock. Ascending the stairs, Xia Ping entered through the door. Though modest, the interior was clean and tidy, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Yet, the thought of his lost villa brought a pang of sorrow to his heart. He found a bedroom on the second floor, where the bedding had already been prepared, and he set down his travel bag, awaiting the completion of his task. After all, how could a qualified wealthy individual lack a residence of his own? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the main quest. You have successfully arrived at Shenanjia to claim the cottage in the woods, and will receive the task rewards. Ding. Host assets, 300,000,000 credited to bank card. Ding. Host charm value 4. Ding. 1 junior physical enhancement potion. A series of system notifications echoed, and Xia Ping's fortune surged past 500 million. His charm value reached an impressive 90, tantalizingly close to perfection. Haha, this trip was certainly worthwhile. 300 million, plus 4 charm points and a potion. Xia Ping rejoiced, laughing heartily at the sky, then lamented, honestly, I was already quite handsome. Does the system intend to eliminate competition for other men? Ding. Host has acquired a treasure map. Side quest activated. An exhilarating treasure hunt. Please locate the treasure within 3 days according to the treasure map to complete the quest. Ah, a treasure map. What could that be? Xia Ping curiously opened his storage space and indeed found a shimmering treasure map, which at first glance resembled a royal decree. With a mere thought, the map materialized in his hands. This is a magical treasure map that will guide the fortunate individual to the treasure. Only this simple statement accompanied by a drawing of a map, depicting a winding red line through the dense mountainous forest leading to a destination. The location indicated by the treasure map remained within Shenanjia and required further exploration into the depths. Xia Ping traced the map with his finger while contemplating, given this distance, I could make a round trip in a day at my speed. However, venturing deeper might pose dangers. Nevertheless, my physical prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary person, and with the system's assistance, I should encounter no issues. Resolved, he declared, tomorrow, I shall investigate this so-called treasure. Xia Ping rubbed his hands together in excitement, relishing the thrill of a challenge. What fun is there in a mundane existence? Each time the system's reward notification rang out, it marked his happiest moments. This is life, effortlessly acquiring billions. As he indulged in thoughts that would surely earn him disdain from others, Xia Ping opened his phone. He accessed Iwan's WeChat, a smile blossoming on his face. Thanks to the system's aid, he still had connectivity in this otherwise isolated area. He eagerly initiated a conversation with Iwan. Both graduates of prestigious universities, though Xia Ping's stubborn nature had hindered his rapport with superiors, his inherent qualities and knowledge were undeniably commendable. Their discussions traversed various topics, favorite books and films, revealing a plethora of shared interests, and their mutual affinity continued to blossom. However, when Xia Ping inadvertently inquired about Iwan's family background, she appeared reluctant to delve into that aspect of her life. Good night. Oh, rest well. As the night deepened, Xia Ping suggested Iwan retire early. She replied with an adorable sleeping emoji. Observing her demeanor and attire, Xia Ping mused that she certainly did not appear to hail from an ordinary household. Could she be the daughter of a prominent family? Reclining on his bed, his thoughts swirled chaotically. He knew only that Iwan's family resided in the Magic City. As one of Huagua's foremost megacities, it was home to countless large enterprises and prestigious families, making it impossible to discern her identity based on the scant information available. However, possessing the godly wealth cultivation system, he was unconcerned about such matters. He did not feel inadequate in comparison to Iwan. Rather, he brimmed with confidence regarding his future. With the system by his side, he was destined to ascend to the zenith of the world, earning billions by day and conversing with beautiful women by night. Life was indeed delightful. However, wealthy individuals often sacrificed much in their pursuit of fortune, such as worries and sorrows. Xia Ping sighed, somewhat provocatively. Chapter 14, Side Quest. The Mysterious Treasure Map. At the break of dawn, Xia Ping rose early. His first order of business was to retrieve the Junior Physical Enhancement Potion from his storage space. Physical Enhancement Potion, Junior, increases the host's strength, speed, endurance, and physical attributes by 10 points. In the depths of Shenanjia, he might encounter unforeseen dangers. So enhancing his capabilities was paramount. Xia Ping tilted his head back and, gritting his teeth, swallowed the potion. While it lacked the intense effects of the intermediate potion, it still sent him into a euphoric state. As a result, Xia Ping's physical attributes soared to an impressive 47 points, nearly 5 times that of an average person. With an explosive surge of strength coursing through his body, Xia Ping swiftly moved several meters away, creating a gust of wind in his wake. He unleashed a punch, causing the air to emit a sharp whistle. Wow, I can't shake the feeling that I'll soon become a human tank, Xia Ping exclaimed in excitement. As every boy secretly dreams of possessing superhuman abilities akin to those of Marvel heroes. With the system in place, it seemed a formidable task was not insurmountable. After a modest meal of the provisions he had brought along, Xia Ping set off with his travel backpack. Some items were stored in the designated compartment, while others remained in his possession. Despite shouldering a burden of over 10 kilograms, Xia Ping traversed the dense jungle with an ease that belied the weight he carried. Even a specially trained soldier accustomed to heavy loads would find it impossible to navigate with such grace. Xia Ping moved like a wraith through the foliage, occasionally pausing to consult his map. As he ventured deeper into the heart of Shenanjia, he began to encounter some wild beasts. However, thanks to the system's alerts and his heightened senses coupled with a stroke of luck, he successfully evaded any danger. After a journey fraught with excitement, yet free from peril, Xia Ping finally reached the location indicated on the map. Beside a towering tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward, he stood among the underbrush, binoculars in hand, observing a low-lying area characterized by a small earthen slope. This slope led to a vast, dark cavity below. According to the map, this was the treasure's resting place. Fortunately, there were no ferocious beasts lurking nearby. After a thorough observation confirmed the absence of threats, Xia Ping swiftly and nimbly approached the cave. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he took a moment to sniff the air, discerning no odors indicative of occupancy by bears or other creatures. Sighing in relief, he hesitated no longer and stepped inside. The cave, though sloped downwards, had a gentle incline yet stretched on for an astonishing length, and after what felt like an eternity, he still had not reached an end. The silence within was profound, punctuated only by the echo of his subdued footsteps reverberating off the walls. Suddenly, a rustling sound startled him. What was that? Realizing it was merely a swarm of bats disturbed by his presence, Xia Ping relaxed slightly, though a heightened sense of caution took hold. He retrieved the infrared detector he had purchased and proceeded deeper into the cave, scanning the surroundings. Minutes later, wielding his flashlight, Xia Ping discerned a faint glow ahead. Directing the beam towards the source, he could make out the contours of what appeared to be a luminous box. A rush of exhilaration surged through him. Could this be the fabled treasure? Quickening his pace, he dashed towards the sparkling box. Just then, the system issued a warning. Danger. What on earth? Danger? But the infrared detector indicated there was nothing present. Suddenly, Xia Ping shone the flashlight to the side, where a massive patterned stone had once rested. To his shock, that stone, resembling a small hill, began to stir. The serpentine form unfurled, its neck rising in a menacing display. It was not a stone, it was a colossal python. The system had betrayed him once more. With a triangular head and glossy black scales, the creature blended seamlessly into the shadows, eluding detection by the infrared device due to its cold-blooded nature, allowing it to match the ambient temperature. He had never considered this possibility. Panic surged through him as the enormous serpent lunged forward, its gaping maw poised to strike. Instinctively, he twisted his waist and rolled to the side. But his flashlight and infrared detector slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Regaining his footing, Xia Ping found himself under attack again. The python's serpentine body stretching an intimidating 10 meters, a truly fearsome sight that evoked thoughts of the long-extinct titanoboa. In a flash, Xia Ping maneuvered into the creature's blind spot, delivering a powerful punch to its slick, massive body. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, yet he felt as though he had struck a steel plate. Staggering backward from the overwhelming recoil, he doubted even a bullet could pierce that extraordinary armor. Determined, Xia Ping resolved to vanquish the beast. This was not a reckless decision. Despite the python's formidable defenses, its previous attacks revealed vulnerabilities in both speed and strength. Moreover, it barred his path to the treasure. He must defeat it to claim what lay within the chest. However, he knew he had to avoid being ensnared, for the constricting power of a python equated to that of a massive truck's impact. With a steely gaze, Xia Ping summoned all his focus. Slowly drawing the short blade, he had kept at his waist for emergencies. He could not afford a drawn-out struggle. He needed a decisive blow. The python, sensing the challenge, flicked its tongue and scrutinized him with cold, calculating eyes. Having adjusted to the darkness, Xia Ping stealthily advanced, then suddenly lunged forward. The python, sensing danger, opened its mouth wide and lunged at him, but he deftly sidestepped, maneuvering to the side of the great serpent. The python's tail lashed out, striking with tremendous force. Unable to evade in time, Xia Ping crossed his arms before his chest, yet even with his superior physique, he felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. His breath momentarily stolen as he was propelled backward, rolling along the ground. In the midst of his tumble, his hand grasped something. "Damn you, perish!" he shouted, sending a black object spiraling rapidly toward the python. The creature instinctively opened its jaws wide, only to snap them shut, crushing the infrared detector. Now was his chance. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Xia Ping sprang forward, closing the distance to the python in a single bound. As the serpent lowered its head, he drove his short blade forcefully into its skull. Die! With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced through, embedding into the ground. Despite its tenacious vitality, the python thrashed violently, sending dust swirling around them. But soon enough, the cavern sank into silence. Chapter 15. The Compass, the Ring, 2 billion. Panting and wiping the sweat from his brow, Xia Ping cursed the treacherous system as he approached the treasure chest. He harbored grave doubts that the location of this chest was a mere coincidence orchestrated by the system. After all, how could such fortune be so neatly arranged? It was only when he drew within 5 meters of the python that the system had issued its alarm. Ultimately, however, the creature lay dead at his feet, and aside from a slight heaviness in his chest, he bore no significant injuries. Lowering his gaze to scrutinize his hands, Xia Ping finally grasped the extent of his formidable prowess. What treasures awaited him within the chest? The shimmering box was unlatched, and as he opened it, he was met not with the expected riches of gold and jewels, but rather with a palm-sized compass, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns and inscrutable symbols. The compass bore 3 needles, 1 long, 1 medium, and 1 short, but despite his utmost exertion, Xia Ping could not budge them in the slightest. In the corner beside the compass lay a modestly unadorned black ring, intricately engraved with dark golden patterns. What on earth are these items? Xia Ping pondered, perplexed. He lifted the compass, and a line of ethereal text materialized above it. Mysterious compass. This is a mysterious compass, the purpose of which remains unknown to us. By the heavens, a mysterious compass with an unknown function? After gazing at it for a while without discernible insight, he casually tossed it into his storage space. He then picked up the ring to read its description. Ring of Blessing. Absorbs attacks that would otherwise result in the host's demise, safeguarding the host's life. A passive trigger consumable that self-destructs after 3 uses. A Ring of Blessing? This is quite splendid. At least I need not worry about fatal accidents in the future. Xia Ping thought to himself, nodding with satisfaction as he slid the ring onto his right index finger, which fit perfectly. At that moment, the system's notification chime finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest, successfully locating the treasure according to the treasure map. Ding! The host has received a special reward for the treasure map side quest. Windfall. Windfall. By uttering the words windfall, the host will randomly acquire a wealth of 150,000,000,000,000. 1, 2, 3, 400 zeros. Hiss. Xia Ping was engulfed in sheer astonishment. A maximum of 500 billion? This is utterly outrageous. Of course, he did not believe his luck would be so fortuitous as to secure the highest sum. The memory of the grim incident at the woodland cabin lingered in his mind, casting doubt upon his fortune. However, with such a lofty upper limit, as long as he wasn't exceedingly unlucky, he would surely obtain a substantial amount. With that thought, elation surged within Xia Ping, and he boldly declared, Windfall. Instantly, 11 zeros materialized in the void, arranged in a line, before the numbers began to shift rapidly. Xia Ping watched with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. After all, no one could ever have too much money. Approximately 10 seconds later, the fluctuating digits gradually settled, revealing the final figure, 23, 636, 724, 788. Hiss. Xia Ping felt as though his heart might cease to beat. Over 3 billion. A figure so staggering it could drive one to madness. It was enough to erect a cash skyscraper and indulge in luxury items until his hands grew weary. Purchasing several buildings in a lavish metropolis would be a breeze. In an instant, all his frustration and curses from his earlier battle with the triangular giant python vanished without a trace, leaving only exhilaration and excitement in their wake. If I could secure 20 billion each time, then please, give me 10 more. After resting momentarily, Xia Ping retraced his steps, swiftly returning to the woodland cabin before dusk. As it was getting late, he decided to spend another night at the cabin. After a light meal, Xia Ping first called Jiang Ying to arrange for a flight ticket for the next day and to have his car brought over. He also made sure to continue his WeChat conversation with AI1 that evening. Their rapport was growing increasingly intimate, and their relationship was rapidly heating up. I'm returning to Donghai City tonight, with a flight at 11. I'll start packing soon for the airport. In such a hurry, is there something urgent? Well, it's not anything major, Xia Ping replied, feeling a twinge of regret. Had she been returning the following day, they could have shared a flight and met in person. Be sure to stay safe on the road. Xia Ping's fingers danced swiftly across the screen as he inquired, when you have some free time, would you allow me to treat you to a meal? Sure. I'm quite free next month. How about inviting me to Ningjiang then? I would be most honored. Setting a dinner date with AI1 for next month, her acceptance filled Xia Ping with immense excitement. This was indeed a splendid opportunity. His mind raced with thoughts. He must arrange the perfect venue and prepare a romantic, lavish dinner for AI1, then take the chance to confess his feelings. Though the plan was still in its infancy, he had begun to mentally map out the details and envision the scene. A high-end hotel in Shenanjia. In a luxurious and spacious room, AI1 reclined on a soft bed, gazing at her phone screen, where her chat with Xia Ping brought an involuntary smile to her lips. She recalled the imposing figure of Xia Ping as he stood up to protect her, along with the warmth and clarity of his laughter and the powerful confidence and aura he exuded so effortlessly. These impressions were indelibly etched in her mind. Women naturally gravitate towards strong men, and AI1 was no exception. Oh, is our young lady chatting away with the handsome Xia Ping again? You two are quite the pair, aren't you? Just look at that silly grin on your face. Chu Tianyue, radiating warmth in her bathrobe, sauntered over, teasingly. AI1 swiftly hurled a pillow at Chu Tianyue, who effortlessly caught it. Aren't you supposed to be thanking me, your good sister, for playing matchmaker? Chu Tianyue promptly pounced onto AI1. Stop it. The two began to frolic playfully in the room. Chapter 16. Returning to Ningjiang. New main quest. On the flight back to Ningjiang, Xia Ping sipped his fine red wine, a contemplative expression gracing his face. He was mulling over the newly issued main quest from the system. How could a qualified tycoon not possess his own enterprise? Phase 1 of the main quest initiated. The host is required to establish a company under their name, developing and producing a new viable product, with a net profit meeting or exceeding the initial investment. The minimum investment was set at 2 billion. The deadline for the task, 1 year. Success would yield a reward of double the wealth and 2 doses of advanced physical enhancement potion. Failure would incur a penalty of a 90 reduction in wealth. Setting down the wine glass, Xia Ping pinched the bridge of his nose. This task presented quite the headache. To establish a company within a year and achieve a 100 profit margin, that was no trivial endeavor. If there were no monetary minimum, it would be feasible to set up a company with a few 100,000 or 1 million. With proper management, tripling the investment within a year would be achievable. But the system had firmly set the minimum investment at 2 billion. Moreover, it had closed off all potential loopholes. While Xia Ping had no intention of engaging in illicit activities, the instant he saw the task requirements, he contemplated some shortcuts, such as creating a game and then using his own funds to purchase it, which could technically count as company profit. However, the subsequent notes chilled him to the core. All forms of opportunistic tactics had been categorically ruled out. With that realization, Xia Ping felt an urge to smash his cup. To expect him to build a company from scratch within a year and double its assets? What a farce. Nevertheless, the system did not leave Xia Ping in a lurch. It offered him a measure of assistance. The host activated the Brain Domain Assistance System, leveraging its power to connect with the global network, thereby providing an array of formidable functions such as data inquiry, filtering, storage, and comparative analysis. In essence, it was akin to having a supercomputer residing within his mind. Moreover, the rewards for his tasks were exceptionally generous. The first reward was a doubling of his wealth. It is worth noting that Xia Ping had already accumulated over 20 billion through tasks within a mere few days. Although luck played a part, he was acutely aware that future tasks might not be as frequent as the current ones, yet his fortunes a year hence would undoubtedly exceed his current wealth. What particularly captivated Xia Ping were the 2 advanced physique-enhancing potions. The transformative changes brought about by physical enhancement had profoundly impacted him. He was now capable of battling giant pythons measuring several meters in length. Xia Ping estimated that he could even subdue ferocious beasts like bears and tigers with his bare hands. In stark contrast to the bountiful rewards, the penalties for failure were exceedingly severe. This was the first instance of a task penalty. A staggering 90% reduction in his wealth was a loss Xia Ping could not tolerate. Hence, despite the daunting nature of the task, he felt compelled to see it through. What kind of company should he establish? The tobacco and arms industries certainly promised wealth, but he currently lacked the connections to venture into those fields. After downing his glass of red wine, Xia Ping furrowed his brow. Perhaps he should opt for the gaming industry, a domain with which he was familiar. After all, Xia Ping was a graduate of a prestigious university, possessing undeniable capabilities. He had entered the gaming industry post-graduation, becoming well acquainted with its intricacies and crafting numerous outstanding plans and proposals. Had he not been averse to the corporate environment, he might have even risen to an executive position by now. Furthermore, the gaming industry was also a lucrative field, both domestically and internationally, with companies generating tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in daily revenue from successful games. Considering all these factors, Xia Ping ultimately resolved to establish his first company in the gaming sector. Just then, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, prompting him to meticulously re-examine the task requirements. It appeared that there was a hidden nuance within. The host was required to possess a company of his own, develop and produce new qualified products, and achieve a net profit that met or exceeded the initial investment. Xia Ping's gaze fixated on the phrase indicating the necessity of owning a company. He realized that he had made an assumption. His habitual thinking led him to believe that owning a company meant he had to create one from scratch. Establishing a company, especially one of a scale exceeding 2 billion, was far from a simple endeavor, not to mention the time it would take just to set it up and get it on track, let alone the subsequent product development. Thus, achieving 100 in revenue within a year seemed an impossible task. However, what if he were to acquire an existing company? If a company possessed robust capabilities and had a strong workforce, but was merely struggling due to financial constraints or strategic misdirection, or perhaps the owner wished to sell for personal reasons, then he could simply acquire it, integrate it under his name, and, while maintaining its foundational structure, develop an exceptional new game to potentially meet the task's objectives. This task could indeed be accomplished through the acquisition of another company. Moreover, the system specified that net profits must meet or exceed the investment amount, meaning that the original assets of the acquired company would not be factored into the equation. The funds to be calculated would only include the acquisition cost and the expenses necessary to sustain operations and develop new products. Xia Ping felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, as if a significant weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Of course, numerous uncertainties remained, necessitating careful deliberation. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" A voice interjected, disrupting Xia Ping's contemplation. Chapter 17. Longting Group, Jiang Yuanbai. A young man, sporting a cheerful smile and clad in a white shirt, approached Xia Ping. He appeared to be of similar age. Xia Ping raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I don't believe we are acquainted." "Haha, I merely noticed your extraordinary demeanor and wished to engage in conversation, as the flight can be rather dull." The young man replied with a laugh. The man's sincerity and openness sparked a flicker of goodwill in Xia Ping. He nodded slightly and poured a glass of red wine for his new acquaintance. "Care for a drink? Then I shall not hold back." The young man took a sip, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Suddenly recalling something, he slapped his forehead. "Look at me. I've forgotten to introduce myself." He set down his glass and continued with a smile. "My name is Jiang Yuanbai, from Ningjiang. My father is Jiang Lu." Xia Ping's heart stirred. Jiang Lu. This was the name of the business magnate from Ningjiang, the founder and current chairman of Longting Group. It was said that Jiang Lu, despite lacking formal education, had risen from humble beginnings, leveraging his innate business acumen to establish a colossal enterprise worth hundreds of billions over several decades. Longting Group. The group primarily operated in real estate and media, with its subsidiaries, Longting Media and Longting Real Estate, enjoying significant renown both domestically and abroad. To say it was impressive and awe-inspiring would be an understatement. The young man before him was indeed Jiang Lu's son, an affiliation that was quite astonishing. However, Jiang Yuanbai did not exude arrogance. Instead, he remained composed, casually acknowledging his lineage. "Xia Ping," he said, smiling as he nodded in greeting, lightly clinking glasses. So you are the scion of Longting Group, my apologies. Longting Group was indeed a renowned enterprise, yet Xia Ping, possessing a fortune exceeding 200 billion, felt no need to diminish his own stature in front of him. After all, his wealth was only set to increase. Jiang Yuanbai, however, was somewhat taken aback. Although he had introduced himself without any intention of boasting, he was subtly testing Xia Ping, who he sensed was no ordinary individual. Yet, the response he received was entirely unexpected. Others would have eagerly fawned over him or pretended to be aloof, but Xia Ping's demeanor was one of nonchalance and indifference. It was a genuine lack of concern, a reflection of his inherent confidence. In Jiang Yuanbai's eyes, Xia Ping exuded an air of mystery. Haha, Jiang Yuanbai laughed heartily. What young master? We appear to be of similar age, just call me by my name. Having previously noted Xia Ping's impressive demeanor, he was now even more astonished by the latter's composure. Who is this person? Xia Ping, are you also from Ningjiang? If you don't mind, may I inquire what you do? Jiang Yuanbai casually asked. Not much, just started a gaming company, Xia Ping replied nonchalantly. Stating he had started a gaming company was not entirely inaccurate. While he did not have one yet, it was imminent. Haha, splendid. If there is anything I can assist you with in the future, don't hesitate to ask, Jiang Yuanbai exclaimed. However, despite racking his brain, he could not recall any prominent families or large gaming company owners with the surname Xia from Ningjiang. Come, let us drink to that. Jiang Yuanbai, with a hearty smile, exuded a vibrant charm, embodying the essence of a gregarious conversationalist who skillfully navigated the atmosphere of their interaction. The two engaged in delightful discourse, swiftly cultivating a camaraderie that hinted at a profound connection, as if they had known each other for ages. The aircraft soon descended gracefully at Ningjiang Airport. Upon disembarking, Xia Ping's eyes immediately fell upon his luxurious Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow parked at a short distance, accompanied by the elegant figure of Jiang Ying, poised in formal attire beside the vehicle. Turning to Jiang Yuanbai, he remarked, I shall take my leave now. Very well, let us stay in touch. Xia Ping nodded slightly and hurried toward Jiang Ying. Welcome back, Mr. Xia. Jiang Ying greeted him with a radiant smile, illuminating the surroundings. Xia Ping nodded in acknowledgement, accepted the car keys from her hand, and then entered the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, departing amidst the roar of its engine. This spectacle drew gasps of astonishment from the onlookers at the airport. Oh my goodness, is that not the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow that has been widely discussed online? Exclaimed one. Indeed, it truly is. And look at the stunning beauty here to greet him. Being wealthy has its perks, commented another, filled with envy. Jiang Yuanbai stood a short distance away, equally stunned. Although he had suspected Xia Ping was no ordinary individual, he was taken aback to discover that he was the enigmatic affluent figure rumored online to possess the 98 million renminbi limited edition Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. While netizens may have only recognized the car's exorbitant value, they were oblivious to its profound significance. This vehicle was one of merely 2 or 3 in the country, with one having been auctioned for billions by a prominent family. The implications of its worth extended far beyond mere monetary value. Ordinary wealthy individuals lacked the channels and qualifications necessary to acquire such an exquisitely crafted luxury sports car. Jiang Yuanbai could hardly fathom that this mysterious magnate was the very person he had just met and conversed with at length. Who exactly was he? A deep sense of curiosity stirred within Jiang Yuanbai. Regardless, it was imperative to foster a good relationship with him, especially given that Xia Ping's temperament resonated with him profoundly. Chapter 18. The prestigious purple-striped black card. With a sudden screech, the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow came to an abrupt halt. Xia Ping alighted from the vehicle and glanced at the sign mounted on the towering edifice before him. In a series of English letters, it read, Dumvo Human Resources Group, Ningjiang Branch. This was a renowned headhunting firm, financially robust with a global reach, boasting numerous branches across major cities in Huaguo. Xia Ping's primary purpose for visiting today was to recruit an assistant. The timeline was pressing. He had just 1 year to not only achieve profitability, but also to secure an array of complex permits and licenses, including the ICP operations license, game copyrights, and various cultural management permits. The mere thought of it overwhelmed him. Although Xia Ping intended to acquire a company outright, the likelihood of finding a suitable candidate was uncertain. Thus, he needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Even if a company showed interest in selling, the process of successful acquisition required considerable preparation and negotiation. Xia Ping prided himself on having some talent and capability in game development, but such matters were not his forte. He could not oversee every detail personally. Naturally, he required a competent assistant to manage the operational intricacies of the company while he focused on steering it toward the creation of a blockbuster product. Upon entering the lobby, a receptionist approached him with utmost respect. Sir, how may I assist you today? recognizing Xia Ping's arrival in a Rolls-Royce. The receptionist concluded that he was an important client of distinguished status deserving of exceptional service. "I seek to recruit an assistant," Xia Ping succinctly stated. "Please follow me. Our vice president will personally attend to you." The receptionist's demeanor became increasingly deferential as she summoned another staff member to notify the vice president. Adhering to company protocol that mandated the swift transfer of esteemed clients to a leader of vice president rank. While waiting, the receptionist guided Xia Ping to process his deposit. When the system-allocated black card, adorned with purple stripes, was swiped, an unexpected interface appeared on the screen, proclaiming, "This is a distinguished guest holding a purple-striped black card. Please accord them utmost respect." "What is this?" The receptionist's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Is there a problem?" Xia Ping inquired, noticing the receptionist's sudden change in demeanor. The receptionist was not the only one caught off guard. He had spent years at Dumvo Human Resources Group without ever encountering such a scenario. With hurried footsteps echoing, a somewhat portly man with an authoritative countenance approached, panting slightly. "Greetings, Mr. Xia. I am the vice president of Dumvo Human Resources Group, Ningjiang branch. I apologize, but as a holder of the purple-striped black card, you require the personal attention of our general manager. Please, allow me to escort you." Xia Ping found himself momentarily bewildered. The purple-striped black card seemed to refer to the bank card issued to him by the system. Did it truly hold such significance? The receptionist, equally astounded, was engulfed by a wave of disbelief. If even the vice president lacked the authority to attend to him, then what manner of individual was this young man? In truth, even the vice president was astonished. He only knew that individuals possessing the purple-striped black card were of exceedingly high status, but the specifics eluded him. This was the first time he had encountered such a client, prompting him to rush over upon receiving the system notification. "Sir, please follow me." The vice president's demeanor was marked by exceptional reverence, though ordinary employees might be unaware. The management training emphasized a crucial tenet. Clients holding the purple-striped black card are akin to deities. They must never be treated with anything less than the utmost respect. In the spacious, opulent reception room, Xia Ping settled into a chair carved from exquisite rosewood, sipping tea leisurely as he awaited his host. During this time, he inquired about the details of the bank card from the system and received information that left him astounded. The card, named the purple-striped black card, was a rare financial instrument launched in collaboration by prestigious institutions such as the Morgan Consortium, Rockefeller Foundation, Citibank, and other renowned global banks in conjunction with Swiss banks. Only individuals of extraordinary wealth or elevated status could qualify for it, meeting exceptionally stringent criteria. Beyond its global acceptance, the card boasted an astonishing overdraft limit of 30 billion. It was not merely a card but a symbol of status, facilitating connections with numerous esteemed enterprises and even governmental levels, ensuring that its holders received the highest caliber of treatment and convenience wherever they presented it. Gasping in realization of the card's formidable nature, Xia Ping couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. How could such an extraordinary card exist? He marveled, thoroughly astonished for the entire year. "Hey, system. Why didn't you inform me earlier about this incredible card? Had I not visited the Dumvo Human Resources Group, I might have remained oblivious to the card's true power." The system's response left him momentarily breathless. "You did not inquire either." Xia Ping was nearly infuriated, letting out a cold snort before refraining from further questions. Chapter 19. Recruitment of a Professional Assistant. With a resounding clap, the door to the reception room swung open, revealing a sharply dressed man in his 30s, tall and poised, who entered after knocking. Upon stepping inside, he extended his hand to Xia Ping. "Mr. Xia Ping, I am the regional general manager of the Dunwo Human Resources Group in Ningjiang City, a seasoned headhunter holding a senior consultant qualification. It is a pleasure to serve you. You may call me Bridges." As Bridges shook hands with Xia Ping, he spoke fluent Mandarin, his face adorned with a polite smile that, upon closer inspection, bore a hint of flattery. "Mr. Bridges, I have long admired your reputation," Xia Ping replied with courteous formality. After exchanging pleasantries, the two settled into their seats. As a senior consultant and the regional general manager of Dunwo in Ningjiang, Bridges was a figure of considerable stature, rarely engaging directly with clients, let alone displaying such courtesy. However, Xia Ping was not an ordinary client. He possessed the prestigious purple-striped black card. Bridges scrutinized his counterpart. Recognizing the extraordinary aura that accompanied one who held such a card, his demeanor became increasingly respectful. The one-on-one service provided by a headhunter of Bridges' caliber demanded a substantial consulting fee. While Xia Ping was not financially constrained, he had no intention of indulging in idle chatter. "Mr. Bridges, my purpose here is quite clear. I seek to recruit an assistant," Xia Ping stated directly. "Very well. May I inquire about the nature of your company and the specific requirements you have?" Bridges responded with a smile. A gaming company, with but one requirement, the best. Xia Ping replied nonchalantly. Spending a bit more is of no concern. It was an ostentatious declaration, practically emblazoned with the words money is no object across his face. Bridges wore a knowing smile, acknowledging this aspect. Understood. However, I will need some more specific information, such as whether you prefer a secretary-type assistant who handles both work and personal affairs, or a managerial assistant to aid in leading the company. He spread his hands, smiling. Of course, the two roles are not mutually exclusive. It ultimately depends on your needs. After a brief contemplation, Xia Ping responded, I would like one of each. The administrative secretary-type assistant is typically an exceptionally talented young individual, adept at managing various tasks, both professional and personal, akin to a celebrity's manager. The managerial assistant, on the other hand, is usually a capable young man or middle-aged individual. To refer to him merely as an assistant would be somewhat misleading, as he is more akin to a professional manager, groomed to become a vital part of the company, potentially rising to the position of vice president or even president after gaining experience. Bridges nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, please hold on for a moment. We have several resumes here for you to peruse and filter through. Moments later, several resumes were laid before Xia Ping. Lu Jiaoyong, male, 34 years old, deputy manager of Donghua Gaming Hengqin Branch. Zhang Jingsheng, male, 38 years old, deputy chief planner at Hongfei Gaming. Lu Lin, male, 27 years old, former deputy manager at the American Fiber Company. Xia Ping's gaze sharpened, fixating on the last resume. Lu Lin? This individual was actually the former deputy manager at Fiber Entertainment. Fiber Entertainment is one of the top 10 gaming companies in the United States, renowned globally and emblematic of the pinnacle of game development. Previously, they had achieved immense success with a AAA-level blockbuster, reaping substantial profits. The fact that Lu Lin reached the position of deputy manager at the mere age of 27 speaks volumes of his exceptional talent and capability. Yet, why would such a prodigy leave Fiber Entertainment? Xia Ping pondered aloud. Is it due to negligence or embezzlement that he was dismissed? Bridges seemed to grasp Xia Ping's thoughts. Replying with a smile, Mr. Xia, Lu Lin resigned voluntarily. His professional history bears no blemish. His abilities and character are beyond reproach. The reason for his departure from his career in the United States is his philosophical discord with Fiber Entertainment, and he felt constrained by their limitations. He detests being restricted and believes that Fiber imposed too many constraints on him. Additionally, his optimism regarding the domestic gaming industry is part of his motivation for returning home. Is that so? Xia Ping mused, sensing ambition and idealism in the man. He aligns quite well with my requirements. Please arrange for Lu Lin to meet with me tomorrow afternoon. We shall discuss the others after I have met him. Bridges nodded, signaling his understanding, then continued. Shall we proceed to select the administrative secretary assistant? Here are several options, all meticulously curated for your consideration, ensuring quality and reliability. Very well. Xia Ping began to scrutinize the options again, this time with greater speed, and soon selected one. Qi Jing, a graduate from a prestigious institution, fluent in English and proficient in 3 languages, had held several positions as a presidential assistant in well-known domestic companies, possessing expertise in finance and legal matters. Her salary expectations were the highest among all candidates. A high salary request indicates confidence in one's abilities. Xia Ping had an affinity for the best and the most expensive. Moreover, her appearance is quite presentable. While she may not be breathtakingly beautiful, she would certainly not appear out of place by my side. Although there were male secretaries among the candidates, Xia Ping held no interest in hiring a male assistant whatsoever. Not in the slightest. Who would want a grown man trailing behind them all day? Xia Ping decisively stated, very well, I choose Qi Jing. Let her salary be adjusted to 50 above her expectations. If she has no objections, she shall commence work within 3 days. Chapter 20. Engaging Lu Lin. The following afternoon, in a high-end cafe, Xia Ping met with Lu Lin. Lu Lin was a slender, refined young man whose exterior held no extraordinary features. However, upon closer observation of his eyes, one could discern a piercing sharpness and confidence that was hard to overlook. Mr. Xia, Lu Lin began, his tone balanced and self-assured. Xia Ping acknowledged him with a slight nod. Please, have a seat. Without indulging in excessive small talk, Xia Ping got straight to the point. I have gathered quite a bit regarding your situation, Mr. Lu, and have heard that you are not fond of excessive micromanagement from superiors. Lu Lin nodded, not denying it, his face radiating confidence. Indeed, but I am not stubborn. I possess ample faith in my abilities, and I am open to constructive feedback, as long as I am granted a platform to express my ideas. I am confident that I can achieve great success. His unyielding candor revealed him to be rather headstrong. Observing Lu Lin's demeanor, Xia Ping thought to himself. Yet, it is typically those with capability who carry such pride. Lu Lin's previous position attests to this fact. As for those who lack ability yet exude arrogance, they can be disregarded. Such individuals are inevitably subjected to the harsh lessons of society. To be candid, I too harbor a disdain for those who, lacking understanding, incessantly nitpick in a bid to assert their authority. Xia Ping remarked with a calm demeanor, as long as my subordinates possess genuine ability, I shall refrain from meddling indiscriminately. These words were a true reflection of his sentiments. In his previous tenure at Shanghai Company, it was precisely due to having a supervisor like Zhou Tao that his talents remained stifled, leaving him bereft of opportunities for advancement. Thus, he found Lu Lin's perspective quite agreeable. Moreover, what insights does President Lu possess regarding my company? Xia Ping inquired, sipping his coffee. Lu Lin hesitated slightly. I have merely heard that you are the proprietor of a gaming company, yet the Dumbo Human Resources Group has not provided me with specific information about your firm. This revelation left him incredulous. The notion of attending an interview without any company details or recruitment information seemed utterly absurd. Were it not for Bridges subtly hinting at Xia Ping's exceptional identity, he would never have agreed to meet. Indeed, Xia Ping replied with a pleasant smile. My company is named Tianxia Games, though it currently exists only in concept. President Lu, are you jesting with me? Lu Lin's countenance darkened, feeling as though his intellect had been insulted. What sort of manager are you seeking to recruit when your company is non-existent? Patience, please, Xia Ping said with a smile, producing a thick stack of documents from his bag and placing them on the table. Yuguang Gaming Company? Lu Lin's expression shifted. He had heard of this name before. It was a modest gaming firm in Ningjiang, not particularly large, yet valued at over 2 billion. Is this what President Xia is referring to? Lu Lin pondered. The owner of this company appears to be contemplating a sale, and I am interested in acquiring it. Xia Ping replied leisurely. As Lu Lin perused the detailed information about Yuguang Gaming, clarity began to dawn upon him. From the documentation, it was evident that the company held substantial acquisition potential. Both the capabilities of its employees and the quality of its game production were commendable. The decline in profits over recent years, leading to losses, stemmed entirely from strategic missteps by the leadership. Xia Ping's ability to discern these issues undoubtedly elevated his esteem in Lu Lin's eyes. With a slight smirk, Xia Ping regarded Lu Lin. Since you have chosen to relinquish your position as the vice president of Feebok Gaming Company, it stands to reason that your ambitions are considerable. Your concerns likely extend beyond mere salary and immediate gains. I intend to acquire Yuguang Gaming Company, and should you accept the position, you would directly receive a 10% stake in this company. 10%? That is worth several hundred million. Moreover, if the company thrives in the future, the value of that stake will undoubtedly soar. Even Lu Lin, who had witnessed great wealth, was taken aback by the audacity of Xia Ping's offer. Few owners possessed such boldness to relinquish 10% of their shares so readily. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Lu Lin remarked, while this offer appears enticing, President Xia should be aware of my previous employment. Xia Ping took another sip of coffee, leisurely responding, you are a person of ambition and capability, as am I. You cannot fathom what this 10% stake could evolve into in the future. I will transform the soon-to-be established Yuguang Gaming Company into the largest gaming enterprise in the world. We shall provide the finest games for all players and ensure that our name is synonymous with gaming excellence, allowing Tianxia Games to dominate the entire industry. Lu Lin gazed at Xia Ping in astonishment, only to find calmness and boundless confidence reflected in the latter's demeanor. I will grant you the opportunity to showcase your talents. And the better the company performs, the greater your rewards will be. If you can achieve profitability that matches my prior investment within the month of December, I shall grant you an additional 10% stake. However, your salary will be a mere symbolic 100,000 for the year, if the company does not earn profits. Neither will you. Xia Ping stated matter-of-factly. So what do you say? Are you bold enough to accept this challenge? He placed a contract before Lu Lin. An additional 10% stake? Lu Lin's mind whirled, yet he was acutely aware of the challenges inherent in achieving 100% profitability. As Marx once articulated, with a 10% profit, capital is assuredly deployed everywhere. With 20%, it becomes vigorous. With 50%, it ventures into risk. For 100% profit, capital dares to transgress all laws of humanity. And with 300% or more, it commits any crime, even risking the gallows. Nevertheless, Lu Lin held ample confidence in himself. Gazing into Xia Ping's eyes, he felt a resurgence of long-dormant ambition. President Xia, I shall follow your lead. After thoroughly reviewing the contract, Lu Lin affixed his signature. Excellent. You will soon find yourself grateful for this decision, Xia Ping smiled. Thus, let us embark on this collaboration. Your inaugural task will be to prepare for the acquisition of Yuguang Gaming. The two extended their hands, clasping them firmly. Lu Lin exited the cafe with excitement, contemplating the acquisition process. After his departure, Xia Ping wore a smile. How easily one can be deceived. To dominate the gaming industry? To offer the best games to all players? What concern is that of mine? As long as I fulfill my obligations, I shall remain indifferent. The first step had been a resounding success. He was determined to complete the tasks assigned by the system within a year. Chapter 21, Xia Villa. With Lu Lin successfully recruited and his ambition and enthusiasm ignited, Xia Ping's confidence in the task's success grew. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The caller ID read Bridges. Hello? Good day, Mr. Xia Ping. This is Bridges. The arrangements with Qi Jing have been finalized, and the contract has been signed. She is ready to commence work at any time. Bridges' respectful voice resonated from the other end of the line. Very well, I understand. That was quite prompt. After ending the call, Xia Ping leisurely resumed enjoying his coffee. I shall delegate the relevant trivialities of the acquisition to Lu Lin. All I need to do is make a brief appearance when signing the official contract. Indeed, being a hands-off manager was quite effortless. Yet I must maintain control over the overall situation, as this task is of paramount importance. Setting his coffee aside, Xia Ping pondered. With no pressing tasks at the moment, I find myself with a rare respite. It is also time to consider purchasing a residence. Since acquiring the system, he had been preoccupied with missions, leaving him little opportunity to seek out a home. While the 5-star Qingyuan Park Hotel was indeed luxurious and comfortable, and the service impeccable, it was impractical to remain in a hotel indefinitely. As thoughts of real estate crossed his mind, Xia Ping's eyes lit up with inspiration. Zhang Yuanbai. The real estate sector is one of the 2 pillars of Longting Group, having developed numerous properties and villas. If I wish to purchase a house, I should inquire about his recommendations. With this resolution, Xia Ping promptly dialed Zhang Yuanbai's number. Haha, Xia Ping, what brings you to think of me so soon? Zhang Yuanbai's hearty voice came through, laced with playful banter. Xia Ping chuckled in response, and after a few pleasantries, he directly conveyed his purpose. You've come to the right person. I possess an intimate understanding of the real estate market in Ningjiang. Zhang Yuanbai remarked with a hint of self-satisfaction. Moreover, your inquiry comes at a most opportune time. Our Longting Group previously collaborated with other companies to construct a luxurious villa community known as Xia Mountain Villa, which is set to hold its grand opening ceremony in 3 days. We had originally intended to invite you, but it seems you have taken the initiative to reach out. Oh, Xia Mountain Villa? Xia Ping responded, his interest piqued. Indeed, this time, the villas in Xia Mountain Villa have been designed by renowned architects, ensuring an unparalleled standard of excellence that truly ranks among the finest in the country. It is a meticulously crafted project to enhance our brand. Zhang Yuanbai spoke with pride. During the opening ceremony, we also plan to hold an auction for Villa Number 1, the most opulent and exquisite villa in Xia Mountain Villa, which stands as the pinnacle of luxury throughout Huagua. I can send you some materials about Xia Mountain Villa for your review. What do you think? Any thoughts? Villa No. 1? Xia Ping mused, feeling a stir of desire, then jested. Since we are friends, could you perhaps offer a discount if I were to participate in the auction? Zhang Yuanbai hesitated. Villa Number 1 is to be auctioned, so discounts are unfortunately not feasible. Moreover, many wealthy elites are eager to bid, making the competition quite fierce. However, for the other villas in Xia Mountain Villa, I can personally offer you a 20% discount. Having known each other for only a short time, such a concession was indeed generous. Nevertheless, despite recognizing Xia Ping's potential, Zhang Yuanbai's tone suggested skepticism regarding Xia Ping's ability to secure Villa Number 1 amidst the fierce competition from affluent contenders. After all, the participants in this bidding war were all top-tier magnates, and even with Xia Ping's formidable background, how much capital could he muster? Xia Ping, undeterred by the subtle discouragement, replied appreciatively, "Thank you, I will certainly attend the opening ceremony of Xia Mountain Villa." After hanging up, Zhang Yuanbai promptly sent over some images and materials regarding Xia Mountain Villa, including those of Villa Number 1. Impressive. Gazing at the elegant and exquisitely designed villa depicted in the images, Xia Ping felt a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Xia Mountain Villa has truly captured my interest. 3 days later, at the Wan Ge Grand Hotel. The hotel glimmered with radiant lights, adorned in golden splendor. Despite its somewhat disadvantageous location near the outskirts, the Wan Ge Grand Hotel had thrived due to its strategic focus on high-end, personalized, and aristocratic service, attracting a multitude of affluent patrons who frequented its dining and event facilities. Tonight, the entire Wan Ge Grand Hotel had been reserved. This was to host the opening ceremony for the luxurious villa community, Xia Mountain Villa, constructed at great expense by Longting Group and its partners. Along with the auction for Villa Number 1, what was termed an opening ceremony was, in reality, an extravagant banquet for social elites, far removed from the conventional ribbon-cutting events. Countless luxury vehicles flowed in and out, with an array of Mercedes, BMWs, and Toyotas, as well as even more opulent automobiles gracing the scene. Due to the congestion in the parking lot, some vehicles were even obliged to park in open spaces around the hotel. With a resounding roar, a silver streak sped past, heading straight for the parking lot. A Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud. Who was this mysterious magnate? Many gazes sharpened in curiosity, exclaiming in surprise. Even among the myriad luxury cars, Xia Ping's Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud stood out, a dazzling spectacle. In an instant, Xia Ping's vehicle vanished from sight, yet many continued to speculate about the identity of its owner. Ah, Zhang Yuanbai indeed reserved a parking space for me. How considerate. Mr. Xia, we have arrived, Qi Jing, Xia Ping's new assistant, said as she opened the passenger door respectfully. Her professional demeanor was evident, with a poised appearance and a smart outfit comprising a white blouse and a tailored business skirt. Thank you for your efforts, Xia Ping acknowledged with a slight nod. After parking, he began to stride towards the hotel's interior. Surrounding him were the ceaselessly flowing ranks of sharply dressed elite and an unending parade of luxury vehicles. Is this what a high society banquet looks like? Truly impressive, Xia Ping mused, feeling a flutter of nervousness at his first attendance. However, with his striking looks and an allure rating of 90, coupled with a well-fitted black designer suit that complemented his natural charisma, he resembled a scion of a privileged family. I must adapt gradually. I too will be a part of this world henceforth, and such events will undoubtedly be frequent. Chapter 22. Wangu Grand Hotel. On his way to the hotel, Xia Ping glanced towards the southern side of Wangu Grand Hotel. They are not far off. He could discern a vast expanse of villa complexes nestled amidst artificial hills and lush greenery. Xia Mountain Villa? This villa estate was conveniently located adjacent to Wangu Hotel, making it an attractive option for wealthy patrons seeking proximity to the hotel during their stay. Moreover, the opening of Xia Mountain Villa would significantly enhance the reputation and business of Wangu Hotel. A win-win situation. Wangu Grand Hotel itself was a crucial investment partner in the Xia Mountain Villa project undertaken by Longting Group. Ah, there lies Xia Mountain Villa, Xia Ping contemplated, a light chuckle escaping his lips. After tonight's banquet, I shall be bidding for the most luxurious, most expensive, and utterly unique Villa number 1. However, after tonight, Villa No. 1 will be mine. Taking a moment to adjust his attire, Xia Ping inhaled deeply and strode confidently into the hotel. Both Longting Group and Wangu Grand Hotel placed immense importance on this opening ceremony, hence the lavish decorations within the hotel. A vibrant and plush red carpet stretched across the expansive banquet hall, while exquisite crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a soft and radiant glow that illuminated the entire hall in resplendence. Long tables were neatly arranged, draped in white tablecloths, adorned with high-end gourmet dishes and enticing premium beverages already served. Though the banquet had yet to commence, the atmosphere was already buzzing with excitement. This event was not only of great significance for Longting Group and Wangu Grand Hotel, but also an excellent opportunity for prominent entrepreneurs to strengthen relationships and expand their networks. Among the attendees were several influential figures. Many guests were already acquainted, forming small circles of familiarity as they gathered to engage in lively conversation. Xia Ping, a mere newcomer who had recently been a humble employee at a small gaming company and was still quite young, naturally attracted little attention. Even when a few individuals approached to make small talk, their interest waned upon discovering he was not a scion of a prominent family, and they swiftly departed. Not long after, the crowd erupted into a greater clamor. The event's hosts had finally made their entrance. An elderly gentleman with salt and pepper hair, impeccably dressed, stepped into the room. His eyes, despite the passage of time, still gleaming with sharpness. He was Zhang Lu, the founder and current chairman of Longting Group. Accompanying him were several individuals, among them Zhang Yuanbai, who casually stood nearby. Upon spotting Xia Ping, he animatedly gestured towards him. Xia Ping felt a twinge of exasperation. Ahem. Zhang Lu cleared his throat and said, "First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for gracing us with your presence. It is a warm welcome to everyone attending the grand opening ceremony of our Xia Villa. Though I am in my 70s, my voice remains robust as I address you. Without further ado, I sincerely hope that you all enjoy a delightful evening, and, at the same time, I kindly urge you to consider supporting the business of Xia Villa." The crowd erupted into applause, and the atmosphere of the banquet soared to a crescendo. Guests indulged in drinks and delicacies while Zhang Lu traversed from table to table, raising his glass and engaging in conversation with everyone present. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanbai seemed to find relief as he discreetly escaped the spotlight and approached Xia Ping with a cheerful greeting. "Xia Ping, you actually came." Xia Ping returned the smile and inquired, "Why aren't you accompanying General Zhang for toasts? Why come over here?" "Oh, my elder brother Zhang, he is here," Zhang Yuanbai replied nonchalantly, gesturing with his chin. Indeed, Xia Ping observed a refined gentleman in his 30s, amiable and warm, accompanying Jiang Lu and conversing with the guests. Xia Ping's expression shifted as he noticed Jiang Yuanbai's elder brother glancing in their direction, somewhat intentionally. Although his movements were subtle, Xia Ping's acute perception easily detected it. Contemplating this, he merely raised his glass and took a sip, choosing not to react excessively. Whatever was unfolding here was of no concern to him, and he saw no reason to wade into murky waters. His reasons for attending tonight were twofold. First, Jiang Yuanbai had personally invited him, and as a friend, it was only natural to show support. Moreover, mingling with affluent circles could open new horizons. The second reason was to secure the coveted Ziyue No. 1 villa. The design and surrounding environment of that villa were utterly to Xia Ping's liking, and he was determined to obtain it. Chapter 23, Isn't That So, Dear? During the banquet, his impressive charm score of 90 attracted several beautiful women who approached him for conversation. Xia Ping responded politely, yet he harbored no intentions of advancing further. Although Jiang Yuanbai did not possess Xia Ping's level of charm, he was still considered handsome enough, and being the young master of the Longting family garnered him some attention from the ladies. However, upon seeing Xia Ping, some of them immediately shifted their interest, engaging in conversation with him, and a few audacious ones even hinted at their intentions. This scenario only intensified Jiang Yuanbai's frustration. With a sour expression, he lamented, "Why are you so popular with the ladies?" Xia Ping lifted his eyelids and cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yuanbai. "It's because I'm more handsome and charming than you. And can you please stop having your head filled with thoughts of women?" Jiang Yuanbai was instantly displeased. But upon scrutinizing Xia Ping closely, his exquisite features, sunny smile, and an air of mysterious allure, along with an enviable physique, he felt deflated. However, as he aimlessly snacked while his gaze wandered, Jiang Yuanbai suddenly brightened. "Hey, look over there. That girl is stunning." Following his gaze, Xia Ping instinctively turned to where Jiang Yuanbai pointed. There, a group of men surrounded a girl. "Ah, it's Lin Tianzhou from the Lin family," Jiang Yuanbai remarked, his expression darkening. "That guy is at it again, flirting with girls as if changing clothes. Who knows how many hearts he has broken over the years." The girl had shoulder-length golden hair, a curvaceous figure, and was clad in casual white attire, which only accentuated her graceful demeanor. Wait, how could it be her? Xia Ping was taken aback, as the beauty Jiang Yuanbai referred to was none other than Chu Tianyue, a close friend of Iwan whom he had met not long ago. "Get lost, don't bother me," Chu Tianyue snapped, frowning at the group of young men encircling her. The leader, a rather handsome young man with a prominent nose, wore a self-satisfied smile. "Miss, I merely wish to make your acquaintance." "I've already said go away," Chu Tianyue responded coldly, a hint of disgust evident on her face. The wealthy youths before her, while superficially polished, gazed at her with undisguised greed in their eyes, which repulsed her immensely. "What a dull banquet, with no one I know. If it weren't for my father's request, I wouldn't have come," she thought, feeling quite frustrated. "You." The handsome young man finally lost his composure, his confidence wavering. "Am I really that unattractive?" This was the first time he had encountered a girl who, when approached, had told him to leave. Chu Tianyue, however, was not concerned about his feelings and simply turned to walk away. Suddenly, after taking a few steps, she spotted Xia Ping by the dining table. Xia Ping, guided by Jiang Yuanbai's gesture, was also observing Chu Tianyue at that moment. Chu Tianyue was initially surprised but quickly approached him, waving her hand enthusiastically. "Hi, Xia Ping." She had a favorable impression of him. Not only was he handsome and reliable, but he was also currently getting along well with Iwan. Xia Ping smiled back. "What brings you to Ningjiang?" "My family has some connections with Longting Group, and since they are busy, they sent me to represent them," Chu Tianyue replied nonchalantly. Jiang Yuanbai, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. "What is going on? Do you two know each other?" Jiang Yuanbai finally snapped back to reality. "Ah, allow me to introduce. This is Jiang Yuanbai, the young master of Longting Group," Xia Ping succinctly introduced. "Hello, I'm Chu Tianyue." She graciously introduced herself. "Ah, hello?" Jiang Yuanbai stammered, feeling flustered. How could the girl he casually noticed turn out to be an acquaintance of Xia Ping? This was utterly absurd. "Miss, why didn't you say goodbye before leaving?" Chu Tianyue is indeed a melodious name, akin to a beautiful melody resonating in harmony with your exquisite demeanor. The previous suitor who had been pestering Chu Tianyue had followed them, seemingly having composed himself, now sporting a disingenuous smile. "Are you not tired of being a nuisance? Are you like glue?" Chu Tianyue's annoyance was palpable as her expression soured. The young man, however, turned to Xia Ping, a hint of displeasure lurking beneath his smile. "What is your relationship with Miss Chu Tianyue?" His tone was condescending, almost accusatory. Xia Ping regarded the self-proclaimed handsome and impressive young man with a look of incredulity. Feeling utterly bewildered, was this person truly so foolish? It's true what they say, with a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. You. The young man was on the verge of exploding, as Xia Ping's unfiltered thoughts were glaringly obvious, as if written plainly on his face. How could this unknown pretty boy dare to look down on him? Chu Tianyue was initially consumed by indignation, yet suddenly her gaze shifted, and she wrapped her arm around the unsuspecting Xia Ping, her face radiating a brilliant smile. Him? He is my boyfriend. After uttering those words, she turned to the astonished Xia Ping, seeking confirmation. Right, darling? Xia Ping, overwhelmed, felt a wave of goosebumps cascade over him. What kind of absurd situation was this? She was supposed to be the confidant of the woman he was pursuing. Stay away from me. If you need a shield, you could at least choose Jiang Yuanbai over there. Well, perhaps he isn't handsome enough. If you picked him, it would undoubtedly expose the ruse. It's all because of your overwhelming beauty. Chapter 24. My apologies, I couldn't restrain myself. The young man, with a prominent nose, was on the verge of losing his composure as he pointed a trembling finger at Xia Ping. Upon first encountering Chu Tianyue, he was entranced by her beauty and charm, instantly considering her his own, refusing to tolerate any interference. Yet now, she was displaying affection towards another man right before his eyes. Unforgivable. Caught in the throes of his own illogical possessiveness, he could no longer maintain his facade of elegance, his expression darkening ominously. Very well, young man. What is your family's background? I shall ensure that Ningjiang City becomes a place where you can no longer reside. Lin Tianzhou, what are you doing here? Jiang Yuanbai stepped forward, his voice booming with authority. This is not a venue for your unreasonable antics. Lin Tianzhou's expression stiffened, and upon recognizing Jiang Yuanbai, a mocking smile crept onto his face. Oh, I didn't realize that the second young master of the Jiang family was also present. What is this? Even you, a worthless wretch, dare to oppose me? Others may refer to you as young Master Jiang out of courtesy, but do you truly believe you hold any significance? Are you unaware of your own status? Beside them, Xia Ping furrowed his brow. The situation was evidently far more intricate than he had anticipated. What was Jiang Yuanbai's true standing within the Jiang family? Lin Tianzhou. Jiang Yuanbai's face flushed with anger as he took a menacing step forward, as if ready to strike. What? You intend to hit me? Come on. Let everyone witness the disgrace of the Jiang family's young master assaulting a guest at his own opening ceremony. Lin Tianzhou taunted, stepping closer, pointing at his own face. Come on. Do you dare? His arrogance attracted the attention of onlookers. Jiang Yuanbai clenched his fists, his expression shifting between fury and restraint, but ultimately, he lowered his hands. Lin Tianzhou's derision deepened. Indeed, a spineless coward. At that moment, a massive fist suddenly loomed before Lin Tianzhou, swelling larger and larger until, with a resounding crack, it struck his nose. Boom. Blood gushed uncontrollably from Lin Tianzhou's nose as he collapsed to the ground, utterly bewildered, wiping the blood away, feeling as though his nasal bone had shattered. All present were stunned, including Jiang Yuanbai, who had just relaxed his fists, and Chu Tianyue, still clinging to Xia Ping's arm. Xia Ping, what have you done? Jiang Yuanbai exclaimed in utter disbelief. Xia Ping slowly retracted his fist, a look of innocence adorning his face as he shrugged helplessly. I apologize. I pride myself on being reasonable, but I never expected someone would present their face for a punch. I simply couldn't hold back. Jiang Yuanbai cast a deep glance at Xia Ping, saying nothing, yet a flicker of appreciation crossed his eyes. Uffed, this is too amusing. Chu Tianyue laughed heartily at Lin Tianzhou's bewildered state, her face flushed with mirth, unable to contain her laughter, even shedding tears. How does it feel to be humiliated for your persistent pursuit? Enjoy the discomfort? As the acute pain became increasingly clear, Lin Tianzhou's fury surged forth. Struggling to rise from the ground, he glared at the laughing Chu Tianyue and the surrounding spectators, his madness nearly consuming him. As the young master of the Lin family, he was accustomed to being the center of admiration and flattery wherever he went. The idea that a mere stranger dared to strike him was utterly intolerable. To have the girl he fancied mock him, while some unknown wretch had the audacity to hit him. Preposterous. His companions, sensing the tension, closed in with grim expressions. The situation escalating dangerously. It seems the young people are having quite the engaging conversation. A hearty laugh rang out as the nearly 70-year-old Jiang Lu approached, having just finished a round of toasts to the guests. Father, Jiang Yuanbai exclaimed in surprise. He appeared oblivious to the tension in the air, his face adorned with a warm smile as he addressed Lin Tianzhou. It seems you all are having a splendid time. No need to stand on ceremony. Let loose and enjoy yourselves. Xia Ping remained composed, donning a smile. Indeed, Brother Lin and I have become quite familiar with each other, enjoying a harmonious rapport. Brother Lin here was so engrossed in merriment that he accidentally took a tumble. Quite unfortunate, isn't it? He had discerned that Jiang Lu was attempting to smooth over the situation, especially during the opening ceremony of the Ziyue group, wishing to avoid any disturbances that might dampen the festivities. Furthermore, since Lin Tianzhou was the one who had been struck, Jiang Lu had no cause for grievance. Why you? Lin Tianzhou's face twisted with indignation. He had never encountered anyone so shameless. The injury was clearly inflicted by this man, just as he was about to erupt with anger. However, Jiang Lu's aide, Jiang He, discreetly cast him a warning glance. Lin Tianzhou paused, glancing at the smiling Jiang Lu, forcibly suppressing his fury and emitting a heavy snort. Yes, indeed, old Master Jiang, we are getting along splendidly. His tone bore an undercurrent of resentment. Ah, little you has blossomed into a fine young lady. It has been many years since I last saw you. How is your grandfather's health? Chu Tianyue smiled gracefully. Grandfather is in good health, she replied. That is splendid to hear, Jiang Lu remarked, shifting his attention to Xia Ping. You must be Xia Ping, the friend Yuanbai mentioned. Indeed, Xia Ping nodded slightly, maintaining a dignified composure. Young and promising, indeed, Jiang Lu observed, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Well then, you young people carry on. I shan't intrude any longer. With that, he and Jiang He departed to mingle with other guests. As they left, Jiang He paused beside Jiang Yuanbai, his expression turning cold. You incompetent fool. On such a significant day, what are you doing? Embarrassing yourself? With that, he strode away, leaving Jiang Yuanbai with a grim countenance. In light of this interruption, Lin Tianzhou and his companions dared not escalate matters further, knowing they would be disregarding Jiang Lu's authority. Lin Tianzhou glared at Xia Ping and the others. You will pay for this. I will ensure you regret it. We're leaving. Chapter 25, Family Feuds. Once Lin Tianzhou and his entourage departed, Jiang Yuanbai let out a soft sigh, his brow furrowed with concern. This fellow is narrow-minded. I fear this matter will not conclude so simply. Although he is merely a branch of the Lin family, he is still part of it. The Lin family is indeed a prominent commercial dynasty. Although their headquarters is situated in the bustling metropolis of Mo City, they have placed considerable emphasis on the development of Ningjiang as a significant city. The Lin family's enterprises within Ningjiang alone rival those of the Longting Group. Xia Ping, however, merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. What of the Lin family? If that fellow knows his place, all will be well, but should he dare to trouble me, I would not hesitate to crush him effortlessly. Hey, when do you intend to release me? Xia Ping suddenly interjected, glancing helplessly at the side, where Chu Tianyue still clung to him. The crowd had long since dispersed. Tisich, so stingy, Chu Tianyue rolled her eyes, her discontent evident as she muttered. Are you even a man? With a stunning beauty like me leaning on you, and you still refuse? Rest assured, I won't mention this to Iwan, and besides, you're not my type, so there's no need for concern. Xia Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. If this matter reached Iwan's ears, his pursuit would be doomed before it even began. Humph, I've been speaking highly of you in front of Iwan all along. Thanks, Xia Ping replied with a smile. If that pesky fly has finally left, I'm not inclined to attend any auction and shall take my leave. As Chu Tianyue spoke, she stretched lazily before suddenly turning around with a teasing smile. Make sure to prepare well for your date with Iwan next month. I have high hopes for you. Watching her retreating figure, Xia Ping couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then turned to Jiang Yuanbai, raising his glass. Well then, it appears we are left with just the two of us. What did Lin Tianzhou mean by his words? Jiang Yuanbai's expression shifted, his countenance betraying a mixture of emotions before he ultimately settled on a resigned smile. He had anticipated that Xia Ping would inquire. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a low, somber tone. In truth, I am merely my father's illegitimate son. My birth was an accident, and I returned to the Jiang family only at the age of 17. Although my father has not publicly acknowledged me and has gone to great lengths to conceal the truth, the news has inevitably spread. With a snort, he continued. Jiang He was originally my father's only son, destined to inherit the family business, and thus he has regarded me as an eyesore, consistently making things difficult for me. I even suspect that he is the one who has secretly disseminated this information. Xia Ping maintained an impassive facade, yet internally, he was already mocking the melodrama unfolding, a truly blood-pressure-inducing tale of a wealthy family. However, the strife within such families is likely far more brutal than the average person can fathom. Have you never considered altering this situation? Me? Jiang Yuanbai shook his head. My father is advancing in age, and the Longting Group is a predominantly family-run enterprise. Jiang He is gradually taking over its affairs, supported by numerous high-ranking relatives who keep a vigilant watch on me. What can I possibly do? Who has to say? Xia Ping chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with significance. Indeed, the benefits of befriending Jiang Yuanbai may surpass his initial expectations. Soon, the grand and opulent banquet neared its conclusion. After all, a more significant event awaited, the auction of Villa Number 1 at Xia Mountain Villa. In a private room at the Wanga Hotel, Jiang Lu slammed the table. His face darkened with fury as he reprimanded Jiang He. The latter, now over 30, trembled like a child caught in wrongdoing, devoid of any retort. What? Did you think your actions were well hidden? Did I not notice your clandestine dealings with Lin Tianzhou? I merely chose to ignore it. Jiang He's face turned ashen, utterly blindsided by the realization that his supposed covert maneuvers had been observed. I merely what? Merely sent that fool Lin Tianzhou to teach Yuan Bai a lesson? To discipline your brother? Jiang Lu glared at him, his voice devoid of emotion. Dare you assert that today's events occurred without your instigation? A hint of grievance flickered across Jiang He's face. I had already confronted Lin Tianzhou earlier. You needn't be this upset. You know nothing. Jiang Lu spat, his temper flaring. That fool Lin Tianzhou nearly invited disaster. You should be grateful he was merely punched. Had Chu Tianyue's family learned of today's events, not just him, but his entire family would be doomed. Jiang He's complexion shifted dramatically. Father, what is Chu Tianyue's background? I know that Chu Tianyue's grandfather was once your comrade in arms, but I have never encountered his family. For now, do not ask too many questions. Just know that you cannot provoke Chu Tianyue. Understood, Jiang He replied promptly, bowing respectfully. Jiang Lu's anger began to dissipate slightly as he sighed, succumbing to a fit of harsh coughing. Father, are you all right? Jiang He rushed forward to support Jiang Lu, patting his back with profound concern. Though the sincerity of his feelings remained questionable, regaining his breath, Jiang Lu slowly articulated, you possess talent, yet you lack a certain gravitas. You must broaden your perspective. I was genuinely pleased you could associate with the Lin family, as it benefits the future of the group. But was your intention merely to have Lin Tianzhou assist you in suppressing Yuan Bai? I know you might harbor some resentment towards him due to his status, but he is your brother after all. The Longting Group is destined to be entrusted to you, so cease engaging in futile endeavors. Certainly. Upon hearing Jiang Lu assert the group would ultimately be handed to him, a flicker of elation crossed Jiang He's face as he nodded vigorously. Jiang Lu raised his head, his eyes icy and resolute. Speak to that Lin lad. Warn him not to entertain thoughts of revenge for a moment of humiliation. Otherwise, the Lin family may very well meet their demise at his hands. Should he prove obstinate, you must immediately distance yourself from this matter, even if it requires severing ties with Lin Tianzhou. Chapter 26. I offer 10 billion. Within the grand hall of the Wanga Hotel, the atmosphere was dimly lit, infused with a subtle fragrance. Countless elegantly dressed women in kipeos, their figures akin to models, weaved through the rows, assisting guests in taking their seats. Xia Ping occupied a central position, holding a placard bearing the number 56. He had lost track of Jiang Yuanbai, but given that it was his family hosting the auction, it was only fitting for him to lend a hand. The venue was not only teeming with guests from the banquet, but also swarmed with numerous reporters. They hailed from various newspapers and media outlets, their cameras flashing incessantly, pens poised for action. This auction was being live-streamed, with Longting Group having invested in prime slots across television and numerous streaming platforms. Observing this scene, Xia Ping silently acknowledged the astuteness of Longting Group. It was indeed a masterstroke. By adopting the format of a live auction, they not only catered to the vanity and competitive spirit of the wealthy attendees, thereby amplifying the fervor of the auction and ensuring that Villa Number 1 at Xia could fetch a higher price. But they also aimed to solidify the reputation of Xia Mountain Villa through this event. Smack! The lights within the auction hall surged to life, revealing a panoramic view that enveloped the attendees in opulence. Above, a magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the dome, radiating dazzling brilliance that banished shadows, leaving only luxury and enchantment in its wake. Ladies and gentlemen, under the spotlight, the charming auctioneer, clad in a black tuxedo, appeared at the center of the stage. The murmurs of the guests ceased, all eyes fixed forward. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests for attending today, the grand inauguration of the Xia Villa District. And now, the auction hosted by Longting Group and Wanga Grand Hotel is about to commence. Let us now present the first and only item up for bid, which I trust you are all already aware of. That is, the Xia Villa, Villa Number 1. Suddenly, a lavish image of a villa was projected onto the massive screen. Villa Number 1 of Xia has been designed by renowned architects from around the world, including the acclaimed Australian designer Riley, often hailed as a genius in interior architecture. Covering an expanse of 18 acres, the Shanghai Xia Villa Number 1 boasts a construction area of 1,461 square meters, embodying both luxurious residence and a boutique clubhouse, complete with a golf course. This two-story edifice is divided into two sections by an S-shaped trellis, featuring an exterior shaped like a crescent moon. Thanks to the use of special materials, it emanates a brilliant purple glow at night, resembling a purple moon descending from the heavens. Villa No. 1 of Xia is undoubtedly unparalleled in every regard. Just imagine the breathtaking vistas that would greet you upon residing in such a home. As the host eloquently narrated, the atmosphere in the hall began to stir, and many gazes ignited with fervor. The Xia Villa is indeed a project to which Longting Group has devoted considerable effort, with Villa No. 1 standing as its crowning achievement, excelling in design, creativity, and comfort. For both ordinary individuals and the affluent, the essentials of living, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation constitute an immensely significant aspect of daily life. Securing Villa No. 1 would not only offer unparalleled comfort, but also grant frequent indulgence in the culinary delights of Wanga Grand Hotel. Occasionally inviting friends for a round of golf at one's own villa would be a splendid opportunity for bragging rights, a true emblem of status and taste. Ladies and gentlemen, let the auction officially commence. The auctioneer brandished a small wooden gavel, striking it firmly against the auction table. This auction will utilize Huayuan as the currency, with a starting price of 50 million and the minimum increment set at no less than 2 million. 52 million. No sooner had he spoken than a paddle was raised. The 2 million increase merely a test. 54 million. 56 million. Bids began to flow, though the increments remained modest, indicating that attendees were initially exercising considerable restraint, seeking to gauge their competitors' resolve. 65 million. Someone could no longer contain themselves, impulsively raising the bid by 9 million. 65 million once. 70 million. 80 million. The atmosphere intensified as excitement surged among the crowd. 90 million. 98 million. 100 million. A brief hush fell over the room as the previously fervent bidding paused. The shift to units of billions prompting many to regain their composure. While Villa No. 1 is indeed exceptional, one must ponder whether spending several hundred million on a single villa is truly a prudent investment. Journalists in the room began to snap photos frantically. The auction of a luxury villa priced in the billions undoubtedly attracting significant media attention. 140 million. A portly middle-aged man raised his paddle, reigniting the stalled bidding, his demeanor exuding arrogance. It appeared that if he desired something, he would have it, regardless of the cost. Beside him, a provocatively dressed woman, her figure striking, clung to him, her eyes brimming with admiration and fervor. Darling, you are simply irresistible. Sweetheart, I will ensure you reside in Villa No. 1. Do these fools think they can compete with me? Not a chance. The overweight man reveled in his triumph. 180 million. An unruffled elderly gentleman raised his bid. 250 million. The portly man responded once more, his eyes narrowing with a predatory glint. Dare to challenge me? 250 million once. The auctioneer, visibly excited, inquired, is there anyone else willing to bid? The previously bidding elder shook his head, calmly lowering his paddle. This price had exceeded his psychological threshold. The higher the selling price of Villa No. 1, the greater the auctioneer's commission, naturally compelling him to enthusiastically encourage the wealthy attendees to continue raising their bids. Auctions are sometimes not merely a contest of wealth, but rather a psychological game, testing, probing the highest price limits of others, gauging their tolerance for bid increments, and can even be viewed as an art form. Nonsense. Xia Ping set his phone down, closing the browser window that still displayed the unremoved text on auction techniques and artistry. In my view, the art of auctioning is singular. Obliterate the opposition with an irresistible price. With wealth comes audacity. 250 million once. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The auctioneer showcased his professional prowess, his drawn-out intonation suggesting he could prolong the suspense until the end of time. However, no further bids emerged. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that this would likely be the final price, his gavel poised to strike. 250 million 3 times. The portly middle-aged man kissed the woman beside him, already grinning with self-satisfaction. He was certain that no one could rival his claim on the coveted property. Victory was his. At that moment, all the journalists focused their lenses on the beaming face of the portly man, who basked in the attention. Tomorrow, he would grace the front page of the newspaper. Many would learn of his extravagant expenditure on a luxurious villa valued at 250 million. The woman beside him radiated happiness and excitement, determined to cling tightly to his robust arm. 1 billion. A calm voice resonated throughout the hall. The utterance, though soft, was resolute and powerful, reverberating like a thunderclap to all present. Shock filled every gaze as disbelief washed over the crowd. From 250 million to a staggering 1 billion, the entire auction room descended into an absolute silence. The voices of all attendees abruptly halted. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Whether it was the auctioneer, the wealthy bidders, or the assembled journalists, all were engulfed in profound astonishment. Numerous live streaming platforms erupted in chaos. 66,666. Goodness, a billion. Is this person insane, suddenly raising the bid to a billion? Surely, they must be a plant. Are they foolish enough to employ a shill at such a moment? Is this truly the world of the affluent? Farewell, I one tea stay. Is this the realm of the elite? I'm utterly enamored. It's simply outrageous. My mother inquired why I was kneeling to gaze at my phone, to which I replied that I simply could not remain standing. Meanwhile, at the auction venue. In the next moment, every attendee instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of an astonishing bid, a staggering 1 billion. In his seat, Xia Ping reclined against the chair, calmly raising the bidding paddle in his hand, accepting the attention of all with an air of indifference, as if he were merely engaging in a mundane act. Everyone caught sight of the number displayed on his paddle, 56. Astonishingly, it was a young man, seemingly in his 20s. Which affluent conglomerate's heir could afford such extravagance? Who was this hidden tycoon, able to nonchalantly toss out a bid of 10 billion? One could scarcely fathom the extent of his wealth. Goodness! 10 billion could purchase an entire villa. It was as if money held no value for him. Moreover, I had never witnessed anyone bidding in such a manner. Leaping from 2 billion directly to 10 billion. Who could possibly compete? The expression on the face of a portly middle-aged man froze. His triumphant and smug grin solidifying into shock. 10 billion? What in the world? Especially upon noticing the woman in his arms, who was also staring at Xia Ping, her expression one of infatuation. He felt an uncontrollable rage rising within him, his face burning with indignation. Damn it, that wretched woman. He slapped her across the face, his countenance twisted with fury. Here he was, spending money to buy her a villa, and she was already captivated by another. Yet, at that moment, no one paid them any heed. 10 billion. Xia Ping repeated the figure, glancing at the auctioneer, who was questioning his own hearing. The auction hall was filled with numerous socialites eager to witness the spectacle, their gazes on Xia Ping growing fervent. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he was also a super-rich individual, bidding with a cold and commanding presence, dazzling like an emperor. How blissful it would be to marry him. Bid of 10 billion from paddle number 56. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer nearly shouted, his voice strained with excitement, his body trembling slightly. 10 billion once. 10 billion twice. 10 billion 3 times. Sold. As he listened to the information relayed through his earpiece, the auctioneer brought down the hammer with a resounding thud. This strike represented a value of 10 billion. Congratulations, Mr. Xia. You have successfully won the auction for Villa Xia number 1. The auctioneer felt as if all his strength had been drained, his body nearly collapsing. Yet he still clutched his chest and added, this auction concludes here. For those who did not secure Villa Xia number 1, do not lose heart. The other villas at Xia Manor will surely not disappoint. The cameras of all the reporters had long since shifted away from the portly middle-aged man, converging instead on Xia Ping. What a sensational story. A mysterious tycoon throwing around 10 billion, dominating the bidding war, and securing Villa Xia number 1. A villa worth 10 billion. How astonishing. The entire venue erupted with excitement, while the focal point of the buzz, Xia Ping, sat as if unaffected, his expression placid, as though he had simply accomplished a trivial task. The sole sentiment within him was one of exhilaration. This was the true essence of wealth. However, suddenly, the previously aloof Xia Ping's expression stiffened, incredulity flashing in his eyes, which soon transformed into sheer ecstasy. His previously slouched posture straightened abruptly, as if jolted. Numerous reporters surged forward, eager to interview him, but Xia Ping, his gaze glazed over, impatiently waved them away, signaling for them to refrain from disturbing him. The organizers of the auction naturally wished to leverage this opportunity to promote Xia Manor and Longting Group, but to them, Xia Ping was akin to a deity. The wishes of a deity must be honored. Though feeling a twinge of regret, they complied with Xia Ping's wishes and instructed staff to block the frenzied reporters. Unable to interview Xia Ping, the reporters were left frustrated and despondent. What a golden opportunity they had missed. If only they could have secured a personal interview. It might have catapulted their careers. Yet, Xia Ping was entirely unconcerned with such matters, focused solely on the system notification ringing in his mind. Out with the old, in with the new. As a qualified tycoon, one must not hesitate to spend. One should possess the spirit of endeavor that entails exhausting one's wealth before striving to regain it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the achievement task. Wealth equals indulgence, by voluntarily squandering your fortune without purpose or meaning. Furthermore, you have reached a significant expenditure threshold. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving an achievement reward. Intermediate Physical Enhancement Potion X1, increasing the property value of this expenditure by 3. Ding. This expenditure amounts to 10 billion. Host's total assets now stand at 30 billion. Xia Ping was taken aback. Such a mechanism existed? Not only had he successfully shown off, but he had also inadvertently completed an achievement task and earned a reward? Yet, this joy was swiftly overshadowed by profound regret. Xia Ping now harbored an intense resentment towards himself for not being extravagant enough. Had he only dared to bid 100 billion earlier, he could have effortlessly amassed 300 billion. However, such thoughts were merely fanciful, as the details of achievement tasks were not disclosed in advance. They were purely reliant on luck for completion. Whether it was the previous challenge deemed impossible or the current task of wealth equals indulgence, both were entirely unpredictable. After the auction concluded, the other guests dispersed, while the reporters, having failed to secure an interview with Xia Ping, reluctantly exited, filled with disappointment. Mr. Xia, please follow me. The auctioneer respectfully approached, inviting Xia Ping to complete the payment process. Chapter 28. Jiang Lu's Thoughts. At the luxurious reception hall of the Wanga Grand Hotel, Jiang Lu, the chairman of Longting Group, greeted Xia Ping, the purchaser of Villa Zua No. 1, with a warm smile, though a flicker of concealed astonishment danced behind his eyes. This young man had indeed spent 10 billion to acquire Villa Zua No. 1? Who exactly was he? Although they had crossed paths at a previous banquet, Jiang Lu had merely viewed Xia Ping as a common acquaintance of Jiang Yuanbai, believing that Jiang Yuanbai could hardly attract influential friends. Thus, Jiang Lu had not paid Xia Ping much heed at that time. Yet now, he found himself compelled to reassess this individual. Mr. Xia, due to the enormity of your bid, far exceeding our expectations, should you be unable to provide such a substantial sum in cash immediately, we can accommodate installment payments, provided they are settled within a year. Before he could finish, Xia Ping raised his hand, interrupting, we can settle it now. There is no need for such complications. Very well. Jiang Lu's lips twitched slightly as he gestured to an associate to present a contract. With the signature on the document and the payment completed, Villa Zua No. 1 would belong to Mr. Xia, and he could move in at any time. The relevant documentation would be delivered to him within the week. After a cursory glance, Xia Ping utilized his mental domain assistance system to confirm the contract's validity before signing without hesitation. However, when Xia Ping produced his black card adorned with purple patterns, Jiang Lu's expression shifted entirely. Jiang Lu was taken aback as he discovered that Xia Ping was, in fact, in possession of the elusive purple pattern black card. Who could he possibly be? Although Jiang Lu had heard of the purple pattern black card, he had never been deemed worthy of it. Those who held such a card were invariably titans of industry, wielding immense power and influence across various domains, capable of summoning storms with a mere gesture. How could it be in the hands of such a young man? Could it be that he inherited it from a family elder? Yet, that seemed implausible. For the use of the purple pattern black card is strictly prohibited for anyone other than the cardholder, even for close relatives. Should such a violation come to light, the review committee, comprised of the major financial conglomerates, would swiftly reclaim the card and impose severe penalties. How on earth did Yuanbai come to befriend such an individual? It was imperative that he investigate thoroughly and caution him to maintain this crucial connection. Jiang Lu's demeanor towards Xia Ping instantly transformed into one of politeness, as he subtly endeavored to cultivate a closer rapport. Before parting ways, he even presented his business card to Xia Ping. After bidding farewell to Xia Ping, Jiang Lu found himself plunged into contemplation. At that moment, he had already condemned the Lin family to a grim fate. Not only had he offended the enigmatic Xia Ping, the holder of the purple pattern black card, but he had also antagonized Chu Tianyue. It is worth noting that Chu Tianyue's family background is formidable. Lin Tianzhou was nothing short of a harbinger of misfortune. Even his own father, the head of the Ningjiang branch of the Lin family, lacked the standing to provoke these two individuals. Even if Chu Tianyue and Xia Ping chose to disregard this insignificant character and refrain from retaliating, Lin Tianzhou, with his incessant arrogance and penchant for troublemaking, would inevitably drag the Lin family into an abyss of ruin. He had resolved to sever all business ties with the Lin family, while this decision would diminish his potential alliances. Nurturing a beneficial relationship with Yuanbai and Xia Ping would undoubtedly yield greater rewards for the Longting Group. Jiang Lu had devoted his life's work to the Longting Group, a legacy built through tireless effort. For someone approaching the twilight of his years, power and prestige had ceased to hold any allure. His foremost concern was witnessing the company thrive and prosper. It was crucial to have a serious discussion with Yuanbai. Even if it meant delegating some responsibilities within the company to him, it was a worthwhile endeavor. After acquiring the Purple Moon Villa, Xia Ping commenced planning the decoration and move-in arrangements. Fortunately, he now had an assistant, which alleviated the burden of these mundane tasks. Qi Jing, although an assistant within the company, found herself with little to do as the acquisition process was not yet complete. Moreover, Xia Ping had compensated her with one of the highest salaries in the industry, along with additional remuneration for her services. Under such circumstances, Xi Jing had no complaints and diligently fulfilled her responsibilities. Her efficiency was indeed exemplary. She executed every task with remarkable precision. After conveying his preferred decorative style and specific requirements to Xi Jing, Xia Ping settled down to await the outcome. With the Longting Group's intentional publicity, coupled with media hype and exposure, the news of the mysterious millionaire purchasing the Purple Moon Villa for a staggering 10 billion spread like wildfire, saturating media outlets and the internet with related reports. Countless affluent individuals were stirred to action, contemplating the acquisition of villas within the Purple Moon estate. Regrettably, however, the media failed to secure an exclusive interview with this enigmatic millionaire. The reports could only present a few distant photographs of Xia Ping at the auction, and those images were far from clear. Naturally, the Longting Group could not divulge client information without authorization. Jiang Lu was aware that Xia Ping was the owner of the purple pattern black card. Furthermore, it was rumored among certain circles that this mysterious millionaire who purchased the Purple Moon Villa was none other than the owner of the high-end Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, which had once stirred considerable interest at a price of 98 million. Consequently, the news surrounding this wealthy individual named Xia ignited fervent discussions online, leading countless infatuated netizens to profess their devotion to Xia Ping and express a desire to become his girlfriend. 3 days later, at the Purple Moon Estate, within the confines of the Purple Moon Villa, Mr. Xia, the villa's decoration has been arranged according to your preferences. Both the materials and labor have adhered to your specifications, utilizing the highest standards. The total renovation cost amounts to 6,520,000. Xia Ping strolled through the Purple Moon Villa, surveying his surroundings. Xi Jing followed closely, clutching a ledger and providing Xia Ping with a detailed report. Trucks laden with various furnishings were stationed outside the villa, and numerous workers were diligently engaged in the renovation, executing Xia Ping's directives with precision. Even though they hailed from renowned renovation companies and had experience in lavish estates, they approached the task at hand with trepidation, cautious not to tread too heavily and damage the exquisite flooring. After all, this was a villa worth 10 billion. They had never encountered anything of its magnitude. Any damage incurred would be beyond their means to rectify. You are doing well. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Ping nodded in satisfaction, noting that the interior decoration had reached 80% completion. The Purple Moon Villa stood in stark contrast to neighboring properties. Resembling a small estate rather than a mere villa, it boasted a golf course and a shimmering artificial lake, teeming with diverse fish, perfect for leisurely fishing during free moments. Vines intertwined, greenery flourished, and flower beds were meticulously designed to symbolize various meanings. From the topmost level of the villa, the view was breathtaking, providing a serene escape from all worries. In summary, Xia Ping was thoroughly pleased with the results. Even more gratifying was the fact that acquiring this villa not only required no expenditure, but also increased his wealth by 20 billion. A delightful turn of events. With the renovation nearing completion, Mr. Xia, you will be able to move in tomorrow evening. Excellent. Xia Ping nodded slightly, relieved to have resolved one concern. Finally possessing a luxurious residence of his own. By the way, Assistant Xi, how did your search for the restaurant I requested go? Xia Ping stretched lazily, recalling something, and inquired. I have selected the finest restaurants in Ningjiang suitable for romantic dining dates for you. Xi Jing smiled, presenting her iPad, which displayed detailed information on several establishments, complete with high-definition images of their interiors. Xia Ping scrolled through the options, murmuring to himself, this one looks good, this one could work. Suddenly, his finger halted, and his eyes brightened at the sight before him. The screen showcased a soaring tower-like structure, tapering as it ascended, resembling a sword piercing the heavens. The Cloudtop Building, a landmark of Ningjiang, soaring over 500 meters high, with its topmost level housing the renowned 8-star restaurant, Crystal Night. The 8-star rating signified opulence beyond compare. The entire floor of Crystal Night was adorned with various crystals. Even the tables and columns bore the same exquisite embellishments, epitomizing luxury in its utmost form. Through advanced holographic projection technology, petals of roses blossomed across the crystal walls and floors, while a gravity-sensing system created the illusion that the entire restaurant was gently rotating. Romantic and exquisite, it can be said to be the perfect place for a dining date between couples. Of course, the prices are exorbitantly high. Yet countless affluent individuals are willing to splurge lavishly just to elicit a smile from their beloved. Indeed, the more Xia Ping gazed upon the establishment, the more his satisfaction grew. The only aspect that slightly perturbed him was the possibility of being disturbed while dining with Iwan. Please reserve the entire Crystal Night for September 20th, ensuring no other guests are present, Xia Ping instructed. A trace of difficulty crossed Xi Jing's face. Is there an issue? Mr. Xia, the Crystal Night does not offer exclusive bookings, Qi Jing replied helplessly. They consistently accommodate only 3 groups of guests each night. Others have attempted to pay for exclusivity, but it is said that the owner of Crystal Knight is quite obstinate, claiming he will never alter the restaurant's rules. Oh, is that so? Xia Ping raised an eyebrow and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, then there is no need to waste money on exclusivity. Qi Jing sighed in relief. Yet, in the next breath, Xia Ping firmly stated, simply purchase Crystal Knight outright for me. If the owner has changed, then there is no need to adhere to any rules. Qi Jing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The owner of Crystal Knight had repeatedly rejected other purchase offers with unwavering resolve. Moreover, he seemed to have some connections with the owner of the Cloud Top Tower, making this endeavor quite challenging. Then let us simply increase the offer. Xia Ping's voice was devoid of emotion. Akin to a cold tyrant. If he is unwilling to sell, it must be due to the offer not being substantial enough. I can spend 1 billion on a villa, or use 1, 2, or even 3 billion to acquire Crystal Knight. His eyes emanated an undeniable authority, causing Qi Jing to avert her gaze in deference. In this moment, she momentarily forgot that he was merely a youthful man in his 20s, and instead perceived him as a commanding figure from a grand conglomerate, exuding an aura of intimidation without uttering a word. Qi Jing dared not retort further. Inhaling deeply before respectfully responding, understood. Chapter 30. Acquiring Crystal Knight. The following day, Qi Jing called to report that the other party had agreed to Xia Ping's acquisition of Crystal Knight. The final offer amounted to 2 billion. 2 billion? They truly have the audacity to ask for such a sum. Xia Ping scoffed upon hearing Qi Jing's report. Are they attempting to deter me? Or perhaps mock me? Or merely seek to extort? While he was willing to spend any amount, be it 2 billion, or even 12 billion, just to ensure Iwan's satisfaction. After all, money is meant to be spent judiciously. What use is wealth if not utilized? However, this did not mean Xia Ping was prepared to be taken advantage of. 2 billion? Such a substantial sum would allow him to construct a luxurious 5-star hotel. Thus, he instructed Qi Jing to use his purple-black card to settle the transaction. Initially, Qi Jing felt some trepidation, unable to comprehend why her employer would acquiesce to such an outrageous price. Yet, Xia Ping offered no further explanation, simply insisting she proceed. When the owner of Crystal Knight beheld the purple-black card, it was as if he had grasped a searing ember. His body trembled, and his expression shifted dramatically. The purple-black card. He recognized this emblem of status and prestige. How could he have dared to haggle with the cardholder? My apologies, Assistant Qi. My previous quotation was merely a jest. The owner of Crystal Knight's demeanor transformed more swiftly than a chameleon's, as he smiled obsequiously and promptly revised the contract, slashing the price to a mere 200 million. From an initially audacious demand, it had now become a figure that, to him, felt almost like a concession. When Qi Jing reported back to Xia Ping with the restaurant transfer contract in hand, she felt utterly bewildered. What had transpired? Was this seemingly insignificant card truly so powerful? The weight of the card felt immense in her hand, causing her heart to race and her mouth to dry, leaving her in awe. Although her position precluded her from grasping the true significance of the purple-black card, it only deepened her reverence for Xia Ping. Mr. Xia, what exactly is your standing? On the other end of the line, Xia Ping remained unfazed. The unfolding events were entirely within his expectations. Assistant Qi, the restaurant's staff and procedures will remain unchanged, and it will continue to operate as usual. However, please cancel all reservations for September 20th, Xia Ping promptly instructed. That day, Crystal Knight would be exclusively his. After ending the call, Xia Ping chuckled. This fellow is perceptive. As long as the owner of Crystal Knight possesses reason and intellect, he will certainly not dare to deceive the holder of the purple-black card. For him, inciting the wrath of a prominent individual holding such a card could result in losing not only the 200 million, but also facing dire consequences. Yet, regrettably, Xia Ping currently did not possess the genuine power represented by the purple-black card, as it had been bestowed upon him by the system. The authority of other holders stemmed from their own capabilities, while Xia Ping was borrowing his intimidation from the card itself. However, others were oblivious to this, allowing Xia Ping to wield the purple-black card with impunity. Nonetheless, he was confident that it would not be long before he genuinely acquired wealth, power, and prestige commensurate with the card, becoming a truly formidable figure of stature. This crystal, standing atop the cloud top, shall be mine, Xia Ping mused with a smile, his spirits soaring in anticipation of his imminent reunion with Iwan. Their connection had remained unbroken, evolving from prior WeChat exchanges to lengthy phone calls and video chats. Throughout this process, their relationship had advanced significantly, though they had yet to define it formally. Given Iwan's reserved and serene nature, Xia Ping's approach was one of gradual persuasion, and this evening at Crystal Night presented him with a golden opportunity. As night fell in the Xia Villa, within Villa Number 1, the second floor housed a spacious gym equipped with various training apparatuses. Yet, for Xia Ping, exercises aimed at building muscle and strength were entirely unnecessary. His robust physique contained nearly 5 times the strength of an ordinary person, with a physique score of 47. Moreover, the elevation in his physique score represented a power enhancement that was not merely linear, but geometrically exponential. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch and kick from Xia Ping sent gusts of air surging, with shrill sounds reverberating throughout the atmosphere as he swiftly moved several meters away. At that moment, he was utilizing the brain domain assistance system to hone his combat techniques and footwork, understanding that mere brute strength without skill would not allow him to unleash his full potential. The external environment analysis of the brain domain assistance system enabled Xia Ping to visualize the data of each move in his mind, effortlessly identifying flaws and areas for improvement. Subsequently, clad only in loose shorts, Xia Ping began employing the expensive equipment to enhance his balance and refine his physical control. In the auction, Xia Ping had yet to utilize the intermediate physique enhancement potion he had acquired as part of his achievement task. On one hand, he had been preoccupied with various matters over the past few days, leaving him little time to attend to it. On the other hand, he sensed that the use of physique enhancement potions should not be done indiscriminately. While the potion promised a dramatic increase in physical prowess, it also diminished his control over his body. Although the energy from the potion would be predominantly absorbed by his body upon consumption, a residual amount would gradually be digested and disseminated within him over time. If one were to ingest multiple doses in quick succession, the body could suffer irreversible harm from the overwhelming strain. Now seemed as good a time as any. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel, Xia Ping reflected on the rigorous training he had undertaken during his leisure moments, enhancing his bodily control. He felt prepared to consume the potion. With a mere thought, the intermediate physique enhancement potion materialized in his hand. Gazing at the liquid, which bubbled and glowed like molten lava, he felt a familiar trepidation. The agony of the experience was too profound, akin to magma coursing through his veins, organs, skin, and bones, devouring his very soul. Were it not for the pursuit of greater strength, few would willingly subject themselves to such torment a second time. Chapter 31. The Second Phase. Gulping down the searing potion, Xia Ping clenched his teeth as the test tube shattered upon the floor. He collapsed onto the ground, writhing in convulsions. This time, the process of bodily enhancement felt distinctly more intense. The searing pain from the surge of energy within him was more pronounced. The force surged through his body, as if it were battering against some unseen barrier. Boom, boom. The inaudible clash reverberated within him until, at last, a moment arrived. Bang! The intangible barrier shattered, and a trickle of energy was born within, flowing along an unseen path. At this juncture, the pain reached its zenith, drenched in sweat. Xia Ping let out a wretched scream, nearly succumbing to the agony. Yet, he clung to the last vestiges of consciousness through sheer willpower, and at that moment, he heard the system notification sound echoing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your physique has surpassed 60, entering the second phase. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your physique has surpassed 60, entering the second phase. After a while, as the pain gradually subsided, Xia Ping managed to catch his breath and rise to his feet. His physique points had now reached 72. He gently clenched his fist, feeling a strange power coursing through his veins, ethereal, yet undeniably real. Could this be inner strength? Xia Ping was momentarily taken aback, feeling the subtle heat flowing within him. The sensation of breaking through a barrier was akin to having his meridians opened, as described in novels. What intrigued him further was the system's announcement regarding his physique surpassing 60 and entering the second phase. Was this threshold of 60 a significant milestone? And did the second phase entail the unlocking of meridians to produce inner strength? The very notion that inner strength existed was astonishing. Xia Ping chuckled and shook his head. If the system could exist, then why should inner strength be so improbable? As he sensed the delicate inner strength circulating within him, he attempted to harness it, feeling as though it were an integral part of his body, obedient to his commands. Perhaps this inner strength was still too feeble to manifest externally, confining itself to enhancing his internal power. Exhaling deeply, he urged the inner strength and leapt from his seated position. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as he vaulted upwards, impacting the ceiling, which visibly dented upon contact. Astonished, Xia Ping realized that the Violet Moon Villa had ceilings measuring 5 to 6 meters high, and he had merely executed a gentle leap. Eager to experiment further, he eschewed the stairs, instead pushing open the grand floor-to-ceiling window and leaping from the second floor. Thud! He landed gracefully and propelled himself forward, swiftly arriving before an ancient camphor tree thick enough for three to embrace. Without invoking any inner strength, he unleashed a powerful punch against the sturdy trunk. The camphor tree trembled, leaves scattering, and a deep imprint appeared on its surface. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Xia Ping summoned his inner strength and struck again. Boom. This time the tree, wide enough for three to wrap their arms around, was punctured cleanly, splintering into debris, leaving a hollow the size of a head. Remarkable. Xia Ping marveled at his own fist, feeling the explosive power coursing through his every movement. The surge of strength exhilarated him. After all, what young person has not dreamt of scaling walls and shattering stone like the heroes of tales? Moreover, if a second phase existed, surely there must be a third, a fourth. Yet, he pondered, how many physique points would one require to reach those levels? Xia Ping felt a swell of enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating the rewards for his phase tasks. Beyond the doubling of his assets, the task rewards also promised 2 advanced physique enhancement potions. Dingling, dingling. As he returned to his room, a sudden phone call interrupted him. Upon answering, he discovered it was Lu Lin calling. President Xia. Lu Lin's voice carried an air of excitement. The negotiations with Yuguang Games are nearing completion. All shareholders have consented to sell their stocks. And we have settled on a final acquisition price of approximately 21.6 billion. 21.6 billion? Xia Ping was momentarily taken aback. Lu Lin had been updating him on the acquisition's progress, and initially, the proposed price had been 2.9 billion, with the other party exhibiting a very firm stance. Not a cent less. Remarkably, mere days later, the offer had become enticing. The reduction in price was undoubtedly a testament to Lu Lin's efforts. Evident in the fatigue detectable in his tone, he must have been tirelessly negotiating day and night. The lower the acquisition price, the closer it came to the critical threshold of 2 billion, significantly enhancing Xia Ping's chances of completing his task. Thank you for your hard work, Lu. Xia Ping said with a smile, acknowledging Lu Lin's dedication. Of course, Lu Lin's heightened enthusiasm primarily stemmed from his own interests. After all, Xia Ping had entrusted the management of the company to him, and he would eventually own 10% of Yuguang's shares. If he successfully met Xia Ping's challenges, his shares could double. President Xia, Lu Lin hesitated, seemingly struggling to find the right words. If you don't mind. I left Phoebe Game Company with a few friends when I resigned. Xia Ping raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It seemed Lu Lin was bringing along some baggage, a detail that had not been mentioned during their earlier discussions. This revelation clarified why Lu Lin had struggled to find a new position for so long. However, given Lu Lin's substantial contributions during the acquisition process, having familiar faces around would undoubtedly facilitate management in a newly acquired company. The recruitment process at Fibic Games is notably stringent, yielding a cadre of elite members. Thus, those who accompany Lu Lin must undoubtedly be formidable individuals, in a sense. It can be regarded as a remarkable bargain. Is that all? No problem. Xia Ping mused, his thoughts racing, and let out a hearty laugh. Thank you, President Xia. Lu Lin also exhaled with relief. After a brief discussion to finalize certain details, they concluded the call. Chapter 32, The Formal Acquisition of Yuguang Games. On September 1st, a sleek Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow sped down the road towards the Huaidong district, home to Yuguang Games. The newly hired driver manned the steering wheel, while Xia Ping and Qi Jing settled into the opulent back seat. Xia Ping reclined comfortably, while Qi Jing held a hefty folder, diligently outlining the risks and issues associated with the acquisition process. Foremost among these were the risks associated with capital and assets. When contemplating the purchase of a company, it is imperative to ascertain whether the target firm has engaged in any deceptive financing practices, while also paying particular attention to any potential capital evasion. Furthermore, when deciding to acquire a company, one must scrutinize the structure of its assets, the allocation of equity, asset guarantees, and any liabilities, as well as the specific ratios of liquid to fixed assets. These elements are of paramount importance. Additionally, one must consider the financial accounting practices and tax-related risks of the company. Xia Ping grasped some of these concepts, yet much of the information eluded him, transcending his area of expertise. Fortunately, as the proprietor, he need not concern himself with the intricacies of such specialized matters. Seasoned professionals would handle those, allowing him to oversee the company from a broader perspective. Is there any issue on Lu Lin's end? Lu has performed exceptionally well, uncovering all of Yuguang's latent risks, which serve as leverage for negotiating a lower price. Truly a classic acquisition. Xia Ping nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow arrived at the entrance of Yuguang Games. Lu Lin awaited them at the door, accompanied by a man who appeared to be in his 50s. Though not overweight, his hair had begun to show signs of graying, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. President Xia. The driver bent slightly to open the door for Xia Ping, and Lu Lin quickly approached, leaning in to whisper, "This is Mr. Ding Anji, the owner of Yuguang Games." President Xia. Ding Anji greeted warmly, extending his hand to Xia Ping. "Mr. Ding, a pleasure to finally meet you." Xia Ping responded with feigned enthusiasm, masking any genuine emotion, as he expressed his admiration while feeling utterly indifferent within. "Please, come inside." Upon entering Yuguang Games, Xia Ping requested to tour the work area, a modest request that Mr. Ding readily acquiesced to. The office environment at Yuguang Games was surprisingly pleasant. The distance between each employee's workstation was ample, avoiding a cramped atmosphere, and greenery adorned every corner, enlivening the space. There was even a designated coffee lounge for staff relaxation. As he absorbed the surroundings, Xia Ping couldn't help but reminisce about the cramped and stifling workspace at Shanghai Games, evoking a sense of nostalgia. While the management and strategic planning at Yuguang Games were rather chaotic, the work environment was undeniably commendable. At that moment, although the employees appeared to be diligently engaged at their desks, a palpable anxiety hung in the air. They were all consumed with apprehension about their futures. What would be the temperament of the new boss? Would there be layoffs or sweeping personnel changes? These were the concerns weighing heavily on their minds, as they understood their fates rested entirely within the whims of the new proprietor. Their hearts were heavy with trepidation, for they had families relying on their income. Xia Ping meandered through the office area, exploring every corner. Perhaps he is here for a visit. Is he a new employee? He walks around so freely, utterly ignorant of decorum. Yet, at that moment, no one had the inclination to dwell on the presence of this young man. Similarly, no one noticed the unusual glimmer in his eyes. After his tour, Xia Ping, under Mr. Ding's guidance, proceeded to the conference room at Yuguang Games. The next steps followed the established protocol, exchanging documents and reports for final review, culminating in Xia Ping's signature on the contract, sealing the deal with resounding success. A pleasant collaboration, a delightful partnership. A slight smirk played at the corners of Xia Ping's lips. From this moment forth, Yuguang Games would be rebranded as Tianxia Company, officially under Xia Ping's stewardship. Chapter 33, The Employee Assembly. Xia Ping's first order of business was to convene a shareholders' meeting to elect the board of directors. The original shareholders had divested their stakes, and the former board members were unceremoniously ousted from the company, regardless of their personal desires. Xia Ping held a commanding 90% of the shares, granting him veto power, rendering the board incapable of restraining him. He could dismiss the chairman at will. He had no time for circumspection. With the deadline looming, anyone who dared obstruct his progress would be swiftly eliminated. With 90% of the company's equity firmly in Xia Ping's grasp, the remaining 10% was, as previously agreed, allocated to Lu Lin. Xia Ping was unequivocally elected as the chairman of the board and concurrently appointed as the CEO, while Lu Lin became a board member, responsible for managing company affairs. At Lu Lin's recommendation, one of his chief planners was also inducted into the board. Additionally, a representative from the staff was included, though merely as a figurehead devoid of any real authority. 2 hours later, Xia Ping swiftly called a company-wide employee meeting. Hundreds of employees entered the grand conference room, their hearts racing with trepidation as they prepared to meet their new boss. When they beheld the exceptionally youthful Xia Ping at the podium, they were momentarily taken aback. Is this truly their new employer? He appears far too young. The prospect of being led by someone so youthful struck them as incredulous. Their immediate assumption was that he must be a privileged scion of a prominent family, perhaps utterly oblivious to the intricacies of company operations and merely indulging in a whimsical purchase. Moreover, such affluent heirs often relished in asserting their authority, whimsically dictating their preferences. This scenario represented the worst-case scenario they could conceive. Xia Ping stood above, observing the anxious employees below, and began to address them. "Good day, everyone. I am Xia Ping, and I trust you have surmised my identity. I am the new owner of Tianxia Company. Before I took the helm, the state of this company was indeed dire. The games produced were utterly dismal, and revenues were plummeting. To be frank, the games you previously developed were nothing short of rubbish." Xia Ping's tone was sharp, unreservedly criticizing the previous Yuguang Games efforts. The countenance of every employee shifted, although they were acutely aware of the company's dire circumstances and held considerable dissatisfaction with its management. Hearing their hard work so bluntly dismissed by a newcomer was undoubtedly disheartening. However, they recognized that the individual before them was their new employer, and they could not afford to offend him, forcing them to suppress their discontent. Certainly, from my understanding, the majority of the employees are exceptionally talented individuals. The dire performance, however, can largely be attributed to certain misjudgments in decision-making and management. After all, many employees are not in a position to determine the nature of the game being developed. Suddenly, Xia Ping shifted the tone of his discourse, smiling as he declared, "This is precisely the reason I acquired the company. I believe that Tianxia Games possesses immense potential for growth." "Well said, President Xia." A sycophantic voice abruptly chimed in. A middle-aged man, balding and portly, clapped enthusiastically, his face alight with excitement, as if he had profoundly grasped the essence of Xia Ping's statement and was utterly captivated by it. The clapping resonated throughout the room as numerous employees joined in unison. Xia Ping turned his head, beaming as he nodded towards the man. Zhang Long puffed out his belly, hastily presenting a sycophantic smile towards Xia Ping, his heart swelling with joy. Indeed, he thought, young people are so easily flattered, although they speak eloquently. They still relish in compliments and flattery. I know this all too well. He felt a sense of self-satisfaction. Those individuals had been whispering just days prior that I would be in trouble with the new ownership. How laughable. Zhang Long chuckled internally, already envisioning how he would deal with those backbiters. Everyone, please be quiet. Xia Ping gestured, a smile on his face. I would like to announce some personnel arrangements within the company. The room fell into an immediate hush, uncertain whether it was due to Xia Ping's request for silence or the weight of his impending statement. Was it not too soon for such startling news after merely a couple of sentences? Everyone's hearts tightened with anxiety, especially among the management. As the company had just undergone acquisition, the most probable targets for adjustment were undoubtedly the management personnel. Lu Lin, seated below Xia Ping, shared the same sentiment of confusion. What was happening? No one had consulted him prior to this. Xia Ping gestured, and Qi Jing promptly stepped forward, presenting a folder. As he opened it, he could still feel the residual warmth from the freshly printed pages. Zhang Tao, former member of the Planning Department S Story Group, appointed as the group leader of the Planning Department S Story Planning Team. Yu Xinan, former head of the Testing Department, reassigned as deputy head of the Testing Department. With the head now being the former deputy, Yu Cha, Xia Ping calmly recited one personnel change after another, encompassing not only the management shifts but extending even to the most inconspicuous team members. Some leaders were demoted to members. Others transitioned from the Human Resources Department to the Administration Department, and there were even team members who ascended directly to managerial positions. Moreover, some were dismissed on the spot. Everyone was left in a state of shock. At that moment, Lu Lin felt the most astonished. After all, he knew that Xia Ping had never set foot in the company and had not requested any internal documents from him. How could he have made these decisions? Chapter 34. The Disposition of Zhang Long, a Thunderous Method. All right, that will suffice. After a considerable pause, Xia Ping closed the folder and tossed it to Lu Lin, stating, "This is merely a preliminary list and may be subject to changes. Lu will revise it and announce the final results." He surveyed the silent crowd below, then suddenly remarked, "Oh, what is this? Why is everyone so quiet?" No applause. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Long continued to applaud with all his might, his eyes glimmering with delight. Splendid. His position as financial director remained unchanged, allowing him to continue his previous carefree and indulgent lifestyle. The new boss seems quite easy to please, perhaps by flattering him more. He might even advance further. Zhang Long envisioned a promising future ahead. A scattered applause arose, with promoted employees engulfed in overwhelming joy and doubts about their hearing, while those whose positions had been diminished wore expressions of disbelief. Some demoted managers appeared visibly angered, nearly rising from their seats with flushed faces, clearly unwilling to accept their fate. I presume you are wondering how I, a person who has never set foot in the company, could possibly make such personnel changes, right? Xia Ping mused languidly. No one responded, yet their expressions spoke volumes. Clearly, that was indeed the case. I shall see what schemes this fellow has in store. Humph. Does he truly believe managing a company is so simple? Offending us will leave the company in disarray. Let us see what he can do. Does he truly dare to dismiss us? Many of the demoted managers wore grim expressions, opting to observe the unfolding situation. They were confident that reality would soon deliver a harsh blow to this young man, compelling him to recognize the truth. Xia Ping chuckled and remarked, "The basis for the personnel adjustments made previously stemmed from my observations during my visit to the workplace." Observations? He merely took a cursory glance. What could he have possibly seen? How could he remember anything? Does he even know us? The faces of the crowd were evidently filled with skepticism and disbelief. Furthermore, it is also based on your performance, daily conduct, and professional expertise. Xia Ping did not address their doubts, continuing, "You may harbor skepticism. However, my understanding of each of you surpasses your wildest expectations. You are Wang Su, a numerical planner in the planning department." Xia Ping pointed at a bespectacled man in his mid-30s with a square face. The man, taken aback, wore a bewildered expression, unsure of what was transpiring, while the other employees were equally astonished. "You are Ma Shuxian, the main operator in the operations department. I know even more details. You have been with Tianxia Games for 2.5 years, ranking 5th in departmental performance last month and 7th the month prior. You, a graduate of an art program, originally worked in the art department as a concept designer, but later transferred to the operations department due to a shortage of staff. Xia Ping spoke casually, displaying an intimate knowledge of each individual's circumstances. How could he possibly know this? Everyone was incredulous. Could even their direct supervisor retain such information? It was utterly implausible. Even the former owner of the company, Ding Anji, likely could not recall everyone's names or recognize each person. The crowd was utterly flabbergasted. How did he accomplish this? Is he cheating? I must have a cheat code. The Brain Domain Assistance System, perhaps? The Brain Domain Assistance System can access Xia Company's network, gathering and organizing all files to present in his mind. It records everyone's work status and analyzes personal information for comparison, making it all too effortless. When one lacks strength, a cheat will suffice. Xia Ping, appearing unfazed, reveled in the astonishment etched across the employees' faces, feeling an inner satisfaction. And you, Zhang Long. Xia Ping suddenly pointed towards Zhang Long, grinning. You are the company's financial director, and your performance has been quite commendable. Zhang Long promptly donned a face of feigned modesty, as if to say, it is my honor. Flattery is futile? Nonsense. Look at me. Zhang Long felt a surge of self-satisfaction, already contemplating how to deal with those unsavory characters. During your tenure as financial director, you have oppressed your subordinates and embezzled company assets, accumulating a total of over 9 million. Furthermore, you have clandestinely established your own little clique, deceiving the board of directors. Indeed, Director Zhang, your work has been remarkably commendable. A cold and icy glint flickered in Xia Ping's eyes. Faced with this sudden twist of fate, everyone found themselves caught off guard. Zhang Long's heart raced, his complexion turning a ghostly pale. No, Mr. Xia, Zhang Long had never anticipated such a drastic turn of events. Everything had seemed to be going splendidly before this abrupt downturn. He had always been meticulous in his embezzlement, working tirelessly through the night to fabricate accounts during the financial audit of the company's acquisition, seamlessly patching any loopholes. Qi Jing gently placed an investigative document before him. Zhang Long, his mouth parched and his body trembling, picked up the document as though it bore the weight of the world. It meticulously enumerated his previously concealed abuses of power and illicit gains, with unwavering accuracy. Even matters he had long forgotten were glaringly documented. No, this is slander. It's all lies. Someone is trying to frame me. Zhang Long erupted in a fit of rage, shouting desperately as he sought to make a final stand. He glanced around in panic, wanting to continue his defense, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. For Xia Ping had already turned his gaze upon him, his eyes sharp as a blade. The pressure was suffocating. He sank completely into his chair. It was over, completely over. Therefore, what you require is not personnel adjustments, but rather a police investigation and your subsequent criminal trial, Xia Ping remarked, dismissively waving his hand, his expression impassive. Bang! The conference room door swung open, and several burly security guards strode in. Mr. Xia, the police have arrived. Why only me? Mr. Xia, I want to report. I want to report. Zhang Long suddenly screamed hysterically, his face contorted in fury. He was finished, but he intended to drag others down with him. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Silence him. Take him away to the police, Xia Ping commanded coldly. Yes. A few security guards roughly covered his mouth, stifling any sound, before they escorted him away. Everyone understood. Zhang Long was utterly doomed. Chapter 35, Subduing the Crowd. The conference room fell into a profound silence, and many who had been oppressed by Zhang Long felt an overwhelming sense of vindication. Xia Ping, with a smile that barely concealed his amusement, surveyed the faces before him. Many could not help but lower their heads in shame. Those with guilty consciences felt a prickling unease, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Indeed, as Zhang Long had noted in his final moments, he was not the only one with issues. Who would he have named in his desperate cries? And could Xia Ping uncover Zhang Long's wrongdoings, yet remain ignorant of theirs? Clearly, that was impossible. He was sending a stark warning. Your secrets are in my possession. Behave yourselves, or this shall be your fate. Those who had harbored ulterior motives, even planning to undermine Xia Ping, were now rendered speechless by his thunderous authority. Their previous mischief evaporated in an instant. They understood that anyone daring to provoke him would meet their demise. After a long pause, Xia Ping continued. Those who err must face consequences, yet I shall not hesitate to reward those who contribute to the company. He asserted, now that Xia Company is in my hands, it shall undoubtedly thrive. His tone was audacious and confident, silencing all in attendance. Xia Ping paused slightly before declaring, I hereby set a modest goal for you all. If within 12 months the company achieves net profits that meet or exceed the total investment I made to acquire and subsequently operate this company, I shall personally contribute 10 billion. This sum will be distributed as employee incentive bonuses. Everyone will have a share. The conference room erupted into a clamor. 10 billion. That was equivalent to half the total assets of the company. In other words, he was proposing to distribute the value of half the company among them. This was beyond audacious. Is this for real? Even we employees could receive a substantial amount. 10 billion. My goodness. I've never heard of any company daring to do such a thing. The crowd was electrified by the prospect of such a staggering bonus. The promise of immense reward made them forget the arduous tasks ahead, invigorating them with newfound zeal. Ultimately, those promoted would be filled with gratitude, while those dismissed were largely kept in line by Xia Ping's grasp on their minor transgressions, trembling in fear of any dissent. Other employees, too, were stirred to action by the tantalizing lure of 10 billion, the duality of reward and punishment. At that moment, Lu Lin had swiftly reviewed the personnel adjustment document in his hands. This was utterly unbelievable. His expression fluctuated dramatically. Over the past several days, he had invested considerable effort to ensure the company's smooth operation post-acquisition, drafting a personnel adjustment plan. Yet, the plan crafted by Xia Ping, who had never even set foot in the company nor requested any information from him, bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, even surpassing it in detail. Certain conflicting areas, upon careful examination of Xia Ping's explanations and insights, revealed his own oversights. Xia Ping's approach, striking with a slap and then offering a sweet date, had effectively brought everyone under control, earning Lu Lin's admiration and respect. Lu Lin looked at Xia Ping with newfound reverence. His previous arrogance and hubris had instantly dissipated. He now understood that Xia Ping was signaling through this method that he had everything under control, possessing an intimate understanding of the company's dynamics. Though Xia Ping trusted him and was willing to delegate authority, Lu Lin realized that his own abilities paled in comparison to Xia Ping's, and he had much to learn. He was, after all, one of those who had been admonished. In truth, Xia Ping had not overthought it. His speech concluded swiftly, with a slight nod. He rose to leave, handing the remainder of the meeting over to Lu Lin. It was uncertain who initiated the applause, but soon the room was filled with thunderous clapping. This time, the applause was less perfunctory and more a genuine expression of respect. Clear distinctions between reward and punishment, coupled with generous magnanimity. Who wouldn't appreciate such a boss? The ensuing matters were left to Lu Lin, and Xia Ping hoped he would not disappoint him. As he contemplated this, he exited Tianxia Games. Xia Ping. A voice of surprise called out. Xia Ping turned to see a young man, around his age, standing a short distance away, uncertainty etched on his face. Recognizing the familiar yet distant visage, Xia Ping paused, then exclaimed in delight, Song Wei? Song Wei, now realizing the identity of the person before him, burst into laughter as he rushed forward. It's really you. You rascal. Song Wei had been Xia Ping's roommate throughout their 4 years at university. Residing in the bunk above him, their bond was exceptionally close, akin to brothers. After graduation, both remained in Ningjiang City, maintaining contact in the early days. But as their respective careers grew increasingly demanding, the ties gradually frayed, leading to a complete loss of communication. With a decisive punch to his chest, Xia Ping shared in the joy. What brings you here? What else could it be? Work-related matters, Song Wei replied. Xia Ping nodded, surrounded by a cluster of office buildings, many companies headquartered in the vicinity. How have you been lately? Hearing this, Song Wei sighed. I'm utterly exhausted, after taxes. There's hardly a few thousand left from my monthly salary. Xia Ping could deeply empathize, as he too had once lived in such circumstances. Although not much time had passed, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Song Wei's face bore the marks of weariness and hardship. Enough about me. How have you been? I recall you joined a gaming company. I'm doing all right, Xia Ping replied, opting not to delve into the complexities of his own situation. I must be off, though. I'm in a hurry to return to the office. After exchanging only a few words, Song Wei glanced at his watch, his expression shifting dramatically as he hurriedly departed. Yet, just a few steps away, he abruptly turned back. By the way, it seems Zhang Qiming from our class intends to reach out to organize a gathering with our old classmates. He should get in touch soon. We can catch up then. With that, Song Wei hurried away. Chapter 36. Class Reunion, A Class Reunion? A reminiscent smile graced Xia Ping's face as he reflected. It truly has been ages since we last convened. 3 years had elapsed since their graduation, and it had been a considerable time since they had all gathered. Some classmates had remained in the city, while others had ventured far afield, each pursuing divergent paths and leading distinct lives. He pondered how their perspectives might have shifted upon their reunion. Xia Ping felt a sense of anticipation for the gathering. How were his old classmates faring? That evening, after finishing dinner, he reclined comfortably on a lounge chair outside the Zhu No. 1 villa, gazing at the shimmering artificial lake in the distance. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Picking it up, he was surprised to find a message from the long-silent university chat group. Hello everyone. How about gathering this Saturday evening in Ningjiang City? Zhang Qiming inquired, attaching an image of the dining venue. What? Jiangpin Mingwe? Isn't that place rather pricey? Surely we don't need to be so extravagant? I believe it would be wiser to choose a more economical location, given that they all attended university in Ningjiang City. No one was unaware of Jiangpin Mingwe, a lavish entertainment complex situated in the city center, frequented by the affluent for dining and leisure. Dining there could easily cost several thousand. And though they jokingly vowed during their college years to visit frequently, only a few years post-graduation, none could afford to spend nearly half a month's salary on a meal. Don't worry, everyone. Since it's been such a rare occasion for us to gather, this time, I'm treating, Zhang Qiming declared. Isn't that quite a sum? Have you struck it rich, Zhang Qiming? Wow, what a tycoon. Brother Zhang is generous. The chat erupted with excitement as Zhang Qiming's lavishness astonished everyone. You all might not know, but Brother Zhang is now an executive at Shuguang Entertainment, earning a base salary of over $1 million. Not to mention the bonuses and benefits. It's quite staggering, boasted Lu Gang, a former roommate of Zhang Qiming, with a tone that suggested he was trying to bask in reflected glory. Moreover, Brother Zhang has purchased a villa in Ningjiang City. This announcement came from Wei Diyuan, another former roommate, as they seemed to have rehearsed their lines, seamlessly continuing one another's thoughts. Seriously? Is that true? Shuguang is a well-known company, and I've heard that many renowned first-tier celebrities have signed with them. Brother Zhang, can I tag along for a bite? The group was filled with envy and disbelief. 3 years post-graduation, most of them were still struggling at the bottom rung of the ladder, with a few thousand in monthly salary being considered quite commendable. Several female classmates, half jokingly and half seriously, hinted at Zhang Qiming, inquiring if he was in need of a girlfriend. Oh, please, you're making me blush. The truth is, I had some connections that helped me secure a good position after graduation, and I've been fortunate to gain my boss's favor. Which is why I've advanced so quickly, Zhang Qiming responded, feigning humility while clearly reveling in the attention. He then shared a series of photos showcasing the villa he had recently purchased. Impressive. I've never even stayed in a villa. Here I am worrying about rent. While he has already moved into a villa. It's not too large, just over 300 square meters, and it hasn't been renovated yet. Once it's done, everyone's welcome to visit. Zhang Qiming's tone was brimming with pride and satisfaction as he graciously accepted their admiration. Since Zhang Qiming had offered to treat, and it appeared he was doing better than any of them, they were all eager to dine at Jiangpin Mingwe, looking forward to the experience. Xia Ping, observing the chat, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle lightly. However, that wasn't the end of it. After boasting, Zhang Qiming specifically tagged the usually silent Xia Ping. Why isn't Xia Ping speaking? What is keeping you busy? You are our class monitor, the recognized campus heartthrob of yesteryears. If you don't attend, the gathering simply cannot proceed. Indeed, Wei Diyuan chimed in. What is Xia Ping up to these days? He was quite the figure in school. I imagine he is doing well. I believe Xia Ping works at a small gaming company? Yes, that's what I recall as well, others chimed in. School life is different from reality. What matters more is life post-graduation. We mustn't be blinded by past achievements or failures, Zhang Qiming said earnestly, though the condescending tone of his lecturing was unmistakable. Xia Ping couldn't suppress a laugh as he read the chat. Apologies, I've received professional training, but I simply couldn't help myself. It was entirely natural to want to flaunt one's success before former classmates after graduation. After all, who doesn't enjoy the envious and astonished gazes of others? Yet, to think they would try to elevate themselves by stepping on him? That was intolerable. Xia Ping's fingers danced over his screen as he typed a message, I will attend. He then snapped a photo of the Ziyue No. 1 villa behind him and shared it in the group. The chat fell silent for a moment before erupting into even more chaos. Haha, Xia Ping is truly humorous. TSK, Xia Ping, we know your situation. You're just joking about buying a villa? Isn't that the famous Ziyue No. 1 villa, valued at $1 billion? Is Xia Ping really the rumored super-rich individual? I believe the wealthy individual's surname is Xia Ha. Class monitor. Even if you're not doing well, no one would mock you. There's no need for such poor attempts at boasting. There were jeers, indifference, and outright mockery. Yet it was clear that no one believed Xia Ping truly resided in the Ziyue villa. With a soft chuckle, he set his phone aside, losing interest in further explanations. His current stature and perspective were simply beyond that. Wait, Shuguang Entertainment Company? Something clicked in his mind as he stroked his chin and activated his neural assistance system. Search for Shuguang Gaming Company. As he pondered the myriad of information flooding his mind, an odd expression suddenly crossed his face. The Dawn Gaming Company, astonishingly, was a subsidiary of the Longting Group. Chapter 37. The Clown, Sealing His Own Doom. As the sun gradually descended, it cast a delicate crimson hue over the entire city, heralding the arrival of night. On the bustling commercial street, teeming with throngs of people, A luxurious silver sports car slowed to a halt in front of a large supermarket, just a block away from the riverside moonlight. With a decisive click, the driver respectfully opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow for Xia Ping. He intended to pick up a few items and, contemplating the short distance ahead, instructed, "I shall walk over shortly." After purchasing his goods from the supermarket, Xia Ping strode directly towards the riverside moonlight. Xia Ping. Xia Ping turned to see a sleek black Mercedes gliding toward him, eventually coming to a stop beside him. "Ah, it's truly you." The window descended slowly, revealing the face of a young man. Zhang Qiming. Xia Ping's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't anticipated encountering him here. "It's been a while. How have the years treated you?" Zhang Qiming leaned casually against the car frame. "Ordinary, I suppose," given the nonchalant demeanor of his acquaintance. Who remained in the vehicle, Xia Ping replied coolly. "Indeed, residing in a billion-dollar villa and driving a 98 million yuan Rolls-Royce, life can be so unremarkably mundane. Pray tell, did you arrive by taxi or perhaps by bus?" Zhang Qiming's eyes roamed over Xia Ping, a mocking expression etched across his face. Dressed in simple casual attire for a reunion, Xia Ping deemed it unnecessary to overdress. Yet, it was evident that others did not share his perspective. Zhang Qiming patted his car with pride. "Just acquired this Mercedes S450, costing over $1 million upon delivery. Not particularly extravagant, yet for individuals like you, it would require years of saving." A smirk tugged at the corners of Xia Ping's mouth. Amused by the thought of Zhang Qiming's reaction had he known that Xia Ping had arrived in a 98 million yuan Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. "Oh, by the way," Zhang Qiming's face suddenly adopted an odd smile as he addressed the interior of the car. "Upon meeting an old classmate, shouldn't we exchange greetings? Xia Ping. You remember her, don't you?" The window slid down further, revealing a female figure in the passenger seat. Her pale golden eyes and elegantly arched brows framed long lashes that fluttered gently. Her skin was flawless, and her delicate lips resembled the soft petals of a rose. Dressed in simple jeans and a light yellow t-shirt, her figure was showcased to stunning effect. "Hey, Xia Ping, long time, no see," the girl greeted, her expression notably frosty. "Jiang Yu." Xia Ping's gaze sharpened, his brow furrowing slightly. Jiang Yu had once been his girlfriend during university, having pursued him actively. However, due to certain circumstances and incompatible personalities, they eventually parted ways. Zhang Qiming, of course, was well aware of this history, as was everyone in their class, including his own unrequited affections for Jiang Yu, which had met with rejection. Yet, why was she in Zhang Qiming's car? "Jiang Yu, it's been a while," Xia Ping said, his frown easing as he spoke calmly, recognizing that their past was precisely that, past. "Ah, I forgot to mention, Jiang Yu is now my girlfriend," Zhang Qiming interjected, casting a provocative glance at Xia Ping. "Humph, you rejected me back in university, and now look where we are. She has become my woman. You, Xia Ping, were once a figure of renown, but now, does being handsome put food on the table? In this world, it is wealth that speaks volumes." Though taken aback, Xia Ping merely nodded slightly, responding with a smile. "Oh, then congratulations to you both." Having been separated from Jiang Yu for many years, he considered their relationship little more than a passing acquaintance now. Zhang Qiming's attempts to belittle him struck Xia Ping as juvenile and utterly foolish. At this moment, Zhang Qiming's expression shifted slightly. This is not the script I envisioned," he mused. Wasn't he supposed to be the one driving his luxurious car with Xia Ping's ex-girlfriend, provoking an enraged reaction from Xia Ping? He yearned for the satisfaction of feeling Xia Ping beneath his heel, the weight of their past rivalry crushing him entirely. Yet, the reality was that Xia Ping remained unfazed, leaving Zhang Qiming with a sense of frustration akin to striking a punch into a pillow. "Keep pretending. Let us see how long you can maintain that facade." Zhang Qiming seethed inwardly, a cold smile forming on his lips, convinced that Xia Ping was merely putting on a brave front. At that moment, Jiang Yu leaned in closer to Zhang Qiming, adopting a demure demeanor, and addressed Xia Ping earnestly. "Indeed, thank you for suggesting our breakup, Xia Ping. Otherwise, I would never have had the opportunity to be with Zhang Qiming. I owe you my gratitude." Her tone dripped with obvious arrogance and derision, completely unmasked. Zhang Qiming's expression softened slightly, and he embraced Jiang Yu, teasing, "So, Xia Ping, would you like a ride in my car?" Before Xia Ping could respond, Jiang Yu chimed in sweetly. "Qiming, don't forget, we need to pick up a few classmates at the next intersection. Didn't they express a desire to ride in your car? How thoughtless of me." Zhang Qiming feigned an apologetic expression as he turned to Xia Ping, laughing. "Haha. My apologies, class monitor Xia, you'll have to walk from here." With a long sigh, Xia Ping leaned closer to Zhang Qiming's ear, whispering, "Zhang Qiming, remember, one who seeks to harm others often seals their own doom." His gaze turned piercing, coldly surveying Zhang Qiming as though he were but an insect. The The repeated provocations from the latter had him courting disaster. Jiang Qiming, meeting that frigid gaze, felt an involuntary stiffness seize his body, rendering him speechless. As if faced with a predatory beast, all that remained was a primal tremor. May you remember this lesson throughout your life. Then, Xia Ping cast a deep glance at Jiang Yu, adding, "You too, take care of yourself." With that, he disregarded the two and proceeded forward. Sealing one's own doom, Jiang Qiming gradually regained his composure, feeling vexed by his earlier performance, his face darkening as if it could rain. This is no longer school. Why should I fear him? What a fool I've been. He struck the steering wheel with frustration. What an ungrateful wretch. Does he think he is still the same Xia Ping from before? Enough of this. Don't waste your energy on this pauper, Jiang Yu remarked disdainfully, watching Xia Ping's retreating form. Years had transformed her into someone unrecognizable. Jiang Yu now embodied a persona that was snobbish and avaricious, convinced that wealth was paramount. Can love put food on the table? Absolutely not. I'd rather cry in a Maybach than laugh on a bicycle. Yet, Xia Ping's gaze had stirred a flicker of unease within her. He seemed different from before. No. It must be a mere illusion. Xia Ping is just an ordinary impoverished youth. How could he instill such feelings in me? Only by staying with Jiang Qiming can I secure a better life. Jiang Yu dismissed her momentary doubt with a scoff, her resolve hardening once more. My choice is undoubtedly the right one. Why bother with classmates? Xia Ping shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face. Although giants may not concern themselves with ants, it does not imply that they would permit these ants to incessantly gnaw at their feet without recognizing their place. He retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Yuanbai's number. Hello, Xia Ping. It's been so many days since we last met, and I find myself missing you. Jiang Yuanbai's hearty and somewhat cheeky voice resonated from the other end. What brings you to contact me this time? I would like to request a favor. Xia Ping stated directly. Whatever it is, just say it. Jiang Yuanbai replied, thumping his chest. Rest assured, my brother will handle it diligently. The Dawn Entertainment Company is a subsidiary of your Longting Group, correct? There's a high-ranking executive named Jiang Qiming. I need you to dismiss him and ensure that no company in Ningjiang will ever employ him again. Consider this a personal favor owed to me. Jiang Yuanbai hesitated slightly. Dawn Entertainment is a rather significant enterprise under Longting Group. After all, he is not the chairman of Longting Group, but merely an illegitimate son. Dismissing a high-level executive without cause would undoubtedly lead to complications. However, he suddenly recalled the serious words his father had shared with him after the auction, along with the numerous enterprises entrusted to his management. A favor from someone like Xia Ping is not easily obtained. If he hesitated now and reported back to his father before making a promise, it might leave an unfavorable impression on Xia Ping. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yuanbai decided to act decisively. All right, consider it done. We still have some clout in Longting Group, and I assure you, no company in Ningjiang will dare to employ him again. Chapter 38. The past and present nightfall arrived swiftly, and Xia Ping ambled along leisurely until he soon reached the designated dining venue, Jiangpan Mingwe. As a renowned high-end establishment in Ningjiang, Jiangpan Mingwen never lacked patrons. While it may not compare to the grandeur and opulence of the Wanga Grand Hotel, it was still bustling with well-dressed elites and an array of expensive luxury vehicles. Xia Ping arrived rather late. By the time he reached the pre-reserved private room on the second floor of Jiangpan Mingwe, most of his classmates were already present. Song Wei and a few others arrived almost simultaneously with Xia Ping. Hey, we've been waiting for you lot. Why the delay? You'll definitely face a hefty penalty of drinks later. A bespectacled boy, looking scholarly, greeted him with a smile. His name was Xing Jiwen, who had been quite active during their university days. Rumor had it that he quickly entered into matrimony after graduation, and thanks to his wife's affluent family, he was now doing remarkably well. However, no one mocked him for being a kept man. Rather, they envied him. His current assets ranked among the top in their class, second only to Jiang Qiming. Haha, here I am. And as for the drink penalties, I have no fear of you all. Upon seeing his old classmates, Xia Ping laughed heartily and approached them. Although Xing Jiwen had achieved considerable success, he did not carry an air of superiority. Rather, he was very approachable. Under his warm demeanor, the group quickly shed the awkwardness stemming from their long absence. Xia Ping has finally arrived. A discordant voice interjected from the side as Jiang Qiming approached. Of course, it makes sense. After all, you walked here. Haha, you actually walked here? Xia Ping, have you not bought yourself a car yet? Lu Gang teased mockingly. Wei Diyuan, also a roommate of Jiang Qiming, chimed in. Impossible. Xia Ping was a prominent figure at our school. How could he be doing so poorly? Perhaps he simply lives nearby, right, Xia Ping? Before Xia Ping could respond, Song Wei, visibly irritated, stepped forward with a harsh tone. It's a reunion today. Why are you all being so sarcastic? The atmosphere immediately turned subtly tense. Everyone was aware of Jiang Qiming's long-standing disdain for Xia Ping, so this was not surprising. However, hearing their comments implying that Xia Ping was now in a dire state was indeed unexpected. A few who initially intended to engage with Xia Ping exchanged glances, ultimately suppressing their inclination. It was evident to all that Zhang Qiming's discontent towards Xia Ping was palpable. Regardless of their past in school, that was history. The current disparity between them was unmistakably apparent. Today, as Zhang Qiming was the host, there was an unspoken understanding that one should not offend him, especially since future favors might be sought from him. Many had already settled on their positions, their attitudes subtly shifting. Observing this nuanced change in atmosphere, some couldn't help but shake their heads in lamentation. The once celebrated prodigy of the school now found himself in such a dismal state, having fallen from grace. Indeed, it was a poignant sight. All right, everyone must be hungry. Let's commence the feast. Sensing the awkward tension, Xing Jiwen promptly attempted to smooth things over, raising his glass in a toast to everyone. Forget about him. Let us enjoy our drinks. It's just a matter of having done a bit better than him. Look at his arrogant demeanor. Song Wei scoffed, gesturing for Xia Ping and a few other close male friends from university to sit down. However, a few others exchanged furtive glances, awkwardly stating, "We'll sit over there." They quickly coordinated their movements towards Zhang Qiming's table. Song Wei fumed. But Xia Ping remained unfazed, patting his shoulder with a smile. "Don't mind them. Let us just chat among ourselves. As one steps into society, it is inevitable that people become more pragmatic." Xia Ping bore no resentment towards them. However, in his heart, he had silently removed them from his circle of friends. He cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Qiming, who was currently brimming with confidence and arrogance. It seemed he had yet to receive news. The bolder he became now, the harder he would fall later. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere of the gathering gradually became more lively, everyone began reminiscing about their university days, sharing tales of their current circumstances. Some appeared to be thriving, basking in success, and frequently recounted their achievements, often drawing a crowd of eager listeners. Meanwhile, Xia Ping, the former luminary of the school, found few willing to raise a glass to him or engage in conversation, leaving him feeling somewhat neglected and isolated. To many present, it was clear that most had transformed significantly, and Xia Ping was now a relic of the past, unworthy of mention. Years had passed, and after enduring the harsh realities of life, most had become rather self-serving. Chapter 39, You're Fired. As the host of this gathering, Zhang Qiming undoubtedly attracted the most attention, surrounded by the largest group of admirers. Beside him, Jiang Yu, leaning affectionately against him, appeared radiant and exceedingly pleased. "You two truly make a perfect couple, a match made in heaven," someone remarked. Jiang Yu was not only the belle of their class, but also ranked highly on the campus beauty list. "Zhang Qiming, you're a fortunate man." "It's a shame Jiang Yu isn't pursuing a career in acting," another added. "Haha, indeed. But to be honest, Jiang Yu has already caught the eye of Dawn Entertainment. She will feature in a film next year, and she's the second lead." Zhang Qiming boasted with pride. "Wow, that is impressive. She might just become a future superstar." Several girls gazed at Jiang Yu enviously. Zhang Qiming was a high-ranking executive at Dawn Entertainment, so her securing the role undoubtedly involved his assistance. "How wonderful it would be if I could find a boyfriend like him. When the time comes to celebrate, be sure to invite us," someone exclaimed. "Absolutely. We're all eagerly anticipating your wedding." "Haha, undoubtedly." Zhang Qiming laughed heartily, casting furtive glances at Xia Ping beside him, deliberately feigning a look of pity as he exclaimed, "What a shame that Xia Ping does not know how to cherish such good fortune." Lu Gang quickly chimed in, "Fortunately, Jiang Yu broke up with Xia Ping. Otherwise, he would probably be taking the bus and living in a low-rent apartment now." Their words were exceedingly harsh. "How could you not be angry?" Song Wei fumed, yet Xia Ping across from him wore an expression of utter calm. "There's no need for that. It would be beneath my dignity. Would you bite back if a dog were to bite you?" Uffed. Upon hearing this, Song Wei and several male classmates could not help but chuckle. He does have a point. Nevertheless, could Xia Ping's heart truly be devoid of anger? After all, they were classmates, and Zhang Qiming's behavior was utterly disgraceful and disappointing. He silently mused, "If a dog bites me, I would never stoop to retaliate. However, I could certainly prepare a delectable hot pot of dog meat." As the drinks flowed, Xia Ping, thanks to his exceptional physical constitution, imbibed as if drinking water, showing no signs of inebriation. In contrast, the others at the table were visibly affected by the alcohol. During university, we often held lofty ambitions, believing ourselves capable of anything. It is only upon entering society that we realize we are but ordinary beings, Song Wei lamented, slightly intoxicated, sharing his grievances about life's tribulations. Xia Ping smiled gently, giving his college buddy a reassuring pat on the shoulder, saying, "Should you face any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out." "All right, if I can't make it, I'll come to you," Song Wei responded, his words slurred with drunken mirth. Nearby, a rather attractive young woman cast a sidelong glance their way. Having married an elite from a financial firm after graduation, she was now living a life of affluence, unable to resist the urge to deride Xia Ping. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs first. You're struggling yourself, yet think you can assist others? What a preposterous notion. Look at Zhang Qiming and Xing Jiwen. You ought to learn from them. I'm not criticizing you, but university is one thing, and the real world is another. The greatest danger lies in being trapped in the past without recognizing reality. Her words dripped with condescension and moral superiority. And you, what do you truly know about me? Xia Ping glanced at her, speaking with an air of nonchalance. What gives you the right to judge me? Momentarily taken aback, her expression soured. Having encountered many individuals like Xia Ping, who put on airs to preserve their dignity, she found such posturing laughably futile. Xia Ping shrugged slightly, raising his glass and downing the contents once more. Who, I wonder, is truly incapable of discerning reality? After several years apart, the reunion stretched late into the night, and they finally exited Jiangpan Minghua. Supporting the inebriated Song Wei, who stumbled unsteadily, Xia Ping was approached by Zhang Qiming, who pretended to be concerned. Oh, Song Wei is quite drunk. Shall I give him a ride? He added with a smirk. But Xia Ping, you seem sober, so you can head back on your own. Xia Ping replied calmly. There's no need. I shall drive him home. Your car? Zhang Qiming paused, then burst into laughter. Oh, a taxi, I presume? How kind of you, but do take care. Zhang Yu stifled a laugh behind her hand. Many classmates exchanged knowing glances, amusement flickering in their eyes. Who could have imagined that once the campus S-star, Xia Ping, had fallen to such depths? Xia Ping shot them a glance, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. When suddenly, Zhang Qiming's phone rang. Who could it be at this hour? Curiosity piqued, he answered the call, only for his expression to shift dramatically. Chairman, do you require my assistance? Zhang Qiming, you have been terminated. Come by the office tomorrow to collect your belongings and leave. The words struck him like lightning. Disbelief washed over him. How could he possibly be dismissed? In his panic, he accidentally activated the speakerphone, and the chairman's furious voice echoed for all to hear. Is this a joke? I'm not playing around, you fool. Whom have you offended? You've dragged me into this mess. No one can save you now. This comes directly from the upper echelons of the group. You'd best resign and clear out quickly. Furthermore, I doubt any company in Ningjiang would want you now. Figure out your own path. Offend a bigwig? No, Chairman, this must be a misunderstanding. Hello? Hello? The call abruptly ended with a beep. What happened? Jiang Yu's heart raced with an ominous feeling. I've been fired, Zhang Qiming said, his voice hollow. The phone slipping from his grasp as he felt a chill sweep through him, as if plunged into an icy abyss. How could this happen? Jiang Yu's face paled, her voice trembling. Will I still get to play the second female lead? This cannot be. I have never offended anyone. Zhang Qiming mumbled in despair, unable to comprehend the reality of his situation. Speak up. Do I still have my role? Jiang Yu shook his shoulders anxiously, her aspirations hinging on this opportunity. Suddenly, Zhang Qiming struck her across the face. Vile woman. His expression twisted. The once alluring Jiang Yu now appeared utterly repugnant to him. I've just been fired. And you're worried about your pathetic movie role. Do you even realize how you got that second female lead? It's clear you were only with me for my money and fame. You dare hit me? How could you? Jiang Yu gasped in disbelief, clutching her cheek. Since their relationship began, Zhang Qiming had always indulged her every whim. She had never experienced such treatment before. In a fit of rage, she screamed, Zhang Qiming, you scoundrel. We're breaking up. Fine. Break up if you must. Just get out of my sight. Their classmates exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to process the unfolding chaos. Just moments ago, Zhang Qiming and Jiang Yu had been triumphant and poised to reach the pinnacle of their careers. Now, they found themselves in a rapid descent into despair. Reflecting on their previous intimacy, the contrast was strikingly ironic. As the two spiraled into madness, not a single classmate who had once showered them with flattery dared to step forward. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from afar, drawing everyone's attention. A Rolls-Royce. No, it's a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. That car is worth 98 million, and there are only a handful in the country. The owner is rumored to be a mysterious super-rich individual who recently acquired the Ziwa No. 1 villa for 10 billion. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as those familiar with the local news exclaimed in disbelief, while others, newly informed, were expressions of shock. Make way. The crowd hastily parted ways. Even Jiang Yu and Zhang Qiming were taken aback, quickly stepping aside. The last thing they wanted was to provoke such a formidable figure by blocking his path. The Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow came to a halt before them, and a middle-aged man, resembling a driver, emerged from the vehicle, bowing respectfully and saying, Mr. Xia. Confusion swept over the faces of the onlookers. Surely this driver must have mistaken someone in the dark, For how could that mysterious tycoon possibly be among them? Xing Jiwen, visibly apprehensive, approached hesitantly and said, "Excuse me, sir, but you must have the wrong person. There is no Mr. Xia here." Wait, there was indeed someone with the surname Xia among them, Xia Ping. But how could that be? Everyone quickly dismissed this implausible thought. Xia Ping was that elusive, wealthy individual? Such a notion was utterly unfathomable. "Help him into the car," Xia Ping instructed with a slight nod. "Yes, sir." The driver responded with utmost respect. Everyone felt their hearts lurch, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before them. Mr. Xia Ping? Could it truly be him? Those who had previously ridiculed and condescended to Xia Ping now wished they could disappear into the ground, their shame giving rise to profound regret. If only they had forged a good relationship with Xia Ping before his true identity was revealed. Alas, regret is a luxury that this world cannot afford. Zhang Qiming and Jiang Yu turned pale, their bodies trembling. At this moment, they could no longer deny that the big shot referred to by the chairman of Shuguang Entertainment was indeed Xia Ping. A wry smile crept onto Zhang Qiming's lips as he reflected on his past actions, feeling like a foolish jester. Before getting into the car, Xia Ping turned back with an icy remark. "I had warned you not to court disaster, but you chose not to heed my words." Given that the individual in question was an old classmate, Xia Ping had extended ample opportunities, but tolerance has its limits. Now, he would not allow anyone to trample upon him. If a lion appears overly docile, even sheep might dare to provoke it. Only by revealing its sharp fangs can it show who truly reigns supreme. Just then, before the Rolls-Royce departed, Jiang Yu suddenly rushed forward, her face as pale as a ghost, yet forcing a smile as she implored, "Xia Ping, I was just momentarily confused, bewitched by my own folly. I still have feelings for you. Could you give me another chance?" Even the other classmates could hardly bear to watch. Once proud of her relationship with Zhang Qiming, she now flipped her demeanor in an instant, seeking to cling to Xia Ping before her former boyfriend. This was not how a green tea BTCH should behave. At that moment, Xia Ping didn't even have the slightest interest in casting a glance her way. To him, Jiang Yu, who had once been a romantic interest but had now become a stranger, was no longer worth his attention. "Let's go," he instructed the driver. With a thunderous roar, the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow swiftly vanished from sight, leaving behind a group of former classmates standing in place, their hearts a tumult of mixed emotions. Chapter 41, My Apologies. But this is my target. The Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow sped along the road, its back seat occupied by the inebriated Song Wei, who seemed to be mumbling incoherently. It was already deep into the night, and with the city center fading into the distance, the streets and pedestrian traffic were sparse, enveloped in silence. Just as the Rolls-Royce came to a stop at a red light and was about to accelerate through an intersection, Xia Ping thought he heard a faint cry for help. He quickly turned his head, his extraordinary eyesight picking up something unusual. Xia Ping furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he should intervene. Perhaps it was best to let it go. As the green light illuminated, the Rolls-Royce surged forward. How could a man of wealth and influence turn a blind eye to a damsel in distress? Ding. The host has triggered a rare random quest, the cliché heroic rescue. Quest details: rescue the young lady in distress before you, aiding her in escaping danger. Quest rewards: 1 body enhancement elixir, 3 super cosmetic formulas. Seeing someone in peril, how could he refrain from drawing his sword to assist? Xia Ping's expression grew serious as he internally exclaimed, "I am certainly not motivated by rewards, but if both saving a life and earning a reward can coexist, how splendid that would be." Stop the car. The tires screeched against the pavement, executing a flawless drift before coming to a halt. Yet the Rolls-Royce had already sped ahead by 200 meters. "Mr. Xia, what's the matter? You take Song Wei back to the villa." "I have something to attend to," Xia Ping replied in a low voice, swiftly exiting the vehicle. The driver nodded, asking no questions as he drove the Rolls-Royce away. Once outside, Xia Ping began to sprint towards the rear. With the aid of his extraordinary muscular strength and inner power, he moved like a fleeting shadow, covering the 200 meters in an instant. On the dimly lit street, Gu Xian stood in a state of panic, watching as 2 figures slowly approached. One was in front, the other trailing behind, their eyes glinting with malicious intent, clearly not benign. TSK, keep shouting, will you?" The man in front grinned wickedly at Gu Xian. "In the dead of night, let us see who you can call for help." Biting her lip tightly, Gu Xian felt her throat growing dry and painful from her earlier cries for help, her heart sinking deeper. "What do you want?" She trembled, her voice quaking. "I can give you all the money I have." "Oh," the man at the front sneered. "Then hand over your wallet." Gu Xian pulled out her wallet and tossed it towards the 2 men, hoping they would take the money and leave. Upon opening it, the man discovered a neatly stacked pile of cash, several thousand yuan. "You are dressed in designer brands. It seems you are rather affluent," he remarked with a smirk. But then his expression darkened. "Where's your bank card?" I left my bank card at home. I have plenty of jewelry and valuables there. Why not let me go back to fetch them for you? Do you think we're fools? The second man stepped forward menacingly. If we let you go, a horde of police will come rushing in. He glanced at Gu Xian, who appeared to be in her 20s, clad in professional attire that accentuated her alluring figure. Her long, shapely legs and delicate features, coupled with her wavy purple hair cascading down her shoulders, added a unique allure. Gu Xian's heart raced. She could see the unmistakable desire igniting in their eyes. Hey there, beautiful. How about this? We'll follow you home to collect your valuables. What do you say? They grinned predatorily, closing in on her. Gu Xian was no fool. She could see the blatant malice on their faces. What could she do? It was time to fight back. She hurled her bag at the two men and sprinted away with all her might. As she ran, she fumbled for her phone, intending to dial the police. Damn it, you filthy BTCH. The two men, enraged, charged after her. But Gu Xian was just a woman and wearing high heels. She was no match for their speed. Moreover, what exacerbated the situation was that Gu Xian, in her haste to flee, inadvertently twisted her ankle. As she felt the sharp pain coursing through her foot, a chill swept over her heart. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as one of the assailants knocked the phone from Gu Xian's hand, which she had yet to connect, before seizing her wrist with a vice-like grip. Are you still planning to run? The man snarled, his face contorted in malice. While another accomplice had already encircled Gu Xian from behind, effectively cutting off any avenue of escape. Surrounded and trapped. Despair flickered in Gu Xian's eyes as she contemplated the fate that awaited her, prompting her to involuntarily close her eyes in resignation. Haha, don't resist. If you let us enjoy ourselves, we might just spare you. One hand held her wrist firmly while the other reached for the fabric of her clothing. TSK. Isn't it disgraceful to bully a girl right here? A discontented voice interjected from nearby, its tone jarringly discordant against the backdrop of the silent street, amplifying the eerie tension of the moment. Who are you? The man's gaze shifted from Gu Xian to the source of the voice behind him. With a soft thud, a figure emerged from the enveloping darkness, pointing at the panicked Gu Xian, whose face was etched with fear. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your little game, but this individual happens to be my target. Might I kindly request that you abandon your sordid intentions at once and depart in disgrace? A polite smile graced Xia Ping's face as he made his request. Chapter 42, A Timely Rescue. Gu Xian's eyes flew open, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Someone had come to her aid. However, upon realizing that it was merely Xia Ping standing there alone, her expression fell, her disappointment almost bringing her to tears. The two thugs appeared formidable, muscular and fierce, while the man before her was tall. He hardly seemed a match for them. Huh, you want us to leave? The two men exchanged puzzled glances, confirming that Xia Ping was indeed alone, and then erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, we thought it was something serious. Turns out we have a pretty boy dreaming of being a hero. They guffawed at Xia Ping's serious demeanor as if he had just shared the most ludicrous joke in the world. Kid, you think you can act tough all by yourself? How foolish. The man holding Gu Xian sneered, casting a knowing look at his companion. The second thug stepped forward with a malevolent grin, declaring, Here's your chance. Kneel and apologize, and we might let you live, otherwise. Alas, I've offered you a chance, yet you fail to appreciate it. Xia Ping lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Posturing even at death's door. You're asking for it. The man's eyes darkened as he lunged forward, swinging his fist towards Xia Ping's face with considerable force, indicating he was no novice in combat. Watch out. Gu Xian could not help but exclaim. I could easily knock this kid to the ground, begging for mercy. The man's expression was venomous. Yet, Xia Ping's demeanor grew cold as he unleashed a lightning-fast kick, the sound of impact resonating through the air. With a dull thud, the man who had charged forward was sent hurtling through the air like a ragdoll, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah! His scream pierced the silence, clutching his abdomen. His face drained of color. After a moment of retching, he collapsed, only occasionally twitching on the ground. Gu Xian stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how a brawny man had been sent flying by a single kick. What kind of strength was required for such a feat? Even the most formidable special forces soldier could not deliver a blow that would send someone soaring like that. At that moment, Gu Xian felt a sudden chill at her neck. Don't move. If you do, I'll kill this woman. The man gripping Gu Xian panicked, drawing a knife from his belt and pressing it against her smooth neck. Ah! Gu Xian screamed, tears streaming down her face. Oh, go ahead and do it. I don't even know her, Xia Ping replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly adopting a nonchalant tone. Gu Xian's despair deepened. Why aren't you doing anything? Are you afraid? He edged closer to the man. Why you better not come any closer? The man shouted, his voice trembling. Yet Xia Ping continued his advance, step by step. To the man, Xia Ping seemed to transform into a primal beast, exuding an aura that sent shivers down his spine. Even the mere act of approaching was enough to induce panic. Overwhelmed by fear, the man's hand trembled, causing the blade to graze Gu Xian's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. In that instant, Xia Ping sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah. The pavement cracked beneath his feet as he surged forward, reaching the man in the blink of an eye. Grasping the man's arm that held the knife, he effortlessly dislocated it with a sharp tug. The man screamed in agony as the knife clattered to the ground. Xia Ping channeled a surge of inner strength into his palm, delivering a powerful blow that sent the man sprawling backward, unconscious upon impact. Gu Xian, still reeling from shock, stumbled but was swiftly caught by Xia Ping. A melodious notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the special random mission. The cliched hero saving the damsel in distress. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving mission rewards. Charm points 5, Body Enhancement Potion X1, Super Cosmetic Formula X3. Note: the wealth generated from the Super Cosmetic Formula does not count towards the current stage of the mission. Xia Ping felt an overwhelming surge of joy as he gazed at the beauty in his arms, his expression softening into one of warmth and kindness. Are you all right, beautiful? Why yes, I'm fine, Gu Xian stammered, her face still marked by traces of tears. Yet, leaning against Xia Ping's sturdy and warm chest, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety. As she took a closer look at Xia Ping, his tall frame and handsome, resolute face radiated confidence and strength, as if he looked down upon the world with disdain. At that moment, Xia Ping's charm reached an impressive 95, and having just rescued her, he appeared to Gu Xian like the radiant god Apollo, blazing and resplendent. So handsome, Gu Xian murmured, her cheeks flushing as she gazed up at him with an enchanting glimmer in her eyes. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Huh, what did you say? Xia Ping inquired. Nothing. Gu Xian quickly averted her gaze, taking a deep breath before expressing, thank you for saving me. It was a mere, trifling matter. You see, I have a penchant for helping others without seeking anything in return, Xia Ping replied shamelessly, while assisting her in gathering her scattered belongings. Can you make it back on your own? Would you like me to escort you? No, I'm fine. I can manage on my own, Gu Xian hastily insisted, eager not to trouble Xia Ping further. However, just a few steps later, she winced, nearly losing her balance. What's wrong? My ankle. I twisted it, she admitted, a bit embarrassed, clearly having forgotten her earlier misstep in her flight. I know a thing or two about massage and therapy. Please, have a seat. Xia Ping could only assist Gu Xian in finding a place to sit, gently massaging her ankle with his hand. As the warm and tender sensation radiated from her ankle, Gu Xian suddenly realized her heart was racing uncontrollably, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. She had never experienced such intimate contact with another man before. It might hurt a little, so bear with it, Xia Ping advised, before suddenly applying pressure. With a sharp crack, he realigned her dislocated ankle. Chapter 43. Take me to meet your boss. Gu Xian gasped, cold sweat beading on her forehead, yet when she moved her foot again, to her astonishment, the pain had vanished. How's that? Xia Ping inquired with a smile. It's really better, she exclaimed, joy illuminating her face as she stomped her feet a few times. You're incredible. Xia Ping merely smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. It's getting late. You should head home, he added. A girl shouldn't be out alone at this hour. Okay, Gu Xian nodded obediently, then mustered the courage to ask, somewhat bashfully, could I have your contact information? I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. It was nothing, really. There's no need to make a fuss, Xia Ping replied nonchalantly. Yet he was unable to resist her persistence and eventually shared his contact details. So, his name is Xia Ping, Gu Xian mused on her way home, a smile unwittingly spreading across her face. Meanwhile, Xia Ping couldn't help but grin widely as well. What a windfall. He reveled in the unexpected rewards from attending a class reunion, having triggered a random task that yielded substantial rewards. Just as Xia Ping was basking in his joy, the man he had previously incapacitated trembled slightly before slowly reaching for his waist. He drew out a handgun. With trembling hands, he raised the weapon, a sinister smile twisting his features as he savored the impending revenge, then pulled the trigger aimed at Xia Ping. Bang! Die! The man imagined the bullet creating a gaping hole in the head of the wretched figure before him, anticipating his collapse in disbelief. However, just as the gunfire rang out, the seemingly oblivious Xia Ping vanished from sight without warning. A mixture of disbelief and terror flooded the man's face, but these expressions did not appear on Xia Ping. Instead, they were mirrored on his own visage. Intense pain followed swiftly. He screamed, feeling as if his right hand had been obliterated, crushed beneath a foot. The sound of cracking bones echoed, raising doubts that his right hand would remain intact for even a moment longer. The man looked down at Xia Ping, his eyes gleaming with cold malice. At that moment, Xia Ping was consumed by an overwhelming fury, even though his body had undergone numerous enhancements. It was impossible to withstand a bullet with sheer flesh. A shot to a vital area would still claim his life. Had it not been for his extraordinary perception and speed, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to that bullet and been reduced to a corpse by now. Of course, this was also due to his momentary negligence. Otherwise, the assailant wouldn't have even had the chance to pull the trigger. However, who would have imagined that a street-level thug would possess a firearm? Who are you two? Xia Ping demanded coldly. Please don't kill me. The man trembled, fear evident in his voice. We are underlings of Brother Feng. Brother Feng? Xia Ping furrowed his brow, intrigued. Noticing Xia Ping's contemplation, the man felt a surge of elation, believing that the name of Brother Feng had intimidated him. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Ping simply had never heard of this Brother Feng. Yes, my boss is Feng Chang. The power behind the Feng family, his influence is vast. Upon hearing this, Xia Ping's expression turned contemplative. He currently possessed wealth, but aside from a gaming company, he lacked any substantial power of his own. Today's incident had been a wake-up call. While he was indeed strong with significant potential for growth, what if dozens or even hundreds of men brandished guns at him? He would be riddled with bullets. Though the likelihood of such a scenario was low, Xia Ping had to remain vigilant, for he held a fortune that could drive ordinary people mad, not to mention the system that must remain concealed. Those who are wealthy yet lack power often meet grim fates, much like Xin Wansan of the Ming dynasty, whose vast wealth could rival nations but ultimately faced annihilation under imperial authority. During World War II, wealthy Jews, adept in commerce, could not escape their tragic fate. Perhaps, it is time for me to gradually establish my own power. Xia Ping contemplated, casting a chilling smile at the man beneath him. This is an opportunity. This Brother Feng appears to wield considerable influence. Perhaps it would be wise to cultivate an alliance with him for future use. Hey, do you want to live? Yes. Yes. The man nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at grains. Good. Xia Ping nodded slightly. Then take me to meet your boss. Chapter 44, Wu Yuan. By the riverside. At the Minghua Pavilion. At this hour, there were few patrons left outside. Most guests were reveling in private rooms. Your boss is here? Xia Ping, holding the still unconscious man, asked with some confusion. To his surprise, he had somehow stumbled back here again. Yes, Feng Chang is the behind-the-scenes owner of Minghua Pavilion. He usually spends the night here. He controls several other businesses, with assets amounting to billions, and commands a multitude of subordinates. Lu Si, the man with the incapacitated right hand, trembled as he explained. Impressive. Xia Ping replied, intrigued. In all of Ningxiang, few dare to disrespect the boss. Brother Feng is indeed the local kingpin. Lu Si now hoped that his boss's reputation would deter this terrifying man. Local kingpin? Xia Ping scoffed disdainfully. Just a small-time thug clinging to a corner. Small-time thug. My boss has countless brothers, and everyone knows the name of the Feng family. How can he be considered a small-time thug? Lu Si seethed with frustration, yet had to keep silent, forcing a smile of flattery on his face. Go fetch your boss and tell him I wish to discuss a partnership, Xia Ping instructed, tossing the unconscious man back to Lu Si. Remember, no tricks. Yes, yes. Lu Si struggled to carry the unconscious man and hurried inside. In the deepest, most luxurious room on the 4th floor, the opulence was breathtaking. A group of burly men stood respectfully by, while a man in his 40s, smoking a cigar, embraced a stunning woman, laughing heartily. The table was littered with empty bottles and exquisite snacks, as Feng Chang's hands wandered inappropriately over the woman. Ah, don't, Brother Feng, you're so annoying. The woman playfully protested, her sultry gaze only igniting the fire of desire within him further. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the private room, causing Feng Chang to furrow his brow. Brother Feng, it's me, Lu Si, he exclaimed. Damn it, you've spoiled my mood. Let him in. Feng Chang slowly exhaled a plume of smoke as a burly man resembling a bodyguard stepped forward to open the door. Lu Si burst in, nearly collapsing under the weight of the man he carried on his back, and immediately fell to his knees, lamenting, Brother Feng, you must help me. His appearance was utterly pitiful. Upon noticing Lu Si's incapacitated right hand and the unconscious man beside him, Feng Chang's brow creased with concern. What has happened? Who did this? Brother Feng, we've encountered a formidable opponent. This guy is exceptionally skilled. The two of us were taken down in an instant. He doesn't even regard you. Saying he wants to meet you in person. Lu Si hurriedly recounted the events, adding, he's right outside Jiangpan Minghua, and it's just him. What? Feng Chang's expression darkened at once. Having dominated Ningxiang City for over a decade, it had been ages since someone dared to challenge him. A sardonic smile crept across his face. They truly seek death. They dare to assault me and still come to my territory to act brazenly. It seems I have not asserted my authority in quite some time, and some have begun to underestimate me. This is the perfect opportunity to establish an example. Wu Yuan, Feng Chang commanded coldly. Here. A towering man with protruding temples stepped forward, clad only in a black tank top, exuding an aura of terrifying dominance. Feng Chang's eyes glinted with a cold light. Take a few men with you and follow Lucy. Break his hands and feet, and bring him back to me. Remember, I want him alive. Understood. Thank you, Brother Feng. Lucy exclaimed, elated. Wu Yuan was Feng Chang's most formidable enforcer. Reputed to be a former mercenary with countless battles under his belt and unfathomable strength. Lucy had witnessed Wu Yuan single-handedly defeat 10 assailants with ease. An absolute behemoth. Now, no matter how skilled that young man was, his fate was sealed. Clutching his mangled right hand, a fierce glint flickered in Lucy's eyes. He was determined to see that man kneeling in front of him, weeping and begging for mercy to assuage his burning resentment. Chapter 45. The Ant Shakes the Tree. Laughably overestimating itself. Inside the Jiangpan Mingyue Hall, Xia Ping awaited in silence. Sir, may I assist you with something? A female receptionist, noticing Xia Ping standing there, approached with a hint of curiosity. Me? I'm merely waiting for someone. There's no need to concern yourself with me, Xia Ping replied warmly. Waiting for someone? The receptionist was about to inquire further when a group emerged from the elevator, marching towards them with an intimidating presence. The newcomers radiated malice. Clearly not there for friendly purposes. Oh, it seems the people I was waiting for have arrived, and in greater numbers than I anticipated, Xia Ping remarked with a smile. The receptionist, having never witnessed such a scene, hurriedly retreated in a panic, not wishing to attract trouble. Wu Ge, this is the brat who crippled my right hand. Lucy shouted, pointing at Xia Ping, his face contorting with rage as he recalled his lost sensation. In no time, the group approached Xia Ping menacingly. Wu Yuan, nearly 2 meters tall, towered over Xia Ping like a statue forged from steel, looking down at him with disdain. Is this the kid? Lucy, you truly are pathetic. Xia Ping inquired, are you Feng Chang? Heh, why would the boss bother to meet you personally? Wu Yuan replied coldly. Remember my name? Wu Yuan. The boss has ordered me to incapacitate your limbs and then bring you before him. Is that so? It appears that this Feng Chang doesn't take me seriously. Xia Ping mused, shaking his head in disappointment. To incapacitate my limbs? You missed your chance. A shiver ran through Lucy's body at Xia Ping's gaze. But emboldened by Wu Yuan's presence, he laughed maniacally. Kid, do you really think you're invincible? Wu Ji's strength is beyond your imagination. You should just kneel and beg for mercy before you end up crippled. The receptionist, watching the unfolding drama from a distance, wore a sympathetic expression. Those who offended Feng Chang never ended well. She could already foresee Xia Ping's tragic fate and sighed inwardly, lamenting, what a shame, he's quite handsome. Why provoke Brother Feng? Xia Ping's expression remained calm, a hint of mockery playing at the corners of his mouth as he extended a hand, beckoning Wu Yuan. Come. Haha. Are you challenging me to a duel? Wu Yuan sneered, amusement dancing in his eyes. His companions erupted in laughter, filled with derision. No, Xia Ping shook his head, stating earnestly, I meant all of you, together. The crowd froze, their expressions shifting to barely contained laughter, with some bursting into outright guffaws. This kid has really angered Wu Ge. He's finished. At such a moment, remaining defiant was foolishness. Someone shook their head in disbelief. You're seeking death, Wu Yuan bellowed. As a renowned figure in the international mercenary world, he had clawed his way through countless battles, with martial prowess being his forte. Today, he was being provoked by a seemingly frail young man. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch towards Xia Ping, intent on teaching him a lesson. Bang! Xia Ping extended his left hand effortlessly, blocking Wu Yuan's massive fist without budging an inch. Is that all you've got? Xia Ping remarked calmly. Impossible. Wu Yuan's mind was reeling. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength, a punch like that would have incapacitated an ordinary person. Yet, it was easily thwarted. Seeing the disdain on Xia Ping's face fueled Wu Yuan's fury. Kid, you've thoroughly provoked me. Prepare to witness my true strength. With a thunderous roar, his bones cracked ominously as his muscles bulged, and he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at Xia Ping's head. This strike was delivered with full force, his intentions lethal. Though he had initially planned to follow Feng Chang's orders and bring Xia Ping back alive, the young man had chosen his own demise. With a muffled thud, Xia Ping again effortlessly pressed Wu Yuan's thick, iron-like leg down, rendering it immovable. This cannot be. Wu Yuan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. A kick of that magnitude could topple a brick wall, yet this young man didn't even flinch. It seems this is all you can muster. An ant shaking a tree, how laughably overconfident. Xia Ping shook his head. Now it's my turn. If it were anyone else, that kick would have been fatal. But since you've chosen to provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a swift motion, he clenched his right fist and struck Wu Yuan's knee. the sound of shattering bones echoing as Wu Yuan howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. Following this, Xia Ping delivered a powerful kick, sending Wu Yuan soaring through the air for 5 or 6 meters before crashing to the ground, rolling unconscious. This is impossible. The entire venue fell into stunned silence. Shock and disbelief palpable in the air. Everyone's mouths hung agape as Xia Ping effortlessly defeated the formidable Wu Yuan in just 2 moves, leaving the onlookers in shock. He turned his gaze towards Lu Si, who stood dumbfounded, unable to believe the spectacle before him. The strongest enforcer under Brother Feng, Wu Yuan, had been vanquished with such ease. Realizing Xia Ping's attention was upon him, Lu Si's body trembled, and he barked, "Everyone, charge with me. Let us eliminate him. No matter how powerful he is, can he be a deity with 3 heads and 6 arms?" Immediately, a group of burly men surged forward, shouting in fervor. "Foolhardy," Xia Ping snorted, his form darting into the crowd like a phantom, akin to a tiger among wolves. Each punch and kick he delivered sent a man sprawling to the ground, while they couldn't even graze the hem of his garment. Before long, Xia Ping stood alone. The others lay moaning and wailing on the floor. Having completed this with barely a breath, Xia Ping cast his gaze upward, slowly striding forth. Since he was unwilling to descend and meet me, I shall seek him out instead. The female receptionist, utterly astonished, covered her mouth in disbelief. Her eyes wide as she watched Xia Ping depart. Is this even human? How could one man so easily take down a multitude? Surely, I must be dreaming. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the private room, and Feng Chang chuckled. Wu Yuan has brought that kid back already. I expected a formidable opponent. Yet it's merely this. Brother Feng, this doesn't sound right. A robust bodyguard wearing sunglasses remarked solemnly. You're being overly cautious, Feng Chang chuckled softly. You still don't know Wu Yuan's capabilities? Are you suggesting that kid dispatched Wu Yuan and the others in mere minutes? He dismissed the concern. Enough, go open the door. Despite his words, Feng Chang felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his subordinates' vigilance. It was their loyalty that allowed him to enjoy his current lifestyle. As the bodyguard recalled Wu Yuan's terrifying strength, he visibly relaxed and nodded, preparing to open the door. However, just as he reached for the doorknob, a thunderous crash erupted. The sturdy door, crafted from fine mahogany and reinforced with a special alloy, shook violently, a crack forming upon its surface. The immense recoil resonated through the handle, causing the bodyguard's hand to go numb, his palm splitting. A look of horror crossed his face as he shouted, "Everyone be careful." Yet before he could utter the word careful completely, a gaping hole suddenly appeared in the center of the mahogany door, and a casually dressed hand reached through as if it were a battering ram, launching towards the man's chest with astonishing speed. Bang! The man was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the table, scattering countless fruits and shattering several bottles. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted as the door finally succumbed to the pressure and collapsed. The dozen or so bodyguards within the room instinctively shielded Feng Chang at the center, though their professional training compelled them to maintain their composure. The visually striking scene had sent tremors of fear through their hearts, eliciting involuntary gasps of terror. Heavens! What could possibly come through? A demon? Feng Chang's previous calm demeanor vanished completely, his gaze fixed intently on the door. Pat, pat, pat. A youthful figure stepped through the debris. Xia Ping strolled in leisurely, showing no signs of tension, glancing around. Oh, is there someone here? I knocked, but no one responded. I thought the place was empty. He surveyed the room before casually seating himself on the sofa opposite Feng Chang. Ah, I'm so exhausted. Why are there so many people outside? He picked up an apple from the fruit platter, expressing his annoyance. Taking a large bite, Xia Ping scrutinized the ashen-faced Feng Chang and inquired, "So, you are Feng Chang?" Suppressing his fury and fear, Feng Chang retorted, "Who are you? What do you want?" He refrained from questioning how the intruder had breached their defenses. The outcome was glaringly evident. Wu Yuan and all the guards outside had been defeated. My name is Xia Ping, and as for my identity, it is of no consequence to you, Xia Ping replied nonchalantly. I originally intended to discuss a potential collaboration, but you seem to have disregarded my presence, not even deigning to meet me. Collaboration? Feng Chang seethed, nearly spitting blood. You've assaulted my brothers, and now you audaciously expect me to discuss collaboration with you? Why on earth would I heed your words? Yet, casting a wary glance at Xia Ping, he managed to ask, what sort of collaboration do you propose? And given the circumstances, you ought to explain today's events. Oh, you misunderstand. Since you did not personally come down, the opportunity for collaboration has vanished because you failed to seize it, Xia Ping smiled. You now have but one choice, to submit to me. Submit to you? Feng Chang laughed derisively, as if he had heard an enormous joke. He had spent over a decade employing various means and facing countless dangers to establish his current empire, worth billions, along with a loyal entourage. In Ningjiang City, He was no small player, a figure of considerable renown. Now, this young man had the audacity to demand his submission and hand over his hard-won territory? On what grounds? Feng Chang glared coldly at Xia Ping. Because you possess no choice, Xia Ping stated calmly. Refusing will lead to your death. Oh, and if I refuse, I shall die? Feng Chang scoffed. Indeed, should you decline, you will not only forfeit everything you hold dear, but you will also lose your life. Xia Ping replied, unperturbed. Then I choose to end your life. Feng Chang's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he abruptly drew his handgun, aiming it at Xia Ping, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. The burly bodyguards swiftly unsheathed their weapons, all targeting Xia Ping, effectively sealing off any potential escape routes he might have had. And now, Feng Chang slowly rose. Gun trained on Xia Ping, his expression darkening. I know you are formidable, some might even say monstrous. But no matter your prowess, you are still flesh and blood. Can you truly withstand a bullet? You have yet to grasp the reality, Xia Ping replied calmly, cracking his neck before suddenly erupting into action. He hurled a lighter from the table at one bodyguard, knocking the gun from his grasp. Simultaneously, Xia Ping transformed into a blur, dashing into the midst of the bodyguards. Feng Chang barely had time to react, hearing just 2 or 3 sporadic gunshots before the room fell silent once more. Xia Ping stood in his original position, yet now possessed more than a dozen handguns. He casually picked one up with his right hand, channeling his inner strength into his palm, and with a fierce grip, reduced the entire firearm to a shower of shattered pieces. Gulp. Feng Chang swallowed hard, and despite having faced many trials, he felt a tremor run through his body. His hand, which held the gun, was paralyzed. He couldn't raise it or lower it, his entire being frozen in place. His thoughts had come to a standstill, for everything before him had utterly transcended the limits of his imagination. Now, perhaps he could give proper consideration to my proposal. Xia Ping reseated himself, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he regarded Feng Chang. Brother Xia, I am willing to relinquish all my enterprises to you, and my subordinates will heed your every command. Feng Chang was taken aback, hastily discarding the gun in his hand, bending low, and displaying an expression of abject servility. His change of heart swifter than the turning of a page. He was completely terrified, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Being aimed at by more than a dozen trained bodyguards, and yet disarming them all in an instant was beyond the realm of human capability. The young man before him must surely be a devil or a monster. In such circumstances, how could he dare entertain even the slightest notion of defiance? If the other party wished to eliminate him, it would be no more challenging than crushing an ant. Chapter 47. The Formula for Super Cosmetics. Rest assured, I have no intention of seizing your enterprises. In fact, I can provide you with funds to aid your growth, allowing you to continue managing your subordinates. Xia Ping smiled slightly, adding, to be frank, I find your current endeavors rather unimpressive. With that, he produced his purple-striped black card from his pocket and waved it lightly. Are you familiar with this? Could it be the legendary purple-striped black card? Feng Chang's eyes widened in shock, and his expression became even more reverent. Although he was nowhere near deserving of such a card given his status, his connections had certainly made him aware of its significance, and he understood all too well what it represented. Thus, it was only natural that Xia Ping would regard his modest enterprises with disdain. He realized that his only assets were his loyal subordinates and the influence he wielded, which could assist Xia Ping in matters he could not personally address. Xia Ping spoke calmly. However, it is imperative to clarify who your true master is, understood? From now on, should you require my assistance, do not dare utter a single refusal. Absolutely. No problem. Feng Chang nodded vigorously, as if he were a pile driver, his situation far exceeding his initial expectations. He merely had to contend with an overlord now. Furthermore, I have a few requests. Xia Ping raised a finger and stated, first, you must strive to expand your enterprises and influence, but ensure that your subordinates are well disciplined. Should I discover any illicit activities on their part, do not blame me for being ruthless. A flicker of hesitation crossed Feng Chang's face. What? Is that beyond your capability? Xia Ping's voice turned icy. I can do it. I can. Feng Chang's expression sharpened, hastily replying. Secondly, without my consent, do not disclose my existence to anyone. Otherwise, you will answer for it. In Xia Ping's view, Feng Chang could serve as a hidden ally or pawn, potentially proving useful in unforeseen circumstances, so it was prudent to keep his position concealed. Xia Ping continued. This should not be difficult. I suspect you would not wish to advertise that you have a new boss, would you? Feng Chang felt a bit awkward, unsure how to respond. Very well, then. Before long, Xia Ping glanced at his Rolex Starry Night, rising to leave. Just before exiting the private room, he turned back to Feng Chang, a smile tinged with warning. Should you harbor any treacherous thoughts, you know the consequences. I can ensure your current position remains secure or easily find someone to take your place. I would never dare. Feng Chang replied, trembling in fear. Heaven bear witness. Xia Ping was not only a holder of the purple-striped black card, his formidable prowess was enough to instill terror in him. Oh, by the way, Xia Ping suddenly exclaimed. As if struck by a thought, that fellow Lu Si, I find him exceedingly displeasing. How you choose to deal with him is entirely up to you. With that, he turned and departed. Once Xia Ping had completely left, Feng Chang was drenched in sweat, his body weakened. Who on earth was he? How could he be so fearsome? Brother Feng, how shall we handle Lu Si? Someone cautiously inquired. Lu Si had been one of Feng Chang's companions in their early struggles. And despite his lack of ability and penchant for mischief, Feng Chang typically overlooked him. Feng Chang did not reply, his expression shifting dramatically. After a long pause, he finally exhaled deeply and spoke in a somber tone. Bring me someone. Here. A cold glimmer flickered in Feng Chang's eyes. Find an opportunity to make Lu Si disappear from this world. Remember to disguise it as an accident. Do not leave any evidence. Understood. By the time Xia Ping returned to the Zhua No. 1 villa, it was already midnight, yet he felt no inclination for sleep. Instead, he began to examine his task rewards. The intermediate physique enhancement potion was a given. Once his body was sufficiently prepared, he would consume it. At that point, his physique points would skyrocket to a staggering 97. At present, Xia Ping was particularly curious about the several super cosmetic formulas. The cosmetics industry boasted remarkably high profit margins. As modern women delighted in adorning themselves, what woman does not require cosmetics? Cosmetics constituted a significant portion of women's expenditures. A mere tube of lipstick or a small bottle of skincare cream could easily cost hundreds, with luxury brands reaching exorbitant prices of tens of thousands. Yet, what was the actual production cost of a bottle of cosmetics? It was undoubtedly a lucrative endeavor. With a mental command, the 3 cosmetic formulas transferred from his storage space into his hands. He took a deep breath and began to scrutinize them closely. Though labeled as 3 formulas, each was a thick stack of materials detailing everything from raw ingredients to explanations of the principles, processing steps, and designs for specialized cosmetic manufacturing machinery. Super Scar Removal Ointment completely eliminates scars from injuries, leaving no trace whatsoever, with an efficacy exceeding that of ordinary products by over 5 times. Ingredients: polysiloxane, silica, non-volatile silicone resin. Super Beauty Serum nourishes the skin, provides moisture and whitening, rejuvenating the complexion, with an efficacy exceeding that of ordinary products by over 5 times. Ingredients: hibernating grass, astragalus, wax gourd seeds, motherwort, gray salt. Longevity Elixir eliminates toxins, treats hidden ailments, rejuvenates one's appearance by 10 years, extending lifespan by 5 years. Effective for a single dose. Repeated use will diminish effects. Note: also effective for critically ill patients. Ingredients. Xia Ping's breath quickened. These 3 super cosmetic formulas were nothing short of astonishing. The Super Scar Removal Ointment and Super Beauty Serum boasted effects surpassing those of ordinary products by over 5 times. In competition with other products, they would undoubtedly dominate the market. Upon consulting the Brain Domain Auxiliary System, he discovered that neither formula contained particularly rare materials and were thus inexpensive to produce. The only complication was the intricate and peculiar steps required, necessitating specialized machinery for production. However, the system had already provided detailed blueprints, so it was hardly a significant hurdle. With just these 2 formulas, Xia Ping felt confident he could establish a globally renowned cosmetic brand, relegating all previous name brands to the sidelines. Yet, what truly astonished Xia Ping was the formula for the longevity elixir. 5 additional years of life. Upon reading this effect, his hands trembled. The human lifespan is but a brief century, with most not even reaching that age. No one wishes to face death, and those who wield power, wealth, and status are all the more fearful of it. From ancient times to the present, the quest for immortality has eternally remained humanity's ultimate pursuit. Even if one cannot achieve eternal life, the mere extension of one's lifespan by 5 years would incite fervor among many. The advent of the longevity elixir would undoubtedly drive countless individuals into a frenzy. This is a product poised to shake the world. It transcends mere cosmetics. It is, without a doubt, a divine concoction. Xia Ping inhaled sharply. Despite numerous institutions and whispers claiming to have discovered longevity-enhancing drugs, none have undergone scientific validation. They are essentially nonsensical. However, Xia Ping was resolute in his belief that the formula provided by the system would be infallible. It is well known that human lifespan correlates with the number of cell divisions, with telomeres determining the limit of cellular replication. The longevity elixir directly acts upon these telomeres to extend life. As for the principles of inhibiting malignant diseases that followed, Xia Ping was utterly perplexed and unable to comprehend. A potion that could rejuvenate one by a decade, cure hidden ailments, and prolong life by several years is undeniably a tantalizing prospect for all. Should elderly tycoons hear of such a elixir, they would likely spare no expense to acquire it. The longevity elixir need not fret over sales. Merely a whisper of its existence would incite a frenzy among those willing to deplete their fortunes for a taste of its promise. Chapter 48. The self-deluded Tan Xiaoqing. On September 20th, at dusk, at the Luping International Airport in Ningjiang City, a throng of fervent individuals had already gathered outside the airport, many of them brandishing glow sticks or vibrant banners. For today, the renowned pop sensation Tan Xiaoqing would grace Ningjiang City, hosting a grand outdoor concert in the evening. The ecstatic fans, upon hearing the news, had eagerly congregated at the airport to cheer for their beloved goddess. Tan Xiaoqing's vocal prowess has often faced scrutiny, with rumors suggesting her rise to fame was aided by a powerful figure in the entertainment industry through questionable means. Yet, with her stunning beauty and alluring figure, she has captivated a significant following, particularly among the youth, especially young males. With a whoosh, a large passenger aircraft descended from the distance. Tan Xiaoqing, Tan Xiaoqing, Tan Xiaoqing, Tan Xiaoqing, I love you. As the plane came to a halt, a throng of fans surrounded it, creating a chaotic scene as many jostled for a better view, their excitement palpable. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed from afar as a silver sports car sped towards the airport. In the dim light, the vehicle shimmered with an icy, noble gleam under the airport's illumination. A Rolls-Royce. Goodness, a luxury car. The crowd's attention was instantly captured, their hearts racing. As the Rolls-Royce approached, the previously unyielding fans parted to create a wide passage. The car glided through the throng and came to a stop at the plane's entrance. A driver stepped out, respectfully opening the right side door. Finally, he arrived. Xia Ping exited the Rolls-Royce, gazing at the aircraft before him, a smile gracing his face. Who was this affluent individual? Could he be here to welcome Tan Xiaoqing? Most assuredly. Apart from Sister Tan, who else commands such respect? Surely, he must be a wealthy admirer of her. Wow. Sister Tan is impressive. By the way, this guy is incredibly handsome. He possesses a celestial beauty. Could he possibly be her boyfriend? My goddess, how unfair. Ugh. No matter what, the goddess wouldn't give you a second glance. The fans buzzed with speculation. Some felt pride in their goddess being picked up by such a dashing figure, while others simmered with envy, feeling as though their beloved was being snatched away. Nevertheless, there was no doubt among them that Xia Ping was there to receive Tan Xiaoqing. As the first-class cabin of the aircraft slowly opened, a handful of passengers emerged. Leading the way was a voluptuous woman clad in revealing attire, her long eyelashes accentuating her beauty, with a side-swept fringe brushing across one eye. Wearing a radiant smile, she gracefully descended the staircase, waving at the crowd below. The fans erupted in a frenzy, waving banners and flags, expressing their adoration. Upon spotting Xia Ping leaning against the Rolls-Royce, she made a similar judgment as the fans did. While some fans might not recognize him, she certainly could not mistake him. It was the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. Anyone capable of driving such a vehicle undoubtedly had significant backing, prompting Tan Xiaoqing to resolve to embrace Xia Ping, even considering taking a ride in his car. He is quite the handsome gentleman. Perhaps I should contemplate becoming his girlfriend. With this thought, her steps quickened, and her smile brightened. Xia Ping, in turn, felt a flicker of delight as he moved forward to greet her. Tan Xiaoqing opened her arms, only to witness Xia Ping hastily stride past her. Is he blind? I'm right here. Her expression morphed into one of shock, her outstretched hand awkwardly suspended in the air. Hey, I'm over here, she called out to Xia Ping. Huh? Xia Ping turned, glancing at Tan Xiaoqing with a look of confusion. I'm sorry, who are you? Who am I? Tan Xiaoqing's face froze, twisting in disbelief. I am a top-tier pop star in this country, with millions of fans. How could you not recognize me? Chapter 49. The helicopter fleet welcomes, I am Tan Xiaoqing, she declared, exasperated. Tan Xiaoqing? Xia Ping furrowed his brow, seemingly mulling over the significance of the name. Indeed, a triumphant smile returned to Tan Xiaoqing's face, convinced he would now recognize her as a celebrity. You should come over, trembling with awe, and invite me to ride in your Rolls-Royce. Yet, to her dismay, Xia Ping remained oblivious to the name's importance. He was utterly disinterested in the entertainment industry, lacking any knowledge of it. Given the throngs of fans outside, he wondered if they were indeed there for her. Yet, he dismissed the thought. What did it matter if she was a star? Apologies, but I do not know you. I must go greet someone, Xia Ping replied, shaking his head. Waiting for a long time, a voice called from the staircase, revealing a striking figure with cascading dark hair. Following closely behind Tan Xiaoqing, Xia Ping quickly turned, his face lighting up with a smile as he ignored Tan Xiaoqing. No, I just arrived. The enchanting figure was, of course, Iwan, donned in a light purple jumpsuit that made Xia Ping's heart flutter. Tan Xiaoqing's expression soured, realizing the truth. She understood that Xia Ping was not there for her. She had been the one deluded. The embarrassment of her earlier actions made her flush with anger. How could someone not even be aware of her existence? After all, she was a top-tier pop star. Moreover, how could one be so impolite as to disregard a stunning beauty such as myself? This fellow must be doing it deliberately, attempting to capture my attention in this manner. Tan Xiaoqing turned her gaze towards Iwan behind her, only to feel her breath catch in her throat. The other woman's hair, as dark as ink, cascaded down to her waist, and her exquisitely sculpted face seemed as if it had been chiseled by the hands of a master artisan. Her deep-set eyes exuded a serene nobility, an ethereal presence that felt utterly detached from the mundane world, leaving Tan Xiaoqing feeling woefully inadequate. Is it possible that there exists a woman of such breathtaking beauty in this world? No wonder that man chose to ignore me. Even I, a woman of considerable allure, found myself momentarily captivated. Yet, after the initial awe, a flame of jealousy ignited within Tan Xiaoqing's heart, and for the first time in her life, she felt a pang of discontent at not being as beautiful as her. As a public figure, she was obliged to maintain her composure, especially since this entire situation stemmed from her own misunderstanding. However, many fans witnessing their goddess's awkward predicament were understandably outraged. They could not abide such an affront to Tan Xiaoqing. Thus, a multitude of fans began to denounce and chastise Xia Ping. Let us teach him a lesson. What right does this arrogant brat have to ignore our goddess Tan Xiaoqing? Is he blind? Surely, he must be a hired troll from the dark side. How shameless. Various vile accusations spewed from their mouths, entirely disregarding the actual sequence of events. To the mindless fans, facts were irrelevant. They would resort to any extreme measures to defend their idol. What have you done? Why are Tan Xiaoqing's fans so enraged with you? Iwan couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. What have I done? Is this Tan Xiaoqing famous? Xia Ping replied, his expression darkening, wondering if they had misunderstood something. Iwan, taken aback, exclaimed, You mean you don't know her? She is a renowned first-tier pop star. A goddess in the hearts of many. A goddess? Is it not the true goddess standing right before me? Xia Ping replied earnestly. Such a witty tongue. Iwan shot him an amused glance, appearing quite endearing. Never mind, let us go. Xia Ping's lips curved into a slight smile. You shall not be disappointed tonight. Oh, I am indeed looking forward to it. You remain so mysterious, divulging nothing at all. As Iwan descended, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Catching sight of the gleaming Rolls-Royce Phantom quietly parked beside the aircraft, Iwan inquired, Are we taking this Rolls-Royce to the restaurant? No, Xia Ping smiled. To save time and energy, we shall fly there. Fly there? Just as a look of confusion crossed Iwan's face, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Boom, boom, boom. Under the dusky sky, a menacing silhouette gradually emerged from the darkness as it drew nearer. Two massive propellers stirred the wind, whirling at high speed, creating a tremendous disturbance in the air. A helicopter emblazoned with a shark emblem slowly approached. Thud! As the searchlight flickered on, the colossal machine cast a formidable shadow upon the ground, its sharp angles radiating a chilling sense of oppression from above. Its sheer size was so imposing that one might wonder if it was an armed transport helicopter. Simultaneously, onlookers spotted 9 smaller helicopters trailing behind it. The cacophony of the fans' curses was entirely drowned out by the thunderous roar at the airport. Their eyes glazed over, stunned by the spectacle before them. Several fans who had intended to confront Xia Ping found themselves swallowing hard and slowly retreating. No way, no way. We can't afford to mess with that. Isn't this a bit ostentatious? It must have cost a fortune. Iwan remarked playfully, though it was evident she was not genuinely upset. Isn't money meant to be spent? Besides, the ostentation is just beginning, Xia Ping replied nonchalantly, bending down to extend his hand towards Iwan. Welcome aboard the Black Shark private helicopter, my princess. Iwan did not decline, gracefully reaching out her hand. Feeling the warm, gentle touch of her hand, Xia Ping's heart fluttered, and taking a deep breath, he led Iwan into the massive helicopter. Above the sky, the searchlights of the 9 hovering helicopters adjusted their angles to follow Xia Ping and Iwan's movements, ensuring they were continuously illuminated. Bathed in the radiant beams, they resembled a true prince and princess, resplendent in the night. In stark contrast, Tan Xiaoqing and her supporting fan club appeared rather shabby and insignificant. Accompanied by 9 helicopters, the Black Shark ascended into the night sky, roaring away under the cover of darkness. The fans at the airport had yet to recover from their shock, merely gazing vacantly as the grand procession of helicopters faded into the distance. Tan Xiaoqing appeared somewhat dazed, staring at the night sky, biting her lip tightly. How wonderful it would be if the one boarding that helicopter were me. Chapter 50. Fireworks illuminating the city. Ningjiang City had completely succumbed to the embrace of night. During the evening rush hour, The brilliantly lit city streets were bustling with vehicles and pedestrians, resembling a surging tide. Countless individuals hurried along the avenues and alleyways, anxiously waiting for the green pedestrian signal or leaning out of car windows, gesturing rudely while shouting expletives. Yet, in many inconspicuous corners of this bustling metropolis, a number of people were engaged in a tense yet orderly operation. Point 1 is set up, over. Point 2 is completed, over. Point 3 is ready, over. We are at point 7. We've encountered a minor issue and will need approximately a minute and a half more. Hurry up. The employer will arrive at the designated location in about 3 minutes. If we mess this up, I'll deduct your wages. Rest assured, boss. We'll have it finished before the deadline. We are professionals. A flurry of commands for coordination and dispatch crackled through the radio as hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals conducted their tasks methodically. In the frigid heights, a formation of helicopters sliced through the pitch-black night, heading toward the city center. Xia Ping continuously checked his Rolex watch, aligning it with the time. Why are you so fixated on the time? Iwan blinked her large eyes, asking curiously. Well, that's because darkness falls. Please close your eyes. Xia Ping smiled, suddenly snapping his fingers, causing the lights within the cabin of the Black Shark to extinguish abruptly. The sudden darkness enveloped Iwan, catching her off guard and prompting an involuntary exclamation. In such a brief span, her eyes had yet to adjust to the absence of light. But at that very moment, a brilliant illumination erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless streaks of light, trailing long tails, soared into the sky from the ground, bursting forth in an explosion. Fireworks. An endless array of fireworks erupted from every corner of Ningjiang City, shooting upward like meteors, only to explode in vibrant displays above. Sparks cascaded like petals, fluttering gracefully through the air. From the vantage point of a helicopter high above, it appeared as though the city was enveloped in a dazzling cocoon of fireworks, exuding an intoxicating brilliance. The entire metropolis seemed to be submerged in a sea of pyrotechnics, as if it had prematurely welcomed the dawn, glowing as brightly as day. Look down, came the voice of Xia Ping from beside her. An instinctively lowered her gaze, only to discover that the once opaque floor of the helicopter cabin had vanished, replaced by a thick, sturdy sheet of transparent glass through which she could gaze down at the scene below. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireworks erupted directly beneath them. The display positioned somewhat lower, yet radiantly bright, seemingly arranged in a deliberate sequence. As all the low-flying fireworks burst forth, they formed the name that cloaked nearly half the city. An uncountable array of fireworks crafted her name. It was as if the entire city was celebrating her arrival, cheering and applauding in unison. Through the transparent cabin floor, this magnificent spectacle was clearly visible, prompting An to cover her mouth in awe, her eyes shimmering with psychedelic hues. In truth, every girl in the world has at some point yearned for the grand, romantic, and breathtaking scenes depicted in films that express love. While some may not particularly care for such displays, no one would ever despise them. Humans, at their core, are creatures fond of boasting and seeking fulfillment, perhaps even unbeknownst to themselves, but such desires reside deep within every heart. How do you like it? Are you satisfied? Xia Ping inquired with a smile directed at An. Yes. An's face had inexplicably flushed red, and she replied, Thank you, Xia Ping. I am very happy. A satisfied smile graced Xia Ping's face as well. All his efforts were intended to bring joy to An, and that alone was his greatest reward. So, President Xia, don't you think we did quite well? Came a somewhat smug voice through the wireless headset. Perfect. Great job tonight, everyone involved. Double the pay. Xia Ping declared grandly, tossing money around liberally. Our boss is generous. In the bustling streets of Ningjiang City, the throngs of people suddenly came to a standstill at a certain moment, mesmerized by the sight of countless fireworks ascending from their surroundings, rising from every direction, from the entire city. Even drivers couldn't resist stopping, rolling down their windows to gaze up at the night sky. They looked up in a daze, wondering, what is happening? Is there a festival today? I don't know. It's September 20th. It's not a holiday or anything, another replied. And the whole city is lighting fireworks. How much would that cost? Then why are there so many? Hey, look over there. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, pointing skyward. This wave of fireworks had formed a gigantic name in the sky. An. Clearly, it belonged to a girl. An incredible thought surged through the minds of everyone present. Could it be that this magnificent display encompassing the entire city was specifically prepared for someone named An? How extravagantly generous. Countless people whipped out their phones to capture this extraordinary spectacle, fervently sharing it on social media. This mysterious fireworks display quickly climbed the trending topics. Shocking. A mysterious tycoon lavishly ignites fireworks covering the entire city. Is this a proposal? Who is this person? It's incredible. Let me, your mathematical genius. Calculate just how much such a firework display would cost. A single barrel of fireworks. Given the area of Ningjiang City and the density of the fireworks captured in the footage, the final result is, oh my goodness. Everyone disperse. This woman must be the happiest. When will my boyfriend do something like this for me? Are you asking him to sell a kidney? The awe-inspiring fireworks that enveloped the city continued to dominate the screens, and without a doubt, they would grace the front pages of many newspapers the following day. Although such events seemed unlikely to occur in their own lives, people still reveled in the excitement. Chapter 51, Candlelit Dinner, a love story of winter and summer. In the heart of the city, the Cloudtop Tower stood as a landmark of Ningjiang, a super metropolis. This towering edifice, soaring over 500 meters into the clouds, was breathtaking and imposing even in its mere presence. The helicopter carrying Xia Ping and An gradually approached the Cloudtop Tower. Just then, the entire tower, brilliantly illuminated and shaped like a spire, plunged into darkness, extinguishing all light. In the next moment, a single point at the top of the tower flickered to life amidst the darkness. It was the renowned 8-star restaurant, Crystal Night. The dazzling gem perched atop the Cloudtop Tower. Look, that's our destination, Crystal Night. We've arrived. Xia Ping pointed ahead. At that moment, Crystal Night sparkled like a firefly in the dark, a north star in the night sky, shining brilliantly and clearly visible. Wait, An gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. You didn't buy out the entire Cloudtop Tower, did you? Why else would the whole building be plunged into darkness? Just to highlight the Crystal Night at the top? Not quite that exaggerated, Xia Ping replied with a bashful smile. I merely rented out Crystal Night. You rented out Crystal Night? Just that? An was momentarily speechless. Wait, why did all the lights in the tower suddenly go out? Are there no other guests inside? Fidgeting awkwardly, Xia Ping shrugged. Ahem, I just temporarily shut down the building's electrical control system. Don't worry, I borrowed just a few seconds of their time. I had someone monitor the situation, and there will absolutely be no accidents. As soon as he finished speaking, the electrical system of the Cloudtop Tower restored power, the lights gleaming once more in their splendid radiance. Approaching the rooftop, they could indeed faintly hear the commotion inside the building. Shit, what just happened? Where's the manager? I want to file a complaint. I've never encountered something like this before. This is outrageous. What is wrong with your electrical system? An stared in astonishment. But moments later, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Ping's childlike mischief and unreasonable antics struck her as inexplicably endearing. Perhaps when one regards their beloved, everything they do seems delightful. As the roar of engines filled the air, a total of 10 helicopters, including the Crazy Shark, gracefully descended onto the rooftop of the Cloudtop Tower, exuding an imposing presence. On the rooftop, a middle-aged man in a suit stood quietly awaiting their arrival. As An and Xia Ping disembarked from the helicopter, he quickly approached, bowing respectfully. President Xia, Miss An, the banquet has been prepared for you. Please proceed to Crystal Night. Very well, lead the way. Xia Ping nodded slightly, taking An's hand, and she did not resist, allowing him to guide her as they followed the man to the elevator leading down to Crystal Night. As the elevator doors gently slid open, a fragrant breeze mingled with the warm air, enveloping me in a refreshing embrace reminiscent of verdant grass, invigorating my senses. Evelyn curiously surveyed her surroundings. The restaurant, adorned with precious crystals, boasted a ceiling adorned with purple chandeliers that cast a soft, inviting glow, neither harsh nor blinding, but rather exquisitely warm and gentle. Under the vivid holographic projections, countless rose petals cascaded gracefully from above, accompanied by a delicate fragrance, creating the illusion of real flowers swirling, dancing, and falling. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Asked Xia Ping. Indeed, Evelyn replied, her face radiating with a peculiar hue. She softly murmured before breaking into a sudden smile. Turning to Xia Ping, I'm hungry, let us eat first. Of course, as you wish. Xia Ping replied with a charming smile, embodying the essence of a true gentleman, and led Evelyn to a luxurious crystal dining table, where they sat facing each other. With a gentle clap of his hands, a multitude of elegantly moving waitstaff approached, methodically presenting exquisite dishes that had long been prepared. The succulent white salmon, freshly caught from San Pedro, was air-freighted and had only moments ago been swimming lively in the sea. The caviar, a blend of albino sturgeon roe and 22K gold, was a rare delicacy from Austria, costing an astounding $40,000 per spoonful. The white truffles, originating from Italy, yielded only a fraction of the annual production of black truffles, merely 3 tons, earning them the moniker of white diamonds due to their scarcity, marking them as the epitome of culinary delights on the table. These dishes not only exuded an enticing aroma that awakened the appetite, but also resembled exquisite works of art. Their mere appearance enough to make one salivate. A bottle of Romani Conti was uncorked and poured into two elegant stemmed glasses, which were placed before them. The bouquet of the wine intoxicating the senses. As they sipped their wine and savored the delicate cuisine, they indulged in a romantic candlelit dinner, engaging in cheerful conversation. Xia Ping, equipped with a cerebral assistance system, possessed an effortless command of knowledge across various fields, be it astronomy, geography, or the arts, interspersing the dialogue with amusing anecdotes that elicited hearty laughter from Evelyn. Everything that transpired today felt like a fantastical dream. As the dinner approached its conclusion, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Evelyn's eyes, as if she began to question whether this enchanting day was merely a figment of her imagination. No, Xia Ping softly countered. It truly exists here, before each of us, undeniably real. Is that so? Evelyn chuckled lightly, her laughter ringing like silver bells. At that moment, she noticed a cello not far away, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. Why is there a cello here with no one to play it? At this juncture, as dinner neared its end, her confusion deepened. Because I am the part-time performer, Xia Ping replied with a smile. Evelyn was taken aback. You can play the cello? Of course. And I play it quite well, Xia Ping responded unabashedly, a playful smirk upon his face. How boastful you are? How shameless. Evelyn laughed, then teasingly added, so, renowned cellist Mr. Xia Ping, will you grace me with a live performance? Always at the ready, beautiful lady, Xia Ping replied confidently, adjusting his attire before making his way to the cello. Settling into a chair, Xia Ping lowered his gaze momentarily, his fingers gliding over the cello. Evelyn rested her chin on her hand, watching him with a beaming smile. The sight of her adorable demeanor stirred a wave of warmth within Xia Ping, momentarily unsettling his composure. The atmosphere seemed to deflate before it even began. Please don't distract me, he muttered softly. Evelyn tilted her head in confusion, glancing his way. Nothing. Taking a deep breath, Xia Ping silenced the clamor of the world around him. It was as if he had become resolute. Suddenly, silence enveloped the space, for the melody began to resonate. As the music erupted, it brimmed with an ineffable depth of emotion and resonance, flowing like crystal-clear spring water, steadily coursing from a frozen surface. Yet, amidst the icy waters, warmth and fervor surged forth. Sky City, a winter-summer romance. Chapter 52. Will you be my girlfriend? Sky City, a winter-summer romance is a magnificent cello piece celebrating love. Renowned for its grand, epic quality and passionate emotions, while also posing a considerable challenge for performers. The melody gradually built to a crescendo, as the cello's unique rich tones penetrated the heart, stirring the very essence of the soul. The profound emotions embedded within the music spread like a thick mist, enveloping all in attendance. Evelyn's expression transitioned from indifference to profound enchantment as she became immersed in the vibrant rhythm, following the fervent notes into a lively dance. In her mind's eye, a simple young man and a gentle, beautiful girl emerged, their love blossoming, ultimately uniting after enduring trials and tribulations together. As lightning flashed and thunder roared, the raspy yet gentle tones of the cello reached their conclusion. Suddenly, a solitary tear cascaded down Evelyn's cheek, landing on her hand and jolting her back to reality, freeing her from the overwhelming emotions that had engulfed her. Wow! Even several female waitstaff could not contain their tears, for the music was simply too beautiful, akin to celestial harmonies. Even those unfamiliar with the cello, who had never before heard a cello piece, felt a profound resonance from this performance. Xia Ping slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Rising, he bowed and exited the stage as if he were a cellist performing before an audience of countless admirers. How was that? Xia Ping inquired with a smile. Clap, clap, clap. Not only Evelyn, but even the waitstaff spontaneously erupted into applause. Despite the potential repercussions of violating company policy, they could not help but honor the magnificent performance, for it merited such acclaim. A few employees, deeply moved by the emotions conveyed, resolved to confess their feelings to the girls they adored or to embrace their partners with renewed passion after enduring a cold war. How can you play so beautifully? Evelyn asked, her heart still resonating with lingering excitement. It's a cheat. I've leveled up, Xia Ping thought to himself, acknowledging that even a novice could perform credibly with the cerebral assistance system synchronization. Yet, such thoughts were not meant for this occasion. In reality, Xia Ping merely offered Evelyn a mysteriously enigmatic smile. In this world, geniuses truly do exist. How shameless, Evelyn exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into laughter, the remnants of her earlier emotions slightly dissipating. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, she softly inquired, why did you choose this piece? Well, it was all part of the preparation for this moment, Xia Ping replied with a smile, gesturing for the servers to withdraw, then retrieving an exquisitely adorned rectangular box from his pocket, slowly opening it. A brilliant blue light burst forth from within, seemingly intent on enveloping and assimilating its surroundings. It was an exquisitely magnificent sapphire pendant. Was this not the illustrious blue sea, the king of sapphires from Kashmir? Was this not a national treasure they would never sell? Avon exclaimed in utter astonishment. Indeed, this is the one-of-a-kind blue sea in existence. Xia Ping chuckled, adding that the notion of it being absolutely unsellable was merely a whimsical tale, as no one had yet offered a price they could not refuse. However, it took considerable effort for me to acquire it. I just returned from Kashmir by air yesterday, worried I might miss the opportunity. You rascal. Just how much did you spend for today? Oh, that is inconsequential. I felt that the blue sea was fitting for you, so I purchased it. In my heart, only you are worthy of this radiant king of sapphires. Taking a step closer, Xia Ping gazed down at Avon, who was adorned in a delicate lavender gown. Ethereal and pure like a celestial being, and earnestly proclaimed, Avon, I like you. Would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? An indescribable wave of immense surprise surged within her, causing Avon to cover her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide, glistening with tears. Why are you crying? Xia Ping asked, flustered and at a loss. It's merely because of the melody you played earlier. Do not overthink it, Avon murmured, wiping away her tears. You are truly cunning. I accept. Huh. Xia Ping was momentarily taken aback. Though he had anticipated this, he still found it hard to believe. Really? Indeed, I can be your girlfriend, Avon said. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Fantastic, Xia Ping exclaimed, leaping from the ground in sheer joy, his limbs flailing in exuberance. He then retrieved the pendant embedded with the blue sea sapphire, declaring, let me place this upon you. It will surely look splendid. Yes, all right. Avon's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Xia Ping approached her, gently lifting her silky black hair, and delicately hung the dazzling pendant around her neck. As he beheld her smooth, fair neck and her exquisite visage so close at hand, he could no longer contain his yearning and kissed her on the lips. Avon was taken aback by Xia Ping's sudden advance, her body jolting as if electrified, yet she did not resist. Instead, she drew him into her embrace. Her strength was far greater than he had anticipated, pulling him into her arms, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. High above the ground, amidst an ethereal shower of rose petals and a gentle fragrance, time seemed to freeze in that moment, becoming eternal. Chapter 53, Encountering Troubles. Avon's heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. After what felt like an eternity, their lips slowly parted, both gasping for breath. Wow, that was exhilarating. Xia Ping was astonished that the typically demure Avon had displayed such a boldness. Was this a kiss he initiated, or had he been the one kissed? He chuckled at the thought, but found the sensation quite delightful. Thump, thump, thump. What was I just doing? How embarrassing. Avon, regaining her composure, was startled by her own audacious act, her courage evaporating, her face reddening to the point of steaming. I feel as if I'm immersed in a dream. If this is a dream, I wish never to awaken. Xia Ping gazed at Avon with profound affection, his eyes brimming with love, and once more professed, Avon, I love you. Simple words, yet they expressed the most sincere of emotions. Avon slightly parted her lips, enveloping him in her embrace, softly replying, I feel the same. With a meticulously orchestrated fireworks display and a romantic candlelit dinner on Crystal Night, Xia Ping finally achieved his desire for Avon to become his girlfriend. For Xia Ping, the joy of Avon being his girlfriend surpassed even the prospect of a fortune in the billions. As they embraced amidst countless ethereal rose petals on Crystal Night, their kiss would forever be etched in Xia Ping's memory, cherished in his heart. That evening, Avon stayed with Xia Ping at the Ziyue No. 1 villa, as she initially intended to linger for a few more days to explore Ningjiang City. We are somewhat living together now, Xia Ping mused, though in reality, nothing had transpired between them, as they chose separate rooms in the villa. Despite a deep yearning to share more intimate moments, Xia Ping was not in a hurry. For Avon, being able to lower her guard and kiss him was already a significant step forward. He was willing to invest time, patiently waiting for the girl he adored to truly become his. The following morning, Xia Ping awoke to find Avon had risen early. Avon, you're up so early? Yes, I made you breakfast, Avon replied, a hint of pride on her face. You can cook? Couldn't we just have the servants do it? Xia Ping asked with curiosity. How could that compare to what I make myself? Avon retorted, her eyes narrowing. What? Are you unhappy that I cooked for you? Once I leave, you won't have this luxury. The head chef, responsible for Xia Ping's meals, spoke nervously. Mr. Xia Ping, Miss Avon insisted on cooking herself, so that's fine. Xia Ping waved dismissively, descending the stairs and smiling. How could I possibly be unhappy? Come, let me taste the heartfelt breakfast prepared by my beloved girlfriend. The main dish was 8 treasure porridge, accompanied by several exquisite side dishes. After just a few bites, Xia Ping exclaimed, "This is delicious. If we marry in the future, one tea I get to enjoy such delightful meals every day?" Seeing Xia Ping's satisfaction, Avon beamed, but upon hearing the word marriage, she blushed and playfully retorted, "If you wish to marry me, you must behave well." After breakfast, following Avon's slight makeup touch-up, Xia Ping drove her out. Ningjiang City, as a leading metropolis in the country, offered numerous attractions and entertainment venues. Over the next few days, Xia Ping and Avon enjoyed themselves thoroughly, their bond growing ever closer. Yet, even the most beautiful days must come to an end, and the day of Avon's departure finally arrived. Avon, a third-year graduate student at Sunrise University in Donghai City, was busy with her studies as she approached graduation next year. Xia Ping was not the type to cling to his girlfriend, but he jokingly suggested she could help him after graduation, which she did not refuse. Wouldn't that mean they could see each other more often? With less than a year to wait, he was more than willing to be patient. Before boarding, at the moment of their impending separation, Avon hesitated and said, "In a few months, it will be my grandfather's 80th birthday. Our family will gather. Will you be able to come?" "Of course," Xia Ping replied, taken aback for a moment before smiling. "Good." Avon seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, then waved goodbye to him. As the roar of the engines filled the air, Xia Ping watched the plane ascend into the sky. However, he couldn't help but wonder, what business did Avon's family engage in? She had always been evasive about that topic. Let it be. After all, in a few months, I will be able to meet her family, and then all will be revealed. Xia Ping shook his head in confusion, dismissing his thoughts, and a smile returned to his face. Regardless of the circumstances, Iwan is now my girlfriend. Heh, does meeting her family count as meeting the parents? Hiss, I feel a bit nervous. Ding, ding, ding. The urgent ringing of the phone suddenly echoed, and upon glancing at the screen, Xia Ping was somewhat surprised to see it was Feng Chong who was calling. Pressing the answer button, he lazily greeted, "Hello? Xiagu, we're encountering a bit of trouble here." Chapter 54, The Mysterious Master. By the riverside under the bright moon. In the private room number 1, Feng Chong had invited Xia Ping to meet here to discuss matters previously mentioned over the phone. Upon entering the room, Xia Ping noticed Feng Chong, with a furrowed brow, anxiously smoking, surrounded by a cloud of smoke. "Put that out. It's choking me," Xia Ping remarked with a slight frown, expressing his displeasure. "Yes, yes." Feng Chong dared not utter another word of dissent and hurriedly extinguished his cigarette, not daring to show any sign of complaint. "Now tell me, what troubles have arisen? I suspect it pertains to Wu Yuan's injuries," Xia Ping said, casting a glance at Wu Yuan. He immediately discerned that although Wu Yuan's gaze remained sharp and piercing, his aura appeared somewhat deflated. The suit concealed a subtly swollen right calf, and a faint scent of blood lingered, indicating that it was bandaged. The injury was evidently severe, as even someone like Wu Yuan, seasoned by the trials of battle, was now beaded with fine cold sweat on his forehead. Feng Chong was taken aback, then nodded repeatedly, his face alight with boundless admiration. "Xiagu, you truly possess remarkable insight. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Enough flattery, get to the point." Xia Ping found his excessive praise rather off-putting. "Yes," Feng Chong quickly began. "Thanks to your support, I've been rapidly expanding our influence according to your directives. Rest assured, all ventures are legitimate. I have kept a close rein on my subordinates. However, starting a few days ago, someone suddenly began targeting me, wreaking havoc in my bars, dance halls, and shopping centers, injuring many of my brothers." "Oh, who is it? Aren't you quite renowned in Ningjiang? Who would dare provoke you here?" Xia Ping inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Is it an outsider? Who dares to challenge me? Aren't you the one doing just that?" Feng Chong silently scoffed, but did not dare to express it, hastily replying, "From my investigations over the past few days, I've discovered that this group targeting me is merely a small force from the outskirts of Ningjiang, one I never regarded seriously. Their leader is named Dai Hu. However, Dai Hu has somehow enlisted a formidable ally whose strength is terrifying, rendering him virtually unmatched. Wu Yuan was easily defeated and injured by him. Had it not been for the brother's cover, he might have lost his life. With that person's backing, Dai Hu has become exceedingly arrogant these past few days, assimilating numerous minor factions and constantly attempting to provoke us. Therefore, I wonder if you could lend a hand if necessary," Feng Chong cautiously suggested. "Oh, easily defeated Wu Yuan?" Xia Ping's gaze sharpened. Although Wu Yuan's capabilities were insignificant in his eyes, he was considered a formidable master among ordinary people. The news of his easy defeat piqued Xia Ping's curiosity. Given that Feng Chong was effectively a pawn in his own development, opposing him would mean opposing himself. With a fleeting glint of cold light in his eyes, Xia Ping calmly stated, "Arrange a meeting with Dai Hu. I am quite intrigued by this suddenly emerged master. However, unless absolutely necessary, I shall not intervene lightly. You must resolve this matter as much as you can on your own." "Thank you, Xiagu." With Xia Ping's assurance, Feng Chong was filled with joy. The prowess Xia Ping had displayed that day was akin to that of a celestial being. A dozen men with guns could not stand against him, and he would surely not be weaker than this mysterious master who had suddenly appeared. Chapter 55, The Arrogant Dai Hu. 3 days later, at the Jinming Tea House. The Jinming Tea House boasts over 10 stories, featuring a public area complete with an artificial lake and rockeries, streams, and outdoor spaces adorned with uniquely designed pavilions surrounded by lush palm trees and vibrant flora. The serene and secluded environment makes it an ideal setting for business discussions and leisurely games of chess. The meeting place for Feng Chong and Dai Hu's factions was set here, a neutral territory, ensuring both parties felt secure. Already seated in a pavilion, Feng Chong anxiously tapped his fingers on the stone table, frequently checking his watch. 20 minutes had passed since their appointed time, yet Dai Hu had yet to arrive. Boss. This Dai Hu is utterly audacious. One of Feng Chong's subordinates could not help but exclaim. He clearly has no regard for us. I suggest we stop waiting and take him down. That scoundrel. Feng Chong's face darkened, his teeth clenched in anger. Meanwhile, Xia Ping sat quietly in a stone chair, eyes closed in meditation, appearing as just another subordinate of Feng Chong, showing no signs of impatience. He's here. After another 10 minutes or so, Xia Ping suddenly opened his eyes, speaking calmly. Clatter, clatter. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a middle-aged man with a rotund figure quickly strode in, his bulk swaying with every step, accompanied by several individuals behind him. Ha ha ha, my apologies for the delay, Feng Gu. I hope you don't mind. The portly man, Dai Hu, laughed heartily. Not at all. I just arrived myself, Feng Chong replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. At his level, even if he felt fury within, he maintained a facade of cordiality. However, when the time came to strike, he would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow, offering no chance for the opponent to retaliate. Xia Ping's gaze flickered briefly over Dai Hu before moving on. What truly captured his attention was a person standing beside Dai Hu. This individual was of average height, perhaps in his 40s, yet exuded an aura of formidable vigor and a piercing gaze that compelled Xia Ping to take a second look. It seemed this was the mysterious master who had injured Wu Yuan, undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Xia Ping nodded slightly. But as the other party had yet to make a move, he could only gauge his capabilities vaguely. Dai Hu settled himself comfortably, crossing his legs, and casually remarked, Feng Gu, what brings you to summon me? Despite his frequent use of the title Feng Gu, there was a distinct lack of respect in both tone and demeanor. Even Feng Chong, who prided himself on his composure, felt his expression darken. Dai Hu, you have been sending your men to wreak havoc in my territories, injuring my brothers and causing me considerable trouble. Do you have nothing to say for yourself? Feng Chong reprimanded sternly. Oh, that matter. Dai Hu leaned back in his seat, regarding Feng Chong with a smirk. I had not anticipated your men would be so inept. If there has been any offense, I apologize. What did you say? Preposterous. Feng Chong's subordinates erupted in fury, especially Wu Yuan, who even drew his pistol and aimed it directly at Dai Hu. Brother Feng, what do you mean by this? He demanded. I mean exactly what I say. You must give me an explanation regarding the previous events. Feng Chong replied coldly. You must understand who truly holds power in the territory of Ningjiang. A mocking smile faded from Dai Hu's face, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Feng Chong, it seems that after so many years as the boss, you've become rather arrogant. Do you truly believe that no one can take you down? And you, Wu Yuan, are merely a forgetful fool. Suddenly, the imposing man standing next to Dai Hu, who had been as still as a statue, sprang into action with a thunderous force. The onlookers barely registered what had transpired before Wu Yuan's gun clattered to the ground, and he was sent flying, shrieking in agony. The formidable man stepped forward, crushing Wu Yuan's fallen weapon beneath his foot. Why you? Feng Chong was taken aback, shocked that the opponent had dared to act so decisively, and even more astonished by the terrifying might displayed. Moments later, the stout man's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he unleashed a punch upon the stone table of the pavilion. Bang! With a resounding thud, the robust stone table shattered into fragments, causing the entire pavilion to tremble slightly. Feng Chong's complexion paled drastically, and his subordinates braced themselves for an impending threat. Not only did Feng Chong's men react with alarm, but even Dai Hu's followers turned pale at the sight of the stout man's overwhelming strength. To shatter such a substantial piece of hard blue stone with a single punch, what kind of strength did it require? Those standing instinctively took a step back, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Kong Su, well done. Dai Hu, however, maintained a smirk, complimenting the stout middle-aged man before addressing Feng Chong, whose face had turned ashen. Now do you understand what true power is, Feng Chong? Your time is about to end. From now on, Ningjiang will be under my command, and all shall heed my orders. He gestured grandly, exuding an air of triumph, as if he had already unified all the powerful factions of Ningjiang. ready to dominate the realm. Chapter 56. Kneeling in Surrender. Feng Chong, do not say I have not given you a chance. You have two choices today. Either relinquish all your territories and bring your brothers to submit to me, and you can continue to enjoy wealth and prestige. But if you choose to resist stubbornly, it will lead to your demise. Not only will you perish, but your men will follow suit. With a cold smile, Dai, who relished the sight of Feng Chong's distressed expression, now, make your choice, or neither you nor your men will leave this place today. Feng Chong's expression fluctuated, ultimately turning to Xia Ping. With a heavy sigh, Xia Ping, who had been observing quietly, slowly rose to his feet and said, "It appears I must intervene after all." Feng Chong lowered his head in embarrassment. Had he not summoned Xia Ping today, he feared he would have had no chance of resistance, even risking his life. However, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Could Xia Ping truly contend with this monstrous foe? The display of strength from earlier had genuinely frightened him. If even Xia Ping was unable to handle this adversary, he would be utterly helpless. Dai, who had previously overlooked Xia Ping, assuming he was merely a subordinate of Feng Chong. Now, realizing he was indeed the reinforcements Feng Chong had summoned, he scrutinized Xia Ping closely and erupted into laughter. Mocking, "Feng Chong, you have truly lost your mind. Thinking you could rely on this pretty boy to contend with me? Is he your trump card?" Ha ha. Xia Ping remained expressionless and replied calmly, "I also offer you two choices. Either leave with your tails between your legs, compensate for the damages, and pledge to refrain from troubling Feng Chong in the future, and I may let you go. Otherwise, how amusing." Dai, who paused momentarily, then regarded Xia Ping with a mocking gaze. Having witnessed Kong Su's might, you still dare to spout nonsense. Your mind seems rather unhinged. In that case, I shall spare your life, but only after I thoroughly incapacitate you and send you off to a mental institution. Ha ha ha, this kid is too amusing. Surely, he must be terrified out of his wits. Dai, whose subordinates couldn't contain their ridicule, bursting into laughter. After witnessing Kong Su's inhuman strength, they utterly disbelieved that anyone could rival him. Xia Ping's expression remained unchanged as he continued. "It seems you have chosen the other path? Foolish and reckless. You know not your own demise." Dai, who, losing his patience, commanded with malevolence, "Kong Su, this man is getting on my nerves. Make sure to kill him. I intend to use his head as bait for fishing." Use his own head as fish bait? Xia Ping's gaze turned icy, while Kong Su slowly directed his contemptuous eyes towards Xia Ping. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged at Xia Ping, his fist compressing the air and creating a sharp whistle. This punch was delivered without restraint. If it were aimed at a normal person's head, it would surely shatter it. After all, no matter how tough the skull, could it truly compare to blue stone? Humph. Yet Xia Ping let out a cold snort, channeling his inner strength throughout his body, then unleashed a lightning-fast kick forward. Kong Su's pupils constricted sharply as a palpable sense of danger enveloped him, instinctively retracting his fist and shifting his body sideways to evade the blow. Just as he narrowly avoided the strike, Xia Ping's right leg transformed from a sidekick to a downward stomp, pinning him firmly to the ground. Thud! Kong Su's body crashed to the ground like a baseball struck by a bat, causing the stone slabs to crack extensively. Shaking his head, Xia Ping's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. He had initially thought him a worthy opponent, only to find him lacking. According to the calculations of the Brain Domain Auxiliary System, Kong Su's physical attribute points reached an astounding 46, a level deemed unbeatable by ordinary standards. Yet compared to Xia Ping, he was utterly insufficient. As the physical attribute points increased, the disparities between them became more pronounced, especially upon surpassing the 60-point threshold, which ushered in a transformative surge of inner strength. It was more than just a tenfold increase. Moreover, Xia Ping's physical attribute points had soared to a remarkable 97. And although he had yet to reach the third stage, he was by no means a match for Kong Su standing before him. What? Dai, who was left utterly dumbfounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? His greatest reliance, invincible and unable to be subdued even by a handgun, had been effortlessly taken down by a single strike from the opponent. Xia Ping turned his gaze toward Dai, who, a smirk playing on his lips. "I heard you intended to use my head for fishing?" Dai, whose body trembled violently, instinctively yearning to flee. But recalling the strength of the young man before him, he suppressed the ridiculous thought. Flee? Could he even escape? Realizing this, Dai, who suddenly knelt before Xia Ping with a thud. "Brother, I was wrong. I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. We have no enmity between us. I will surrender all my possessions. All I ask is for you to spare me. I am willing to do anything." Chapter 57. Attempting to escape? Dai, whose subordinates were completely bewildered as well, but upon witnessing their leader kneel, they too trembled and instinctively followed suit. After all, when faced with the choice between dignity and survival, one's life held far greater importance. Feng Chang's face immediately lit up with unrestrained joy. Indeed, Xia Ping was destined not to be defeated. With such a formidable figure as his leader, what did he have to fear? Who would dare to provoke him? This was the essence of invincibility. Just moments ago, the arrogant Dai Hu and Kong Su, who had regarded themselves as untouchable, now found one crushed beneath a foot, his life in the balance, while the other knelt on the ground, silent as a grave. At this moment, all of Feng Chang's previous resentment and thoughts had vanished without a trace. In the presence of such a being, how could he entertain any trivial schemes? Do you think I lack money? Meanwhile, Xia Ping slowly approached Dai Hu, speaking softly. I was merely momentarily confused. I truly shall not dare again. Upon seeing Xia Ping's approach, Dai Hu was paralyzed with terror. He was nothing more than a small-time thug, and without Kong Su, he was insignificant. Now stripped of his greatest support, he was thrust back into his true form, his countenance filled with panic, devoid of the earlier arrogance and bravado. In his extreme anxiety, he even involuntarily soiled himself. How disgusting! Observing this middle-aged, corpulent man with his pants soiled, Xia Ping could not suppress a look of disdain. Was this the sort of scum that necessitated his personal intervention? Feng Chang, you handle this. Yes. A savage expression crossed Feng Chang's face. This wretched fat man had caused him so much trouble, and he would ensure a fitting reception for him. Moreover, with this turn of events, the various marginal forces that had previously eluded his control, which Dai Hu had consolidated with Kong Su's influence, could now be seamlessly absorbed into his own power, thereby strengthening his position, truly a blessing in disguise. In an unexpected turn of events, just as everyone had assumed Kong Su to be unconscious and motionless on the ground, he suddenly sprang to life. He was not attempting to ambush Xia Ping. Rather, he charged forward without hesitation, determined to flee. With a powerful push against the ground, Kong Su leaped high, as if springs were attached to his feet, attempting to vault over the surrounding wall and escape. Attempting to flee? Xia Ping scoffed. And with a sudden stomp on the ground, a previously shattered piece of bluestone soared into the air. He kicked it with precision. Bang! The fist-sized stone shot forth like a bullet, striking Kong Su squarely in the back. In mid-leap, Kong Su felt as though he had been struck by a hammer, and his body was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Once again, the onlookers were astounded. The kicked stone had the power to send an adult, especially one as formidable as Kong Su, flying, a feat beyond comprehension. In that moment, their awe deepened, and they began to fantasize about the glory that would accompany possessing such power. How dare he attempt to escape? Such a fool. Feng Chang personally dragged the now defenseless Kong Su to Xia Ping's side, awaiting his judgment. Kong Su struggled to raise his head, gazing at Xia Ping in horror. You are also an ancient martial artist? But your strength. How could someone so young have cultivated to the level of dark energy? Ancient martial artist? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what he meant. Ancient martial artist? Dark energy? Xia Ping was equally perplexed, yet a thought stirred within him. Could the dark energy he spoke of be the internal force he felt within himself? Contemplating this, he inquired nonchalantly, what is an ancient martial artist? Coughing, Kong Su retorted. Since I have lost, you may do as you please, but do not presume that I will accept your humiliation. Veins protruding on his forehead, he erupted in anger. Are you suggesting you have no knowledge of ancient martial arts, yet have attained dark energy? Absurd. He could not fathom that Xia Ping was sincerely ignorant. Convinced that Xia Ping was mocking him, Xia Ping, disinterested in further explanation, instructed Feng Chang to deal with him while he took Dai Hu aside. He may not speak, but that does not mean others will remain silent. He smirked. No, I do not wish to die. Do not kill me. Dai Hu, realizing he was left alone with Xia Ping, was instantly seized by terror, believing his life was forfeit, and he fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Silence, Xia Ping commanded coldly. Dai Hu promptly obeyed, trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to utter another word. I will ask, and you will answer. If your response satisfies me, I may spare your life. Chapter 58. What is ancient martial arts? After interrogating Dai Hu, Xia Ping declined Feng Chang's earnest invitation to host a celebratory feast in his honor. Having resolved the matter, he returned directly to the Zhuan No. 1 villa. In the second-floor gym, Xia Ping sat cross-legged on the floor, contemplating the intelligence gleaned from Dai Hu. Through his inquiries, he had learned a considerable amount of information. Though not exceedingly detailed, it was sufficient to grasp the larger picture. In this world, there exists a power that transcends that of ordinary individuals, known as ancient martial arts. Although ancient martial arts have gradually faded from public awareness in modern times, with the consensus among ordinary people being that such superhuman abilities do not exist. They are indeed real. Unlike the superficial techniques of martial arts like Taekwondo, ancient martial arts pursue the essence of pure strength, speed, and skill. True martial arts, The lineage of ancient martial arts is steeped in history, tracing back over 4,000 years to the ancient Xia dynasty. Legends tell of the tyrant Jie of Xia, who possessed the strength to bend copper hooks, snap deer antlers, and push down walls, a documented example of the earliest ancient martial artist. The epics preceding this are shrouded in uncertainty. The practice of ancient martial arts relies on numerous internal martial arts techniques passed down since antiquity, honed through countless trials. These techniques form the foundation of ancient martial arts. There are 3 tiers of cultivation: body forging, dark energy, and bright energy, each further divided into 3 stages: entry level, minor achievement, and major achievement. This is the classification of ancient martial arts. Body forging involves training muscles and bones to perfection, achieving peak strength, capable of toppling dozens of opponents and even dodging bullets through keen anticipation. Kong Su, for instance, had already attained the major achievement in body forging. Following this is the opening of meridians, cultivating internal energy, greatly enhancing strength and power. However, due to the still immature internal energy, it cannot be externally manifested. Its effects can only be realized through physical contact, hence the term dark energy. Reaching the level of dark energy is sufficient to be regarded as a martial arts master in one's own right. The number of practitioners has become almost irrelevant. Historically, many legendary generals who could single-handedly confront thousands on the battlefield were merely dark energy practitioners. In an age devoid of firearms, they truly dominated the battlefield, earning the title of war gods. Even in modernity, to a formidable dark energy practitioner, ordinary firearms have largely lost their significance. Unless faced with overwhelming numbers, they can effortlessly evade bullets with their acute perception. Even if struck, unless the bullet finds a vital spot, it would take dozens or even hundreds of shots to bring them down. When internal energy is refined to its utmost and the essence of martial intent is comprehended, one may ascend to bright energy, earning the revered title of Grandmaster, surpassing dark energy masters. The ability to project internal energy, manipulate objects from a distance, kill from 100 meters away, and even cultivate various supernatural abilities grants them terrifying capabilities. At such a level, they are nearly invincible and nearly impossible to kill, free to traverse the vast world as they please. However, practitioners of that caliber have always been few and far between, and from what Dai Hu gleaned from Kong Su, the number of bright energy practitioners in the entire world today is exceedingly limited. Each one is a towering giant in their own right. Such beings have transcended the mundane, possessing the ability to acquire anything they desire with ease. It is astonishing to discover that ancient martial arts still exist in this world. Contemplating this, the seemingly unbelievable videos circulating online, swiftly deleted, might indeed be related to these ancient practices. Xia Ping exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat shaken. According to the classification of ancient martial arts, I have now become a master of the dark force, having refined my internal energy, which is sufficient to be deemed a grandmaster. The bright force grandmaster, I surmise, represents the 3rd stage of the system. Xia Ping mused quietly. The modern iterations of ancient martial arts have gradually receded into the shadows, and ordinary individuals, as well as those of insufficient standing, may go through life oblivious to these secrets, unaware of the true nature of this world. Had it not been for the system I acquired, I might have remained forever ignorant, likely dismissing any mention of ancient martial arts with a scoff. Shaking his head, Xia Ping couldn't help but marvel at the system's immense power. He had no foundational training in martial arts from a young age, nor did he possess any internal cultivation techniques, yet he had attained his current prowess solely through physical enhancement potions. It's worth noting that the vast majority of those who practice ancient martial arts may never reach the Dark Force stage in their lifetimes. Achieving internal energy and advancing to the rank of Dark Force Grandmaster by the age of 40 is already a remarkable feat. Xia Ping calculated on his fingers. It had been merely a few months since he obtained the system. While the physical enhancement potions do entail enduring excruciating pain, in comparison to decades of tedious and arduous training, what does that truly amount to? If other martial artists were to discover this situation, they would likely be driven to madness with jealousy, crying out, "Unfair! This lad is cheating." However, this also instilled a sense of caution within Xia Ping. Such an extraordinary substance as the physical enhancement potion must remain concealed, at least until he possesses absolute strength. Otherwise, not only would ordinary martial artists be envious, but even bright force grandmasters would be unable to resist the urge to seize it. Previously, Xia Ping was unaware of the ancient martial arts realm and may have considered himself invincible, but now, understanding the existence of bright force grandmasters, beings who defy common reasoning and are akin to terrestrial deities, he felt a twinge of humility. In his current state, facing a bright force grandmaster would undoubtedly spell his doom. Xia Ping's expression grew grave. He must continue to enhance his abilities and strive to ascend to the rank of Bright Force Grandmaster, as only then would he possess the means to safeguard himself and protect his secrets. Additionally, the pursuit of wealth and the expansion of his influence must not wane. This world is likely far more perilous than he had initially imagined. Chapter 59, Fengzi established. In the luxurious commercial building of Ningjiang City, a newly established cosmetics company, Fengzi, has leased 2 entire floors as its operational headquarters, officially commencing its activities. After entrusting the establishment of the cosmetics company to Qi Jing, she did not disappoint Xia Ping's expectations, handling everything with remarkable organization. Seated in the spacious office, Xia Ping hung up the phone. Lu Lin had just called to report on the progress of the new game's development, with the motivation of a 10 billion yuan employee incentive bonus. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm and vigor. The game's development was proceeding exceptionally smoothly. Additionally, Longting Media had vigorously promoted the game Ancient Kingdom through its channels, albeit in the form of a commercial partnership, as it was not feasible to constantly rely on Jiang Yuanbai's goodwill. Nevertheless, Longting Group still afforded considerable attention and benefits to the project. Thus, even before its release, the game had garnered substantial anticipation, with players eagerly awaiting its launch. It seemed that Jiang Yuanbai had recently gained significant attention from Jiang Lu. A smile spread across Xia Ping's face, as he had surmised. The purple-striped black card had indeed left a profound impact on Jiang Lu. If Jiang Yuanbai could inherit the group in the future, it would be most fortuitous. For Longting Group holds considerable prestige in Ningjiang's business community, and Longting Media possesses a wealth of resources, leading the industry domestically. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking resonated from outside. Come in, Xia Ping said, lifting his gaze. Qi Jing entered, her elbow tucked under a thick stack of documents. Mr. Xia, the product patents we applied for have been reviewed and registered, and Director Lu has completed the trial production of the product samples, which have just arrived at the company. You are welcome to inspect them at your convenience. Well done, Xia Ping said, a hint of joy lighting up his face as he reclined in his office chair. How is the production line at the factory coming along? In accordance with your specifications, we have divided the cosmetic production machinery into various components, assigning different individuals to oversee each. Orders have been placed with different manufacturing companies for their construction. However, due to the scale of the operation, it will take at least 3 weeks to receive the first batch and officially commence production. Have them expedite the process. Money is no object. Xia Ping waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Xia, Qi Jing hesitated before speaking. If you are establishing such a large-scale production line all at once, what if the products do not gain popularity? Xia Ping smiled slightly. It was natural for her to harbor such concerns. After all, not just in Ningjiang City, but even across the nation, the cosmetics market had been monopolized by major brands and corporations. Carving a path through such a saturated and thoroughly depleted market is exceedingly challenging. He was indeed audacious to invest over 10 billion yuan in the first production line alone. If the products failed to explode in popularity, it would be a complete loss. However, Xia Ping possessed several exceptional cosmetic formulas, rendering all of this a non-issue. Once the products dominated the market with their unparalleled efficacy, the company would undoubtedly reap a continuous stream of profits. Our product's effectiveness is beyond compare. Rest assured, Xia Ping declared with unwavering confidence. Qi Jing opened her mouth slightly, but ultimately remained silent. Although she did not share his optimism, seeing Xia Ping's confidence made her reluctant to voice her doubts. After all, she was merely a personal assistant. While she could offer suggestions, the final decisions rested solely with Xia Ping. All right, let us go and examine our products, Xia Ping said cheerfully, his curiosity piqued regarding the product's effectiveness, as he held absolute trust in the formulas provided by the system. Accompanied by Qi Jing, Xia Ping entered a spacious and well-lit room within the company that resembled a laboratory. The room was filled with numerous boxes, and only 2 individuals occupied the space. One appeared to be a man in his 50s, brimming with vitality, and the other was none other than Xia Ping's good friend, Song Wei, who now served as the assistant director of the Fengzi production facility. Mr. Xia, the 2 greeted respectfully upon seeing him enter. Although Xia Ping had previously found it awkward for Song Wei to address him as Mr. Xia and had suggested he simply call him by his name, Song Wei insisted on maintaining formalities, claiming that professionalism must prevail in the workplace. He did not wish for others to perceive him differently due to his relationship with Xia Ping, and he was eager to make a name for himself based on his own merits. Xia Ping could not persuade him otherwise, but he felt a sense of pride nonetheless. If Song Wei truly were incapable of rising to the occasion, even their long-standing friendship would not warrant Xia Ping's favor. However, elevated positions were unnecessary. Forcing someone into a role without merit held little value. However, upon securing this advantageous connection, Song Wei did not succumb to the temptation of arrogance or indulgence, but rather seized this rare opportunity to ignite his ambition and zeal for learning. This greatly pleased Xia Ping, who resolved to extend his support to him in the future, eager to witness how far he could progress. Simultaneously, this also prompted Xia Ping to entrust him with the confidential task of managing the longevity elixir. Director Liu, I hear the samples have arrived? Xia Ping inquired directly after exchanging pleasantries. Indeed, President Xia, Director Liu promptly replied. The first batch of samples has arrived, 300 units each of the Fengzi Scar Removal Ointment and the Fengzi Beauty Elixir. They have all undergone rigorous safety inspections. And the next step is to have our cosmetic formulators conduct efficacy tests. Excellent. Xia Ping's gaze brightened as he looked at the boxes beside him. Open them for me. Director Liu took a small knife and carefully unsealed the box. Extracting one sample of the Scar Ointment and one of the Beauty Elixir for Xia Ping's inspection. The Scar Ointment was housed in a cylindrical container, while the Beauty Elixir was contained within an opaque white vial. Xia Ping twisted open the Scar Ointment, dabbed a small amount, and applied it to a faintly visible, elongated scar on the back of his right hand. As he gently rubbed it in, the ointment's medicinal properties began to permeate his skin. Then, something astonishing occurred. Half an hour later, the scar had completely vanished without a trace. The eyes of everyone present, Qi Jing, Director Liu, and Song Wei, were wide with disbelief. Their mouths agape as if one could fit an egg inside. The scar is gone just like that? And it's only been half an hour. I've never heard of a scar ointment working in mere hours, even for a scar that was barely noticeable. President Xia, is this truly a product we manufactured? Director Liu's mind was nearly overwhelmed. Having previously worked in other cosmetic companies, he had considerable knowledge of the field yet remained utterly astonished. Of course, Xia Ping replied, a bemused smile on his face. This is the sample you brought me. How could you doubt it? No, I'm just overly excited. A flush crept across his face. The efficacy of this product was unprecedented. In comparison, other brands' scar ointments on the market seemed utterly inferior. At that moment, he felt his decision to join Fengzi was undeniably sagacious. The future at Fengzi was bound to be bright. Calm down, it's just a small demonstration. Xia Ping said nonchalantly, as if he had anticipated such a reaction. Yes, Director Liu quickly reined in his excitement. Reflecting on Xia Ping's composed demeanor and recognizing his own need for greater steadiness, realizing the vast disparity between himself and President Xia. Next, Xia Ping picked up the Beauty Elixir, which resembled an oral liquid, and consumed it in one gulp. It bore no bitterness or strange taste, instead exuding a subtle fruity aroma. Before long, a refreshing sensation spread from his abdomen throughout his limbs, bestowing an indescribable sense of clarity. After a moment, he gently touched his face, a smile blossoming as he, a master of internal energy, easily perceived the changes within his body. His skin was indeed noticeably smoother and more hydrated. The results were nothing short of remarkable. Assistant Qi continued to urge the team to expedite the delivery of machine parts. Director Liu, recruit factory employees and prepare for production. Additionally, we need to rush the creation of another batch of trial products. I have use for them. Understood. We will ensure the tasks are completed. The two departed, and Xia Ping fell into deep contemplation, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. If his products were merely slightly superior to popular brands, consumers might not opt for Fengzi due to brand loyalty. However, when the efficacy disparity reached several times over, becoming nearly visibly apparent, consumer enthusiasm would be inevitable. Taking a deep breath, Xia Ping turned to Song Wei. How is the matter I entrusted to you progressing? I assure you it will be completed within the anticipated time frame. Song Wei replied confidently, though a hint of confusion crossed his face. President Xia, what exactly is it a secret? Xia Ping replied with a mysterious smile. Chapter 61. The rise of Fengzi. Having validated the unparalleled efficacy of the two cosmetic products through trials, Xia Ping promptly convened a marketing department meeting. As a newly established cosmetic company launching our first products, gaining consumer favor and recognition requires a dual approach. First, I have instructed the production facility to accelerate the development of a new batch of trial products. We will let the results speak for themselves, allowing consumers to experience the efficacy free of charge, thus spreading the word through their networks. Second, we must proactively engage in promotion. Initially, we will focus our efforts in Ningjiang City and then expand nationwide from there. The principle of our promotion is singular: speed, scale, and exaggeration. Xia Ping's gaze pierced through the crowd of employees, his tone resolute. Employ the most extravagant descriptors possible, ensuring everyone remembers the name Fengzi and our products. Our advertising must unequivocally declare that Fengzi's products are the finest on earth, absolutely and indisputably the best. President Xia, one employee hesitated, concern etched on their face. Using terms like the best in advertising could be seen as misleading. Misleading? Xia Ping replied with a calm smile. No, our products are indeed the best, without question. You need not worry about these matters. Follow my lead, and I will bear any consequences. Whatever the cost, it is worth it. In the ensuing days, the name Fengzi spread like wildfire across billboards in bustling city centers, bus stations, train stations, television broadcasts, newspapers, and even online forums. With Xia Ping's unrelenting financial investment and the robust support from Longting Media, the name Fengzi resonated throughout the populace, instantly becoming known to all. Regardless of gender or previous familiarity with cosmetics, everyone was now aware of this cosmetic company. In high-traffic areas, Fengzi employees began conducting live promotions, distributing free samples of their products. As she exited the subway station, Zhang Yun gazed at the numerous promotional posters plastered around her, shaking her head. A year out of university, she had just finished work and was now on her way home by the subway. Zhang Yun was exceptionally discerning in her choice of cosmetics. Previously, out of curiosity, she had researched this company and discovered that Fengzi was relatively new and offered only 2 products, causing her to lose interest. She even doubted whether it was a scam company looking to make a quick profit before disappearing. Beep, as she tapped her card to exit. She had not walked far when she began to hear distant commotion. Upon a hastily erected makeshift platform, a staff member clad in elegant attire was vociferously promoting their products, intermittently distributing samples to passers-by, yet most individuals exhibited little to no interest. The efficacy of our products from Fengzi is unparalleled in the market, undoubtedly the best, he proclaimed. The Fengzi Scar Cream begins to show results in as little as 20 minutes, guaranteeing a scar-free complexion, along with a complimentary beauty serum. Did I hear correctly? Complimentary? Such exaggerated claims. Zhang Yun couldn't help but chuckle, realizing why the crowd was largely indifferent. She gently touched a scar on the left side of her face. Though not overly prominent, it remained distinctly visible up close. Her expression dimmed momentarily. Her appearance was not unappealing. Yet a past accident had marred her left cheek with a long scar, and despite trying numerous renowned scar creams, she had seen little improvement. Hello, miss. Would you care to try our Fengzi Scar Cream and Beauty Serum? They are currently being offered for free. We only hope you might assist us in spreading the word after experiencing the results. The Fengzi representative smiled. No thanks, I'm not interested. Zhang Yun replied hastily as she walked past, yet the words lingered in her mind. 20 minutes to efficacy, guaranteed scar removal. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, she turned back and said, I'll take a box of the scar cream. Ding ding ding. Early morning, Zhang Yun awoke to the blaring alarm. As she stood before the vanity mirror, still groggy, and touched her face, she suddenly froze. The scar on her left cheek had completely vanished. My goodness. She covered her mouth in disbelief, tears streaming down her face in an instant. Many others shared a similar experience. In the office of the chairman of Fengzi Cosmetics, Xia Ping was perusing online reviews of their 2 cosmetic products, feeling exceedingly pleased. I am absolutely in love with Fengzi. The scar cream is incredible. My scar on the left cheek disappeared overnight. One reviewer expressed, I thought Fengzi was just boasting. Who had ever heard of a company claiming their products outshine all others? But I must say, they truly are remarkable. After trying my friend's beauty serum, my skin feels like it did 10 years ago. I regret not securing a free sample. I can hardly wait for the official launch. In just a few short days, Fengzi's Scar Cream and Beauty Serum had garnered significant acclaim due to their powerful effects. In 1 week, Fengzi products would officially be available in retail stores and online. Xia Ping had already initiated a pre-sale service on the company website, allowing consumers to reserve products with a deposit. The Scar Cream was priced at 9,800 yuan, while the Beauty Serum was set at 1,200 yuan each. No small sum for an everyday worker, yet they sold out within hours. I had anticipated a substantial demand for these products. But it seems our production line is insufficient. Xia Ping clenched his fist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It won't be long before Fengzi captures the market in Ningjiang and begins expanding to other regions. Moreover, I intend to introduce Fengzi products to the global stage. Now, all that remains is to await the profits. As Xia Ping pondered, Qi Jing suddenly called with unexpected news. The heir to the Alfred family and chairman of L'Oreal Group, Andre Alfred, will arrive in Ningjiang tomorrow. Chapter 62, Andre Alfred. The son of the chairman of L'Oreal Group, Andre Alfred, the primary heir of the Alfred family? Xia Ping furrowed his brow at the mention. What brings him here? L'Oreal Group is a titan within the cosmetics industry, boasting assets nearing $100 billion. In the Chinese cosmetics market, it has long been an unrivaled force, with names like L'Oreal and Lancôme being widely recognized. L'Oreal alone commands a staggering 17% market share in China, and the Alfred family holds over 30 of L'Oreal's shares, wielding significant influence worldwide. Now, At a time when Fengzi was just gaining momentum, the sudden arrival of the Alfred heir instilled a sense of caution in Xia Ping. Mr. Xia, our investigation reveals that Andre's visit was scheduled 6 months ago, so it is unlikely to be aimed at Fengzi. Hearing that it was not a direct threat, Xia Ping sighed in relief and inquired further, have we determined the purpose of his visit to Ningjiang? Even if he was not targeting them, such a figure's presence warranted attention. Preliminary investigations suggest he is here to inspect L'Oreal's subsidiary in Ningjiang and intends to increase investments in the area, as Ningjiang is one of their key markets in China and also their headquarters. Is that so? Xia Ping mused. Ningjiang has one of the highest consumer spending levels in China, accounting for approximately 15% of the national market share, with a trend of continuous growth in recent years. It's no surprise that L'Oreal would prioritize this region. Ningjiang is home to numerous large cosmetic brands, each vying for influence. Capturing the majority of the market share here could yield profits in the hundreds of billions for L'Oreal annually, making it a coveted target. After deep contemplation, Xia Ping instructed, see if you can arrange a meeting with Andre. Tell him I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with L'Oreal. After hanging up, Xia Ping gazed thoughtfully out the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows, contemplating the distant scenery. Given Fengzi's current capabilities, it would be inconceivable to compete with a behemoth like L'Oreal. Although he possessed unwavering confidence in his products, challenging L'Oreal's Ningjiang branch would mean confronting the entire conglomerate. After all, L'Oreal's deep-rooted foundation and loyal consumer base posed a formidable challenge. To act recklessly could hinder Fengzi's expansion. Furthermore, if Fengzi were to monopolize the market, it might incite a coalition of rival cosmetic companies against them. If a partnership with the Alfred family could be forged, relinquishing a fraction of the profit would undoubtedly accelerate Fengzi's growth. Truly a win-win scenario. In the world of business, there are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. At the Ningjiang branch of L'Oreal, a grand red carpet was unfurled at the entrance, with nearly all employees lined up on either side, heads bowed in respect. Today, the heir of the Alfred family, Andre Alfred, would grace the Ningjiang branch with his presence. Everyone abandoned their tasks, hurriedly ushered out to greet. The blazing sun hung high in October, the summer's oppressive heat, yet to fully dissipate, the air remained scorching and arid. As the crowd had waited for nearly 2 hours, beads of sweat began to trickle down their foreheads. Come on, even if he is Alfred's heir, must it be such a grand spectacle? We have plenty of work to attend to. Someone, unable to endure the sun's relentless assault, could not help but voice his discontent. Shoo, are you trying to get yourself killed? It is said that young Master Andre has a violent temper and detests any form of disrespect. If he learns of your disparaging words, dismissal would be the least of your worries. Did you not see the president himself come out to greet him? I heard that during his previous inspection of other regions in Asia, Master Andre dismissed several regional executives. Those who dared to report their grievances faced even graver fates, with many suffering ruin for offending him. Terrifying rumors began to circulate among the employees, fear evident upon their faces. In the distance, a convoy gradually emerged, causing everyone to stiffen. 4 Mercedes-Benz vehicles led the way, followed by 4 Range Rovers, escorting a gleaming Bugatti Veyron in the center, reminiscent of an ancient emperor's procession. A flicker of envy and trepidation crossed the crowd's faces. This was the might of the first heir of the Alfred family. A young man with neatly combed golden hair and striking azure eyes, appearing to be nearly 30, stepped from the car clad in a black trench coat. His expression one of cold arrogance and disdain. As he strolled down the vibrant red carpet flanked by bodyguards, all company employees waiting on either side bowed deeply. Welcome, Master Andre. Yet, Andre's countenance remained impassive, offering neither a word of acknowledgement nor a glance in their direction. Many faces reflected indignation and annoyance. Yet they forcibly suppressed their feelings, fearing to utter a complaint. What stature did he hold? Why should he deign to acknowledge them? More individuals, however, were eager to shine before Andre, hoping to seize an opportunity that could catapult them to success. Numerous confident young women straightened their backs and lifted their chins, yearning for a chance to catch Master Andre's eye. Master Andre, welcome. I am Lu Chong, president of the L'Oreal Group's Ningjiang branch. Please allow me to show you around the company. A competent middle-aged man approached respectfully, his demeanor excessively obsequious. Despite his significant rank within the group, due to Ningjiang's unique position, he dared not overstep in the presence of Andre. Very well, lead the way, Andre replied, offering a slight nod, finally granting him a glance. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a rather beautiful and charming female employee. A flicker of greed flashing across his face. You come here. The young woman froze momentarily. Yes, you, Andre smirked alluringly. The young employee dared not defy him, trembling as she approached. What do you require? She stammered, her voice quivering. How about you be my girlfriend for the next few days? Fear not. I shall not treat you poorly. Andre grinned, licking his lips. Envy and jealousy flickered in the eyes of many women, who sighed inwardly. Lamenting why it was not themselves being chosen, even for a fleeting encounter, the benefits would certainly be substantial. Master Andre, I already have a boyfriend. The female employee blurted out in shock, her voice trembling. Oh, is that so? How unfortunate. However, I am not one to impose, so let it be, Andre replied nonchalantly. The young woman breathed a sigh of relief. Therefore, you are dismissed. Go home and accompany your boyfriend, Andre remarked casually, as if making a trivial decision. The young woman's face turned ashen, her composure crumbling amidst the sudden disaster. This cannot be happening. President Liu Chang's face also revealed a tinge of compassion, as if he wished to interject, but was silenced by Andre's icy gaze. Regardless of her identity or position within the company, from this moment forth, she was terminated. Remember, at L'Oreal Group, no one can defy Alfred. Do you understand? On one side stood an ordinary company employee, on the other, the heir of the esteemed Alfred family. It was clear whom to choose. Liu Chang could only internally lament for the young woman. Why did you offend Master Andre? Your fate is sealed. Liu Chang's expression hardened. He spoke sternly. Understood. He then turned to the now petrified young woman, coldly commanding, what are you still doing? Pack your belongings and leave. You are no longer an employee of this company. Xia Ping, the chairman of Fengzi, wishes to see me? In the president's office. Andre sat in Liu Chang's former chair, idly playing with an exquisite jade pendant, speaking languidly. Indeed, Master Andre, he appears to be seeking a partnership. Liu Chang replied gravely. The two new products developed by his company are simply remarkable. Shortly after their launch, they gained immense popularity among consumers, even impacting our L'Oreal sales significantly. He gestured, and a nearby individual presented a box containing Fengzi's two products. Moreover, this Xia Ping is no ordinary figure. He expanded his production line aggressively even before turning a profit, and there are no signs of a faltering financial chain. Should we engage in a confrontation? It may adversely affect the group's interests, thus. So what? Are you suggesting L'Oreal collaborate with him? Andre asked slowly. Yes, Liu Chang nodded. I believe this is the most prudent course of action. We should negotiate with Fengzi. President Liu Chang, Andre suddenly interrupted, speaking coldly. Do you know the purpose of my visit to Ningjiang? Liu Chang paused, then replied. To assess investments, expand production, and capture the cosmetics market in Ningjiang, as it is a focal point in the group's strategy in Huagua. You are quite correct, Andre stated, picking up a bottle of beauty elixir. And without even opening it, he hurled it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. The heir of the Alfred family's expression turned frigid. I came here to obliterate other cosmetics companies, ensuring L'Oreal's products monopolize the Ningjiang market. And this is merely a fledgling company with only two products, and you dare suggest we collaborate with them? This unknown little firm is already encroaching on our L'Oreal market? Who do you think we are? How does the group sustain you inept fools? Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Liu Chang's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately turning a shade of ashen gray. Though he had long been aware of the heiress' arrogance and disregard for reason, this encounter exceeded his expectations. What was this Xia Ping? Thinking he could meet with me, the noble heir of the Alfred family? How could he presume to collaborate with us? Did he truly believe he could triumph over us at L'Oreal? Utterly absurd. Andre sneered. Spare no effort. Crush Fengzi in the shortest time possible. If I were to encounter this individual named Xia Ping in the future, it would undoubtedly be at the negotiation table for the acquisition of Fengzi. At Villa Zuno. 1. Xia Ping reclined on a sun lounger, basking in the sunlight. He was utilizing the brain domain assistance system to investigate information regarding Andre Alfred. However, the findings prompted a deep furrow of concern upon his brow. The data revealed that Andre was nothing short of a debauched scion, frivolous and lecherous, with a domineering, unreasonable demeanor and a notoriously violent temper. Yet, his father, the current patriarch of the Alfred family, lavished excessive affection upon Andre, the youngest son, even disregarding the objections of others to designate him as the primary heir of the family. Dealing with such a character is bound to be troublesome, Xia Ping thought, massaging his temples as he contemplated strategies for their forthcoming encounter. Just then, Qi Jing called him. Hello, Assistant Qi. Has there been any response from Andre? Indeed. There was a reply, yet Qi Jing hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate her message. Speak. Xia Ping commanded in a low voice. Andre has declined to meet with you, Mr. Xia, and has stated his intention to utterly obliterate Fengzi. If there is to be a meeting, it shall only be at the negotiation table for the acquisition of Fengzi. What? Xia Ping's fury ignited, his eyes flashing with an icy glint. Although he had prepared himself for Andre's general disposition, the audacity of his words left him seething with rage. Obliterating Fengzi? Very well, since you refuse this golden opportunity for cooperation. Prepare to face the onslaught from Fengzi and embrace your demise. Rest assured, our meeting may indeed occur at the negotiation table, but it shall not be for the acquisition of Fengzi. Rather, it will be the other way around. Xia Ping had already set an audacious goal that would leave others incredulous and possibly deem him insane. He not only intended to dismantle Andre's operations in Ningjiang City, but also aimed to shatter the entire L'Oreal Group's subsidiaries within Huagua, ultimately expelling L'Oreal from the country. He even envisioned a day when he would swallow the L'Oreal Group whole. He was eager to witness the expression on young Master Andre's face at that time. Armed with the super scar-removing ointment and the extraordinary beauty elixir provided by the system, he felt confident in achieving this seemingly impossible objective. L'Oreal, brace yourself for my wrath. Chapter 64, A Call from Home. As Xia Ping was devising his strategy against L'Oreal, he unexpectedly received a call from his mother, Qin Shiyue, one midday. Since acquiring the system, he had yet to devise a suitable explanation for his family regarding his circumstances, thus he had kept it under wraps. He had merely used winning the lottery as a pretext to send them 1 million. Therefore, his parents were blissfully unaware of his current reality. Due to his busy schedule, working from dawn till dusk, he typically only returned home once a year during the new year, so Qin Shiyue seldom reached out. Xia Ping had planned to gradually reveal the truth to prevent them from being overwhelmed. When he returned home for the new year, he would lay everything bare, allowing them to understand his true situation. His parents had toiled in the countryside for most of their lives. It was time they enjoyed a bit of leisure. Hello, Mom. What is the matter? Xia Ping suppressed his emotions, greeting her with a smile. Son, are you still busy? Have you eaten? The familiar voice came through the phone. I must tell you, take care of yourself. Don't let work overwhelm your health. By the way, it's getting colder, so make sure to wear more clothes. Are you still doing well financially? You mentioned winning 1 million. Why did you send it all back? If you need money, don't hesitate to ask us. We don't need that much. On the other end, Qin Shiyue chattered away, her coarse voice resonating warmth in Xia Ping's ears. His nose tinged with emotion, and he could not help but feel choked up. It was precisely because he knew he had someone supporting and caring for him that he had managed to endure in this indifferent, cacophonous city. Previously, when he sent back 1 million, Qin Shiyue insisted on returning it to him, only accepting it after Xia Ping's firm insistence. Mom, I'm doing well here. You don't need to worry. Once I have some free time, I'll come home to see you. Also, Dad isn't getting any younger. Please don't let him keep taking those strenuous short-term jobs, Xia Ping urged. We can't afford to not earn money. You're approaching marriageable age, and housing in the city is exorbitantly priced. Your dad is only looking out for you. Mom, I'm not short on money right now, and besides, I'm only 24. There's no rush to get married, Xia Ping replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. How much do you earn in a month that you're not short on money? Winning the lottery doesn't mean you can eat for a lifetime. At 24, I already had you. Furthermore, the reason I called is precisely about this matter. I have a friend from high school whose child is about your age and possesses commendable attributes. When you have some time, you two should meet for a blind date. What? Xia Ping was taken aback and hurriedly explained, Mom, I already have. Enough. Don't tell me you already have a girlfriend. I won't be fooled a second time. I have already arranged it. I'll send you the contact information shortly. You two must meet, regardless of the outcome. Beep. Without granting Xia Ping a chance to explain, Qin Shiyue exhibited her assertiveness and hung up the phone. Hello? Mom? Xia Ping exclaimed, bemused. What is the meaning of this? He found himself both amused and exasperated. In the past, he had lied to evade his mother's matchmaking pressure, claiming he had a girlfriend, only to be discovered. Little did he expect that karma would manifest at this moment. I genuinely have a girlfriend now. What is the point of going on a blind date? Well, it appeared he would have to go along with it just to placate her. With matters having progressed this far, Xia Ping, well aware of his mother's temperament, could only helplessly accept the situation. However, the most pressing concern remained addressing the L'Oreal Group, and he would postpone that issue for another time. Outside the commercial building of Fengzi, a Lamborghini gradually came to a halt. A young man in his early 20s alighted from the vehicle. Is this the much-discussed headquarters of Fengzi? The youth, with long legs and bangs framing his forehead, possessed large, bright eyes and delicate features that even made him appear somewhat feminine. His smile revealed his signature little tiger teeth. He was none other than one of the most popular male celebrities in the country, the leader of FUI, Wang Wenyuan, with countless fans enamored by him. He was a fervent idol among young women. For them, anyone who spoke ill of Wang Wenyuan was considered an adversary. Each of his concerts drew packed crowds, with countless individuals vying for tickets. Mr. Wang Wenyuan, please follow me. Mr. Xia is waiting for you inside. Qi Jing, who had been waiting at the entrance, approached with a polite smile. All right, thank you. Wang Wenyuan took a deep breath and nodded slightly. At that moment, Even this rising star felt a tinge of apprehension. He had received an invitation from Fengzi the previous day, proposing a commercial collaboration and seeking him to endorse their products. Originally, he was preoccupied with preparations for a film, helmed by a renowned director, in which he starred as the male lead. He held this project in high regard. Thus, upon receiving Fengzi's collaboration offer, he had outright refused without even considering terms. Why should he jeopardize his promising opportunity for a mere advertisement? What nonsense! Yet who would have anticipated that mere minutes after his refusal, the esteemed director himself would personally seek him out, hoping that he might first complete the advertisement for Fengzi before returning to film. Wang Wenyuan was no fool. He immediately deduced from the director's demeanor and words that Fengzi possessed an intimidatingly vast background. This director was a heavyweight in the industry, known for his fiery temperament and considerable pride, often disregarding the opinions of others. Under normal circumstances, had anyone dared to invite his leading man to a commercial collaboration amidst filming, he would have erupted in fury, regardless of the other party's identity. Yet, this very individual had come in person to assure him not to worry about the film and to prioritize the advertisement for Fengzi, which was nothing short of astonishing. Who was this counterpart, truly? With a mind full of questions, Wang Wenyuan followed Qi Jing to the waiting area of Fengzi. Knock, knock, knock. President Xia, Mr. Wang Wenyuan has arrived. Come in. Chapter 65, Advertisement Endorsement. At that moment, Xia Ping was seated comfortably on the sofa in the waiting area, awaiting his guest with a relaxed demeanor, a smile gracing his lips upon hearing Qi Jing's voice. Finally, he had arrived. Creak. The door opened, and Qi Jing led Wang Wenyuan inside, positioning herself respectfully beside Xia Ping. Mr. Wang Wenyuan, thank you for your patience. Please take a seat, Xia Ping said with a faint smile. President Xia, you flatter me, Wang Wenyuan replied cautiously as he settled into the seat opposite Xia Ping. He could not help but be cautious. From the moment he laid eyes on Xia Ping, an unsettling sensation gripped him. It was not merely the youthfulness of Xia Ping that unnerved him, but the peculiar energy that emanated from him. Though he wore a gentle smile and exuded a calm demeanor, beneath that tranquil exterior lay a volcano ready to erupt, capable of consuming everything in its path. As a prominent star in the nation, Wang Wenyuan had encountered numerous social elites and high-ranking individuals. Some were nouveau riche, incessantly flaunting their wealth. Others were stern, authoritative middle-aged figures, their tempers gradually tempered. However, he understood that the most formidable were those who appeared languid and mild-mannered, those in power who would engage in polite discourse. Yet if one dared to offend them, they could swiftly become nothing more than ashes buried in the ground. Yet, how could this individual, who appeared merely a few years his senior, evoke such a feeling? Wang Wenyuan felt a shiver run down his spine, prompting him to lower his posture even further. We at Fengzi intend to invite you to shoot several advertisements and represent our products. You may review the advertisement scripts first, Xia Ping said, waving his hand, prompting Qi Jing to present a document to Wang Wenyuan. After a cursory glance, Wang Wenyuan's brow furrowed slightly. The advertisement script could be described as excessively flattering to Fengzi's products, essentially wagering his reputation. Should any issues arise with the quality of Fengzi's products while he endorsed them, it would severely impact his standing. You may rest assured about the quality of Fengzi's products. Additionally, if you proceed with this advertisement, you will receive a fee of 150 million, based on sales. We will also provide a bonus, Xia Ping assured him. 150 million. Wang Wenyuan's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He was currently in a phase of rapidly ascending fame and fanfare, with boundless potential, and unlike those faded stars, he need not accept every advertisement indiscriminately for mere pennies. He was particularly protective of his reputation. However, even for him, 150 million was an extraordinarily high sum. Typically, he could not attain such lucrative returns from a single advertisement. Wang Wenyuan fell into contemplation, and Xia Ping did not rush him. Fengzi is likely embroiled in a fierce competition with the L'Oreal Group for the cosmetics market. Hence the urgency in seeking a spokesperson to leverage the fame of stars like us to attract consumers. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to negotiate a better deal? This thought abruptly emerged in Wang Wenyuan's mind, prompting him to glance up at Xia Ping. Xia Ping merely smiled back at him. Yet, an inexplicable chill coursed through Wang Wenyuan's veins, as if his every thought had been laid bare, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. Was he out of his mind? He had already declined Fengzi once. To now propose additional conditions would be exceedingly ungrateful. A foreboding sensation crept over him. Had he dared to act on his thoughts, he could foresee dire consequences. Not to mention, even if Xia Ping remained silent, judging by the attitude of that esteemed director, he would likely not hesitate to strip him of his leading role. Furthermore, his career in the entertainment industry might face a catastrophic blow, leaving him in obscurity. While it may be challenging to elevate a star to prominence, It is all too simple for those in power to obliterate one. With this realization, trepidation gripped him, and he could no longer entertain any fanciful notions. He quickly declared, "President Xia, I accept. We can sign the contract right now." "Excellent. You have made a wise choice," Xia Ping replied, taking a sip of tea. "If there are no issues, I hope you can commence work immediately. The sooner the advertisement goes live, the better. Should everything proceed smoothly, we may also explore long-term collaboration. Here's to a successful partnership." "Absolutely, absolutely." Wang Wenyuan nodded fervently. The contract was swiftly finalized, and Qi Jing promptly led Wang Wenyuan to the shooting location, where all equipment and personnel were already prepared. Phew. As he stepped outside, Wang Wenyuan noticed that he was drenched in cold sweat, having been completely unawares of when it had transpired. The pressure exerted by President Xia was indeed overwhelming. Watching Wang Wenyuan depart, Xia Ping lifted his teacup for another sip. I half expected him to attempt to extort a better deal. A subtle smile graced Xia Ping's face. Wang Wenyuan's fleeting thoughts had certainly not escaped him. Truth be told, even if the young man had proposed overly ambitious conditions, Xia Ping might well have acquiesced. For after utilizing the brain domain assistance system to analyze the fanbase of the current hot star, it became evident that having Wang Wenyuan endorse the advertisement would yield the most significant impact for Fengzi. At this critical juncture in the battle against L'Oreal, every moment was crucial. However, had the young man truly acted on his thoughts, once L'Oreal was vanquished, Xia Ping would undoubtedly find a way to address the matter, ensuring he returned every last cent with interest. Yet, this fellow displayed a commendable sense of awareness, which spared Xia Ping considerable trouble. Stretching lazily, a glimmer of determination ignited in Xia Ping's eyes. The decisive moment had arrived. It was time to strike a decisive blow against L'Oreal. Days later, the advertisements featuring Wang Wenyuan inundated television screens and prominent advertising spaces. In the commercials, Wang Wenyuan extolled the virtues of Fengzi's Super Scar Cream and Beauty Elixir with unrestrained enthusiasm, employing a barrage of laudatory phrases that elevated Fengzi to celestial heights. Purchasing Fengzi products also provided consumers the chance to obtain a limited edition card signed by Wang Wenyuan, igniting a frenzy across the internet. Wow, Wang Wenyuan is endorsing Fengzi. It goes without saying, bye. Fengzi? I have never heard of it. It doesn't seem to be a prominent brand. Is it truly that remarkable? Could it be that the charming Yin is fabricating advertisements? Are those upstairs truly so uninformed? The products from Fengzi are capable of outshining those major brands. Trust me. Hurry and purchase to give it a try. I guarantee you will return to me in awe. I have returned. And my mother asked why I had to kneel to send a message. It truly is exceptional. Goodness, the products from Fengzi are genuinely impressive. As soon as the news spread, the sales of Fengzi products surged dramatically. Chapter 66, The Final Strike. The L'Oreal Ningjiang branch was suddenly engulfed in anxiety, as they repeatedly slashed the prices of their products, yet to little avail. It cannot be said that L'Oreal's products are inferior. Indeed, aside from Fengzi, they are undoubtedly among the best. However, when compared to Fengzi, they are rendered utterly worthless. And worthless is worthless, no matter how low the price. Who would spend money on something deemed trash? With no other option, the L'Oreal Ningjiang branch reluctantly decided to follow suit and sought to enlist major celebrities for endorsements. But how could Xia Ping simply stand by? He launched a precise counteroffensive, and all the celebrities that L'Oreal intended to invite had already been approached by Fengzi's representatives. After receiving the company's and directors' vague hints, they all chose to decline the advertising endorsement invitations from L'Oreal's Ningjiang branch. What a joke! Which is more important, a mere advertising fee or one's career? They are quite aware of where their priorities lie. The reason these entertainment companies and renowned directors are reluctant to offend Xia Ping is not solely due to Fengzi's inherent strength and demonstrated potential, but also because of the intimidation factor of the purple card. In such circumstances, the terrifying influence associated with the purple card is vividly displayed. It symbolizes status and power, and no one dares to offend its bearer. In truth, L'Oreal, a colossal multinational giant in the cosmetic industry with a history spanning over a century, possesses a solid foundation. Only the current patriarch of the Alfred family would be deemed worthy of holding a purple card. Yet, to others, the L'Oreal Ningjiang branch is merely a subsidiary, not entirely synonymous with the L'Oreal group. André cannot be equated with the Alfred family either. Furthermore, L'Oreal's roots lie in France. Would they truly seek trouble over such trivial matters? Weighing the consequences, it is evident that offending Xia Ping would yield far more severe repercussions. Thus, these entertainment moguls unhesitatingly chose to align with Xia Ping, rejecting all interactions with the L'Oreal group. It was not only the entertainment industry, when the L'Oreal Ningjiang branch, suffering from a cash flow crisis due to its aggressive price wars, sought loans from banks. they were met with polite refusals from every bank. Alas, we too are short on funds. To be honest, we are struggling to make ends meet. If you have any surplus, could you lend us a bit to tide us over? We promise we'll repay you next time. Oh, for a loan? Please, have a seat. Let me tell you, take care, and we won't see you off. As Xia Ping, stationed within Fengzi, received reports of successful counterattacks, a cold smirk crept onto his lips. The L'Oreal Ningjiang branch must be at their wits' end, wouldn't you agree? If that is the case, let the final assault commence. Fengzi's promotional advertisements once again flooded the market. But this time, the focus was no longer on Wang Wenyan. Fengzi is a domestic brand from Huagua, a pioneer in revitalizing the domestic cosmetics industry. We emphasize traditional herbal medicine, with inspirations and formulations largely derived from Huagua's ancient medical culture. Fengzi's products embody the essence of Huagua civilization. Support high-quality domestic brands, and let the name Fengzi resonate globally. This was akin to a heavy blow to the already precarious L'Oreal Ningjiang branch. L'Oreal is a foreign brand. This is an unalterable truth. For a long time, the quality of domestic cosmetics has indeed been inconsistent, making it difficult to earn consumer trust. Thus, people would rather use foreign products than their own, leading to foreign cosmetic brands almost monopolizing the domestic market, while some quality domestic brands were stifled and unable to emerge. However, when the quality of domestic cosmetics can rival, or even surpass, that of foreign giants, who would not wish to purchase local products? No one wants to see foreigners profiting excessively. Therefore, when Fengzi, this local brand, proposed to revitalize the domestic cosmetics industry and highlighted that its formulations and inspirations are predominantly rooted in traditional medicine. This distinctive positioning and vibrant personality instantly garnered applause from domestic consumers. Indeed, our Huagua cosmetics are remarkable. The wisdom of our ancestors cannot be matched by these foreigners. Absolutely. The products from Fengzi are so effective. Why should we still resort to foreign goods? Support domestic products. L'Oreal's products are priced exorbitantly, yet their effectiveness is not necessarily superior. They merely rely on their market monopoly. But now we have Fengzi. Fengzi is extraordinary. Fengzi is extraordinary. Fengzi is extraordinary. Consequently, an increasing number of consumers abandon L'Oreal, leaning towards the more effective domestic Fengzi products. Chapter 67. The Furious Andre. Meanwhile, the situation at the L'Oreal Ningjiang branch was dire. Damn it. Why is this happening? Andre, clutching the recent investment and revenue reports, turned crimson with rage, his furious roars echoing throughout the entire floor. Since deciding to wage war against Fengzi, the L'Oreal Ningjiang branch has launched a series of highly targeted attacks. Products such as L'Oreal Scar Removal Cream and Beauty Serum began to be heavily discounted. Andre Alfred was quite confident in his position, as he had brought substantial funds prepared for the expansion into Ningjiang, ensuring ample cash flow. In his mind, the reputation and prestige of L'Oreal were far beyond that of a newly established company like Fengzi. It won't be long before the L'Oreal Ningjiang branch crushes Fengzi, thereby intimidating other companies and monopolizing the cosmetics market here, Andre initially thought. However, reality did not unfold according to his expectations. Rather, it diverged greatly. In the face of L'Oreal's painstaking efforts to strangle them, Fengzi first enlisted Wang Wenyan for endorsement, then branded itself as the leader in revitalizing domestic cosmetic brands. A few strategic moves later, Andre was left utterly bewildered. Fengzi's product efficacy far surpassed that of L'Oreal, resulting in Andre's every effort being futile in preventing consumers from gravitating toward Fengzi. Furthermore, as Fengzi's loyal fans continued to promote the brand, the word spread like wildfire. In no time, an overwhelming trend emerged. While he continuously lowered prices, he found himself losing money without gaining any traction. Whereas Fengzi expanded its production scale and even raised prices, reaping substantial profits. Fengzi not only captured over 65% of the market share in Ningjiang, but also began to expand nationwide. Damn Fengzi. Bastards. Andre seethed in frustration, finally pointing a finger at Lu Chang and shouting, "Are you all a bunch of useless fools? You can't even handle a single Fengzi? Useless. Useless. Useless." Breathing heavily, he tore the report in his hands into shreds. Andre was truly beginning to panic. He had come to Ningjiang at his father's behest to expand the production line and capture the cosmetics market in Ningjiang, laying the groundwork for his future inheritance of the Alfred family and the leadership of the conglomerate. A well-planned strategy had already been laid out for him, yet he had squandered it all with a poor hand. Although Fengzi's emergence was an anomaly, it turned out that Fengzi wished to collaborate with L'Oreal. His unilateral initiation of a price war against Fengzi had resulted in the depletion of funds originally earmarked for company development. The most critical aspect was that despite the considerable investment, there had been no tangible results. In less than 2 months, After boasting that he would confront Xia Ping at the negotiation table for acquiring Fengzi, he had been utterly defeated. What might the situation be now had he chosen to partner with Fengzi? Regret was beginning to seep into Andre's heart. Though his father indulged him, he placed even greater importance on the family's business. Previously, minor setbacks were bearable, but if this incident were to come to his father's attention, the consequences would be dire. Andre felt his mind spiral into chaos. The news was being forcefully suppressed, but it would not be long before it inevitably reached the conglomerate's headquarters. He had intended to quietly accomplish a significant feat to prove himself to those who underestimated him within the company, but instead, he found himself in a disastrous predicament. With this thought, a desperate idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. If conventional methods would not suffice to defeat Fengzi, then he must seek an alternative path. Andre waved his hand, signaling others to leave, retaining only Lu Chong. A few minutes later, he inquired, "What do you think?" Andre raised his gaze, his eyes filled with a wild fervor. Lu Chong trembled, his mouth agape in horror. "Andre, this is unacceptable. If we proceed in this manner and are discovered, what's the matter? Do you possess a better plan?" Andre interjected coldly. "If you had the courage to defeat Fengzi, why should I take such risks?" Having said this, Andre hastily exited the conference room. Lu Chong stood in silence for a while, as if resolutely making up his mind, before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. "Hello?" A calm and steady voice came through the line. "Mr. Xia, this is Lu Chong. I am ready to fulfill the terms we discussed previously." "Haha, Mr. Lu. This is not a month ago. Your allegiance now lacks sincerity, does it not?" Xia Ping chuckled softly, seemingly unconvinced. "No, I have crucial information to share with you, Mr. Xia." Lu Chong inhaled deeply and spoke solemnly into the phone. "Andre intends to employ underhanded methods against Fengzi. I am aware of his plans." Chapter 68. Slander and the Crisis of Public Opinion. The following day, beneath the Fengzi building. "Do you still have a shred of conscience? You would do anything for profit." A man in black glasses, appearing to be around 30, incessantly brandished his phone for those nearby to see. It displayed a woman lying in a hospital bed. He bellowed, "My wife was poisoned after consuming that beauty tonic. Let's see who will judge this." A middle-aged woman, clad in tattered cleaning attire, wailed uncontrollably beside a teenage girl whose face appeared grotesque, resembling a damaged human mask. "My poor daughter. After using your scar removal cream, her face is ruined." The bespectacled man paused momentarily, seemingly perplexed, but quickly resumed his cries. "Everyone, come and judge. This heartless company must be brought down. We demand to see your chairman. This matter is far from over." A crowd had gathered, pointing and discussing animatedly. Security personnel at the entrance attempted to block the influx of people. "Rest assured, we will provide an explanation. Fengzi's products are absolutely safe." A supervisor from Fengzi, drenched in sweat, desperately tried to pacify the crowd. But the woman and the man continued to protest, demanding to see Xia Ping. Gradually, the assembly of onlookers swelled, and several young individuals exchanged glances before shouting in unison, "Down with the unscrupulous entrepreneurs. Fengzi must compensate. Let their boss be imprisoned. Yes, let Fengzi's boss rot in jail." With a few instigators leading the charge, the crowd became increasingly incensed, vocally condemning Fengzi. Humans are inherently drawn to the plight of the weak. They may oppress the vulnerable, yet they relish witnessing the downfall of the strong. Not only in the physical realm, but the online sphere had also erupted with fervor. Since morning, countless netizens had begun posting about their adverse reactions after using Fengzi's products, igniting a firestorm of debate across the internet. L'Oreal Group's Ningjiang branch's successive official statements thrust the matter into the spotlight. Fengzi, in a bid to compete with L'Oreal for market share, resorts to counterfeit products. Disregarding consumer safety, we express our strong condemnation of such behavior. Consider this. Not long ago, both companies engaged in promotional competition. Why then did Fengzi's product prices not only remain unchanged, but actually rise? Fengzi's actions are a stain on the entire cosmetics industry. We at L'Oreal express our deep regret for the consumers harmed by Fengzi's counterfeit products and will support the victims in their lawsuit against Fengzi Group. With the release of these statements, the online platform erupted, having previously amassed significant fame through aggressive marketing and potent product efficacy. Fengzi now found itself embroiled in a tempest of public scrutiny, its hard-earned brand reputation hanging by a thread. Is this real? I have used both of Fengzi's products and experienced no side effects. Don't frighten me. I've used them too. There can't really be side effects, can there? Perhaps they just haven't manifested yet? Could this be slander? The victims' families are blocking the company's entrance, and even L'Oreal has issued a condemnation. Upon reflection, the recent price war between both companies, with Fengzi managing to increase prices against the financially robust L'Oreal, had always seemed suspicious. The exaggerated claims regarding the efficacy of Fengxi's products led to serious doubts about the ingredients used. While immediate results were impressive, they likely came at a cost to one's health. A suddenly emerging company's products surpassing established brands? Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. Think critically. Countless posts began to reference precedents and compelling arguments to unveil the underlying schemes and conspiracies. Most of these were orchestrated by the hired internet trolls Andre had engaged, who relentlessly spread detrimental rumors about Fengxi. With L'Oreal's century-long reputation backing them, the public began to harbor doubts. In a remarkably brief span, Fengxi found itself in the eye of the storm, facing significant scrutiny, and the brand reputation it had painstakingly built was now perilously close to collapse. Goodness, what a commotion! At Fengxi's headquarters, Xia Ping observed the online chatter while glancing at the growing crowd below, shaking his head in disbelief. Mr. Xia, what should we do now? Many individuals online are vehemently criticizing Fengxi, and the situation is decidedly unfavorable for us. Additionally, Wang Wenyuan's agent has made several inquiries via phone, seeking an explanation from our side. Within the chairman's office, numerous executives are in a state of agitation akin to ants on a hot stove, as the formula was entirely provided by Xia Ping, leaving them utterly uninformed. Furthermore, Xia Ping has not instructed them to engage in rebuttals or confrontations regarding public opinion, allowing the situation to unfold as if tacitly approving it. Could it be that there truly are issues with the company's products? The mere thought of this possibility sends shivers down their spines, filling them with despair. What is there to panic about? As for Wang Wenyuan, let him remain composed. This matter will not affect him, Xia Ping, displaying an air of calm, remarked. Moreover, isn't this an excellent opportunity for us to advertise? Look, those who were previously unaware of Fengxi now recognize our company. This is indeed a positive development. The management team was on the verge of tears. You are far too optimistic. While Fengxi has become famous, it is for all the wrong reasons. With time ticking away, it seemed they were about to face the music. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than a throng of reporters wielding cameras surged toward them from outside Fengxi. Noticing this, Xia Ping casually inquired, Qi Jing, have you summoned the people from Longting Media? They had already mingled with the reporters invited by the opposing side and entered alongside them. Qi Jing nodded, though she was uncertain why Xia Ping appeared to seek even greater chaos by specifically bringing in Longting Media's reporters. Nonetheless, she surmised that Xia Ping's actions must hold significant meaning. Let us go down and meet them. Allow them to become acquainted with me, their unscrupulous boss. A faint smirk graced Xia Ping's lips as he strode down the stairs, flanked by an entourage of executives. Chapter 69, A Public Confrontation. Although the crowd was unaware of what Fengxi's chairman looked like, upon Xia Ping leading the executives downstairs, they swiftly deduced a crucial fact from the imposing presence of a group. Those in charge had arrived. Instantly, the duped supporters and the agitated onlookers shouted with renewed fervor, "Bring out Fengxi's chairman. Let him face legal repercussions. Down with Fengxi. Down with unscrupulous merchants." The individuals beside Xia Ping trembled in the face of the tidal wave of condemnation, their faces paling. A few orchestrators hidden within the crowd beamed with satisfaction at this spectacle. They had previously seen a photograph of Xia Ping and recognized who had come forth. Indeed, the chairman of Fengxi could not withstand the pressure and had appeared. Amidst the jeering of hundreds, if not thousands, maintaining a composed demeanor was a near impossibility. Should Xia Ping lose his temper and utter a single misstep, they would relentlessly pursue him, sealing the fate of the entire affair. Silence. Xia Ping gestured for the tumultuous crowd to quiet down. However, many had already succumbed to the frenzy, continuing to shout with unrestrained enthusiasm. Silence. With a scowl, Xia Ping repeated his command. Without the aid of any amplification device, his internal energies surged, projecting his voice outward. Like the thunder of a storm, his grand and authoritative command reverberated through the air, drowning out the clamor of the multitude, leaving everyone present with a ringing in their ears. The once chaotic scene fell into an absolute hush. Excellent. Xia Ping nodded slightly, then calmly stated, I am Fengxi's chairman. Allow me to share a few words. What? A flicker of disbelief passed through everyone's eyes. The chairman of Fengxi was indeed a young man. It was utterly hard to fathom. The flash of cameras erupted, and countless individuals began live-streaming the unfolding situation. In the midst of it all, a female reporter raised her voice sharply. Mr. Xia, we are reporters from Ningjiang Enterprise News. Could you explain why Fengxi's products have serious defects? Do you not owe us an explanation? She framed the alleged issues with Fengxi's products as a given premise. I said, be quiet and listen to what I have to say first. Xia Ping cast a dispassionate glance her way. If you do not wish to hear, then leave. The reporter's expression froze, utterly unprepared for Xia Ping's brazen audacity in such a moment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xia Ping, undeterred, turned his attention back to the crowd and continued. Some claim that Fengxi's scar removal cream and beauty serum produce severe side effects, causing significant harm to the body, suggesting that they achieve their effects by exploiting the body's potential. This is sheer nonsense. Those who spread such malicious rumors harbor wicked intentions. His declaration resonated with conviction. Fengxi's products are undoubtedly flawless. You lie. My daughter's condition is a direct result of your scar removal cream. A middle-aged woman, tears streaming as she clutched her daughter, stepped forward, her eyes ablaze with fury. You wealthy individuals think you can escape justice and evade the law with your riches. The pallid face of the distressed girl mirrored her mother's despair. Nearby, a man who had previously claimed that his wife had been hospitalized due to the beauty serum cast a glance at the mother-daughter pair, feeling satisfied with the performance of his allies. That was quite convincing. The emotions were spot on. I cannot allow them to outshine me. Inspired by this thought, a bespectacled man suddenly leaped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Xia Ping. Indeed, my sister is currently lying in a hospital bed. Oh, are you certain that the issues stem from Fengxi's products? Are you prepared to bear the consequences of defaming Fengxi with your baseless accusations? Xia Ping's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the trio. The man felt a chill run down his spine, as if Xia Ping had seen right through him, leaving no secrets to hide. Yet, recalling the powerful connections behind him and the substantial rewards promised, his confidence surged once more. He stepped forward, barking, in broad daylight. Before so many witnesses, are you attempting to intimidate us? Do not presume that wealth grants you the power to shield yourself from accountability. The middle-aged woman and the young girl feigned fear, appearing as though Xia Ping's words had intimidated them, their expressions filled with hesitation. This scene instantly tugged at the crowd's sympathies, prompting many to voice their support. Do not fear. We will ensure you receive justice. Yes, we are all here. Do not believe they will dare to act against you. We will deliver a satisfactory outcome. Time and again, humanity displays unconditional sympathy for the vulnerable, often leading to irrational judgments. No, I merely intended to remind you. Xia Ping's expression remained inscrutable. Since you claim we are slandering you, would you dare to visit a Fengxi store and have your products examined? Surely, in such a short span of time, you have not had the chance to destroy the evidence. The man retorted coolly, if the products produced by Fengxi are indeed without issue, why not publicly demonstrate this? We invite a representative from the local Cosmetic Quality Inspection Center to conduct an assessment, shall we? Your delays here suggest an intent to eliminate evidence. Very well. Let us select any Fengxi retail location and inspect it, Xia Ping replied, raising an eyebrow. However, in the interest of fairness, the inspectors at the Quality Control Center ought to be randomly selected, should they not? The man felt a surge of elation within, having taken the bait. Yet, he feigned a semblance of hesitation on his face, and after a brief moment, he replied, very well, this will indeed ensure fairness. Internally, he was already smirking. As the chairman of Fengxi likely believed they intended to manipulate the quality inspectors, little did he know that they had covertly swapped the products transported by Fengxi. There was a traitor within Fengxi. A mere 10 minutes later, just a few hundred meters from Fengxi's headquarters, within a Fengxi retail store, the man personally selected several boxes of scar removal ointment and beauty-enhancing potions from the warehouse, extracting several tubes from them. Shortly thereafter, after some negotiation, a member of the Cosmetics Quality Inspection Center arrived promptly. He was a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor named Zhang Huai, a staff member from the Ningjiang City Cosmetics Quality Inspection Center, randomly chosen by the group, leaving no room for prior collusion. Rest assured, I shall conduct a thorough inspection, adhering strictly to the facts, and provide a satisfactory result for everyone, Zhang Huai stated solemnly, before proceeding to meticulously examine the two products in a prepared room using the equipment he had brought. Xia Ping settled onto a chair, his expression composed, seemingly devoid of any anxiety. This demeanor caused the onlookers to murmur nervously among themselves, speculating whether Fengxi's products were truly free of issues or if someone was indeed attempting to frame Fengxi. Meanwhile, the man adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, barely able to suppress his laughter. Fools, the products in your retail store's warehouse have long since been swapped. Once the test results are released, Fengxi will be finished. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Huai emerged from the room, his demeanor profoundly serious. The crowd immediately held their breath, awaiting the verdict from the quality inspector. Chapter 70, A False Ally? Hey, the man appeared elated, as if he could already envision the furious crowd encircling Xia Ping, their faces a blend of shock and disbelief. Under the scrutiny of countless cameras and smartphones, Zhang Huai took a deep breath and solemnly announced, after my inspection, I can confirm that Fengxi's products are free of any quality issues and contain no harmful substances. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Fengxi's products are problem-free? No, this cannot be. The man looked utterly astounded and incredulous. How could this be? Xia Ping slowly turned his gaze towards him, saying, "Oh, what is impossible? Wasn't it you who suggested the inspection? Wasn't the location chosen by you? Didn't you personally retrieve the products for testing?" His tone grew increasingly frigid, and it felt as though the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. "No, it must be that you colluded with them, that you had conspired in advance." The man bellowed in disbelief, unable to accept the reality. "Those imbeciles. Didn't you say the products had been swapped? You are insulting my integrity and that of our cosmetics quality inspection center." Jiang Huai's face twitched in anger as he glared fiercely at the man. "Oh, but this quality inspector was selected by everyone, wasn't he?" Xia Ping gestured towards the crowd. "Are you implying that they are all my hired stooges? That I am accusing myself?" The eyes of the crowd collectively fixed upon the man. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, the man felt a surge of panic, realizing that he had misspoken in his frenzied outburst and desperately sought to regain control of the situation. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Wait, what about that mother and daughter duo?" Everyone glanced around and indeed found that the previously crying mother and daughter had vanished without a trace. It was evident they had fled. Damn it. The onlookers felt their intelligence insulted, having been incited into a ruckus only to become unwitting pawns in someone else's game. The man was utterly dumbfounded. This was nothing short of a betrayal. With their departure, how could the situation be salvaged? Their flight was an obvious signal to everyone that they were indeed hired accomplices. And why hadn't they taken him along when they fled? The man lamented inwardly, suddenly sensing something amiss. If the boss were to recruit new actors, he should have informed him about that mother and daughter. The man with black-rimmed glasses felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Abruptly turning his gaze towards Xia Ping, Xia Ping wore a subtle smirk. That mother and daughter undoubtedly understood that their escape would irrefutably turn the tide of the entire affair. They were indeed accomplices, but they were Xia Ping's accomplices. "There's a mole. Cease all actions." You. The man trembled with rage, pointing an accusing finger at Xia Ping, instinctively wanting to expose the truth. But upon further reflection, he found himself at a loss. How could I expose this? Should I tell those outside that I am an accomplice hired by the L'Oreal Ningjiang branch, and that mother and daughter were actually hired by Fengzi? That we are not true allies? The crowd's gazes grew increasingly frigid, and the man couldn't help but shiver, his desire to flee intensifying. "Seize him," Xia Ping commanded sharply, and several security guards swiftly apprehended the man. Beep beep. A notification chimed, and Xia Ping glanced at his phone, a smile gracing his lips. In a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of Ningjiang City. Woo-woo. In the dimly lit space, Master Andre Alfred sat bound on the cold ground, with a blindfold over his eyes and a cloth stuffed in his mouth. He struggled violently, his body shaking. With a creak, the sound of the warehouse door being opened echoed through the air. Clop, clop. Someone approached slowly, then came to a halt. After a tense pause, a cold voice resonated. "At last, we meet, Andre Alfred." The blindfold and gag were ripped away, and as Andre's eyes adjusted, he beheld a tall, confident figure standing before him, exuding an icy aura that sent shivers down his spine. "Who are you?" Andre instinctively inquired, then glanced at the several individuals beside the figure, his gaze suddenly locking onto one person. "Feng Chong, did you kidnap me? What do you want?" "I instructed you to abduct Xia Ping, not me." Slap. Feng Chong, his face flushed with anger, delivered a resounding slap to him. "To hell with you. Do you have any idea that Brother Xia is my boss? You dare ask me to kidnap my boss?" Recalling the incident, Feng Chong's temper flared. Days prior, this man named Andre had approached him with cash, requesting assistance in abducting the chairman of Fengzi, offering a staggering 20 million. Such an easy task with such a generous reward felt like a windfall. But when he saw the target's photograph, he nearly jumped out of his skin. The person in the photo was none other than Xia Ping. Feng Chong nearly pulled out his gun to shoot him right there. To ask him to kidnap Xia Ping? Was he trying to get himself killed? However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he agreed to the request, only to immediately report back to Xia Ping. Upon receiving Xia Ping's instructions, they obediently followed his command, fabricating a story that they had kidnapped him, luring Andre out only to knock him unconscious and bring him to this abandoned warehouse. What? Andre was taken aback. Xia Ping was actually Feng Chong's elder brother? Did that mean he had walked straight into a trap? TSK, Master Andre. I never anticipated that our meeting would unfold in such a manner. It is indeed regrettable. Xia Ping sighed and shook his head. What a clever scheme you devised. First, to enlist someone to slander Fengzi's products and create public outcry, then to kidnap me, fabricating the illusion that I was fleeing in guilt. After some time, even if I managed to return alive and prove Fengzi's innocence, the matter would likely have already been settled, wouldn't it? Chapter 71. 2 Mistakes. You are Xia Ping? Andre scoffed. I concede that this time you were lucky. I have stumbled, but so what? You possess no evidence that our L'Oreal group orchestrated this affair. Suddenly, Andre dismissed Xia Ping with disdain. And do you dare to lay a hand on me? My father is the foremost shareholder of the L'Oreal group, the current patriarch of the Alfred family. I advise you to release me promptly. Otherwise, the wrath of the Alfred family is beyond your capacity to endure. In his own estimation, who was Andre Alfred? Xia Ping would never dare to truly harm him. With this thought, his demeanor shifted back to one of arrogance and bravado. You made two mistakes in your earlier statements. First, I possess evidence that all of this was orchestrated by you. Xia Ping produced a recorder, clicking it on with a decisive snap. If you dared to enlist a few people to defame Fengzi's products, you should have let me handle it. What a worthless creature you are. Had you possessed even a modicum of spirit to defeat Fengzi, why would I take such risks? The clear voice emanating from the device froze Andre's expression in shock. How is this possible? The confidence in his eyes evaporated, replaced with panic. I distinctly instructed others to leave. Wait. Lu Chong. That traitor, I shall kill him. Andre howled in fury, suddenly realizing where the recording had originated from. The very individual he had consistently belittled, Lu Chong, had betrayed him. This meant that his supposedly brilliant plan had been under Xia Ping's scrutiny all along. The second mistake. Xia Ping continued, seemingly unfazed. You are so confident that I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you? Andre was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a sinister grin. Lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? Smack. Xia Ping delivered a swift kick to Andre's smug and arrogant face, sending his body spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, the chair binding him shattering apart. You. Andre's teeth shattered, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide with incredulity. TSK, TSK, the face of an Alfred family scion indeed bears an air of nobility. Kicking it feels distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. Xia Ping withdrew his foot, speaking coolly. Bang! The warehouse door swung open, and two burly men entered, dragging a sack that appeared to contain something struggling within. Xiaoge, Fengge, the two said respectfully. This brat nearly made it to the airport, but we managed to bring him back. No one noticed, right? Feng Chong inquired in a low voice. Rest assured, Fengge. You need not worry about our methods. Xia Ping said expressionlessly. Release him. Let our master Andre have a look and see if he recognizes this person. Yes, Xiaoge. One of them dragged the sack forward, and upon untying it, a figure tumbled out. As the individual emerged, he gasped for air, his face flushed. Upon spotting Andre's bewildered expression, he immediately crawled over, tears and snot flowing. Master Andre, you must save me. I did everything according to your instructions. You promised to ensure my safe passage abroad. His voice trailed off abruptly as he registered Andre's disheveled and bloodied state, bound by ropes, resembling a beggar on the street. A chill surged through him. Oh, Director Liu, I never expected this, came Xia Ping's mocking voice from behind. As he looked down upon the factory supervisor he had personally appointed, his expression devoid of any mirth. Chapter 72, Unrelenting. Xiaozong, I was wrong. Director Liu crawled towards Xia Ping, kneeling before him, tears streaming down his face. How much benefit did Andre give you to betray Fengzi? Was what I provided you not sufficient? Xia Ping stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face impassive. Xiaozong, grant me one more chance. The nearly 50-year-old Director Liu continued to plead desperately. Speak. Trembling, Director Liu stammered. 20 million in cash, an assurance of my safety, to be sent abroad. 20 million is indeed a substantial sum. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes, then kicked him to the ground, his voice icy. So, 20 million is enough to buy your betrayal of Fengzi, to replace the company's products with toxic fakes? Do you have any notion of how many innocents would be harmed if those items entered the market? It was all that bastard Andre's instigation. I was just momentarily confused. Xiaozong, grant me another chance. I am not a miser. If you do not want it, I will even offer you more. But only what I provide you can be taken. Xia Ping's voice was devoid of warmth. Should you dare to reach out yourself, I will sever a hand. Even your life may be required in compensation. Upon hearing this, Director Liu, trembling with fear, lunged forward to clutch at Xia Ping's leg, only to be kicked away again, rendering him unconscious. Feng Chong, take this fellow to prison, Xia Ping commanded with a stern expression. Yes, Feng Chong replied promptly. This is not difficult. However, I do not wish for him to emerge from there. Xia Ping turned to Feng Chong with a smile that did not reach his eyes. With so many bad people in prison, it would not be unusual for one or two to accidentally perish in a brawl, would it? Director Liu had crossed his line. Had he sought to gain some benefits through other means, Xia Ping might not have been overly concerned. But the fact that he had attempted to substitute toxic cosmetics and even sold himself out had surpassed the bounds of his tolerance. Xia Ping considered himself no paragon of virtue. He was merely a vengeful individual, and the world had enough saints without needing one more of his kind. Feng Chong took a deep breath and nodded gravely. I understand. He suddenly felt a wave of dread. Reflecting on how he once dared to point a gun at Xia Ping and was not killed then seemed to be the greatest stroke of luck in the world. So, Xia Ping turned his attention back to Andre, as if pondering, how should I deal with you? Do not kill me. I can give you money, any amount you desire. Andre screamed, his voice turning shrill with terror. Witnessing Xia Ping so casually determine a person's fate with just a few words had shattered his composure. These people are demons. Fear not, I will not kill you. Approaching Andre, Xia Ping crouched beside him, a benevolent smile gracing his features as he gently patted Andre's shoulder. In that fleeting moment of contact, a surge of inner power coursed into Andre's body, obliterating his frail meridians. A piercing scream escaped Andre's lips as his eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. Xia Ping had shattered all of his meridians with a force undetectable by modern medicine, ensuring that while Andre would not perish immediately, his body would gradually weaken and wither away. In approximately 6 months, he would meet an untimely demise. Given that Andre was the primary heir of the Alfred family, a lineage of sensitive standing, his assault on Xia Ping warranted a death sentence. However, it was crucial that he did not die here, nor at this moment. Let him linger for another 6 months, thought Xia Ping. Rising to his feet, he added, break his legs and dispose of him, but ensure no traces remain. Rest assured, boss, I am well versed in such matters, Feng Chong sneered. Drag him away. Xia Ping turned and strode towards the exit, faintly hearing Andre's anguished cries behind him as he stepped out of the warehouse. No, what are you doing? How dare you? Simultaneously, the official platform of Fengzi released the recorded conversation between Andre and Lu Chong as evidence, with Lu Chong, chairman of L'Oreal's Ningjiang branch, personally recording a video to unveil the truth. An uproar ensued. Chapter 73, Subsequent Repercussions. Although this incident primarily stemmed from Andre's personal actions, it was inevitably linked to the entire L'Oreal group in the eyes of the public. The internet erupted in outrage. L'Oreal, a renowned brand with over a century of history, faced an unprecedented blow to its reputation. Countless netizens took to social media to accuse L'Oreal and vowed to cease using its products. In stark contrast, the name Fengzi resonated with an ever-growing audience, as more consumers began to appreciate the efficacy of Fengzi cosmetics and became loyal fans. Fengzi commenced its promotional campaign throughout the entirety of Huagua, gradually encroaching upon a market that had long been monopolized. In the past week alone, Fengzi's weekly sales soared to an astonishing 4.5 billion. Based on this figure, annual revenue could reach a staggering 216 billion. Moreover, this figure only reflects current data. As Fengzi expands, it will continue to rise until saturation is achieved. Fengzi ascends with an incredible velocity, in stark contrast to the jubilant celebrations at Fengzi. L'Oreal's operations across Huagua have suffered a significant reputational decline, with revenues plummeting. L'Oreal's branches throughout Huagua were subjected to heightened scrutiny by Fengzi, becoming prime targets during the expansion. Meanwhile, factions within L'Oreal's headquarters, aside from the Alfred family, seized the opportunity to denounce and suppress them. The Alfred family had held dominion over L'Oreal for nearly 70 years. Their positions seemingly unassailable, yet discontent had long simmered among many who yearned for a shift in power. The current patriarch, Baptiste Alfred, was furious upon hearing the news and announced the revocation of Andre's status as primary heir, summoning him back to the homeland. However, Xia Ping remained indifferent. Andre had crossed him, and thus he must face the consequences. Even the Alfred family was inconsequential. Otherwise, would it not lead others to believe Xia Ping was an easy target? In Paris, at the Saint Roch Manor, within an exquisitely appointed study, crash. Priceless antiques shattered upon the floor, reduced to worthless fragments. These were the cherished collectibles of the patriarch, gathered at great expense from auctions and museums around the globe. And it was the first time the patriarch had displayed such rage. The butler stood by, trembling, too fearful to utter a word. Clearly, young Master Andre's predicament had genuinely incensed the patriarch. Baptiste Alfred fumed, his voice rising in furious roars. What a wretched fool! What a wretched fool! What a wretched fool! What on earth has Andre done? Does he intend to drive me to my grave? After a prolonged tirade, Baptiste's fury began to wane, and he gasped, has Andre returned? Patriarch, young Master Andre is expected to arrive in Paris tomorrow morning, the butler replied. When he arrives, confine that scoundrel. I do not wish to see him. Baptiste's countenance darkened. Yes, the butler responded, yet inwardly mused. The patriarch still cares for young Master Andre. Confining him now seems less a punishment and more a form of protection. Furthermore, the board meeting will convene in the afternoon, and you are invited to attend. The butler added with a bow. Humph, those scoundrels can scarcely contain themselves. Baptiste's expression was overshadowed by a cloud of discontent as he waved his hand. Arrange my schedule. I wish to see what they dare to do. Contact Edmund. The previous arrangements must be activated. Mr. Xia, we have acquired 38.5 of the shares in L'Oreal's Ningjiang branch, becoming the largest shareholder. We must continue purchasing until my holdings surpass 51 to gain control of L'Oreal's Ningjiang branch. Within Villa Ziyue No. 1, Xia Ping leisurely sipped tea while instructing over the phone. It would not be long before this L'Oreal headquarters in Huagua, the most critical base, fell into my hands. How unpredictable the world can be. As for the choice of management personnel, Xia Ping grinned like a cunning fox, his spirits lifted. Let Lu Chang continue as the company's president. His willingness is no longer of my concern. Having pledged allegiance to me, he has forfeited his right to choose. Who would dare to employ such a traitor? Suddenly reminded of an ongoing matter, Xia Ping decided to change his attire and drove away from Ziyue Manor, heading towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 74, Blind Date. In the remote suburbs of Ningjiang City, a seemingly unremarkable logistics warehouse, having undergone numerous renovations, awaited. Xia Ping exited his vehicle, greeted by a team of astute security personnel patrolling the area, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Mr. Xia. Upon spotting him, they stood at attention, saluting respectfully before activating the intricate electronic gate. With a rumble, the heavy alloy doors creaked open. Even a direct assault would scarcely breach this formidable barrier. Inside the warehouse lay an expansive hall, partitioned into separate rooms, where staff in lab coats hurriedly moved about, surrounded by an array of intricate machinery components. Meanwhile, Song Wei was engaged in conversation with another individual. Upon noticing Xia Ping's entrance, his face lit up with surprise. Mr. Xia, you've arrived. Song Wei, how is the task I assigned you progressing? Xia Ping inquired with a smile. The process is progressing smoothly, with the components and construction of this production machine being remarkably intricate and complex. However, most challenges have been surmounted, and the finished product should be ready soon. Song Wei spoke with a serious demeanor, then could not help but inquire. By the way, is this the new cosmetic product developed by our company? It seems unlikely to be mass-produced. If it is cosmetics, what significance does it hold if it cannot be produced in bulk? Are we to sell it individually for millions or even tens of millions? But if it is not cosmetics, then what could it possibly be? The more Xia Ping refrained from divulging information, the more curious he became, maintaining an air of mystery. Xia Ping chuckled softly and shook his head. You'll find out in due time. In many respects, it has indeed transcended the realm of cosmetics. Indeed, this enigmatic experimental base, constructed in the desolate outskirts, is engaged in the production of a longevity elixir. Such a miraculous substance is not easily manufactured. Even with detailed formulas and machine designs in hand, extensive research and precision calibration are required, leaving no room for carelessness. Xia Ping stated seriously, you must supervise this matter diligently. Under no circumstances should any information be leaked. The reason I entrusted this task to you is due to my unwavering faith in you. Upon hearing this, Song Wei felt a surge of emotion. Xia Ping had entrusted him with such a crucial responsibility, and he must not let his expectations down. By the way, Song Wei, congratulations. You have been promoted to the workshop director of the Elegance Production Factory. Suddenly recalling something, Xia Ping smiled. The formal appointment letter should arrive shortly, so be prepared. Song Wei was somewhat perplexed. What about Director Liu? He resigned due to some family matters and likely won't return. Xia Ping replied nonchalantly. Let's not dwell on him. You must perform while moving forward. Yes, I will give it my utmost. Song Wei declared solemnly, thumping his chest. After a brief inspection of the experimental base to ensure everything was in order, Xia Ping drove towards the city center. He had arranged to meet the daughter of Chun Xiu's high school classmate this afternoon. Opening the WeChat chat history, he saw her profile picture, which was reportedly her own, a fairly attractive girl with long black hair, named Chu Xintong. Her parents owned a company, and their family assets were quite substantial. The name was elegant, and her appearance was pleasing. Xia Ping nodded slightly. However, compared to my Iwan, she pales in comparison. At 3:20 p.m., Xia Ping arrived at the designated location, a pleasant Starbucks cafe in the city center, 10 minutes ahead of schedule. This was his habit, a way to express respect for others. However, by 3:30 p.m., not a single soul was in sight, which left Xia Ping feeling displeased. While he did not expect everyone to arrive early like himself, he held a strong aversion to tardiness. Yet, reflecting on the fact that he was only attending to appease his mother, his mood calmed once more. Perhaps there was an unexpected emergency causing the delay. Waiting a little longer was no issue. But as another half hour passed with no sign of Chu Xintong, Xia Ping's irritation escalated. He picked up his phone and dialed several times. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. What the heck? Xia Ping had no choice but to send her a WeChat message. Did we not agree to meet at 3:30? Where are you now? A few minutes later, Chu Xintong replied with a curt on my way. Xia Ping frowned. Even if something had come up, a simple phone call to inform him would have been basic courtesy. Yet she chose to remain silent until he inquired, and then responded with just 3 words. No explanation. Chapter 75. Goodbye to you. After waiting another 10 minutes, Xia Ping still had not seen Chu Xintong. He scoffed coldly. Did she think she was someone special, able to stand others up simply because of her looks? Did she truly believe herself deserving of such admiration? Fine. If she did not wish to meet me, then I would relish my freedom. Xia Ping downed his coffee in one gulp, settled the bill, and sent a message. I have other matters to attend to. Since you are so busy, I will take my leave. A few dozen meters away from Starbucks, a rather attractive girl was walking leisurely. It was none other than Chu Xintong. His date for the day. Humph, just a poor boy from the countryside thinks he can go on a date with me. How laughable. She decided to let him wait a while longer before meeting him, but he was indeed quite handsome and might be considered as a backup option for future needs. Chu Xintong glanced at her phone, smirking with disdain. Her family assets were worth tens of millions, and she was an elite graduate from a prestigious university. What did this Xia Ping have to offer beyond a pretty face? She heard he was just a small employee at a gaming company, renting a place to live. Was someone like him even worthy of being with her? Nevertheless, as he was the son of her mother's classmate, she felt obligated to meet him to avoid disrespecting the other party. Beep. I have arrived. She smiled at her phone, only to be momentarily stunned. That Xia Ping had the audacity to leave without waiting for her? What a joke. That guy actually dared to run off without her? He was just a penniless nobody pretending to be important. Furious, Chu Xintong stomped her foot and hurriedly sent Xia Ping a WeChat message. Hey, how could you leave me here alone? You're a guy. Isn't it too uncouth and petty of you? I've seen many guys trying to act indifferent to attract girls' attention. It's quite annoying, you know? Is it really that amusing? She completely failed to realize she had kept Xia Ping waiting for over 40 minutes and spoke with an air of reproach and superiority. At that moment, Xia Ping had just settled into his Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow and was left speechless upon reading her reply. How could there be a woman so self-centered? Believing the world revolved around her. Did she expect him to grovel and send messages like it's okay, I'm waiting for you, to attract her? Did she truly think she was a goddess and that every man should adore her? How absurd. Iwan was infinitely superior to her. Xia Ping's impression of the yet-to-be-met Chu Xintong plummeted, and he had no desire to engage further. He promptly clicked on her profile picture, accessed the function list, and selected Add to Blacklist. With a swift motion, he blocked her. Off you go. Goodbye. He pressed the accelerator and elegantly departed in his Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. Meanwhile, Chu Xintong continued to bombard Xia Ping with messages, cursing him, only to suddenly realize her messages were being rejected. It dawned on her that she had been blocked. That Xia Ping had the audacity to block her. Chu Xintong was utterly enraged. She had always been the center of attention, both in school and in society. Boys vying for her affection could form a battalion, yet none had ever caught her eye. Confident in her family background and looks, she was determined to secure a good offer for herself. In the eyes of Chu Xintong, it was a foregone conclusion that she would marry into a wealthy family, becoming a member of high society. How could she possibly look favorably upon someone as ordinary as Xia Ping? To her astonishment, this seemingly inconsequential and impoverished individual dared to block her. Surely, he was overestimating his own worth. As she seethed with frustration, the thunderous roar of a revving engine caught her attention. Looking up, she beheld a silver Rolls-Royce speeding away in the distance. A Rolls-Royce, Chu Xintong gasped, her eyes sparkling with admiration and excitement. How vexing it was that she hadn't arrived earlier. Surely, it must have belonged to some wealthy heir. How could she have missed such a splendid opportunity? Though she felt a pang of regret, her gaze soon filled with confidence and hope. It was merely a missed chance. Her destiny was undoubtedly intertwined with such affluent individuals, cruising in a Rolls-Royce together. What did Xia Ping's pretentiousness matter? Reality was always stark, and he belonged to a completely different world than hers. With her heart still simmering with anger, Chu Xintong returned to her home, a quaint villa nestled within the Yangjing community. Upon entering, she was approached by a woman of regal bearing, her mother, Wang Feng, who happened to be a former classmate of Chen Xiua. Wang Feng looked somewhat surprised. Didn't you go on a blind date? Why are you back so soon? Don't even mention that guy. He infuriates me. Chu Xintong voiced her grievances, embellishing the tale of her encounter and placing all the blame squarely on Xia Ping. Mother, what sort of person have you found for me? That boy truly lacks any sense of occasion. Wang Feng frowned. She had never been particularly keen on the blind date either, as she cherished her only daughter. Although she herself hailed from humble beginnings, her circumstances had long since improved, and her expectations for a future son-in-law were understandably high. But what were Xia Ping's qualifications? Yet, out of deference to an old classmate, she had felt compelled to relent, harboring a desire to showcase her family's status through this matchmaking endeavor. But that young man's lack of appreciation left her feeling quite disgruntled. Dear daughter, do not be upset. I shall call Chen Xiua shortly and inquire what qualifications her son has to mistreat my daughter. Wang Feng quickly comforted Chu Xintong, then added, Gu Xian visited us earlier and is upstairs now. You two haven't seen each other in ages. Why not go and catch up? Gu Xian is here. A look of delight spread across Chu Xintong's face as she hurried upstairs. Chapter 76. Gu Xian's Invitation. Gu Xian, let me tell you. I went on a blind date with a man today, and it was utterly infuriating. A mere office worker, a complete nobody, had the audacity to leave me because I was a bit late, and he even blocked me on WeChat. Can you believe the gall of that man? Chu Xintong vented, her words spilling forth about Xia Ping, until suddenly her eyes lit up. By the way, I saw someone driving away in a Rolls-Royce outside the cafe today. Only someone of that caliber is worthy of my pursuit. I believe it's best to be with someone you genuinely like. Mutual affection is paramount, Gu Xian said earnestly. Ah, you! Chu Xintong exclaimed in exasperation. Is this ridiculous notion why you rejected Su Jingyang's advances? He is the nephew of Su Ho. Do you even comprehend what Su Ho represents? He is the current vice president of Fengzi, a thriving giant in the cosmetics industry. The L'Oréal Ningjiang branch is the headquarters of the L'Oréal Group in Huaguo, a colossal entity worth hundreds of billions, which was recently acquired by Fengzi. With such a formidable background and a handsome appearance, how could you ignore him? I simply do not like him, Gu Xian replied, her brow adorably furrowed. Chu Xintong, filled with frustration, continued to implore, you must understand, Fengzi is rising so rapidly. Aligning with such a powerful entity could ensure an unlimited future. You too, operate a cosmetics retail chain. Wouldn't having Su Jingyang's connections grant you advantageous terms with suppliers? I still do not like him. I will only be with someone I genuinely care for, Gu Xian asserted resolutely. Chu Xintong, in a fit of indignation, retorted, if you cannot even appreciate Su Jingyang, then who could possibly meet your standards? Do you know anyone more exceptional than him? Why doesn't Su Jingyang like me? Chu Xintong sighed inwardly. He was undoubtedly an ideal choice in every aspect, yet her dream of a perfect partner seemed to be enamored with the simple-minded Gu Xian. What made her superior? A flicker of barely concealed jealousy glimmered in her eyes as she regarded Gu Xian. Someone I like, Gu Xian murmured, and suddenly the memory of Xia Ping, the man who had rescued her from danger, flashed before her eyes. His handsome face, his cool demeanor, and that moment when he had touched her foot. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she buried her face in her pillow, unable to contain her embarrassment. Right. Although they had exchanged a few words, she still hadn't had the chance to invite him to dinner to express her gratitude. With this in mind, Gu Xian quickly lifted her head, pulled out her phone, and began to message Xia Ping. At Villa Ziyue, within the gym, Xia Ping was diligently honing his control over the internal strength coursing through his body. Upon learning of the existence of the ancient martial arts realm, a sense of urgency to enhance his own power had surged within him. The release of the game Tianxia was still some time away. After all, producing a AAA title was no simple feat. It typically required 2 to 3 years. However, Xia Ping was under a deadline for his tasks. He could not afford to wait that long. Despite investing substantial funds and resources, delegating portions of the project to top-tier outsourcing firms, and innovating with the production model, completion would not be feasible until next year at the earliest. Yet, Xia Ping felt conflicted regarding the completion of his phase tasks. Besides the 2 advanced physical enhancement potions, the other reward was the potential to double his current assets upon task completion. His wealth was on an accelerated growth trajectory, fueled by both the rapidly expanding Fengzi and the rewards from subsequent tasks, ensuring that his financial standing would continue to rise. Viewed from this perspective, the longer he delayed completing the phase tasks, the greater the potential to maximize the doubling effect of his assets. Such a dilemma. Nevertheless, Xia Ping leaned towards acquiring the advanced physical enhancement potions sooner, hastening his ascension to the level of a grandmaster and bolstering his strength. In comparison to wealth and influence, possessing formidable personal power was far more reassuring. Strength was something that could never be taken away. Until then, all he could do was strive to master the burgeoning power within him, so that when he obtained the advanced potions, he could consume them without delay. Lacking the corresponding ancient martial arts cultivation methods, he could not enhance his internal strength through training. However, this was of little concern, as the effects of the enhancement potions far outweighed the slow process of self-cultivation. He simply lacked the patience for arduous training. Xia Ping sat cross-legged, his breathing deep and rhythmic, each inhalation allowing him to feel the internal energy flowing within him, increasing his familiarity with it. After a while, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and opened his eyes. Upon glancing at his phone, Xia Ping discovered that the young woman he had rescued on the way home from a class reunion, named Gu Xian, had invited him to dinner the following day, expressing her gratitude for his timely assistance. To be candid, Xia Ping had nearly forgotten about the incident. It was indeed refreshing to encounter someone who understood the value of gratitude. A faint smile tugged at his lips. After all, he had merely acted to fulfill a task. Yet it was only natural for her to wish to express her appreciation. Declining her invitation would have seemed rather impolite. Moreover, had it not been for that special mission, he would not have acquired 3 remarkable cosmetic formulas. In a sense, he ought to be grateful to her as well. All right, he replied succinctly. How splendid. On the other end, Gu Xian, eagerly staring at the screen, leapt up from her bed upon receiving the unexpected message. Her delicate face flushed with excitement at the thought of seeing Xia Ping again the next day. What is the matter? Inquired Chu Xintong, her expression laced with confusion. The person who saved me last time. I'd like to invite him to dinner tomorrow, Gu Xian replied. Noticing Gu Xian's animated demeanor, Chu Xintong's expression shifted to one of concern. You're not actually developing feelings for him, are you? What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Xian instinctively retorted, her expression betraying a hint of fluster, her eyes darting away. Seeing her reaction, Chu Xintong grasped the situation immediately and urged, Xian, you know nothing of his background. You mustn't act recklessly. Yes, he saved you, but there's no need to offer your heart in return. What if his intentions are ulterior? He is not like that at all. He is a genuinely good person and quite capable. Gu Xian defended Xia Ping, feeling a twinge of displeasure at her friend's disparagement. He merely drove away a couple of ruffians. In this world, physical prowess means little. What truly matters is a solid family background and cultivated manners, Chu Xintong countered, shaking her head. I don't care about that, Gu Xian muttered defiantly. Chu Xintong felt a surge of frustration. She had promised Su Jingyang to help him win over Gu Xian in exchange for introductions to several affluent young men. The sudden emergence of an unknown rival was naturally disconcerting to her. Observing Gu Xian's stubbornness, Chu Xintong's mind raced. Then I shall accompany you tomorrow. He saved my good friend, and I must thank him as well. Fine, Gu Xian hesitated briefly, but seeing the logic in Chu Xintong's argument, she acquiesced. The following morning, at the appointed hour, Xia Ping drove towards the designated location, the lakeside restaurant. Given the informal nature of the meeting, he opted for casual attire rather than his usual branded formal wear. The lakeside restaurant, as its name suggests, is an upscale establishment situated by the water's edge, featuring ordinary private rooms along the shore and 18 luxurious lakeside chambers, offering breathtaking views and a tranquil ambience. An exquisite venue for indulging in fine cuisine. Gu Xian had informed him to meet in the 7th private room. How delightful it is for her to invite me here. Gu Xian must not be an ordinary individual. Xia Ping mused, though he felt only a fleeting sense of wonder, for with his current financial standing, few experiences remained beyond his reach. Following the long corridor that extended from the shore into the lake, Xia Ping arrived at the entrance of room 7 and knocked. The door swung open, revealing an enthusiastic voice. Ah, you're the one who saved Xian. I am profoundly grateful. As the words tumbled forth, the speaker was abruptly struck dumb, as if a fishbone had lodged in her throat, followed by an incredulous gasp. Xia Ping's brow furrowed in surprise. What a small world it was. Wasn't he this Chu Xintong, the matchmaker his mother had introduced him to yesterday? What was she doing here? Xintong, what's wrong? Gu Xian, drawn by the commotion, approached the door and beamed upon seeing Xia Ping. You've arrived. Come in. Upon entering the private room, Xia Ping directly inquired, who are you two? Oh, Chu Xintong is my good friend. What? You two know each other? Gu Xian asked, her curiosity piqued. Know each other? More than that. Chu Xintong's expression darkened as she pointed at Xia Ping, saying, this is the man my mother set me up with yesterday, Gu Xian. A person who saves you must have ulterior motives. Don't let him deceive you. Xia Ping's expression soured slightly. If I am unwelcome here, I shall take my leave. I only came due to Gu Xian's insistence on expressing her gratitude. Wait, Gu Xian exclaimed in frustration, caught between her loyal friend and her savior. It was a predicament she found most difficult to navigate. How pretentious. You think we're going to fall for your act? You're merely trying to attract attention with that false demeanor. Do you really think you stand a chance with Gu Xian? Chu Xintong's tone was icy. You ought to know your place. You're merely a small-time employee at a gaming company, and your parents are just ordinary farmers. What makes you think you belong in the same world as us? Do you truly believe you're of such high standing that you can look down on me? Xia Ping retorted, a hint of anger simmering beneath his calm facade. Though Chu Xintong was the daughter of his mother's acquaintance, his patience had its limits. Amusing. Isn't it? Even now, you're putting on airs. Chu Xintong scoffed. If it weren't for Gu Xian inviting you, you'd never have the opportunity to dine in such a place as this, no matter how much you resent it. The truth remains, you and I exist in entirely different realms. Suddenly, a voice interjected, is that Xian? A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with an amiable appearance, stood outside the open door of the private room. Su Jingyang, what brings you here? Gu Xian asked, her brow furrowing slightly in displeasure. I came with my family's elders and happened to overhear your voices. What a surprise to see you and Chu Xintong here. He replied. Chu Xintong, who had previously worn an air of haughtiness, immediately transformed her demeanor upon seeing him, greeting him with a bright smile. Why, it's Su Zhengyang. Please come in. The transformation in her attitude was as dramatic as a Sichuan opera face change. Xintong, Gu Xian began, wanting to voice her discontent. But Chu Xintong shot her a glare and swiftly ushered Su Zhengyang inside. Xia Ping, allow me to introduce you. This is Su Zhengyang, the nephew of Vice President Su Ho. He is a devoted admirer of Gu Xian, Chu Xintong announced with a tone of superiority, casting a knowing glance at Su Zhengyang. Now, he should comprehend the disparity between us. If he had any sense, he would abandon his unrealistic notions and apologize for his previous rudeness. Su Zhengyang's brow furrowed as he seemed to grasp the situation, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had previously been indifferent to Xia Ping, casting only a fleeting glance in his direction. His identity and background provided him with the audacity to look down upon others. With the rise of his allure, countless prominent figures who once commanded his admiration now flocked to curry favor with him. Yet, a mere glance from Chu Xintong enlightened him to certain truths. Observing Xia Ping in his unremarkable attire, a sardonic smile crept across his face. Did he really think he could undermine me? Such arrogance is truly astounding. The woman I, Su Zhengyang, have set my sights on is not someone who can be toyed with by others. Now he holds himself in such high regard, dismissing ordinary people entirely. Especially with Xia Ping's astonishingly handsome visage, a flicker of jealousy ignited within him. But what use is mere good looks? With just a flick of my pinky, I could obliterate him. Oh, I wonder what this Xia Ping does for a living. Adjusting his glasses, Su Zhengyang inquired with a malicious glint in his eyes. Before Xia Ping could respond, Chu Xintong interjected. He's just a minor employee at a gaming company. Su Zhengyang's disdain deepened. Is this all he has to offer? With such meager capabilities, he dares to pursue Gu Xian and challenge me? He stepped closer to Xia Ping and murmured. I advise you to keep your distance from Gu Xian. On one hand, he intended to spare Xia Ping some face, while on the other, he wished to avoid leaving an aggressive impression in Gu Xian's eyes. He presumed the other would retreat in the face of adversity. Yet, Xia Ping retorted. Who gave you the right to call me brother? Su Zhengyang's expression froze in disbelief. What? Fury surged within him. He never anticipated such blatant disrespect. This was the first time he encountered someone so audacious. Without a matching status, one ought to remain humble, otherwise, trouble is easily invited. Su Zhengyang said ominously, Oh. So your identity is quite impressive then? Xia Ping asked casually. Were you deaf just now? Su Zhengyang replied with a proud demeanor. The vice president of Fengzi, Su Ho, is my uncle. Huh, you wouldn't happen to be unaware of Fengzi, would you? The nephew of the vice president of Fengzi? What tremendous clout. Yet Xia Ping coldly responded. But I assure you, even if Su Ho himself were here, he wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. Oh, is that so? I would very much like to see who possesses such audacity. A chilling voice announced as a man in a suit entered the room. Sporting a distinctive mustache, exuding an air of authority. Su Ho. Both Chu Xintong and Gu Xian were taken aback, never expecting Su Ho to be present. Was Su Zhengyang's earlier mention of accompanying an elder referring to Su Ho? This time, that young man is finished. Chu Xintong couldn't help but clap her hands in silent glee. Realizing he likely hadn't anticipated that his brash boasting would lead him to confront the very person he had disrespected. Perhaps this opportunity would allow her to be introduced to the illustrious Su Ho through Su Zhengyang. She glanced at Gu Xian, who appeared pale, silently thinking, Xian, I'm doing this for your own good. Xia Ping is merely someone with lofty aspirations, but no real capabilities. It's best for you to awaken to reality sooner rather than later. Anxiously, Gu Xian rushed to Xia Ping and urged, Xia Ping, you should apologize to Mr. Su immediately. She then turned to Su Ho, flustered, Mr. Su, my friend was just joking. Gu Xian's boldness to defend Xia Ping at the risk of offending Su Ho surprised Xia Ping. Su Zhengyang, meanwhile, couldn't help but sneer. This fool doesn't realize that I came here with Uncle Su. Now he has openly confronted him. Let us see how he gets out of this. Thinking this, Su Zhengyang looked at Su Ho, expecting to see a darkened countenance filled with fury. However, when he truly beheld his uncle's expression, he was stunned. Su Ho's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his face twitching with an almost grotesque expression. After a long pause, Su Ho finally managed to force a smile that resembled more of a grimace. Summer, what brings you here? Summer? The faces of all present were filled with disbelief, stunned and puzzled. Yet, coupled with Su Ho's drenched in sweat and terrified expression, a chilling realization dawned upon them. Could it be that Xia Ping is a figure of considerable significance? Impossible, this cannot be true. Chu Xintong's mind screamed in denial. Su Zhengyang stood frozen, trembling as he stammered, "Uncle Su, what's wrong? Have you made a mistake? Why am I here?" Xia Ping's smile faded. "What? Must I now report to you about my whereabouts?" "Never, never." Suho was nearly in tears, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. He had originally come to the lakeside restaurant for a meal with friends, intending to introduce his nephew to the world. Instead, he found himself confronting someone who openly scorned him, igniting his fury and compelling him to teach this audacious individual a lesson, only to discover upon entering that it was Xia Ping. Had he not just danced on the edge of oblivion? Suho trembled as he turned to Su Zhengyang, delivering a slap that left him disoriented, half his face swelling. "You foolish wretch! How dare you offend Mr. Xia? Hurry and go apologize." Su Zhengyang had never seen his uncle so furious. Realizing the gravity of his blunder, he approached Xia Ping, trembling, and stammered, "Xia Ping, no, Mr. Xia, I was wrong. Please forgive my insolence. Do not hold it against me." His palm nearly bled from the pressure of his grip. Never had Su Zhengyang endured such humiliation, especially in front of the woman he sought. "Little Su, in this world, one must learn to be humble. You could take a cue from me on that front," Xia Ping remarked, laden with implication. "Is this your idea of humility? You're clearly playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger." Su Zhengyang nearly wept, trembling. "Yes, yes." Xia Ping, uninterested in further engaging him, turned to the astonished Chu Xintong. As he caught her gaze, she trembled uncontrollably. Her family's assets barely reached several million, yet Su Zhengyang had to curry favor with him, while Su Ho, the vice president of Fengzi, was groveling before Xia Ping like a child who had misbehaved. The disparity in their stature was terrifying. A toad aspiring to consume swan flesh? Pretentious and utterly ignorant? With each word Xia Ping uttered, he stepped closer, as if every syllable were a hammer striking Chu Xintong's heart, leaving her reeling, her complexion paling further. "You are absolutely right. We are indeed not of the same world." This final declaration shattered Chu Xintong entirely. The identity of the ignorant and arrogant one became painfully clear. At that moment, Gu Xian gazed at Xia Ping with eyes that, aside from barely concealed astonishment, sparkled with pride and admiration. The man she had chosen was undeniably extraordinary, far beyond the reach of someone like Su Zhengyang, who merely wielded borrowed authority. In her gaze towards Chu Xintong, there lay an unmistakable hint of disappointment, as the other's behavior had truly let her down. "Let's go," Xia Ping said to Gu Xian in a nonchalant manner. "Huh? Where to?" Gu Xian was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what this meant. Xia Ping continued, "Let's change our location. This place is simply too suffocating and vexatious." He then stepped outside, with Su Ho and Su Zhengyang promptly making way, while Gu Xian hurriedly followed suit. "Uncle, who exactly is he?" Su Zhengyang could no longer restrain his curiosity. Su Ho wiped the cold sweat from his brow and shot him a fierce glare. "You nearly got me killed this time. How could you provoke General Manager Xia? And you dare ask who he is? He is the chairman who recently crushed and absorbed the L'Oreal Ningjiang branch, now sweeping through the cosmetics market across neighboring provinces. The entire Fengzi brand belongs to him." "What?" Su Zhengyang's disbelief deepened. That was Fengzi, a name believed to be on the cusp of dominating the domestic market and establishing a colossal cosmetics empire. The seemingly 20-something Xia Ping, dressed in inexpensive clothing, was indeed the owner of such a colossal entity. Chu Xintong's body trembled involuntarily, and then she dashed out frantically to pursue Xia Ping and Gu Xian, only to witness the two of them entering a luxurious silver Rolls-Royce Phantom, speeding away. Wasn't that the same Rolls-Royce she had seen at the Starbucks? Chu Xintong was momentarily stunned, quickly retrieving her phone to verify, standing frozen in place. 98 million for a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Memories of the mysterious tycoon from Ningjiang, who drove a nearly billion-yuan limited edition Rolls-Royce and had aggressively bid 10 billion at an auction for the Ziwa No. 1 villa, flooded her mind. A wave of regret washed over her. Such a person was originally meant to meet her for a blind date. Chu Xintong, oh Chu Xintong, you fancied yourself rational and astute, yet you were, from the very beginning, the most foolish one. You are merely a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the sky. Chapter 80, A Touch and Dash, what a thrill. After Xia Ping and Gu Xian departed, they drove to a tranquil cafe. "One mocha, please." Xia Ping instructed the waiter. "I'll have the same," Gu Xian added, glancing at Xia Ping with hesitation. "I truly apologize for what happened earlier. I didn't expect Chu Xintong to be so unreasonable, nor did I foresee Su Zhengyang coincidentally being there. You need not apologize for the actions of others. It is not your fault," Xia Ping replied with a slight smile. "I felt honored to rescue a stunning beauty like you from peril that night." "Honored? What does he mean by that?" Gu Xian felt her cheeks inexplicably flush, her breath quickening, her thoughts wandering inappropriately. Xia Ping, oblivious to her turmoil, took a sip of his coffee and frowned slightly. This is truly dreadful. After all, He had grown accustomed to the finest coffee brewed from the most expensive, pure beans, crafted by skilled baristas. Over time, his palate had indeed become quite discerning. Gradually, the two of them cast aside the earlier awkwardness and engaged in cheerful conversation. "Oh, so you are the chairman of Fengzi?" Gu Xian exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise, drawing the attention of other patrons in the cafe. She quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. "Is it really that unbelievable?" Xia Ping chuckled. "Of course. You look so young. Yet you are the chairman of such a large corporation." Gu Xian remarked. "Now I understand why Su Ho was so frightened. I never expected it would be you." Xia Ping shrugged, half-jokingly saying, "It's fortunate it was Su Ho. Had it been someone else, they might have mistaken me for a brash young man and given me a good thrashing." With a chuckle, Gu Xian couldn't help but laugh. "And your family runs a cosmetics retail chain as well? What a coincidence." Xia Ping responded, "If you wish to collaborate with Fengzi, just mention my name, and I'll make the necessary introductions." "That won't do." Gu Xian hurriedly replied, "You've already saved me, and now you're offering to help me further. I couldn't possibly accept that." Yet, why was Xia Ping so eager to assist her? Did he perhaps harbor feelings for her? As this thought crossed her mind, her heart raced, but instead of feeling the aversion and disgust she had towards Su Jingyang, she felt a hint of joy. These are mere trifles, nothing worth mentioning. Xia Ping smiled. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Xian was overthinking. His offer to help was simply a small matter for him, and he held a degree of admiration for her. As she stood up for him in front of Su Ho without knowing his true identity, in the pleasant and relaxed atmosphere, time slipped away unnoticed. At their parting, Gu Xian earnestly thanked Xia Ping once more. She gazed at his handsome, resolute face adorned with a gentle smile, her demeanor becoming bashful and somewhat hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. "What's wrong?" Xia Ping inquired, puzzled. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xian seemed to summon her courage. Her lips slightly parting as she declared, "Xia Ping, I like you." Having been rescued from the clutches of nefarious villains, as she lay against Xia Ping's chest, gazing at his composed and handsome face, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety and reliability. It was at that moment that her affection for him had blossomed. The confidence and authority he exhibited in the face of Su Ho and Su Jingyang had further captivated her. Now at last, Gu Xian could no longer suppress her feelings and revealed her heart to Xia Ping. Happiness must be fought for through one's own efforts. Meow, meow, meow. Xia Ping was utterly bewildered. Did this kind of development truly follow after a heroic rescue? Ding. The host has triggered a special random task, an unexpected confession. Task content. Accept the confession from the beautiful woman before you. Task success reward, 5 billion in assets. Task failure penalty, 5 billion in assets. Xia Ping rubbed his forehead, chuckling bitterly. The system's task was truly putting him in a bind. Gu Xian stared at him anxiously, awaiting his response. After a long pause, Xia Ping sighed and said to Gu Xian, I'm sorry. You don't like me?" Gu Xian's body trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "No, you are a wonderful girl, beautiful and kind. How could there be a man who doesn't like you?" Xia Ping scratched his head, speaking earnestly. "But I already have a girlfriend, so I cannot accept your confession." Ding. Special random task. Unexpected confession completed unsuccessfully. Ding. Hostess assets, 5 billion. Xia Ping's lips twitched imperceptibly, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. 5 billion. Inside, he was screaming, I accept. I accept. Can I just accept it? Yet, in reality, he kept such thoughts to himself. I see Gu Xian suddenly broke into a smile, wiping away her tears, and said, "I thought you might dislike me because of today's events. As long as you don't harbor any ill feelings towards me, I am overjoyed. For it suggests that I still have a chance, does it not? However, this is my first confession, and to be rejected is somewhat disheartening." Observing Gu Xian's earnestness and determination, along with the subtle sorrow concealed beneath, her tear-streaked face evoked an instinctive desire to protect and cherish her. Such a sight compelled Xia Ping to let out a deep sigh. He slowly lowered his head, leaning in closer. What was he about to do? Was he going to kiss her? Gu Xian felt a surge of anxiety, her pupils dilating, and her heart raced rapidly. Thump, thump. Eyes closed, she awaited the moment, feeling as if she might suffocate. This was to be her first kiss. Yet, the prospect of bestowing it upon the man before her brought her no displeasure. A delicate blush adorned her cheeks, and her bright, clear eyes were tightly shut in nervous anticipation, with only her long eyelashes fluttering. However, after what felt like an eternity, she felt no sensation upon her lips. When she finally opened her eyes, she was met with Xia Ping's gentle smile. Leaning over, he merely tousled her hair, rendering it a chaotic mess, almost resembling a bird's nest. The head pat. I believe you look more beautiful when you smile. Well then, farewell. Xia Ping waved his hand, entered his Rolls-Royce silver shadow, and with a swift press of the accelerator, he sped away before Gu Xian could fully comprehend the moment. He touched and ran. How exhilarating. Gu Xian remained rooted to the spot, watching Xia Ping's hasty departure, unable to suppress a laugh. She touched her own cheek and murmured, "What an intriguing person. Nevertheless, I shall not give up so easily. Until the day you marry, I shall not completely relinquish my pursuit of you." Chapter 81. Becoming the third largest shareholder of Xinjiang. Inside the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, Xia Ping could not help but sneeze, rubbing his nose, and reflecting on the situation with a tinge of regret. He had relinquished 50 billion, yet gained a mere head pat from a beautiful girl. By such calculations, was this not a grievous loss? He ought to have kissed her. Xia Ping lamented deeply. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement task of unwavering loyalty, rejecting a confession from a beautiful maiden. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an achievement reward of 16 shares in Xinjiang International Group. The host has now become the third largest shareholder of Xinjiang Group. What? Xia Ping's grip on the steering wheel faltered as he fell into a state of shock. This was truly astonishing. Holding 16 of Xinjiang Group's shares was an unexpected surprise. Xinjiang was a renowned hotel brand, widely recognized across the nation, and now he was the third largest shareholder. Searching, Xinjiang Group. Unable to contain his excitement, he swiftly utilized his brain domain auxiliary system to delve into the detailed data of Xinjiang Group. Established in 1991, Xinjiang International Group is one of China's largest comprehensive tourism enterprises, with hotels as its core industry, also extending into catering services and passenger transport. According to the most recent data, Xinjiang Group's market value had reached $35 billion, equivalent to over 240 billion renminbi. Although it could not compare to groups like L'Oréal, with its century-long heritage and global presence, its strength was nonetheless formidable. In recent years, Xinjiang had actively expanded both domestic and overseas operations, with Xinjiang International Hotels ranking first in the country and third in the global hotel industry, trailing only behind renowned brands like Hilton and Intercontinental. 240 billion. And I now own 16 of that. Doesn't that amount to nearly 40 billion? Xia Ping calculated quickly in his mind, and he couldn't help but be astounded, feeling as if he might soar with joy. Losing 50 billion in exchange for such a fortune was indeed a lucrative deal. This venture was nothing short of advantageous. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, on Yandong Road, a luxurious commercial building prominently bore the name Xinjiang International Group. Inside the chairman's office, a man in his 50s with a square face was reviewing documents. He was Yu Minliang, the helm of Xinjiang International Group and its largest shareholder, holding 27.8% of the shares. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. Yu Minliang frowned slightly as he answered, "Hello, Chairman. We have just received news that Dahang Venture Capital has relinquished its 16 shares in Xinjiang Group, transferring them to a person named Xia Ping." What? Yu Minliang was taken aback. Why would Dahang Venture suddenly abandon its shares? After all, Xinjiang Group was thriving, with its stock continually appreciating. What price had been offered? Moreover, who was this Xia Ping, and why had he never heard of him before? Did Dahang Venture provide any explanation? No. They did not report in advance, and are currently refusing to respond. Yu Minliang pondered for a moment, and said, "Since he is now the third largest shareholder of Xinjiang Group, I must meet him, arrange for an appointment with Xia Ping, and also investigate his background to discern who he truly is." Although he harbored doubts about the situation, given Xia Ping's newfound status as a bona fide third shareholder of Xinjiang Group, it was imperative to initiate contact and build rapport. He might prove to be a valuable partner. Understood, Chairman. I will arrange it immediately. Approximately half an hour later, Xia Ping received a call from someone claiming to be the chairman's assistant at Xinjiang International Group, extending an invitation on behalf of Chairman Yu Minliang. Xia Ping immediately understood. They were aware of the share transfer. After all, it was an invitation from the chairman of Xinjiang International Group, a figure in the business elite, and he felt compelled to respond appropriately. "All right, I accept. Let us meet this Thursday. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Xia." The assistant respectfully concluded the call. 3 days after Yu Minliang's invitation to meet Xia Ping, the scene unfolded at Fengyan Airport in Shanghai. The entire airport had been cleared, accommodating the landing of a massive private jet, which slowly taxied to the parking area. Oh my goodness, this private jet is enormous. How much must it cost? Are you telling me this is a plane? This is a plane? This is a plane? It truly looks like a rocket. As the private jet entered the parking area, countless passengers disembarking from regular commercial flights gazed in awe, filled with envy and jealousy. When would they be able to board such a private jet instead of being crammed together? An astute observer stared at the colossal private jet, and after a moment of realization, exclaimed, "Isn't that the Globe's 7000 jet?" As the crowd turned their gaze towards him, the The somewhat balding middle-aged man became visibly excited and began to speak fervently. Last year, at the Las Vegas Air Show, Bombardier unveiled its latest commercial jet, the Globe 7000. Priced at an astonishing $82 million. It is currently the largest private aircraft in the world, boasting 4 living areas and a master suite that can accommodate hundreds of passengers. Although designed for commercial use, it can achieve an astounding speed of 185 Mach, rivaling that of a fighter jet. My goodness. I can hardly believe I am fortunate enough to witness it. The balding man exclaimed in disbelief. 82 million? That's over $500 million. Truly a tycoon. This is what it means to be a true magnate. Ah, it seems their aircraft is even larger than my house. How can one even compare? Just then, a massive convoy slowly rolled into the private airport, a luxurious procession of Ferrari F355s, Audi A2s, and Mercedes C280s, all surrounding an opulent stretch limousine. With a clap, a group of bodyguards clad in black suits disembarked from the vehicles, standing erect beside the car like towering pines, exuding an imposing aura. As the aircraft's door gradually opened, Xia Ping rubbed his slightly weary eyes and stretched languidly. Ah, that was a delightful sleep. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Indeed, investing in a spacious and comfortable private jet was a necessity. Despite the hefty sum of over $500 million, the Globe 7000's interior, featuring a bedroom, living room, shower room, dining area, entertainment room, and a small cinema, provided an experience akin to home. He had just enjoyed a restful slumber on the plush bed. And although traveling at 185 Mach, the advanced shock absorption and noise cancellation systems rendered the journey completely smooth and tranquil. After stretching, Xia Ping descended the aircraft staircase. Chapter 82. Are you here to offer your daughter? Astonishing. Having taken only a few steps down the staircase, he noticed the grand convoy below. Impressive, isn't it? They certainly seem to hold me in high regard, Xia Ping remarked with a chuckle. As he looked on, Yu Minliang slowly emerged from the luxurious stretch limousine. Approaching the staircase, Xia Ping was genuinely taken aback. Was Yu Minliang personally here to greet him? After all, he was the principal shareholder and highest authority of Jinjiang International Group, and there was no need for such formality. Did he perhaps know of Xia Ping's esteemed status? Or even that he was a holder of the prestigious purple card? Thoughts raced through his mind as he continued his descent. Haha. President Yu personally welcoming me at the airport is truly overwhelming. I felt something extraordinary was about to happen during my flight. I was so excited I couldn't even sleep, and it turns out you were here waiting for me. Xia Ping laughed heartily, extending his hand from a distance towards Yu Minliang. Seeing this, Yu Minliang also smiled. Mr. Xia, you are too kind. You are now the 3rd largest shareholder of Jinjiang Group, and also the chairman of Fengzi. How could I dare to act aloof? Their hands clasped firmly together. Indeed, Yu Minliang was already aware of Xia Ping's role as the chairman of Fengzi, which caused a wave of emotion to swell within Xia Ping. Just a few months ago, he had been merely a lowly employee earning a modest salary. Now he found himself conversing with influential figures he had only seen in newspapers and on television. It felt like a dream. What was once unattainable was now within his grasp. An exhilarating ambition surged within him. This was just the beginning, far from enough. In an instant, Xia Ping adjusted his mindset, engaging in conversation with Yu Minliang as they made their way to the car, the grand convoy departing the airport in a magnificent procession. In Shanghai, at the Bund, the Wangjiang Pavilion stood as a renowned top-tier luxury restaurant, its octagonal structure offering breathtaking views of the Huangpu River. Upon Xia Ping and Yu Minliang's arrival, a young woman was already seated at the dining table. To be precise, she was a stunning beauty. Her striking large eyes resembled the rippling surface of a tranquil lake, captivating all who beheld them. Her delicate oval face was unforgettable, framed by cascading golden curls that flowed like a majestic waterfall behind her. She wore a red gown, cinched at the waist with a black satin ribbon, accentuating her exquisite figure. She was a beauty that could rival even Iwan. However, unlike Iwan's dignified and composed demeanor, this young woman exuded a more Western charm, full of allure and vivacity. Allow me to introduce my daughter, Yu Yanyan, a dual master's degree holder in finance and management from MIT, who has just returned to the country after graduation. A returnee from America? Xia Ping thought, understanding the source of her Western demeanor. Moreover, attaining dual master's degrees from MIT was indeed a remarkable achievement. She was an elite talent. Hello, Mr. Xia, Yu Yanyan greeted with a charming smile. Though internally she was already marveling. So handsome. Yu Minliang chuckled. Yanyan has been clamoring to come along, and I couldn't refuse her. Dad. Yu Yanyan suddenly rushed over, playfully pouting in discontent. Behave yourself. There are guests present. Yu Minliang feigned sternness, though the affection in his eyes was unmistakable. Father's love, Xia Ping thought to himself, suppressing a smile. As everyone took their seats, exquisite dishes and fine wines were served in succession. Yu Minliang maintained a warm demeanor, and under his careful orchestration, the atmosphere at the table became quite congenial and lively. He and Xia Ping engaged in a wide-ranging conversation, discussing various topics, and Yu Minliang deliberately inquired about more specialized issues regarding economic development and business strategies. With the aid of his cerebral enhancement system, Xia Ping responded effortlessly. Even when the conversation turned to niche topics like antique collecting and archaeological artifacts, Xia Ping offered insights that were both refreshing and enlightening, leaving Yu Minliang deeply impressed. Mr. Xia, you are truly a prodigy. Not only have you built a substantial enterprise at such a young age, but your breadth of knowledge is astonishing. Compared to you, I feel as though I have wasted over 50 years of my life, Yu Minliang remarked, filled with admiration. Young talents are indeed formidable, he added. Oh no, my achievements are trivial in comparison. Your insights are equally admirable, Xia Ping humbly responded. Yet, in Yu Minliang's heart, he recalled having asked his assistant to investigate Xia Ping's background, and the revelations had left him astounded. Have you discovered what exactly Xia Ping's background is? We found that he owns 2 companies. One is a medium-sized gaming firm, while the other is the recently popular Fengzi. However, we could not trace any information regarding him from a few months prior. Any attempts to dig deeper were met with various unknown counteractions and warnings. Moreover, your old acquaintance, President Jiang of Lungting Group, seems to know something. He mentioned that Xia Ping possesses the purple card. Yu Minhong's thoughts drifted back to the dining table as he raised his glass and smiled while toasting. Ha ha ha, since we both appreciate each other, let us drink to that. Why not? Xia Ping smiled faintly and clinked glasses with Yu Minliang, both of them downing their drinks once more. Meanwhile, Yu Yanyan sat nearby, propping her head up with her hand, secretly stealing glances at Xia Ping. His tall stature, deep voice, and nearly perfect features were captivating. But what drew her in even more was his confident and commanding presence, effortlessly engaging in conversation with Yu Minliang, as if he were above all others. His charm was simply off the charts. Although Yu Minliang was the host of the evening, it was undeniably Xia Ping who commanded the most attention at the table. Even Yu Minliang seemed to pale in comparison to his aura. This left Yu Yanyan profoundly stirred. She had long admired her father, who built the vast Jinjiang International Group from scratch in just a few decades, and had always regarded Yu Minliang as her role model. Yet here was her proud father, who had never bowed to anyone, feeling overshadowed by a young man in his 20s. Yu Yanyan continued to gaze at Xia Ping, becoming increasingly entranced. How could someone be so perfect? Noticing his beloved daughter's infatuated expression, Yu Minliang felt no displeasure. In fact, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Ahem. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet reached a crescendo, Yu Minliang suddenly coughed lightly and casually inquired, Mr. Xia, I wonder if you have a girlfriend at the moment? Xia Ping immediately became alert, sensing something. Observing Xia Ping's puzzled expression, Yu Minliang rubbed his hands together and continued. My daughter Yanyan is of a similar age to you, yet she has yet to find a suitable partner. What? What do you mean? Xia Ping's heart raced, startled into speaking English. Are you trying to set me up with your daughter? He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend this unexpected twist. As expected, no good deed goes unpunished. It turned out this old fellow had been eyeing me all along. Chapter 83. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness brings reward. Dad, what are you talking about? Yu Yanyan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, shaking her father's arm incessantly. Yet, she appeared to harbor no objections. In fact, she seemed a bit pleased. Her bright, expressive eyes were fixed on Xia Ping, conveying unspoken affection, reminiscent of a Western charm and openness. What on earth is this young lady up to? Xia Ping felt a jolt of surprise and finally said, I already have a girlfriend. Why does it feel like I've said this recently? Is it just my imagination? Surely it must be. Oh, such matters are truly insignificant. Yu Minliang laughed heartily. Yanyan is not my current wife's daughter either. Yu Yanyan nodded in agreement, fully endorsing her father's words. What is wrong with your family? Xia Ping hastily poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one go, needing to steady himself. Upon witnessing Xia Ping's reaction, Yu Minliang remarked half-jokingly, half-seriously, Mr. Xia, although modern laws do not permit one to have multiple wives, in the grand scheme of things, it is merely a piece of paper. For us, what is the significance of having several lovers? His demeanor was earnest, devoid of pretense. I must respectfully disagree with such a notion. Xia Ping shook his head. Let us set aside this topic for now and continue. Yu Minliang, adept at reading the room, promptly shifted the conversation, allowing the atmosphere to relax once more. Ultimately, the meal was thoroughly enjoyable. Yu Yanyan invited Xia Ping to spend a few days exploring the city with her, and Yu Minliang wholeheartedly supported the idea, hoping the two young people could deepen their emotional connection. Faced with Yu Yanyan's pleading, sparkling eyes, Xia Ping could hardly refuse. only managing a wry smile in agreement. Wonderful, Yu Yanyan exclaimed. Then I'll meet you at your hotel tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. No excuses. After the banquet, Xia Ping bid farewell to the father and daughter duo, and, in a car arranged by Yu Minliang, arrived at a 5-star Jinjiang hotel in the city. Lying in bed, Xia Ping could no longer resist the urge to pick up the mirror on the bedside table and scrutinize his own face. Oh, it's all this excessive handsomeness that brings trouble. Indeed, hesitation leads to defeat, and being too handsome results in missed opportunities. Lu Sun does not deceive me. Within the Zhang Pavilion, Yu Minliang and Yu Yanyan did not hurry to leave. Dad, are you really selling your daughter off like this? Yu Yanyan feigned dissatisfaction. Oh, you. Benefiting and then pretending to be coy. Yu Minliang chuckled. I ought to give you a mirror so you can see your love-struck expression during dinner with Mr. Xia. I did not. Yu Yanyan protested, flustered. Very well, I shall tell Mr. Xia that you're not interested in him, that I was merely joking. And we'll let this matter pass. Yu Minliang said nonchalantly. No. Yu Yanyan panicked, blurting out without thinking. Only to realize Yu Minliang was looking at her with a bemused smile, instantly understanding she had fallen into his trap. I'm ignoring you now. All right, enough of this. Yu Minliang's expression grew serious as he said solemnly. After all these years, I cannot say for certain whether I possess capability. But I am confident in my ability to gauge character. Yet this young man eludes my understanding. As he reminisced, a deep sense of perplexity and reflection crossed his face. One thing is certain. He will not live a mundane life. Someday he will astonish the world. Such an exceptional individual is unlikely to be encountered again in a lifetime. Do you understand? He turned to his daughter, his expression stern. This is not only an opportunity for the Jinjiang group, but also for you. Whether you seize this chance depends solely on your own efforts. Yanyan, for someone like him, even if it is not his will, he will inevitably attract countless women. To claim him solely for oneself is exceedingly challenging. Therefore, even if you cannot become his most beloved, you must strive to be the one he loves. Do you understand? Yu Yanyan took a deep breath, appearing conflicted but ultimately nodded resolutely, saying, I understand. However, I will strive for my own happiness. I will make myself the one he loves most. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Xia Ping and Yu Yanyan set out, their first destination being the Hang Lung Plaza. Here, one could find flagship stores of world-renowned fashion brands, including Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Chanel, Dior, and many more, making it the largest luxury shopping destination in the city. Indeed, girls love to shop, and it looks like it will be a long day ahead. Xia Ping scratched his head, inwardly reflecting that it was, after all, a girl who had invited him out for a shopping spree, and he could only muster the energy to accompany her. For someone like Yu Yanyan, a young lady born with a silver spoon in her mouth, surrounded by luxury from an early age. Her selection of items was dictated more by personal preference than by price tags. Look, Xia Ping, isn't this doll adorable? Yu Yanyan exclaimed with excitement. Oh, indeed, Xia Ping replied, gazing blankly at the Peppa Pig plushie in her hands and nodding his head in a daze. Wow, this one is nice too. Yu Yanyan picked up a small Doraemon pendant, her face alight with joy. Oh, quite splendid. Xia Ping nodded numbly, expressing his approval. Yes, indeed, no mistakes here, absolutely marvelous. Xia Ping was taken aback by the revelation that beneath Yu Yanyan's fiery, alluring exterior lay a heart brimming with childlike innocence. The contrast was striking. While accompanying a girl on a shopping excursion, Xia Ping felt it inappropriate to allow Yu Yanyan to pay for herself. Moreover, the items she chose were not exorbitant, prompting him to cover the expenses without hesitation. Yu Yanyan appeared quite pleased, although the sheer volume of her purchases resulted in several bags. Naturally, Xia Ping assumed the role of the bearer, lugging 5 or 6 large bags filled with figurines and plush toys. Among them was a colossal 3D body-shaped pillow depicting a mature, alluring anime character, which bore a slight resemblance to Yu Yanyan herself. Due to its excessive size, the store's packaging was inadequate, and despite Xia Ping's best efforts to stuff it inside, half of the pillow remained conspicuously exposed. As a result, he attracted the attention of passers-by, becoming the most eye-catching figure in the crowd. Many cast knowing glances, while some young otaku displayed lewd smiles of camaraderie. I have not. This is not mine. Xia Ping maintained a stoic expression, feeling an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the pavement to hide in, experiencing a distinct sense of social mortification. He could not help but silently lament, my illustrious reputation, reduced to this. Chapter 84. You can go to hell. Yu Yanyan seemed to gradually emerge from her shopping reverie. Noticing the multitude of bags Xia Ping was carrying, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. I'm sorry for making you carry so much. It must be tiring, she said. Not too bad, Xia Ping sighed, shrugging his shoulders. The items were not particularly heavy, and given his current strength, he could easily manage even an elephant if Yu Yanyan were to buy one. That is so considerate of you. Let me make it up to you. Yu Yanyan laughed softly, naturally linking her arm with Xia Ping's, pressing her body against his side, intentionally or unintentionally resting her bosom against his arm. The faint, alluring scent emanating from Yu Yanyan and the soft warmth of her touch sent his heart racing. This enchanting little temptress, Xia Ping thought, his brow furrowing as his heart fluttered. What is the matter? Yu Yanyan smiled mischievously, leaning in closer, her warm breath brushing against him. She whispered in his ear, feeling shy? Shy. Xia Ping's embarrassment quickly morphed into indignation. During his university days, he was the campus heartthrob, a figure of admiration for many, and now, in Yu Yanyan's playful teasing, he felt reduced to a mere innocent boy. Could he endure this? With a swift movement, Xia Ping wrapped his arm around Yu Yanyan, who gasped in surprise as he drew her closer. He raised his other hand, laden with bags, against the wall, cornering her. The classic move, wall slam. What are you doing? Yu Yanyan, who had been so bold moments ago, was now flustered, her cheeks flushed. What do you think I'm going to do? How should I punish you for mocking me? Xia Ping smirked, leaning in closer. Heh, you seem to embody passion and experience, yet suddenly find yourself in a vulnerable position, revealing your true self. As Xia Ping's face drew nearer, Yu Yanyan instinctively closed her eyes, nervously clutching her heart, feeling it pound wildly. Is he going to kiss me? I'm not unwilling, but this is so sudden, and there's no romantic atmosphere. This is my first kiss. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. However, instead of the anticipated sensation on her lips, she felt a sudden weight in her hands. Yu Yanyan opened her eyes in confusion, discovering several shopping bags had mysteriously appeared in her grasp. One bag even revealed half of the Peppa Pig plush, its face smiling innocently back at her. Meanwhile, Xia Ping stood several meters away, a serious expression on his face. As your punishment, you can carry half of these. Yu Yanyan was left utterly bewildered. Weren't you just about to? About to do what? Xia Ping feigned ignorance, putting on a convincingly puzzled expression. Go to hell. Yu Yanyan glared at him, her annoyance palpable as she turned away. You can go on your own. I'm not going with you. Oh, so I shall take my leave then. Xia Ping remarked casually, striding away. Hey, are you really leaving me behind? In no time, Yu Yanyan's exasperated voice reached him from behind as she jogged to catch up. Weren't you the one who told me to go? I've changed my mind. Yu Yanyan huffed, linking her arm with Xia Ping's once more. With you as my personal ATM, why shouldn't I take advantage of it? Xia Ping couldn't help but smile again. This girl was quite endearing. Teasing her was indeed entertaining. As they exited the shopping mall, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Yanyan? Xia Ping turned to see a young man, approximately 27 or 28, with short hair, dressed in a white shirt, exuding an air of arrogance. Yu Yanyan's expression soured upon seeing him. What are you doing here? This is such bad luck. Her candid expression of displeasure caught Xia Ping off guard. Was she always this direct? The man, undeterred by Yu Yanyan's attitude, directed his gaze at the intertwined arms of Xia Ping and Yu Yanyan, his expression darkening. Yanyan, who is this person? He inquired, a hint of gloom in his voice. He can't possibly be your boyfriend, can he? Xia Ping instantly understood. This man was likely one of Yu Yanyan's admirers. Indeed, you are correct, Yu Yanyan replied, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto her face as she leaned closer to Xia Ping. Allow me to introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Xia Ping. The man's face twitched momentarily, forcing a smile. Oh, is that so? His gaze toward Xia Ping turned distinctly hostile. Xia Ping was taken aback. Was he once again becoming a shield? What on earth was going on? He was eager to provide an explanation, yet upon noticing the intertwined hands of the two, he fell silent. Even if he claimed he was not her boyfriend, who would believe him? He quietly inquired of Yu Yanyan. Who is this person? Yu Yanyan replied with a hint of displeasure. His name is Lin Cheng, a member of the Lin family. I've already told him I don't like him. Yet he clings to me like a stubborn adhesive. The Lin family? Xia Ping's expression shifted slightly. In the Magic City, the only Lin family that could be referred to by the young lady of the Jinjiang group was indeed that one. The illustrious Lin family, renowned across the nation, was the very same as the Lin Tianzhou he had encountered at the Wanga Grand Hotel. With this thought, he cast a subtle glance at Lin Cheng, his demeanor instantly turning frosty. It was evident they hailed from the same lineage. The air of superiority that adorned Lin Cheng's face was strikingly familiar and utterly repugnant. Due to Lin Tianzhou's association and his initial impression, Xia Ping's perception of Lin Cheng had soured considerably. Help me deal with him. Pretend to be my boyfriend. This guy is unbearably annoying. All right. Xia Ping did not refuse this time, half of his acquiescence stemming from his distaste for Lin Cheng. Hello, I am Yu Yanyan's boyfriend, he declared to Lin Cheng with a beaming smile, intending to provoke the fellow. Lin Cheng's expression darkened perceptibly. He glanced at Xia Ping without offering a greeting. As if he were invisible, his disdain unmistakable. He didn't even bother to ask about Xia Ping's background in the Magic City. Who could the Lin family possibly fear? With this thought, his arrogance swelled. By the way, Yin, I plan to organize a beach party with friends in 2 days. Would you like to join? Lin Sheng adjusted his facial expression and extended the invitation to Yu Yanyan, his countenance adorned with a warm smile. Yu Yanyan's brows furrowed slightly. She instinctively considered declining, but seemed to recall something. A beach could indeed serve as a delightful venue for strengthening their bond. Stealing a glance at Xia Ping, her eyes twinkled as she smiled at Lin Sheng. Sure, I'll go. However, her next words extinguished the flicker of joy that had just ignited within Lin Sheng. But I want to be with my boyfriend. Can you invite Xia Ping along? Chapter 85. The girlfriend you mentioned, is she me? Xia Ping cast a glance at Yu Yanyan, but refrained from contradicting her, as he was currently playing the role of her boyfriend. Having decided to assist, he resolved to see it through to the end. Besides, hadn't they agreed to enjoy a few days in the Magic City? The beach appeared to be a splendid choice. It had been quite some time since he had last visited the seaside. Lin Sheng hesitated, his expression turning troubled. What? Is that not acceptable? Then I want to go, Yu Yanyan declared decisively. All right, you can. Lin Sheng nearly spat the words through clenched teeth, and only then did he regard Xia Ping, forcing a smile that barely concealed his animosity. Brother, you must come. He had already devised a plan to humiliate Xia Ping thoroughly, ensuring he would be left utterly embarrassed, ideally driving a wedge between them. Yu Yanyan was his alone. No one else could encroach upon that. Xia Ping gazed intently at Lin Sheng. How could he not see through the latter's schemes? Yet, he had no desire to expose him. If Lin Sheng sought to employ any underhanded tactics, it would ultimately be to his own detriment. Want to play games? Let him understand the disparity in their standings. This guy is simply too annoying, clinging to me like a piece of stubborn adhesive, Yu Yanyan muttered, disdainfully waving her hand in the direction Lin Sheng had departed, as if shooing away a fly. He should take a good look in the mirror. Always acting like he's my designated boyfriend, so arrogant. I foresee him meeting the same fate as that Lin Tianzhou from the Branch family. Oh, Lin Tianzhou. What about him? Xia Ping inquired, intrigued by the mention of a former acquaintance. Upon reflection, hadn't Lin Tianzhou indicated he would seek trouble with him? However, since then, Lin Tianzhou had taken no real action, and within days, Xia Ping had completely dismissed thoughts of him. Lin Tianzhou belongs to the Ningjiang branch, doesn't he? Aren't you in Ningjiang? How could you not know? Yu Yanyan regarded him in surprise before elucidating. Lin Tianzhou seems to have provoked some powerful figures, leading to retaliation against the Ningjiang branch of the Lin family. Almost simultaneously, their partners announced the termination of collaborations. After expelling Lin Tianzhou from the family, the Lin family barely managed to quell the ensuing wrath, surviving by the skin of their teeth. The Ningjiang Lin family, having suffered severe blows, will likely have to tread carefully for a long time, and Lin Tianzhou, who had previously relied on his status to offend many, is said to be facing a grim fate. Xia Ping was taken aback. Even the branch family of the Lin family possessed enough strength to rival the Longting group. Yet they had been thoroughly dismantled. The Lin family's main branch in the Magic City was a prestigious family in China, and even they dared not intervene for the Ningjiang branch, fearing a loss of reputation and face. What kind of force possessed such terrifying power? Lin Tianzhou was indeed unfortunate to have antagonized such significant figures. No wonder he had refrained from seeking Xia Ping out. He was evidently too preoccupied with his own troubles. Wait a moment. Xia Ping suddenly had a revelation. When did this occur? Around August or September, why? Oh, nothing. Xia Ping murmured thoughtfully. August or September was precisely when he attended the grand opening ceremony of the Ziwa Mountain Villa, hosted by the Longting Group at the Wanga Grand Hotel. At that time, the individual Lin Tianzhou had offended. Was it perhaps Chu Tianyue? The more he pondered, the more plausible this conjecture seemed. Chairman Zhang Lu of Longting Group appeared to be acquainted with Chu Tianyue's elder, and his demeanor had been exceedingly courteous. Their family seemed quite formidable as well. And AI one was no exception. Burying his doubts deep within, Xia Ping and Yu Yanyan strolled about a little longer before parting ways. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner, Lin Sheng dialed a phone number. Hello, it's me, Lin Sheng. I need you to investigate someone for me. The venue Lin Sheng had invited Yu Yanyan to for the party was situated on a small island not far from the Magic City, known as Peach Blossom Island. The expansive sandy beaches of Peach Blossom Island, with their fine grains, made it an excellent locale for recreation. Xia Ping and Yu Yanyan arrived at the designated meeting place on time, a dock located on the outskirts of the Magic City, near the coastline. The dock had been cleared, revealing a spacious area where several small helicopters were stationed, all of high performance. Hey, Yanyan, you're here. Lin Sheng had already arrived and greeted her with a smile. Beside him stood numerous individuals, both male and female, predominantly males, their attire exuding considerable value, each carrying an air of subtle arrogance. It is evident that those who can associate with the young master of the Lin family are not ordinary individuals. Mere commoners can never penetrate their exclusive circle. We are about to embark on our journey, accompanied not only by ourselves, but also by numerous young models and celebrities invited to enliven the occasion. They, however, will proceed directly to Peach Blossom Island. Not traveling with us. Lin Chung smiled at everyone, and then stepped aside to make arrangements. The other young men attending the party couldn't help but display suggestive smiles, with several of them even whistling frivolously. Upon hearing this, Yu Yinyan's expression soured. A bunch of lascivious men. Summer Ping is much better. She glanced at Summer Ping beside her, and upon noticing a hint of anticipation in his eyes, her irritation flared. Humph. She let out a heavy snort. You seem quite pleased, perhaps because you'll be seeing numerous young models and celebrities in swimsuits? Yu Yinyan queried sharply, her demeanor hostile. Yes, no? Summer Ping blurted out, his face flushing with embarrassment, but he quickly corrected himself, adopting a serious tone as he declared, Do I appear to be that kind of person? I already have a girlfriend, and regardless of what I see, my heart will not waver. Yet, Yu Yinyan felt a sudden stir in her heart and casually asked, Which girlfriend are you referring to? Summer Ping pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his head to look at Yu Yinyan with a serious expression. A tremor ran through her heart. She felt anxious, both hoping and dreading his response, caught in a conflict within herself. He maintained a grave demeanor and uttered 2 words, Guess. Go to hell. Chapter 86. The Return of the Wild Shark, stunning the crowd. At that moment, Lin Chung hurriedly approached, a look of apology on his face. Yin, brother Xia Ping, I'm sorry, but it seems the helicopter capacity is somewhat lacking. We can only accommodate 2 more people now. How about you? Yin, go with me first, and I'll come back to fetch your boyfriend. Summer Ping chuckled coldly to himself. Indeed, it has come to pass. However, Lin Cheng's tactics were as clumsy and obvious as a child's. Why can't we both leave first, and you stay here? Yu Yinyan said, somewhat disgruntled. She did not wish to separate from Summer Ping nor be alone with Lin Cheng. Well, I am the organizer of the party, and I need to go over there to set up some arrangements. A hint of helplessness crossed Lin Cheng's face as he spread his hands, clearly having prepared a suitable excuse. Hey, you guys need to hurry up, everyone is waiting. A voice from behind urged them on, as only one helicopter remained on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Cheng insisted, Yin, let us go, everyone is urging us. Though reluctant, Yu Yinyan ultimately moved forward, and Lin Cheng's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he glanced at Summer Ping, his eyes brimming with provocation. Wait. Summer Ping abruptly grasped Yu Yinyan's hand, pulling her back gently, and calmly stated, We will both go together later. Lin Cheng's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, Are you planning to make Yin wait here alone with you? What kind of boyfriend are you? After uttering those words, Lin Cheng felt a surge of satisfaction. If he could separate the two and have the opportunity to engage with Yin, it would serve his purpose well. However, if Summer Ping insisted on keeping Yu Yin with him, he could leverage the situation to cast blame, sowing discontent in Yu Yinyan's heart towards Summer Ping. Regardless, it would be a victory for him. Lin Cheng could scarcely contain his laughter. Who said we must wait here indefinitely? Lin Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by Summer Ping's words. Just as he was about to inquire further, a thunderous roar echoed from nearby. Looking up, his body suddenly stiffened. A smile graced Summer Ping's face. Here it comes. The colossal helicopter emblazoned with a shark insignia descended from the sky, its imposing silhouette stirring the winds as if it were the sovereign of the skies. The wild shark. After arriving in the magical city, Summer Ping had dispatched his private pilot to bring the wild shark over, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. Little did he expect it would come into play at such a moment. In comparison to the helicopters Lin Cheng had procured, the wild shark resembled mere toys in the hands of children. Heavens, that helicopter is so magnificent. I want to ride in that one. Goodness, its size is astounding. It's utterly impressive. The previous urgings dissipated, replaced by a chorus of astonished exclamations. Many young men were entranced by the wild shark, the fierce and commanding aura, the roaring engines captivating them entirely. Looking at their own meager arrangements felt akin to piecing together a Lego toy. Wow, Summer Ping, you truly are remarkable, Yu Yinyan exclaimed, rushing towards Summer Ping with excitement. She then cast a discreet glance at Lin Cheng, pouting in disdain, as if to say, unlike certain individuals who cannot even manage something so trivial. Lin Cheng stiffened. Let us go? Summer Ping smiled, effortlessly boarding the wild shark, a fortress in the sky, without sparing Lin Cheng a glance. In his eyes, Lin Cheng was far too juvenile to pique any interest. The wild shark soared into the air, executing a taunting tailspin as it departed at an astonishing speed. The turbulent winds whipped through Lin Cheng's hair, leaving him in a disheveled state, his expression one of fury. Lin Cheng gritted his teeth, his eyes turning crimson. He had never endured such a profound humiliation. Just wait. This matter will not conclude so simply. The wild shark roared across the vast ocean, swiftly catching up to the helicopters that had taken off earlier and surpassing them in an instant. The young men and women on those helicopters, coming to the party, were left in bewilderment. They gazed at the speedometer in shock. Holy moly, 328 kilometers per hour. Is this really a private jet? This must be a military-armed helicopter, right? Goodness, this is too ostentatious. Let us hurry and catch up. Catch up? Are you suggesting I use my head to chase it? Oh wow, Yu Yanyan exclaimed, looking out the window at the endless expanse of ocean. Summer Ping, look, dolphins. She suddenly became animated, pointing excitedly outside. Hearing her, Summer Ping couldn't help but lean over to see. Indeed, a pod of dolphins joyfully leaped from the water, splashing white foam as they gracefully showcased their agility in the sunlight before diving back beneath the waves, like spirits of the sea. Occasionally visiting the seaside is quite delightful. A smile spread across Summer Ping's face as he gazed at the vast blue ocean, which embraced everything, feeling as though all his negative emotions had been washed away, leaving him refreshed. Perhaps I should consider purchasing an island in the future where I can build a vacation villa. Meanwhile, far behind the wild shark, on one of the helicopters, Lin Cheng's face clouded with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Young Master Lin, that brat is utterly ungrateful. Should we devise a way to teach him a lesson later? He was a young man with golden hair and bangs. Lin Cheng cast a fleeting glance at him and scoffed. Is your mind filled solely with muscles? That fellow was now Yan Yan's boyfriend. If I were to directly send someone to teach him a lesson, it would surely leave a negative impression on Yan Yan. Moreover, Lin Cheng's brow furrowed slightly. He had previously investigated Xia Ping's background through his own channels, but had unearthed little information. Even if he possesses some connections, can he possibly rival the Lin family? Lin Cheng sneered, acknowledging that while there were indeed some individuals more powerful than the Lin family domestically, they belonged to the most prestigious families in Huagua. Additionally, he was familiar with those elite scions, or at least had heard of them. There was simply no one by the name of Xia Ping. Just wait. I will ensure you lose face and break up with Yan if you continue to be so oblivious. Lin Cheng's expression remained impassive, his voice gradually turning venomous. At a terrifying speed, the crazy shark had already arrived at Peach Blossom Island. Gazing at the golden beach and lush trees, Xia Ping felt in high spirits, his mischievous grin betraying his playful intentions as he glanced at the eager Yu Yanyan beside him. Just as the pilot prepared to descend, Xia Ping halted him and cheerfully asked Yu Yanyan, "Are you up for something thrilling?" "Thrilling? What do you have in mind?" Yu Yanyan inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Sure, I want to play. Just don't cry from fright." Xia Ping chuckled. "Cry? What do you take me for?" Yu Yanyan proudly puffed out her chest. "Surfing, bungee jumping, climbing. There's nothing I dare not try. I was part of the adventure club at MIT, a sports ace." "Oh, you're quite impressive," Xia Ping remarked, somewhat surprised, before replying with a casual smile. "In that case, this will be easy." He turned to the pilot. "Hansen, hover 100 meters above the beach." "Yes, sir." Hansen, the pilot of the Crazy Shark, was a middle-aged American with a bushy beard who had served in the U.S. Air Force as an ace pilot, mastering both planes and helicopters. After retiring, his pride as a top pilot hindered his job search, leading to a life of hardship until Xia Ping hired him at a high salary as his personal pilot. He now operated both the Crazy Shark and Xia Ping's newly acquired private aircraft, the Globe 7000. Though puzzled by Xia Ping's intentions, Hansen, a former soldier, had long since cultivated the habit of obedience and did not question the order. He maneuvered the aircraft directly above a stretch of soft sand on Peach Blossom Island. Hovering there, Xia Ping opened the side door of the helicopter and looked down. The roar of the helicopter echoed in their ears as the wind rushed in through the open door. Gazing down, the vast beach appeared no larger than a palm, and a timid ordinary person might feel a sense of dread just looking at it. "What on earth are you planning to do?" Yu Yanyan was genuinely curious now, coming to Xia Ping's side and peering down as well. "Of course, we're going to jump," Xia Ping declared with a smile. "You mean you want to go skydiving? But this height isn't sufficient for that." Yu Yanyan frowned slightly, puzzled. "Skydiving requires at least 300 meters, right? At this height, we might hit the ground before we even have a chance to deploy the parachute." "Who said anything about a parachute?" Xia Ping shot her a glance. "Huh, no parachute? Are you implying that we should jump from here without one?" Yu Yanyan joked half-heartedly. "Smart girl, you guessed it." At that moment, Xia Ping suddenly seized Yu Yanyan's arm, and, with a swift motion, they leapt from the Crazy Shark helicopter together. "What?" Hansen in the pilot's seat was completely dumbfounded. What did he just witness? His boss had jumped from the helicopter without a parachute, taking that girl with him? What the hell? This was 100 meters in the air. Even if the ground below was sand, the impact would undoubtedly be lethal. Was he about to lose his job again? "Ah!" Yu Yanyan screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice twisting and distorting. The fierce wind howled in her ears, the icy air slicing against her face like a knife, and the sensation of freefall sent a frenzy of alarms through her body. Have you lost your mind? We're going to die? Yu Yan, indeed braver than the average girl, would have left most people speechless in such a sudden predicament. Yet she managed to speak. Haha, weren't you the one who said you wouldn't be scared? Xia Ping laughed heartily, utterly unconcerned. By now, their descent was accelerating, and Yu Yan's face had turned pale, her heart racing violently. Approaching the brink of death, time seemed to stretch, and her thoughts nearly ground to a halt. Is this how it ends? Yu Yan's mind went blank, instinctively clutching Xia Ping, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heart and his broad, sturdy chest. For some reason, she suddenly felt at ease, simply because this man was beside her. Even in the face of death, it didn't seem so terrifying. This method of dying was rather romantic, especially with someone she liked. Meanwhile, Xia Ping's mind was preoccupied with calculations. Gravitational acceleration G9. 8, approximately equal to 10. GT2S, 10T, 2100, T20. T2 square root of 5. That means about 4 seconds until we hit the ground. What on earth am I doing? 60 meters, 40 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. The 100-meter distance vanished in the blink of an eye, from the ground. One would only see a fleeting shadow descending as though without any temporal gap. Yu Yan had her eyes tightly shut, bracing for the impact and the inevitable end. Meanwhile, Xia Ping was wholly focused, channeling his internal energy throughout his body and directing it into his feet. Impact. Hansen was now bewildered, staring in shock at the scene below, and what he witnessed would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. As Xia Ping's feet made contact with the ground, an invisible force radiated from beneath him, spreading like water in all directions. Boom. A sound erupted like a cannon, as sand particles exploded into the air from around Xia Ping's feet, creating a surging wave of sand. Ultimately, his knees barely sank into the sand. He had completely mitigated the force of the fall. The surrounding beach was left in utter disarray, as if a cannon had plowed through it. Oh my God. Hansen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. They had fallen from 100 meters without any protective gear and emerged unscathed. Was his boss a superhero? Or a demon? Or perhaps an angel? The only certainty in his mind was that no ordinary human could achieve such a feat. What kind of boss had he found himself working for? Hansen let out an incredulous groan. Yu Yan felt a slight tremor in her body, and then the sensation of weightlessness vanished. She abruptly opened her eyes, only to behold Xia Ping, whose lips were curved into a smile. How was that? Exciting enough for you? Is this heaven? Yu Yan looked around in bewilderment. Having plummeted from a height of 100 meters, surely she must be dead? The surroundings were rather pleasant. This must be paradise. This is not heaven. We are still alive, Xia Ping replied, momentarily taken aback, before chuckling helplessly as he set Yu Yan down. Are we really still alive? Yu Yan surveyed her surroundings, finally coming to her senses. Upon gazing at the beach, which appeared as if it had been bombarded, and the enormous crater, her face morphed into an expression of shock. Xia Ping, are you a superhero? After a brief pause, Yu Yan eventually accepted Xia Ping's assertion of being a martial arts master. After her initial astonishment, excitement bubbled within her as she began to bombard him with questions. Wow, Xia Ping, did you really spend all your time practicing martial arts in seclusion? Yes. My master said that without attaining a certain level of skill, I was not permitted to descend the mountain. Wow. Do you have any senior or junior disciples? Yes, several. Wow, your skills are truly remarkable. Can you teach me? You wouldn't be able to learn, Xia Ping shrugged. Only males can practice. Although slightly disappointed, Yu Yan remained exhilarated. The legendary martial arts master truly existed. Remember, do not casually speak of this to others. Our sect has strict rules. If this information leaks, I will be forced to sever ties, Xia Ping said earnestly, admonishing her. Rest assured, I absolutely will not let it slip. Yu Yan vowed with fervor. Xia Ping could only sigh at her naive demeanor. You are quite gullible. Chapter 88, A Gathering of Stars. Hansen, you may leave now. Xia Ping produced his phone, dialing a number while gazing up at the hovering frenzy shark. Ah, yes. Hansen stammered, his emotions evidently unstable. Withstanding the impact of a 100-meter fall, this world was utterly insane. However, Hansen had no intention of sharing this experience with anyone, not even his closest friends or family. On one hand, he adhered to professional ethics, determined not to disclose information about his employer. On the other hand, even if he were to speak of it, it would likely be dismissed as the ramblings of a madman. Not long after the frenzy shark departed, a small black dot appeared in the distant sky. They are coming. Wait, it doesn't seem to be Lin Chung and the others. Yu Yan squinted at the rapidly approaching helicopter. Xia Ping discerned that it was a beige helicopter. while Lin Chung and his companions were aboard white ones. It seemed to be the celebrities and models they had invited. Soon, the beige helicopter landed, and a group of young women gracefully descended from it. Most of them wore exquisite makeup, their beauty striking, and their figures alluring, with long, fair thighs that presented a considerable visual impact. Among them were several well-known first-tier celebrities and fresh models, making for a truly glamorous assembly. As this throng approached, their eyes brightened upon spotting Yu Yanyan beside Xia Ping. "Miss Yu, you have come as well. It has been a long time. Miss Yu, do you still remember me?" They greeted her warmly, their faces alight with smiles, as though they were long-lost friends. Yu Yanyan merely nodded coolly, responding with a few casual remarks, while the starlets and models exhibited no hint of dissatisfaction. Rather, their demeanor became more obsequious, as if it were only natural. Despite Yu Yanyan's casual and lively behavior in front of Xia Ping, it was due to his formidable background. He was not only a significant shareholder in Jinjing, but also the chairman of Fengzi. Additionally, she harbored feelings for him. For these celebrities, Yu Yanyan was an unattainable figure, someone they needed to court fervently. Though these stars appeared glamorous, boasting numerous fans, what did they amount to in comparison to a conglomerate like Jinjing? Valued at several hundred billion? The power of capital could easily elevate an obscure star to fame, yet it could just as swiftly bring a major celebrity crashing down. Countless actresses had been blacklisted for offending major directors or entrepreneurs. Witnessing this scene, Xia Ping could not help but reflect. Those fans who viewed their idols as untouchable goddesses would likely never fathom how subservient these same idols could be in the presence of true power. They would never guess that the elusive stars they yearned to glimpse were now gathering for a beach party hosted by a group of wealthy heirs, likely to don swimsuits and be leered at by a horde of men. A chasm truly existed between the ordinary and the affluent. Fortunately, Xia Ping had now ascended to the ranks of the upper echelons of wealth. Simply splendid. "Miss Yu, this gentleman is..." Someone noticed Xia Ping beside Yu Yanyan, as their closeness seemed rather intimate. "Oh, this is my boyfriend, Xia Ping." Yu Yanyan affectionately draped her arm over Xia Ping's shoulder, her previous aloofness dissipating as she spoke happily. "No, Xia Ping instinctively attempted to refute, but a fierce glare from Yu Yanyan silenced him, conveying a clear message. "Did we not agree that you would pretend to be my boyfriend?" Xia Ping felt a flush of embarrassment. The starlets shivered at the mention of Miss Yu's boyfriend. As if rehearsed, they chorused respectfully, "Hello, young Master Xia." The expressions of these stars and models transformed into eager ones, as they continuously engaged Xia Ping, introducing themselves and vying to establish rapport. "Young Master Xia, I am the singer Mu Ji. Young Master Xia, I am the model Zheng Xueqing. You can call me Xiaoqing." Young Master Xia, to them, Yu Yanyan's boyfriend, the son of Jinjing's heiress, was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Establishing a connection with him would yield immeasurable benefits in the future. Moreover, Xia Ping was incredibly handsome. How could someone be so stunning? Unbelievable. Even though these actresses had encountered numerous male stars during shoots, they found it impossible to resist Xia Ping's allure, becoming deeply enamored. With a charm score of 95, it was terrifying. His tall and slender figure, coupled with his refreshing short hair and perfect features, exuded an irresistible allure for all women. The commanding aura he exuded was far beyond that of mere pretty boys. The starlet's eyes sparkled, practically wishing to leap onto Xia Ping and adorn themselves at his side, their attitudes dripping with flattery. If only they could grasp the leg of this golden son-in-law, they would soar to greatness. Unfortunately, he was already taken. As they pondered this, a sense of regret welled up within them. Where could one find such a perfect benefactor? Perhaps only someone like Yu Yanyan, possessing both beauty and talent, along with an illustrious family background, could capture such a man. However, these female celebrities and models remained oblivious. At the moment when Xia Ping instinctively retorted, Yu Yanyan shot him a fierce glare, and a fleeting shadow of melancholy passed through her eyes. Naturally, the perceptive Xia Ping noticed her subtle emotional shift. It was evident that his earlier reaction had caused her some distress. Observing this, Xia Ping could only let out a silent sigh. He was not a dense protagonist from a Japanese harem manga. He was well aware of Yu Yanyan's feelings for him. With a woman who possessed beauty, a striking figure, and who was unreservedly devoted to him, it would be disingenuous for Xia Ping to claim he felt no stirrings of affection. He was no saint. Men were inherently creatures of passion. Yet, that flutter in his heart was merely superficial, a physical attraction. Xia Ping had already found someone he cherished, and it was impossible for him to reciprocate Yu Yanyan's feelings. All he could do was play the role of her boyfriend for the next few days, knowing that once he departed from the bustling metropolis, everything would come to an end. Xia Ping mused, why hasn't T10 Xiaoqing emerged yet? Perhaps she is touching up her makeup? Honestly, she is already so beautiful. Why does she care so much about cosmetics? How are we supposed to live with this? Wait, that name sounds familiar. Xia Ping suddenly froze, doubting his hearing. Could it be mere coincidence? Chapter 89, Beach Party. I have arrived. A figure descended from a distant helicopter and hurriedly ran over, breathless. With a voluptuous figure, alluring sideswept bangs, she donned tight jeans and a black top. You're so slow. Miss Yu is over here. Oh, by the way, this is Miss Yu's boyfriend, young Master Xia. Hello, Miss Yu. Tan Xiaoqing greeted enthusiastically, then turned to Xia Ping. Hello, young Master Xia. She stared at Xia Ping, her expression faltering, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Xia Ping, however, responded with a warm smile. Hello, Miss Tan. I've heard much about you. I'm a fan. The other female stars couldn't help but reveal expressions of envy and subtle jealousy. Why was it only Tan Xiaoqing who garnered Xia Ping's attention? Unbeknownst to them, Tan Xiaoqing's face flushed crimson. A fan. Had she not mentioned her existence to him at the airport, he wouldn't even have known she was in the world. Soon, several helicopters carrying Lin Cheng and others arrived at Peach Blossom Island. The revelry officially commenced. Sunshades and lounge chairs were set up, along with barbecue grills, beer, and an array of seafood, all prepared for the evening feast. During the day, however, it was time for playful antics. The men donned swim trunks, baring their chests, while the women donned a variety of swimsuits. Particularly, the group of female stars and fresh models invited by Lin Cheng all sported various sexy swimsuits, with some boldly opting for bikinis. Their already extraordinary physiques were now on full display, striking alluring poses as they stood in a line, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection by their general. Amidst them, the most dazzling was undoubtedly Tan Xiaoqing. Clad in a bikini, her smooth, fair thighs and nearly bursting bosom left the wealthy young masters drooling, feasting their eyes upon her. Lin Cheng surveyed them with a somewhat greedy gaze, laughing heartily. Good, good, splendid. Even Xia Ping could not help but take a deep breath, his heart stirring with a subtle agitation. He was no paragon of virtue. With so many exquisitely dressed women before him, how could he remain unaffected? Ah, truly a feast for the eyes. I am merely appreciating, certainly with no lewd intentions. Xia Ping. Yu Yanyan's slightly bashful voice drifted from beside him. Could you help me see if this swimsuit looks good? Xia Ping instinctively turned his head, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Gasp. Yu Yanyan was clad in a light purple swimsuit, delicate straps winding around her back and tying at her neck, with a purple silk ribbon cinching her waist. Her golden wavy hair was fashioned into a small ponytail, which, rather than clashing with her mature aura, created a unique and captivating contrast, drawing attention to her long, alluring legs. Indeed, she was a charming little enchantress. Xia Ping's heart raced, his gaze fixated, and he quickly coughed to mask his embarrassment. It looks quite nice, very suitable for you. After calming himself, Xia Ping smiled. Really? Thank you, Xia Ping. I'm so happy. Upon hearing Xia Ping's appraisal of her swimsuit, Yu Yanyan's face blossomed with a radiant glow, her joyful laughter rendering her stunningly beautiful against the backdrop of her attire. Beside them, Lin Cheng's eyes widened, his gaze fixated hungrily on the breathtaking Yu Yanyan. So beautiful. Yu Yanyan sensed the searing gaze and a flicker of disgust crossed her eyes. She turned to Xia Ping and said, let us go play over there. To a more secluded spot, shall we? Of course, no problem. Xia Ping's expression shifted slightly, clearly understanding Yu Yanyan's intent, and he replied in agreement. With that, the two of them grabbed a sunshade and some chairs, heading towards a less populated area. Initially, when Lin Cheng saw Yu Yanyan seeking Xia Ping's attention to showcase her swimsuit while they exchanged flirtations, a thick flame of jealousy ignited within him. Now, watching them depart alone, the anger simmering inside him became increasingly difficult to suppress. What are you two, a pair of lonely man and woman, planning to do in a deserted place? Huh. The mere thought of such a scene darkened Lin Cheng's expression like coal. Glancing at the array of alluring female stars and models before him, he found no interest left. They could no longer capture his attention. In comparison to the aloof, enchanting, and breathtakingly beautiful Yu Yanyan, these women posing provocatively resembled mere roadside vendors beckoning for attention, provoking his disdain. Disperse, everyone. Lin Cheng suddenly exclaimed impatiently, waving his hand. The multitude of women exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of why Lin Xiao was suddenly in a foul mood. Yet, they dared not protest, obediently scattering, and eagerly approaching any wealthy young man who beckoned them. Lin Cheng's face darkened, and after a moment, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he summoned a young man with dyed blonde hair. Lin Xiao, what can I do for you? Go. Fetch Tan Xiaoqing for me. Lin Cheng commanded with a sneer. The blonde-haired youth complied, and soon found Tan Xiaoqing. Lin Xiao wishes to see me? Tan Xiaoqing's heart raced with excitement. Being summoned alone, could it be that Lin Xiao had taken an interest in her? Lin Cheng, the young master of the Lin family in the bustling metropolis, was a figure she deemed unreachable. If she could forge a connection with someone of such stature, it would be her incredible fortune. Having barely entered the ranks of first-tier domestic stars, leveraging the Lin family's resources could elevate her even further, possibly even to the pinnacle of top-tier brands. If one seizes the opportunity wisely, perhaps in the future, one could wed into a wealthy family, truly ascending to the upper echelons of society, no longer subject to the whims of those lecherous individuals, nor would one need to bow and scrape before them. With this thought, Tan Xiaoqing felt a thrilling tremor coursing through her body. As she walked, she absent-mindedly played with her hair, striving to present her best self before Lin Cheng. The memory of being belittled and humiliated by Xia Ping at the airport surged to the forefront of her mind, filling her with renewed determination. Once she garners the favor of young Master Lin and marries into affluence, what would Xia Ping amount to? No matter how formidable he may be, could he possibly rival the illustrious Lin family of Modu? The power of the Lin family far surpasses that of the Jinjiang group. Chapter 90. The life of the wealthy is both pleasant and relaxing. Before long, the exhilarated Tan Xiaoqing found herself standing before Lin Cheng. There he lay, reclined on a sun lounger, removing his sunglasses to appraise her from head to toe. Indeed, her intuition had not failed her. Young Master Lin was taken with her. Feeling his gaze upon her, Tan Xiaoqing was not only unperturbed but rather exhilarated. She even thrust her ample bosom forward, donning a smile she believed to be irresistibly enticing. Very good, Lin Cheng remarked, a look of satisfaction gracing his features as he regarded Tan Xiaoqing with warmth. Young Master Lin, she playfully chided, preparing to draw closer. Yet Lin Cheng smiled and said, Miss Tan, might you assist me with a favor? A favor? Tan Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, halting her advance. Could it be that young Master Lin had not summoned her for his affection? As this realization dawned, an unmistakable disappointment flickered in her eyes. Though she forced a smile and replied, Surely, young Master Lin jests. What could I possibly do for you? No, the favor you can provide is significant. This matter is beyond my capabilities, but only you can accomplish it. Lin Cheng chuckled softly. I need you to seduce Xia Ping and disrupt his relationship with Yu Yanyan. What? Tan Xiaoqing's body stiffened, incredulous that young Master Lin would enlist her to entice another man, especially Xia Ping. Anger surged within her at the mere thought of him. The man who had previously reduced her to a laughingstock at the airport. Now, he expected her to seduce him? Surely, as a top-tier celebrity, she could consider the possibility of using her body to appease a wealthy heir, yet to do so merely to sabotage Lin Cheng's rival relationship was a bridge too far. Moreover, he was Yu Yanyan's boyfriend, the daughter of the chairman of Jinjiang Group. Was she not undermining her? If she truly managed to secure the Lin family's backing, perhaps she wouldn't fear Yu Yanyan, but at her current status as Tan Xiaoqing, offending Yu Yanyan would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. I fear I cannot, young Master Lin. Her expression clearly signaled her reluctance to accept such a task. You need not worry about Yu Yanyan's retaliation, Lin Cheng replied dismissively. Do you not trust the Lin family? Furthermore, should you succeed, I assure you a significant advancement in the entertainment industry, elevating you to the status of a diva. A diva? At that moment, Tan Xiaoqing felt her throat dry. It was a title coveted by all in the music industry. Attaining the status of a diva was an irresistible temptation. Without the support and patronage of influential figures, she feared she would never reach such heights. Once she achieved that level, she would wield considerable influence in the entertainment realm, no longer needing to pander to anyone. A fierce struggle manifested on her face. Although the Jinjiang Group was formidable, with the Lin family's guarantee, it would hardly pose a problem. Do you doubt young Master Lin's words? Sneered the young man with yellow hair beside them. After a prolonged moment, she licked her lips, seemingly resolved. I shall do it. Excellent. Lin Cheng's face radiated approval. This world is never short of clever individuals. However, most who succeed are not merely intelligent, but rather those like you who can seize opportunities. Trust me, you will not regret the decision you make today. Additionally, he rose from the lounger, leaning in closely to whisper in Tan Xiaoqing's ear, gently patting her shoulder. When executing this task, do not be so rigid. If you can directly seduce Xia Ping, causing Yu Yanyan to sever ties with him out of disgust, that would be ideal. However, if that proves difficult, do not hesitate to employ more direct methods. His lips moved soundlessly, and only Tan Xiaoqing could discern his words. Tan Xiaoqing trembled at his suggestion, gazing into Lin Cheng's expression, knowing she had no opportunity for retreat. Should she attempt to withdraw from this endeavor, Lin Cheng would not let her off easily. Her life, as she knew it, would be over. Her eyes gradually hardened with resolve. This was her chance to grasp the Lin family's support, leap into success, and ascend to the status of a diva. I understand. I will ensure this task is completed. Now, open your mouth. In a secluded corner away from the crowd, Xia Ping lounged leisurely beneath the expansive shade of a large umbrella, while Yu Yanyan knelt beside him, delicately offering a glistening grape to his lips. Xia Ping opened his mouth, swallowing the grape whole, savoring it with a satisfying crunch before swallowing again. Delicious. He nodded repeatedly, a look of bliss adorning his face. The picturesque seaside, golden sands, and the enchanting company made for a truly delightful existence. How could anyone in this world walk around with a furrowed brow and a sigh? It simply should not be so, Xia Ping mused to himself, casting a glance at Yu Yanyan, reflecting, if only Avon were here, it would be perfect. Fortunately, Yu Yanyan lacked the gift of mind reading. Had she been privy to his shameless thoughts, she would undoubtedly have slapped him and shouted, "Go to hell. Here I am serving you, and your mind wanders to another woman? Get lost." Yet, oblivious to the truth, Yu Yanyan continued to gaze at Xia Ping, warmth flushing her cheeks. How could there exist such a flawless man? With his chiseled features, extraordinary talents, vast knowledge, and magnetic charisma. The more time she spent with Xia Ping, the more she realized the insurmountable chasm between him and other men. Just as they were basking in the leisurely ambience of the beach, Tan Xiaoqing suddenly rushed over, breathless. "Miss you. Young Master Lin requests your presence." "What does he want?" Yu Yanyan replied coolly. She had no desire to be in the company of that persistent nuisance. "Miss you? You misunderstand. It is not young Master Lin seeking you alone, but rather everyone is awaiting your arrival, including some of your female companions. Without you, the gathering would lack joy." Tan Xiaoqing smiled as she explained. "Well," Yu Yanyan hesitated slightly. After all, she was invited, and among the company were several of her female friends. It did seem rather inappropriate to remain here alone with Xia Ping, leisurely enjoying their time. "Very well, I shall go now." With that, she glanced at Xia Ping, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes. "Xia Ping, would you care to join me?" "I shall not be attending," Xia Ping replied nonchalantly. "I am not well acquainted with them, nor do I particularly enjoy their company. Most of those individuals were merely a group of privileged second-generation rich kids. Given Xia Ping's current perspective and standing, they hardly held any allure for him. Thus, he was disinclined to make the effort to join them. On this boundless azure seashore, with its golden, soft sands and the brilliant, scorching sun, he contemplated the essence of life, shedding all restlessness and allowing his spirit to rejuvenate. To put it plainly, Xia Ping simply wished to bask in tranquility for a while, reluctant even to turn over, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. Yu Yanyan harbored no excessive expectations. She rose from the beach, reluctantly preparing to depart. After all, Xia Ping was merely pretending to be her boyfriend at her behest. He bore no obligation to do anything further for her. Before she left, she cast a flirtatious glance at him. "Should you miss me, feel free to seek me out.